Chapter 51. The black shadow was like a ball of thick ink, flowing down the ceiling, and spreading on the white wall. A huge wolf head gradually emerged. The wolf head slowly leaned forward, stretched out its front paws, and two clusters of dark green fireflies danced in its pupils. The black shadow only took the shape of a head, and the rest of the body was still surging in disorder, like the wind dancing wildly in the wilderness. This so fast. Liu swallowed her saliva. She originally thought that a big boss, like the wolf leader, had to wait until a few waves of wolves were wiped out before the finale, just like the gradual progress in the game dungeon. Who would have thought that the Wolf King would come out with his entire family to greet them after just one encounter? Yuan Qiming was the closest, and he dodged the Wolf King's attack with a few steps, and appeared beside Liu and Chengming. He raised a rapidly swirling wind wall in his hand, separating the Wolf King from his teammates behind him, and whispered, "Core defense line." Luoshan reacted quickly, condensing the elemental fire into a chain around himself, joining the team, and consciously taking the position of standing in the blind spot behind Yuan Qiming. Yuan Qiming team suffered losses in the battle with Yu Qingjiu. After the first round of eliminations, only the core 4 members were left. This formation was designed based on the ability of each player. When under siege, Yuan Qiming was the main C, responsible for concentrating firepower. Liu was weaker, and was an auxiliary, responsible for interfering with the enemy. Chengming and Luoshan had their backs to them, responsible for the defense behind and on both sides. All team members took Yuan Qiming position as the center, and the position changed, and the formation changed accordingly. But the basic position and responsibilities would not change. At this moment, Yuan Qiming faced the Wolf King head-on, with the power of wind and thunder, and resisted most of the attacks in front of him. Liu assisted him on the same side, and cleared out some wolves that escaped the lightning net by virtue of their number advantage. The back was handed over to Chengming and Luoshan, who could resonate with the elements of water and fire respectively. However, the 4-man formation that should have been closely connected and had no blind spots behind each other suddenly had a figure inserted. Song Shersan joined them at some point and stood in the safest center of the formation. Her long sword had been sheathed, transformed into a revolver, and helped the injured Chengming block the attacks of several sneak attacks from the Shadow Wolves, leisurely enjoying the protection of the Yuan Qiming team without blind spots, while waving at Tang Tiantian. Tang Tiantian was dealing with the pack of wolves that had cornered her. She fired the crossbows on both wrists instantly, and each ice spike hit the vital points, and soon, a large number of Shadow Wolf corpses that had not yet completely dissipated were piled up in front of her. The crossbow has a very fast attack speed, and it is also an instant weapon, which is perfect for group attacks. Compared with Chengming and others, Tang Tiantian seemed to be at ease in the continuous attacks of the Shadow Wolf. When Tang Tiantian finished dealing with the wolves that surrounded her, she looked up and saw Song Shersan standing leisurely in the center of Yuan Qiming team, which was in sharp contrast to the tense and hard-working people. Song Shersan was not embarrassed to take advantage of others. Seeing that Tang Tiantian noticed him, he directly invited her. "Come over here. It's safe here." Tang Tiantian raised her eyes and saw Chengming, who was panting and sweating under the siege of the wolf pack. She was speechless and embarrassed to move. Chengming heard the noise and looked at Tang Tiantian. However, his face was not angry at all, but grateful. His moves became more and more fierce, and he made a way for her to enter the safety circle. "Tian, come here," he called affectionately, and the enthusiasm in his tone was even more than that of Song Shersan. Under Chengming's earnest gaze, Tang Tiantian was completely confused. However, since the other party had already done this, any further hesitation would seem to be a waste of good intentions. So she had no choice but to stand beside Song Shersan. After entering the safe circle, without the interference of the wolf pack, she finally had time to carefully observe the operation mode of the Yuan Qiming team. Yuan Qiming's own mental power was A+, and if the terrain was suitable, it would be no problem for him to deal with the entire wolf pack alone. He firmly controlled the Wolf King's attack and movement, concentrating all the hatred on himself, and his skill in attacking was much better than that in the exploration class. It can be seen that he spent a lot of time training. The other 3 people followed the rhythm of Yuan Qiming's attack. It seemed chaotic, but in fact it was orderly, and the whole blockade was leak-proof. Song Shersan was in the safety circle, and the close-range horizontal sword could not play a role, so she used the gun form suitable for long-range attack. Her gun was a small revolver structure, which could only fire one shot at a time, and the firing rate was also limited. Compared with the intensive attack rhythm of others, it looked like she was just paddling. But if you look closely, you will find that Song Sure-san did not use the feng shui elements that she often equipped as bullets, but used thunder elements. Thunder elements are conductive, and each of her shots was accurately fired at the moment when the shadow wolf burst out from the shadow. Under the paralysis of high voltage current, the original density advantage of the wolf pack turned into a disadvantage that hindered their feet, making them fat sheep to be slaughtered. Before, she was fighting with the shadow wolf outside, and she didn't pay attention. Now that she was free, Tang Tiantian noticed that Song Sure-san did not stop attacking, but their team score prompt was quiet. She subconsciously opened the light brain and looked at the status of the team information bar. Team points, 4530/4000. In just a few minutes, she and Song Sure-san had already eliminated hundreds of shadow wolves, not only meeting the score requirements for the team to advance, but also having a surplus. The points stopped at this number and no longer increased. Looking at the shadow wolf attack by Song Sure-san again, although it was hit by high voltage current, it did not die immediately, but fell to the ground dying, until it was killed by Cheng Meng and Luoshan. Seeing this, Tang Tiantian suddenly realized that Song Sure-san was giving points to Yun Qiming team. No wonder Cheng Meng was so grateful, and his attitude towards them was more admiring and attentive. With the help of Song Sure-san, the Yun Qiming team's scoring speed increased a lot, and the attack frequency of the wolf pack also decreased. It's almost done, let's get ready to finish, Yun Qiming said in a deep voice, pulling up a lightning net, and firmly covering the Wolf King, whose pupils gradually turned from fluorescent green to blood red. The Wolf King is about to enter a frenzy state. With Yun Qiming's strength, it doesn't take that long to kill the Wolf King, but after the Wolf King enters a frenzy state, it will summon more shadow wolves. The shadow wolves here are already huge in number. Letting the Wolf King enter a frenzy too early will only put more pressure on the teammates' defense, so Yun Qiming has been deliberately controlling the Wolf King's bloodline. Now that the original shadow wolves have been almost cleared, the remaining ones will be much easier to deal with. Luoshan made an okay gesture, and the rain of fire arrows cleared the last wave of shadow wolves that pounced on him. Reflecting the glass window red, Yun Qiming understood, and the wind was blowing above his head. A sharp drill formed by a hurricane was slowly aimed at the struggling head of the Wolf King locked in the lightning net. As Yun Qiming swung his arm down, the sharp drill fell straight out, breaking through the clouds and stepping into the sky, piercing the huge head of the Wolf King with a raised voice. With a whimper, the black shadow of the wolf head was dispersed and penetrated by the hurricane, and a huge light hole appeared in the shadow that covered the sun and the sky. Around the light hole, black fog spread, mixed with a hint of blood, and surrounded the few people who were waiting in full battle array. The final battle is coming. Yun Qiming took 2 steps back, reminding his teammates to tighten their formation. During the confrontation, low wolf howls rose up, echoing in the empty department store, like the sound of the wind in the wilderness, howling for the dead. The black fog was much thinner than the previous thick ink-like shadow. The wolf shadow shuttled through it, completely losing its real shape, and its pupils turned from fluorescent green to scarlet, like a vengeful spirit that refused to leave. The fog was approaching, and their attacks no longer needed entities. Wherever the fog was lingering, sharp fangs might grow. Cheng Meng and Luoshan were closest to the fog, and their wrists were bitten through. Seeing that ordinary defenses were ineffective against this diffuse gas, Yun Qiming simply put away all his defensive moves and condensed dozens of long swords made of wind elements in his hands, forming a high-speed waving wind circle to surround them, using wind to fight against gas. As long as the fog was not allowed to get close, the shadow wolf could not hurt them. In Yun Qiming team, only he and Li Yu could resonate with the wind element. Li Yu followed his example and created countless rotating air currents with herself as the center of the circle. The silent duel began. The fog and the air current collided, and both sides were in a stalemate with full concentration. In the high-speed cutting wind blade, the scarlet and resentful pupils in the fog gradually extinguished, until they completely dissipated. With a crisp prompt sound, a row of system prompts appeared below everyone's vision. Successfully cleared the Shadow Wolf Cave, triggering extra rewards, personal points plus 50. In the second round of eliminations, all personal points will be automatically included in the team points pool. Song Sure-san and Tang Tiantian are a 2-person team. Total, the team points increased by 100, now up to 4630. Yuan Qiming and his team are a 4-person team. This extra points increased the team by 200 points. Huh, it's finally over. Hearing the prompt tone, Cheng Ming breathed a sigh of relief, slumped on the ground. The wound on his wrist was still oozing blood. He tore off a piece of cloth from the corner of his clothes, bandaged it simply, and ignored the pain of the wound. He said with a beaming face, "I didn't expect that with just this one Shadow Wolf Den. We could collect all the points needed for the team to advance. I'm relieved now. I thought we had to find several wolf dens to get enough points. We are so lucky." Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down next to Cheng Ming. "For 1,000 points. 5 points for each Shadow Wolf. How many Shadow Wolves have we killed? This building is probably the largest monster spawning point in the entire map. Thanks to Shursan and Tian's help. And Qiming's tactical design," Luoshan added, his face slightly pale, a little exhausted after overexerting himself. "It's not difficult to deal with Shadow Wolf. But such a terrifying number of monsters is a great test of the endurance of mental power. If you are not careful, you may die of exhaustion." Cheng Ming may just feel that the battle was very enjoyable. But Luoshan knew very well that Yuan Qiming might be able to withstand such an overwhelming high-intensity use of mental power. But the endurance of the others could not last until they accumulated 4,000 points. If Song Shursan and Tang Tian hadn't left some heads for them to harvest, they probably wouldn't even have the energy to speak after this wave of fighting. This area is full of monster spawning points, and there must be a lot of students rushing here. If there happened to be other teams passing by, they would be completely helpless. And the points they had worked so hard to accumulate would all be used to make wedding clothes for others. Thinking of this, Luoshan felt fortunate, and his gratitude to Song Shursan and Tang Tian was even greater. He turned around and wanted to say a few more words of thanks, but his brows suddenly locked under their slightly panting breathing. In the corridor, the sound of footsteps gradually became clearer. Approaching. Chapter 52. The person who came had no intention of concealing his footsteps. In the empty department store, the sound of military boots stepping on the tile floor was particularly clear. It was so blatant that it was hard for people not to notice it. When everyone heard the noise, they all kept silent and looked quietly at the direction where the footsteps came from. The sound was getting closer and closer, and finally stopped at a corner about 10 meters away from them, and the body was hidden in the shadow behind the corner. Looking at the shadows reflected on the ground, there were about 5 or 6 people. Yuan Qiming stood up first, and his glasses reflected an arc of light, protecting his teammates behind him. Both sides clearly knew the existence and position of the other side. However, the man did not rush to show up after turning the corner, but leisurely observed the surrounding scene. There were obvious traces of fighting on the corridor. The mess on the ground caused by the strong wind, the charred ground caused by the elemental fire, and the deep ravines caused by thunder and lightning were enough to show the fierceness of the battle. Fierce, but not messy. The commander of the battle obviously had a very accurate control over the scope and rhythm of the battle. The main load-bearing wall of the building was not damaged at all. The power supply facilities were operating normally, and even the glass display windows for external display were intact. Judging from the outside of the building alone, it is impossible to imagine that there has been a fierce battle inside. Retracting his gaze, the people behind the corner slowly applauded, and took a half-step outside. As expected of the first freshman, he quietly wiped out the largest Shadow Wolf den on the map. Which is amazing. Amazing. Yuan Qiming straightened his glasses and looked at the tall figure whose half-body was still shrouded in shadows. He ignored the flattery and looked alert, calling out the other party's name. Shinshin. Shinshin smiled, and walked out of the shadows completely. His shirt sleeves were half rolled up, revealing his wrists with clear veins. He exuded a casual and friendly temperament. "Don't be so nervous. I'm not like that crazy woman Yuqingjiu. I just came to see the outstanding and motivated juniors." He loosened his tie casually, and 4 or 5 students walked out behind him. They were all well-known faces on the grade ranking list. Seeing this, Cheng Ming and others also stood up cautiously, standing on both sides of Yuan Qiming, obviously not letting down their guard because of the other party's words. Shinshin is not only a famous figure in the 3rd year of the Seed Soldier Major, but also very famous in the entire college. First, he is too strong. And second, he has a handsome appearance that appeals to both men and women of all ages. However, anyone who has dealt with him, especially as an opponent, will understand how much scheming is hidden under his friendly and sunny face. Just say it. Yuan Qiming raised his eyelids, not wanting to beat around the bush with such a smiling tiger. And his tone did not show any respect for the senior. The holographic battle simulation class is not divided by grade. All students are treated equally, and compete on the same stage. They are the best in their respective grades, and they are each other's biggest competitors here. Visiting the juniors? Yuan Qiming is not so naive as to believe such nonsense. Moreover, with the precedent of Yu Qingjiu, who suddenly found fault with his terrifying strength, he did not have the slightest affection for the so-called seniors, and just wanted to stay away from them. Junior brother Yuan, I have no ill intentions. Shen Chen did not feel that Yuan Qiming's attitude was an insult to him. He smiled appropriately, kept a relatively safe distance from the other party, and stated his position again. I came here to invite you to form an alliance with me. Huh? Yuan Qiming was stunned, and did not react to Shen Chen's intention for a while. They already had their own teams, were competitors, and had opposing interests. What was the need to form an alliance? Just as he was about to refuse, Yuan Qiming suddenly had a flashback in his mind, and remembered the rumor of provoking Shen Chen. Yes, I almost forgot that the mysterious enemy that he and Song Shursen had formed an alliance to deal with also provoked Shen Chen at the beginning of this course. They have the same interests. Yuan Qiming glanced at Shen Chen and saw that he was serious. He did not seem to be joking. He said with a complicated expression, She is very strong? This mysterious girl actually made Shen Chen, whose mental power level reached S, feel so difficult? Haven't you seen it all? Isn't this considered strong? Shen Chen raised his eyebrows, not knowing whether to sigh that the young are formidable, or that the young are not afraid of tigers, with terrifying monster-level strength. No one in our school can beat her in a one-on-one fight. According to my observation, she basically doesn't attack ordinary students, but only picks out the best students in each grade to teach them a lesson. She is fighting with the second-year student now, and I heard that she is about to wipe out the opponent. Shen Chen sighed again, rubbing his eyebrows with a headache. The key is that the comprehensive test scores are of no use to her. She came to interfere, just to pick a fight with us on purpose. So, why don't we join forces first, and take advantage of her confrontation with the second-year students, and kick her out together, and then we can each rely on our own abilities to get the remaining points. Yuan Qiming was silent for a moment, and did not answer immediately. He turned around and looked at Song Shursan, asking for her opinion with his eyes. Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian were originally standing in the center of the team formation, and were protected by Yuan Qiming just now. Cheng Meng and Luo Shen stood in front of them, and their figures were blocked. Now Yuan Qiming turned sideways, making way for the two of them, and Shen Chen then noticed the presence of Song Shursan. When he saw Song Shursan, his eyes lit up with the joy of reunion, and swept away the depressed and troubled look just now. Like a peacock spreading its tail, he reflexively put on a calm and elegant sweet smile, exaggerating his charm. Song Shursen had no special reaction to Shen Chen's appearance, and did not take his sudden change of attitude to heart at all. She frowned slightly, recalling the details described by the other party, and faced Shen Chen's eager gaze, asked, Who is the one in the second grade? Second grade? Shen Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the point Song Shursen asked had nothing to do with him. He replied, Tang Yiru. Song Shursen looked at Tang Tiantian. Shen Chen's meaning was very clear. He wanted to help Tang Yiru, or to say, use Tang Yiru as bait to work together to eliminate the strong enemy. It was naturally a good thing to eliminate a strong enemy, but Tang Yiru was too special as a bait. Song Shursen was not sure about Tang Tiantian's attitude towards her. Judging from the confrontation between Tang Jian and Tang Tiantian and Tang Yiru's relationship is not as irreconcilable as fire and water, but it is definitely not harmonious. But judging from Tang Yiru's attitude, and Tang Tiantian's response, it seems that there is room for change between them. Compared to the course scores, Song Shursen cares more about his friend's feelings. Why not give the choice to Tang Tiantian? Okay. Tang Tiantian lowered her eyes, and there was no emotion in her tone. Let's go and have a look. Song Shursen turned his head and looked at Yuan Qiming. Yuan Qiming understood, nodded, and relaxed his cold look toward Shen Chen. I agree, let's form an alliance. Yuan Qiming and his friends basically didn't say anything during this communication, relying entirely on eye contact. Shen Chen's eyes moved back and forth between the few people, and finally fixed on Song Shursan and Yuan Qiming. His expression was a little strange. Do you know each other? Yes. Are you teammates? Yes. Do you have a good relationship? Yuan Qiming raised his eyes, but didn't answer, but the impatience and confusion in his eyes were clear. Shinshin touched his nose, and awkwardly changed the subject. It's okay, just asking. Let's go, I lead the way for you. Chapter 53. Shinshin team had almost no losses in the first round of eliminations. Except for the group of people who came to find Yuan Qiming, they could also spare some people to stay with Tang Yiru to keep an eye on her. Following the red dots of the team members' coordinates on Shinshin map, the group came to a cloverleaf-shaped overpass. Without the flowing convoy, the magnificent overpass had only the street lights on both sides of the road still lit up alone. The bridge was not complete, the broken steel bars and concrete were exposed, and it looked even more empty and dilapidated. They fought really hard. Cheng Ming jumped over a collapsed bridge deck and looked at the broken walls and ruins around him. If they keep fighting, the whole bridge might be gone. With the terrifying destructive power of the S-Class, it's easy to destroy an entire city. It's just an overpass. They've done this. Luo Shen followed behind with steady steps. I heard that before the invention of holographic simulation, in order to reduce the loss of urban construction, everyone went to the desolate planet for training. Liu walked along the collapsed stone wall into the bridge hole, while paying attention to the falling rubble, and continued. It's even easier for the Zerg and the aliens to destroy a city than this. The lights of thousands of homes that were lit up with the hard work of several generations were destroyed in just a moment. There was a subtle sadness in her tone, as if she was sighing. Human civilization is too fragile. The neon wasteland in this course is very similar to Liu hometown. Liu birthplace is quite special. It is a planet that was originally rich, but was abandoned after being looted by the Zerg. Fortunately, her family is relatively well off. After her mother planet was abandoned, her family moved to Yunta Star. At that time, Yunta Star was just a high-level planet that had just obtained the naming rights, and the migration conditions were relatively relaxed. After the Meyer family took over, Yunta Star became the capital of the entire Federal Interstellar, and its value was far from what it used to be, and the immigration conditions became extremely harsh. The relocation of Liu family was a blessing in disguise. Despite this, the shocking destruction of his hometown still left an indelible shadow on the young Liu. It was also because of this childhood experience that Liu chose to apply for the military academy without hesitation. Most people go to military academies just because they value the high welfare and social status of the army and want to get ahead through military merit, which is driven by profit. But Liu went to military academy for the pure reason of wanting to defend her homeland. With this belief, although she is not a seed soldier major, her usual training is more arduous than that of ordinary seed soldiers. She and Yuan Qiming also worked day and night in the training ground, and became like-minded friends. Looking across the broken bridge, Liu kicked away a small stone at her feet, feeling a little depressed. If only my mental power could be so aggressive. No matter how hard I train, my abilities that are good-looking but not useful will not be of much use on the battlefield. Liu did not study the seed soldier major, not because she did not want to, but because she could not pass the entrance exam. Although her mental power is A-level, she is very biased in the 4 dimensions of range, strength, accuracy and endurance. Liu elemental energy control range is far beyond that of ordinary people, but her strength and accuracy are not even as good as those of B-level students. She had no choice but to obey her specialty and chose the strategic support major. Song Shursen had heard Yuan Qiming introduce Liu's situation, and had also seen her abilities in previous cooperation. After a little thought, he consoled her. A wide sensing range is a good sniping talent. Sniping? Me? Liu turned her head away and waved her hands quickly. I can't do it. Sniping requires too high a 4-dimensional control of elemental energy. Not only does it require an extremely wide elemental control range, but it also requires ensuring that the condensation strength of the elements will not decay. It is impossible to do this without an S+ level of mental strength. She recalled. There are not many snipers in the entire Federation. Speaking of which, our school seems to have a retired sniper. Yes, General Chimodeo. Song Shursan continued, completing the rest of her words. A former sniper in the Federation who never missed a shot, and now the Dean of the Institute of Weapon Science. Song Shursan stroked the hilt of the knife on his waist. After Dean Chi retired due to injury, he turned to the research of elemental weapons. I heard that he has a lot of experience in the research of sniper weapons. Elemental weapons actually have such detailed classifications? Liu thought. Then General Chi can return to the battlefield with the elemental sniper rifle? Song Shursan shook his head. He doesn't have many memories of the battlefield. Now he only wants to develop weapon science. Unfortunately, although he has done a lot of research on the production of sniper guns, there are not many people with sniping talent. Our seniors, even if it is difficult for them to graduate, are not willing to ask him for advice. Ah? Why? Liu didn't quite understand. Song Shursan smiled. The production theory of elemental weapons is too difficult to study, and the forging process is time-consuming and laborious. The dean may be willing to share his experience selflessly, but everyone is more inclined to study the life weapon that suits their own fighting style. And the application range of sniper rifles is too narrow, and people who want to make money from elemental weapons don't look down on this market. Sniper rifles have no market? Liu opened his eyes wide. If someone is willing to sell an A-grade sniper rifle, I am willing to buy it even if it means losing everything. She looked at the mechanical sword on Song Shursan's waist with envy. It's a pity that the designers who can make A-level elemental weapons are basically monopolized by the aristocratic families. Liu didn't know much about elemental weapons, and didn't know how explosive the weapons that could transform their forms were in the entire weapon field. But from Song Shursan's battle in the alley, she could see that this sword was definitely not an ordinary product. Tang Tiantian was the eldest daughter of an aristocratic family, and Song Shursan's background should not be much worse. In short, it was beyond the reach of ordinary people like her. Being a sniper is better than being a scout. At least I can kill the enemy myself. Liu sighed lightly, rolled her eyes, and asked tentatively, "Do you think General Qi is willing to sell his work to the outside world?" As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Tiantian beside her couldn't help laughing. Liu could ask such a question, which showed that she had basically no understanding of elemental weapons. The production of elemental weapons not only needs to consider the shape of the weapon, but also the type of element that resonates, and design integrated circuits and select suitable production materials for it. Everyone is good at different fighting styles, and the types of elements that can resonate are also different. For general weapon masters, it is not easy to master the production of a certain type of weapon, not to mention designing circuits that can resonate with multiple elements. Therefore, except for the works of masters like Manium, which have a high degree of universality, if you want to have an elemental weapon that suits you, you can only ask a weapon master to customize it. You can basically not buy ready-made ones. Tang Tiantian smiled and said, "Instead of asking Dean Qi to sell you a ready-made one, it is better for you to transfer to our major and learn to make one from him." "What?" "Give them elemental weapons." Cheng Ming was walking beside them, heard only half of the conversation, and when he heard the words elemental weapons, he came up immediately. "What major is it? I want to go too." Liu turned around and repeated Song Shursan's words in full. "Weapon science?" Cheng Ming blinked blankly. "Does our school have this major? Really? It's too unpopular. This is the first time I've heard of it." Liu was also a little surprised, tying her ponytail around her fingertips. Luotian looked through all the majors in the school before the start of the semester. He had some impression of this name and took the initiative to explain. "Weapon science? Our school is the only one in the Federation that offers this major. However, because the core technology is not here, there are very few applicants, and the admission requirements are also low. They are basically students with insufficient mental strength or severe oropathy." When he said the last two sentences, Luotian couldn't help but lower his voice and glanced at Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian without confidence. The information he found at the beginning clearly described the major of weapon science in this way. But looking at the appearance of Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian, I am afraid that even the top students of the seed individual soldiers can be beaten by them. False information. It hurts people a lot. If he had known that the students of this major were so powerful, he would have applied for weapon science at the beginning. Chapter 54. Every subject has its value of existence and development. There is no distinction between good and bad in all walks of life. Following Luotian's gaze, Yun Qiming also looked at Song Shursan. Under the influence of the mental power contempt chain, seed soldiers are naturally superior in people's minds, and the students of this major themselves also subtly develop a sense of superiority. When Yun Qiming first met Song Shursan, he looked down on her in his heart. Even when Song Shursan later showed her strength, he was unwilling to admit that the other party was strong. It was not until they really got to know each other that he realized how narrow-minded he was. After adjusting his mindset, many things that were awkward and tangled in the past suddenly disappeared like the clouds and fog, and were blown away by the wind. Yuan Qiming turned his head to look at Li Yu, and said seriously, "The Seed Soldier is not the best. The Seed Soldier can be regarded as the glory of the combat system. And for people like Li Yu who are determined to join the battlefield to defend their country, it is even more fatally attractive." Li Yu almost never stopped until she was exhausted in the training ground, and she always secretly compared herself with him. Yuan Qiming knew that not passing the Seed Soldier exam must be a hurdle that she couldn't get around in her heart. Seed Soldiers are not good? Li Yu turned her head. Then what is good? The best is the one that suits you. Without waiting for Li Yu to reply, Yuan Qiming continued, "My sister was also a Seed Soldier, and she was a deserter from the battlefield." Sister? Li Yu thought blankly for a while. Her mouth slowly opened into an O shape. "You are not talking about Sister Chiha?" Yuan Chiha, one of the chief explorers of the Federation, came to the school to give a speech not long ago. Li Yu was deeply impressed by her. Mineralogy is a popular major in the non-combat department of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. The speech of the chief prospector of the Federation caused a sensation. In addition, Yuan Chiha was accompanied by the god of war Xuanye. Not only the C individual major, but also the students of the entire combat department were almost crazy about it. The members of their team had a good relationship in private, but Yuan Qiming almost never mentioned that he had such a powerful sister. It was only when Yuan Chiha came to the school that they joked because their names were too similar. And then they knew that they were actually siblings. The audience for this speech was even more spectacular than the opening ceremony. If it were Li Yu, she would have been very excited to have such a famous sister. But Yuan Qiming showed a very cold attitude and did not even go to the speech. Li Yu did not understand before, but now she understands a little. The more people value the honor of soldiers, the more they despise desertion. Li Yu could not believe that Yuan Chiha, who was so respected and prominent, had actually been a deserter on the battlefield. For a moment, her mood was a bit complicated. Yuan Qiming fully understood Li Yu's surprise. After all, he had experienced this kind of shock and helplessness before. And even more than Li Yu, Yuan Chiha was serious and steady, and was very careful in everything she did, even to the point of being old-fashioned and fussy. It was also because of this characteristic that she was able to achieve the goals and expectations set by her parents. And she was truly a child of other people's families. As the eldest daughter in the family, Yuan Chiha not only reached the A-level mental power, but also easily passed the Seed Soldier exam, which gave the family enough face. Her parents were arrogant among relatives and neighbors. Yuan Qiming worshipped his sister. From childhood to adulthood, he always regarded his sister as his pride and role model. He followed his sister's footsteps all the way, watching her pass the test of the Seed Soldier, watching her rush to the battlefield, and then watching her run home in the middle of the night when no one was around, breaking down and crying. Yuan Qiming knew that his sister was not suitable for the battlefield, and did not like the Seed Soldier major. She had a soft temper, was literary, and was timid. She was afraid of insects, afraid of pain, and dared not see blood. But everyone was talking about the pride of a soldier, the supreme glory of a single Seed Soldier, and the rare talent and opportunity she had. So Yuan Chiha was pushed step by step, embarking on the glorious road of becoming a frontline soldier. Then she fled in panic. Yuan Chiha returned home late at night, but did not receive any comfort. Instead, she made her family a joke. She went from being a shining star to being nailed to the family's pillar of shame overnight. From being a genius praised by everyone to being a joke after dinner, because his sister was a deserter. Yuan Qiming suffered a lot from the cold eyes of others. These rumors, ridicules, and mockery troubled Yuan Qiming for a long time. Although he did not blame his sister in person like other family members, he also complained quietly in his heart. Finally, unable to withstand the ridicule and misunderstanding from his closest relatives, Yuan Chiha returned to the battlefield. Her back when she left was as miserable and lonely as when she came back. For a moment, Yuan Qiming even felt that there was a kind of despair of death in her back. Later, Yuan Qiming grew up slowly, and realized that even if his mental power reached a level, he still needed to work hard to study for the Seed Soldier. He also realized that the Seed Soldier was just the starting point of everything. There were many strong people in this world, and there were also many dangers. It was much more difficult and dangerous than the residents of a small town like them imagined. Yuan Qiming trained hard, almost like self-torture, to wash away the shame of being a deserter left by his sister, and for his self-esteem that he would not yield to others. The harder he worked, the more he could understand his sister's hard work. He tried to overcome his fear of the Zerg, tried to catch up with a genius who was far behind him, and tried to avoid becoming a burden to the team. He gradually forgave his sister and realized how cold and careless his and his family's attitude was at the time. Yun Qiming didn't know how his sister survived on the battlefield all these years. His goal of hard training changed from washing away the shame to protecting his sister. But Yun Chiho was straightforward and retired without any regrets. A new star was rising in mineralogy. That childish and old-fashioned girl was gone forever. And she was reborn in a place they could not see. The family once again enjoyed the honor, wealth, and rare and high-purity elemental stones brought by her sister, but lost the softest trust and attachment in her heart. Her sister had never owed the family anything, which made Yun Qiming feel more guilty about his former indifference and more at a loss when facing her sister. He was proud of her, but under the awkward and rigid family relationship, he could only show an indifferent look. She is not suitable for the battlefield. Her personality is suitable for scientific research. If she had not listened to her family's advice and did what she really liked and was good at, these scars might not have happened. Seed soldiers and mental power are too deified. Yun Qiming came back to his senses from his memories, and his eyes focused on the mechanical horizontal sword in Song Shursen's hand. I know you stay in the strategic support department because its professional course requirements are closest to those of the soldier department. But becoming a sniper is far more rewarding than fighting for the seed alone. And it is more suitable for you. After more contact with Song Shursen, Yun Qiming also has some understanding of the major of weapon science. If he can really get rid of the limitation of mental power and let Liu show his true strength, with Liu diligence and hard work, he can definitely break into a new world. Yun Qiming raised his eyes and looked at Liu. I think, weapon science, you can try it. Perhaps because she pursued her ideal without distractions and had her own mental strength defects. Liu did not have the idea of mental strength as noble. As long as it can improve her strength, she is willing to accept it. Encouraged by Yun Qiming, Liu's eyes lit up. Really? Then I will go and find out after the course is over. Song Shursen looked away, infected by her enthusiasm, and smiled a little. Weapon science is not only unpopular, but also the students' mental strength qualifications are not high. Therefore, this major is also called a waste recycling station. Due to this reputation, some people who were originally interested in weapon science also gave up. After all, the waste recycling station must be full of waste. So why rush to humiliate yourself? The number of students enrolled in the weapons science major has been decreasing year by year, and there are always vacancies. If no one is willing to devote themselves to it, how can the discipline usher in new development? Song Shursen has decided to give a big gift to the Academy of Weapons Science. Before that, it is a good sign that more people are willing to join the research. The group continued to move forward. The bridge surface vibrated more and more frequently, and gravel fell from time to time. Walking up the viaduct along the left ramp, Shinshin suddenly raised his arm to stop the people behind him. It's right here. Song Shursen stopped and saw a familiar figure in front of Shinshin, squatting on the side of the bridge and looking down. Hearing the movement behind him, the man turned around and whispered, Brother Shin, they are down there. The group lowered their bodies, trying not to make their figures too conspicuous, and moved to the observation point quietly. The two sides met. Song Shursen raised his eyebrows. The one who was in charge of surveillance was Lu Qingtiu. So cruel, several bridges collapsed. I have changed several observation points. Lu Qingtiu briefly introduced the situation, and immediately moved his eyes back to the battle below. We must be careful at all times. This position may collapse soon. He paused, and suddenly turned his head. His eyes moved back and forth between Song Shursen and Tang Tiantian, and was stunned for a moment, and finally looked at Shinshin. Why are they here too? Didn't they just say they would form an alliance with Yun Qiming team? Now that there are these two, how can they fight when they turn against each other later? Yun Qiming saw the people fighting below, and was stunned for a moment, and also looked at Shinshin. Why is it Senior Yu? The enemy that Shinshin said they should fight together, turned out to be Yu Qingjiu? What's wrong? Shinshin was puzzled by the reactions of these two people, and didn't explain too much, and continued with his plan. Now there are only two people left on Tang Yuri's side, and time is running out. We have to act as soon as possible, and work together to kick Yu Qingjiu out. I will go and hold Yu Qingjiu back later. You can take the opportunity to tell Tang Yuri your intentions. Then set up an ambush and attack together. You hold him back? Lu Qingjiu's eyes widened, his head full of question marks, and he winked at Shinshin. Their plan was to let Yun Qiming hold him back and use the opportunity to consume him. After dealing with Yu Qingjiu, Yun Qiming and Tang Yiru would also be seriously injured. And then, they would take advantage of the situation and get rid of the two of them at the same time. Now Shinshin took the initiative to asking to hold Yu Qingjiu back. Wouldn't that consume their own troops? How come this is suddenly different from what was agreed upon? Shinshin ignored the signal from Lu Qingtiao, who was so anxious that his eyes were almost twitching, and instead stole a glance at Song Shersan. He had originally intended to let Yun Qiming fight with Yu Qingjiu, but now that Song Shersan was here, it was different. In front of a girl who admired him, how could he possibly give up this opportunity to show off his strength and shine? The eyes of several boys collided and sparks were about to fly, but Song Shersan was completely unaware of their complex psychological activities. In the night wind, she focused on observing the battle under the bridge, and her expression gradually became solemn. Chapter 55. On the spacious lane under the bridge, 5 figures were facing each other. Yu Qingjiu team had the same personnel configuration as the last time he besieged Yun Qiming, 3 people in one team. Song Shersan had a basic understanding of these people's fighting style. Tang Yiru team was also full of familiar faces, only she and Tang Xian, or only the two of them were left. The gap in strength between the two sides was huge, and the battle on the field was almost coming to an end. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yu Qingjiu had a sure win. And Tang Yiru was just struggling to survive. Tang Yiru was not wearing a training suit. She was dressed the same as usual, in a floor-length dress that covered her ankles. Her lips were pale. She looked a little shaky, and her delicate outfit, like a white flower, made her look even more pitiful. Every time Yu Qingjiu looked at her clothes, his frown deepened. Although it was a personal freedom to wear what to wear on the simulation field, no one would be stupid enough to wear such a long dress that would get in the way. With such a long skirt, can you stretch your legs wide? Looking at Tang Yiru's delicate and vulnerable appearance, Yu Qingjiu was even more angry. This is a battlefield. Why do you have to put on such a humble and submissive look? It makes me look like the vicious female supporting role who bullies the innocent heroine. Oh no, I haven't even hurt her much. The few ruthless moves I made were all countered by the flower protectors around her. Yu Qingjiu had never seen such a hypocritical person in his life, and he was so covered with goosebumps. Tang Yiru was still adding fuel to the fire. She raised her face and said aggrievedly, "Senior Qingjiu, I have no grudge against you. And we have no grudges against each other. Why do you have to target me like this?" Yu Qingjiu was targeting her. Tang Yiru saw it. Their battle was fierce, attracting many ordinary students who either watched or wanted to fish in troubled waters. Yu Qingjiu's moves were powerful, but she did not accidentally hurt the students who were watching, and only carried out precise strikes on her team. Let alone the fact that the holographic battle simulation class could no longer bring more benefits to Yu Qingjiu. Even if she really wanted to compete for a place, wouldn't it be more advantageous to harvest more heads, and there was no need to worry about whether other students were injured by mistake. Apart from deliberately targeting, Tang Yiru couldn't think of any other reason. What answered Tang Yiru was Yu Qingjiu's more fierce thundercloud. Thunder exploded, dense arcs flashed in the air, surrounding Tang Yiru layer by layer, and locking her upside down. Yun Qiming was shocked watching from the side. Yu Qingjiu's attack this time was much heavier than when he intercepted him. Such dense arcs, each of which was almost condensed into a solid, flashing a dark blue light. If you accidentally touch it, even with the defense of the gold element, you can't escape the pain of being pierced by thousands of arrows. What's more, as far as he knows, Tang Yiru can't resonate with the gold element. If you just want to get kills, there are many ways to send the opponent out quickly, such as Song Shersan. When sending people to the top lane, the opponent almost doesn't even have time to feel the pain. Yu Qingjiu's move obviously does not belong to this category. Rather than simply wanting to win, it is more like a malicious killing. Yun Qiming and Tang Yiru have never had any interactions. Seeing her helpless and panicked appearance, he felt a little sorry, and thought that Yu Qingjiu had gone too far. The righteous messenger in his heart raised his head, and subconsciously wanted to help Tang Yiru. Just as he was about to get up, Tang Tiantian beside him grabbed him. Tang Yiru's mental strength is S, Tang Tiantian said lightly. Her eyes were cold, and her eyes did not move away from the battle below. Yun Qiming stopped, stunned for a moment. Tang Yiru looked like a little girl with no self-defense ability, as weak as the first people to be evacuated in a rescue mission, so weak that he forgot her true strength. The first seed soldier in the second year, mental power S, even stronger than himself. Calming down, Yuan Qiming squatted back to his original position obediently, his eyes narrowed rarely behind the lenses, with a puzzled look on his face. Why did she? He didn't know what to say next. Why didn't he fight back? Why didn't he dodge? Why did he look like he was defenseless? Even if Yu Qingjiu's mental power level reached S+, Tang Yiru also had S, and had received military training, so she wouldn't be like a frightened deer without any ability to fight back. After a moment of silence, Yuan Qiming looked at Tang Yiru's pitiful appearance again, and still hesitated. We really don't want to help. Puff. Tang Tiantian couldn't help it, glancing at Yuan Qiming, who looked uncomfortable, and laughed out loud. Why didn't I see before? You are so naive. She put away her expression, and said in a teasing tone, with a hidden meaning, there are many people who will block the knife for her, it's not our turn yet. Around Tang Yiru, the electric arcs were shrinking layer by layer, still accumulating energy. Yu Qingjiu didn't seem to intend to attack the other party immediately, but like Tang Tiantian and the others, she was also waiting for Tang Yiru's next move. Not far from Tang Yiru, Tang Jian fell on the asphalt concrete ground, raising his eyes with difficulty, looking towards the thundercloud arc. He looked seriously injured, not much better than when he was carried out of the exploration cave, like a wilted eggplant, not as arrogant as he was in front of Song Shersan and the others. Yu Qingjiu and the others focused their attention on Tang Yiru. No one noticed him. Tang Jian forced himself to stand up, concentrating his mental strength, and stood up shakily. Golden ripples surged on his body, so dense that almost every inch of his skin was covered. Because of the instability of elemental condensation, the golden ripples flowed intermittently, like a TV screen flashing snow intermittently. Tang Jian? Song Shersan patted Tang Tiantian's shoulder, indicating her to look over there. When he heard Tang Tiantian say block the knife, Song Shersan first looked at Tang Jian. The only one left. She herself had never used mental power, so she didn't quite understand the abnormality of Tang Jian's body now. Tang Tiantian understood what she meant and answered. He wants to condense the gold element into a solid body to strengthen his body's surface. However, with his mental power level, he cannot do this. So the performance of the elemental energy is very unstable. This method is very damaging to mental power, and will aggravate the onset of mineralogy. Tang Tiantian sneered, with a mocking tone. What a good method. To tame the people around him to be loyal than dogs. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Jian rushed into the thundercloud arc with the determination to cut off his own arm. His body was unstable, and he almost stumbled and fell in. The moment he was touched by the arc, he couldn't help but scream. Ugh! Yu Qingjiu frowned at the scream and subconsciously retracted the strength in her hand. She summoned this thundercloud just to deter, to force Tang Yiru to show her real ability. But she didn't expect that someone would actually break in without fear of death. Tang Jian. Tang Yiru was also startled, with a worried look on her face. Before she could say anything, she was pulled out of the arc's trap by Tang Jian. Tang Jian used his body, which was hardened by the gold pattern, to block a gap in the arc barrier, opening a way for Tang Yiru to escape. Run! Run! He twitched and uttered a few unclear words with difficulty. His gold pattern was unstable, and under the high voltage arc, he couldn't even last 3 seconds before his artificial body was crushed into dust. With such a high-intensity attack, it is hard to say whether he can still remain conscious after being ejected from the simulation cabin. Tang Yiru was pulled hard by Tang Jian just now, staggered twice, and fell to the ground. When she looked up again, Tang Jian's figure had completely disappeared. On her information panel, the team points became equal to her personal points. She was the only one left in her team. The surroundings were silent, and the wide road seemed even more empty. Tang Yiru lowered her eyes, and climbed up from the ground in a somewhat strange posture. But she did not run away. Instead, she changed her previous fear and weakness, and looked at Yu Qingjiu frankly. Why don't you run away? Yu Qingjiu raised an eyebrow, a little surprised at Tang Yiru's reaction. This is the chance for you to escape at the cost of your teammates' lives. Under the streetlight, Tang Yiru leaned over to adjust her skirt, smiled, and said softly, well, I appreciate his kindness. The next moment, she changed the subject. But, without them getting in the way, I can be much more relaxed. Oh! Yu Qingjiu was surprised, and looked suspiciously at the girl in front of him, who had completely changed her face. Fear, grievance, innocence, tears, pity. These expressions and temperaments that seemed to have been engraved on Tang Yiru all the time. disappeared the moment Tang Jian popped up the system. Instead, she showed undisguised calculations and ambitions, confronting Yu Qingjiu blatantly. Tang Yuru still kept a respectful and polite smile on her face, and said slowly, "Senior Qingjiu, I am very curious. Where does your hostility towards me come from? The credits and points of this course are useless to you. There are almost no people in the school who can beat you. Given your past personality, it is unlikely that you would do such a thing as deliberately making enemies. So I have made special observations, and found that your targets are only the top few in each grade. I will just regard this as a test and advice from the seniors. And thank Senior Sake for giving us such an opportunity to learn from each other. But, why me?" Tang Yiru's expression turned cold. She glanced around the empty space around her, and continued, "Why do you want to kill me so ruthlessly? Whether it was Yun Qiming or other outstanding students in the grade, Yu Qingjiu finding faults would at most cause them a little trouble, and they would stop at the right time. When it came to Tang Yiru, Yu Qingjiu's pursuit seemed too relentless, and she had no intention of letting the other party go even when all of Tang Yiru's teammates were eliminated." Seeing Tang Yiru's direct question, Yu Qingjiu simply stopped the attack. She looked straight at Tang Yiru, and gave a sarcastic smile. "Oh, I thought this was your plan. Use me to eliminate your teammates and take all the points of the team. I helped you so much. You shouldn't thank me?" Chapter 56. Tang Yiru's expression froze. "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't it?" Yu Qingjiu crossed her arms and watched her performance leisurely. "Then why do you pretend to be so weak and unable to take care of yourself, waiting for your teammates to come to rescue you one by one? If I remember correctly, your mental strength is S. There should be no one in your team who is stronger than you." Tang Yiru was speechless. Her face changed again, and it took a while to force out a gentle smile. "So you chased me all the way, just to hear a word of thanks from me?" Sharp-tongued, Yu Qingjiu was annoyed by her hypocritical appearance, and was too lazy to play along with her. "Are you targeting me? If you think so, then I am just screening the candidates for the recommended military rank for the school." She glanced at Tang Yiru, and her words were full of contempt and disgust. "People like you are not worthy of being recommended for military rank, and you are not qualified to appear on the battlefield." The tone of her words was too strong. Tang Yiru was stunned for a moment. Her lips became paler, and she tried her best to maintain a smile on her face. "Senior sister, there must be some misunderstanding about me." "There is no misunderstanding. I just simply cannot stand people who are unwilling to work hard, take shortcuts, and abandon their self-esteem." Yu Qingjiu looked Tang Yiru up and down, his eyes cold. "As a student of the First Military Academy of the Federation, when you go to the battlefield in the future, you will be responsible for the blood and righteousness of defending your country. Your mental strength is S, which is already a talent that others envy. You should be down to earth and hard training. What you are doing now, are you treating the battlefield as a joke?" "Senior Qingjiu," Tang Yiru raised her voice, "I don't understand where your prejudices come from, but every step I take is based on my own efforts." "You mean efforts? Just pretending to be soft and fawning to a group of men who are not as strong as you?" Yu Qingjiu frowned, and disgust almost overflowed from her eyes. She didn't mind some tactics and strategies on the battlefield, which should even be compulsory courses for excellent generals. But Tang Yiru's approach always made her feel a kind of indescribable discomfort and weirdness in her heart. Since the second round of eliminations, she has locked Tang Yiru as her target and has been chasing her all the way to now. The holographic battle simulation class encourages fighting, encourages strategies, but also encourages camaraderie that persists under the drive of huge interests. On the battlefield, mutual trust and mutual assistance between teammates are far more important than conspiracy and conspiracy. Many strong students have their own small groups, and Yu Qingjiu is no exception. But groups like theirs, and the alliance of intrigue and deception, it is different from a group, but is similar to a combat team in the army, with the captain as the core, completing the task together. The status between the captain and the team members is equal, and they trust each other, and can share weal and woe, and live and die together. Yu Qingjiu saw this trust in Yun Qiming team, and also in many other teams with fixed captains. But Tang Yiru's team is very strange. The strange thing is not the outrageous ratio of men to women in the team, but the atmosphere of the team. Tang Yiru didn't look like a captain who occupied a core leadership position, but rather a group pet. The team members' respect for Tang Yiru was not for the highest combat power, but for pity and care. At first, Yu Qingjiu thought it was a special expression of intimacy, although it was awkward. He didn't take it too seriously. But as the battle progressed, Yu Qingjiu figured out something was wrong. During the whole process, Tang Yiru hardly used any moves seriously. When she encountered danger, she often pretended to be unable to avoid it, and was in danger. The other team members rushed to save her like moths to a flame. It was as if she was a soft and delicate daughter flower that was powerless. For many moments, Yu Qingjiu almost forgot that Tang Yiru was actually an S-level psychic, and ranked first on the second-year seed individual soldier rankings. In Tang Yiru team, the team members were loyal to the captain and devoted their lives to him. However, the captain only treated the team members as chess pieces to be discarded after use, without any mercy. However, under Tang Yiru's disguise of being soft and flattering, these boys seemed to be bewitched and were happy to accept it, and did not feel that they were being used at all. The structure of this team, rather than the captain and the team members, it looks more and more like the goddess and her licking dogs. Realizing where this weird feeling came from, Yu Qingjiu was furious. How could the first military academy of the Federation produce such a team that corrupted military discipline and treated the battlefield as a joke? She simply couldn't imagine the consequences of letting Tang Yiru be promoted to a military rank. Pretending to be gentle and flattering? Tang Yiru blinked, lowered her eyes, bit her lip, and put on a pitiful look again. Is that what you mean? This expression only lasted for a few seconds on her face. And in an instant, she changed her expression. Tang Yiru raised her eyes, with a faint smile that did not reach her eyes, and looked at Yu Qingjiu provocatively. Using means and tricks, how can it not be considered an effort? You? Before Yu Qingjiu could get angry, Tang Yiru pulled out another pendant from her collar, broke it with force, and held it in front of everyone. Several people on the field were stunned. Yu Qingjiu looked up and saw that what Tang Yiru was holding high in her hand was a pendant inlaid with elemental stones. Interstellar humans fight by using mental power to control elemental energy. And elemental energy can only be activated and released when the human body touches elemental stones soaked in the special medium PRF-199 liquid. That is to say, all interstellar humans who use mental power will carry a soaked elemental stone as an energy reserve. This pendant is Tang Yiru energy supply. The inside of the elemental stone inlaid in the pendant looks a bit mottled. Even people who don't know much about mineralogy can tell that this is a stone of poor quality. Yu Qingjiu had learned a little about mineralogy by herself, and her judgment of this elemental stone was more accurate. She could see that the purity of this stone was definitely less than 70%. According to interstellar regulations, elemental stones with a purity of less than 60% were prohibited from use. And the stone in Tang Yiru's hand was only a little stronger than the minimum standard. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. In just a moment, Yu Qingjiu understood why Tang Yiru tried not to use her mental power, and why her teammates all acquiesced to this behavior. The more impure the elemental stone is, the more harmful substances it produces when the impurities react with PRF-199 liquid. These harmful substances not only cause mineral sickness, but also cause the user to feel obvious pain due to mental damage. Students in the combat department have to face many trainings, and the frequency of using mental power is extremely high. Tang Yiru uses mental power to drive this kind of stone, and I am afraid that she will suffer from bone erosion all the time. Moreover, the risk of mineral sickness will also increase. Yu Qingjiu couldn't help but glance at Tang Yiru's skirt. When Tang Jian pulled her out of his thundercloud arc, his movements were impatient but not rough. That level of force was not enough to cause her to fall. At that time, Yu Qingjiu just thought she was pretending to be weak again to gain sympathy. When Tang Yiru got up from the ground later, her movements were also indescribably stiff. Now it seems that, maybe, her legs had been infected by mineralism for a long time. Senior Qingjiu, if I say, I actually know what I want and what I need, and I have been working hard for it in my own way, would you believe it? Yu Qingjiu looked away with mixed feelings, and her momentum weakened a bit. Tang Yiru continued, Senior sister, you look down on my methods and schemes, don't you? If it weren't for my methods and schemes, with my starting point, I wouldn't be able to stand on the same stage with you. If I hadn't worked hard, I wouldn't even have this opportunity today to become your target of belittlement. Do you know? Even stones of this level were bought with great difficulty by me using the scholarship money I secretly saved. Yu Qingjiu opened his mouth, with mixed feelings in his heart. It took him a long time to squeeze out a barely comforting word. If you are in financial difficulty, you can apply for a subsidy from the school. Subsidy? Tang Yiru lowered her head, her hair covering her eyes, and her tone was bitter. All my personal accounts are under the supervision of my parents. Interstellar citizens are not allowed to have their own personal accounts before they reach adulthood. Tang Yiru is only in the 2nd grade. Although she is an adult, it has not been long since she passed the coming-of-age ceremony. It is normal that her finances are not out of her parents' control. Yu Qingjiu eyelids twitched. She listened to Tang Yiru's words. From both sides of her words, it seemed that she was saying that her parents had withheld star coins, which was why she could only use the lowest grade elemental stones. Tang Yiru had S-level spiritual power. If any normal family gave birth to such a genius, they would have to devote all their efforts to provide her with good food and drink. What was wrong with her parents? The next second, Tang Yiru answered her question. I am an illegitimate daughter. My biological mother interfered with the legitimate family of a famous noble family in the Federation and gave birth to me. My birth was a mistake. I was not welcomed by my father family, and my mother only saw me as a cash cow for her to cling to power. Tang Yiru only mentioned that she was a famous noble family in the Federation, but her surname was there, and it was the same as if she hadn't typed it. You didn't even need to think about it to guess what she meant. Yu Qingjiu had some childhood impressions of the extramarital affair of the Tang family's direct descendants. It seemed that it was indeed a sensation for a while, and it even made the headlines of newspapers. Yu Qingjiu's mood was even more complicated. Her family was harmonious and peaceful, and she had no worries since she was a child. Because of her outstanding talent, her parents were also very strict with her, which nurtured her stubborn, old-fashioned and passionate character. Tang Yiru's life experience was completely beyond Yu Qingjiu's contact range. Yu Qingjiu didn't know how to comfort her, and could only lower her head like a child who had done something wrong. Tang Yiru was still making up for it. She glanced at the few people in Yu Qingjiu's team in front of her, with 3 parts of hatred in her eyes, and 7 parts of sorrow. People like you who were born with a smooth road, shouldn't stand on the moral high ground to accuse me? The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Tang Yiru's words shocked everyone. She mentioned the family scandal without any reservation. Not only Yu Qingjiu and the others found it difficult to react, Shinchen and the others were also shocked and their brains were knotted. If I remember correctly, the only daughter of the Tang family's direct lineage seems to be Tang Tiantian. Then the family that Tang Yiru referred to as interfered, isn't it? Shinchen and the others squatting on the bridge exchanged glances tacitly, and couldn't help but turn their heads together, and secretly glanced at Tang Tiantian. Shinchen's memory flashed back, and he suddenly understood why Yun Qiming and Song Shursen had to ask Tang Tiantian for her opinion when they formed an alliance. Under the prying eyes of the people around her, Tang Tiantian's face darkened, and she surprisingly did not make any further reactions. What Tang Yiru described was almost all true. Chapter 57. Seeing Tang Tiantian's attitude, Shinchen had a rough idea in his mind, and believed Tang Yiru's words to a certain extent. He tooted twice, and was about to make a comment, when Song Shursen suddenly interrupted. It's almost time. She half squatted down, and surveyed the best entrance position for Shinchen and urged. Let's do it. Song Shursen's face was expressionless, which was incompatible with the other people's indignation or compassion, as if he didn't hear Tang Yiru's sad and tearful complaint at all, and lightly pulled the thoughts of everyone on the bridge back from the gossip of the rich. What? Shinchen was stunned. His emotions had not yet changed. After Song Shursen reminded him, he slowly recalled the purpose of their trip. He quickly straightened his expression, and no longer had the heart to discuss the secrets of the wealthy. He turned around and called his teammates behind him. Let's go and contain Yu Qingjiu. He turned his head again, and said to Yun Qiming and his team to save face. You go and persuade Tang Yiru to form an alliance. We will meet at the ambush point later. Song Shursen's eyelashes moved, and he said nothing, but urged Shinchen silently with his eyes. Shinchen took 2 steps out, and suddenly seemed to remember something, and turned back, and stuffed an element stone into Song Shursen's hand. Give her this stone. She, of course, refers to Tang Yiru. Although Tang Yiru's life experience is indeed sympathetic, Shinchen has not forgotten that he is interested in Tang Yiru's strength, and he proposed an alliance to use her to deal with Yu Qingjiu together, rather than taking over the responsibility of the flower protector. He usually carries a spare elemental stone with him. Although its purity is not as high as the one he is using, it is enough for emergency use. It is even more precious than the one in Tang Yiru's hand. Giving it away now can also be regarded as a favor to Tang Yiru. After confirming that everything was explained correctly, Shinchen became serious, gestured to his teammates, and launched an attack in the direction of Yu Qingjiu. It must be said that the entrance direction surveyed by Song Shursen has a wide field of view and smooth passage, which is very suitable for sneak attacks. Shinshin team had 7 or 8 people. It was obvious that they had trained their cooperation many times outside of class. They almost blocked the vision between Yu Qingjio and Tang Yiru the moment they dived down from the bridge. Their team was not weak to begin with. They could be said to be the most threatening competitor for the top spot. In addition, Yu Qingjio was distracted by the misunderstanding and guilt in his heart. He was not able to react in time and was caught off guard by Shinshin. The scene fell into chaos. Yu Qingjio was confused at the moment, which was a good opportunity for them to stop Tang Yiru. Yun Qiming was ready to go. Half of his body had already stood up, and he was ready to follow suit. He turned his head again, and saw Song Shursen squatting there firmly. There was no sense of urgency to start a fight. Although he didn't understand what Song Shursen was up to, he subconsciously calmed down, retracted his movements, and held back Chung Meng, who was about to rush out. They half-squatted beside Song Shursen and asked, "Why don't we go?" Song Shursen lowered his eyes, rubbed the elemental stone in his hand, and nodded. Yun Qiming followed her gaze, and when he caught a glimpse of the elemental stone, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to him, and he suddenly realized what Song Shursen meant. This stone was what Shinshin wanted to give to Tang Yiru. Since Shinshin could give it, why couldn't Tang Yiru teammates give it to her? Although elemental stones with higher purity were expensive, they were not rare. Even if Tang Yiru's dark coin account was really controlled by her parents, with her teammates' willingness to go through fire and water, couldn't they even afford to give her an elemental stone with a purity of 80%? What's more, there is a member of the same family as Tang Jian in the team, so it is impossible for him to be treated unfairly financially. Yun Qiming's face darkened. No wonder Tang Yiru teammates were all controlled by her. She was so scheming. Every word and every action was calculated. If he was not careful, he would have almost fallen into it. Not to mention him, if Song Shursen had urged Shinshin a few seconds later, even senior sister Yu Qingjio would have been fooled into forming an alliance with the other party. After reacting, Yun Qiming subconsciously stole a glance at Tang Tiantian, and could not help but feel a little respect. After a long-term confrontation with such a terrifying mind, she was still able to maintain a complete and healthy personality. Tang Tiantian. Amazing. Yun Qiming understood without saying a word. But Chung Ming and the others were still confused. Seeing that the captain suddenly became as calm as a clock like Song Shursen, he couldn't help but feel anxious. What's wrong? Are we going to charge? Are we not going to form an alliance? Chung Ming leaned over, his tone not only urgent, but also worried. If she doesn't form an alliance, she will lose all her teammates. What will she do if she meets other players? Tang Yiru is too good at manipulating people's hearts. She is especially easy to deceive people with a sense of justice and simple personalities. In addition to her gender and appearance advantages, there are few boys who are not fooled. Yun Qiming comforted Chung Meng helplessly and explained his guess. Don't worry. She must have other stones in her hand. Other stones? Chung Meng calmed down and struggled to sort out the logical relationship. Then her reason for not taking action, because of the quality of the elemental stone, is not valid. That is what senior sister Yu said. She deliberately watched her teammates die to save herself. Damn, no way. Chung Meng exclaimed in a low voice, and glanced at Tang Yiru again, still a little unwilling to believe. Could she have another secret? Li Yu woke up quickly, reached out and pressed Chung Meng's forehead hard, and said helplessly, "So, she is deceiving stupid straight men like you." Saying that Chung Meng is a stupid straight man is already a polite way of speaking. Li Yu rolled her eyes in her heart. After seeing Chung Meng's reaction just now, she finally understood Tang Yiru's method of playing with boys. In the same hero-saving beauty drama, when Song Shursen was trapped in the alley, Chung Meng was calm and cautious, and stood by and watched. When it came to Tang Yiru, she was out of danger, but Chung Meng was still fearless, and worried about her safety in the next step. Li Yu was also very clear about the reason for this different treatment. Song Shursen was not weak in any way, and cannot inspire others' desire to protect her. This point, apart from her appearance, can be seen in her dressing. Song Shursen was wearing a black training suit, with her ponytail neatly tied high. Even if you only look at her from behind, the feeling she exudes is casual and unrestrained. Not to mention her heroic and calm eyebrows when she turned around. Ordinary people simply cannot surpass her in aura. Tang Tiantian dressing is not so neutral. With a one-shoulder curly hair, high waist and wide pants, fashionable but not ostentatious, exquisite and restrained nobleness, not to mention inspiring men's desire to protect her. If you want to chat with her, you have to consider whether you are qualified. As for Liu herself, she has a casual and cute style, a simple neighborly temperament, and can be regarded as the type of person who is easy to be protected. However, she has always been very strong-willed. She is most afraid of being held back by others, and will not easily put herself in danger. As for Tang Yiru has a petite figure, and often wears a gentle low ponytail on one side. The braid hangs softly on the side of her ear. At first glance, she looks like a fragile and gentle type. In addition, she wears a white dress that is longer than her ankles, and her shy and gentle temperament, which makes people feel a desire to protect her without even looking at her face. This kind of temperament is good anywhere, but it is not suitable for military academies or battlefields. Military academy students, especially seed soldiers, are required to fight bloody battles on the battlefield to defend their country. They are required to have the determination to repel the evil spirit of the Zerg and stabilize the rear. People's temperament is affected by the environment they grow up in, and it is not easy to change. Liu can understand it, and she is the same. But Tang Yiru did not want to change at all, and she brought the characteristics brought by this temperament to the extreme. Even went to the other extreme. Tang Yiru looks weak, but her spiritual power is very high. This setting of a broken-winged angel is more likely to arouse the protective desire of some male chauvinists. Who doesn't love the drama of a hero saving a beauty? Especially, this beauty is not a white flower with only beauty, but a goddess who is still tenacious after the fall. The meaning of redemption gives some men a sense of accomplishment. Little do they know, all this is just an illusion deliberately created by Tang Yiru. They think they are heroes who save innocent girls, but they are just poor creatures who are played with in the palm of their hands. Liu was secretly shocked, and a sense of fear inexplicably arose in her heart. It was too terrible. If possible, she would not even fight with such a person. If we are not truly in the same interests, it is better to be her enemy than to form an alliance with her. After a simple analysis of the situation, Song Shursan bluntly expressed his thoughts. Yu Qingjiu said that Tang Yiru was pretending to be gentle and flattering, abandoning her self-esteem and relying on men. In fact, in Tang Yiru's eyes, these were just means to achieve her goals. In the face of interests, self-esteem is not worth mentioning. This is a complete, unprincipled egoist. It's not that Song Shursan can't resist, but he just doesn't want to cause trouble for himself. The position of teammate is not suitable for such a person. As soon as Song Shursan said this, Liu immediately raised both hands to agree. Cheng Ming's mind was still hazy, seeing that Luo Shen was thinking and didn't express his opinion. He simply gave up thinking and looked directly at Yun Qiming. I will listen to the captain. Yun Qiming rubbed his temple, when he knew that the target that Shinshin wanted to join forces to deal with was Yu Qingjiu, and not the mysterious woman he thought. His willingness to form an alliance, this time, was actually reduced by more than half. Now that he had seen Tang Yiru's methods, he was even more annoyed by the twists and turns. But he had already promised Shinshin. He pressed his brows in annoyance. Not quite sure. Shinshin is still waiting for us to join him. Oh, it's okay. Song Shursan didn't care, looking at Shinshin, who was still trying hard to deal with Yu Qingjiu under the bridge. Originally, his purpose of forming an alliance with us was not pure. Chapter 58. If he really wanted to form an alliance and kick Yu Qingjiu out together, he should have done it before Tang Jian was eliminated. Tang Jian mental strength is A+, which is a rare fighting force in dealing with Yu Qingjiu team. Shinshin had the opportunity to save him, but he stood by and watched his death. This shows that in Shinshin's mind, the primary purpose of this plan is not Yu Qingjiu, but to consume the fighting power of other teams. This other team refers to Yu Qingjiu, Tang Yiru, and Yun Qiming. Among the current teams, Shinshin team has the best preserved strength. If they can successfully eliminate Yu Qingjiu, it will not be difficult to deal with Tang Yiru, who is the only one left, and Yun Qiming, who obviously has insufficient endurance. The first place on the list is almost reserved for Shinshin. If they fail to eliminate Yu Qingjiu, the losses of other teams will be more severe than his. After entering the next round of eliminations, he will be divided into camps according to points, and he will most likely be divided into the same camp with Yu Qingjiu. Against this group of weak soldiers, their camp's victory was a foregone conclusion. Even if they couldn't get first place, they wouldn't be a threat if they got second place. Since he dared to take the initiative to contain Yu Qingjiu, he must have thought of a way to escape. Song Shursan analyzed. Besides, Yu Qingjie didn't want to kill you all. Yun Qiming was silent. Song Shersan was right. From his fight with Yu Qingjie, he could see that the senior sister had the strength to catch up. But she deliberately let their team escape. And she never came to cause trouble again. The senior sister's goal should not be the course ranking and points at all. As long as the senior sister doesn't kill him, with the current strength of Shinshin team, it won't be difficult to escape. But, after Shinshin arrives at the ambush point, if he doesn't wait for us, he will definitely know that he has been tricked. Liu twisted her fingers, somewhat worried. Liu's personality is relatively simple, she values trustworthiness, and has never lied much. Even after listening to Song Shersan's explanation, she still feels a little uneasy. Liu's worries are exactly what Yun Qiming and the others are struggling with. Although betrayal and fighting were the main themes of this elimination match, Yun Qiming and his friends were only freshmen. And if possible, they did not want to make enemies with anyone, especially a famous figure in the grade like Shinshin. Shinshin was very popular in the school, and he basically appeared in a positive image. Because of his handsome and sunny appearance, he had many fans. If Shinshin was left out, the feud would definitely be established. If the other party came to settle the score, if they could not give a reasonable explanation, there would be endless troubles. Song Shersan pondered for a while, and immediately arranged the script for them clearly. Let's say Tang Yiru and Tian Tian had a conflict, and were unwilling to form an alliance. We missed the opportunity because we chased her to explain. Tang Yiru was the illegitimate child of a wealthy family, and she also told her life story so miserably in front of everyone. It was reasonable that she and Tang Tian Tian, the eldest daughter of the Yuan family, had an irreconcilable relationship. Knowing that Tang Tian Tian was in the team, Shinshin still asked the Yun Qiming team to be lobbyists. Maybe he deliberately wanted to create conflicts between the sisters and make them both lose. This, Luo Ocean, who was standing by, was also stunned by this operation of throwing dirty water. He stammered. Then, what if Shinshin doesn't believe it and secretly goes to find out what Tang Yiru said? It doesn't matter. People like Shinshin will definitely believe Qiming's statement. Shinshin himself has a lot of small calculations. The reason why he first sought an alliance with Yun Qiming was that he saw that Yun Qiming was an honest child and would not do anything to stab him in the back. As for Tang Yiru, Shinshin had to wait until Yu Qingjie weakened the combat power of Tang Yiru team as much as possible before he was willing to take action. It can be seen that he was actually wary of Tang Yiru. In other words, in Shinshin's heart, Yun Qiming credibility is higher than Tang Yiru. What's more, Tang Yiru's lie about the quality of the elemental stone is actually easy to react to. Perhaps Shinshin was confused for a while when Tang Yiru was crying, but after calming down, he would definitely be able to sense that something was wrong. In this way, his trust in Tang Yiru would be even lower. The more cunning a person is, the more sensitive he is to the aura of his own kind, and the more repulsive he is. No matter how much dirty water Yun Qiming threw at Tang Yiru, as long as it was not too outrageous, Shinshin would trust Yun Qiming more. Without any worries, Yun Qiming finally relieved some of the burden in his heart. His long eyelashes blinked behind his glasses, and he glanced at Song Shersan, who looked nonchalant, and secretly clenched his fists. Yun Qiming had only thought that Song Shersan was extremely powerful before. But later, after knowing that the elemental weapon was made by her, he was also quite shocked by her scientific research ability. Now, I didn't expect her to be so sharp in controlling the situation. Song Shersan looked casual and cold. But after getting along with her, I felt her frankness, persistence and sincerity. Weapon science is unpopular. She doesn't mind being looked down upon. She doesn't care. In the exploration class, Tang Jian and she had a grudge. She made the decision to save him without hesitation. In order to save herself, who had only met a few times, she didn't hesitate to give up the S-level weapon she made at the cost of her family's wealth. All these deeds show her faith and vitality that are as vigorous as the sun and as unbridled as weeds. Yun Qiming took it for granted that Song Shersan's style of doing things should be frank and open, and he should be dismissive of sneak attacks and frame-ups. Even someone like her who can solve all difficulties with her strong strength should be very insensitive to the malice around her, and not be able to detect other people's dirty thoughts at all. But the fact is just the opposite. Song Shersan sees things very clearly. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. A favor for a favor. A revenge for a vengeance. She was like an outsider who jumped out of the chessboard, free from any constraints, and took in everything. Shinshin calculations, Tang Yiru schemes, and any illogical places. Song Shersan could point them out word for word, as if he was an instrument that was not disturbed by any emotions and operated precisely. For example, now, in this team, although he was the captain, everyone began to trust and obey Song Shersan's decisions unconsciously. This is the innate leadership. Yuan Qiming pursed his lips. There is one thing he did not tell anyone. Since returning from the exploration class, he has actually been secretly considering Song Shersan as his goal to catch up. It is a bit funny to say, Yuan Qiming still remembers that, before the ranking list of the training hall, when they first met, Song Shersan said to him, "I can do it, you can do it too." At that time, Yuan Qiming was still laughing secretly, but out of politeness, he did not ridicule Song Shersan, whose mental power was only C. Now, this sentence has become the motivation that motivates him to keep moving forward and never give up. Okay, then let's take advantage of this opportunity to score points first, and wait until Shinshin is done with the rest. Yuan Qiming agreed, looking at Tang Yiru, whose figure gradually disappeared in the distant street, and made the next arrangements. The moment Shinshin and Yu Qingjiu started fighting, he realized the loophole in Tang Yiru's statement. He cursed in his heart. This Tang Yiru was even more cunning than he thought. He miscalculated. The other party was much more scheming than himself, and it was not so easy to control him. For a moment, Shinshin was worried about Yuan Qiming and others who went to negotiate. With Tang Yiru's intelligence, she would probably immediately detect his intention to propose an alliance. It would be a small matter if he refused. He was afraid that he would pretend to please her and hurt him in return. Although Yuan Qiming had some strategies, he was straightforward and thin-skinned. He was almost the same kind of person as Yu Qingjiu in front of him. He could deceive him with any excuse. Because of her status, Tang Tiantian is unlikely to have no conflicts with Tang Yiru, and she might even be targeted. As for Song Shersan seems to be indifferent to these intrigues, and may not even notice the twists and turns. In the entire Yuan Qiming team, no one can take precautions against Tang Yiru's actions. Suddenly, he regretted inviting Tang Yiru to form an alliance. Shinshin struggled all the way and came to the agreed ambush location. The surroundings were quiet, as if no one had been there. According to the plan, Shinshin should release the signal now, and launch a counterattack against Yu Qingjiu with Yuan Qiming team. But at this moment, Shinshin's back was straight, and he was more nervous than before he arrived at the ambush point. Shinshin was not worried that Yuan Qiming would break his promise, based on his understanding of Yuan Qiming's character. Since this guy agreed to form an alliance with him, he would definitely fulfill his promise. What he was worried about was whether this ambush could go as smoothly as he planned with Tang Yiru joining in, and whether Tang Yiru would plot against him in the chaos. Shinshin took a deep breath and carefully observed his surroundings, trying to find some clues. Did Yuan Qiming and the others bring Tang Yiru with them? If they did, when he gave the signal later, would he attack Yu Qingjiu or himself? Brother Shin? Seeing that Shinshin was slow to act, Lu Qingqiu could not help but remind him. Although Yu Qingjiu's team only had 3 people, they were well coordinated, and with the S+ monster Yu Qingjiu, it was very difficult for them to hold on until now. Lu Qingqiu's reminder calmed Shinshin down. The situation was urgent, and there was no time to hesitate. Shinshin was on full alert, blocking a lightning strike that was coming straight at him. Then, he made up his mind and waved his hand to bloom a gorgeous ice flame in the air. With a bang, it seemed as if a stream of light was pouring down, and a piece of ice crystal suddenly bloomed. The ice crystals in the sky reflected a dazzling brilliance in the night sky dotted with neon lights, illuminating the faces of the 2 warring parties. Everyone who was in a tough battle was stunned for a moment at the same time. They all saw the colorful lights blooming in each other's eyes, and the question mark slowly emerging. The scene fell into silence. What's going on? Yu Qingjiu was the first to react. He looked at Shinshin in confusion. He was confused by the sudden fireworks. Shinshin was also stunned. Looking at the ice crystals floating in the sky in front of him, he touched his nose and coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment. What? What could he do? He just released his habitual code normally, and he didn't expect that. This would be the effect in the night full of neon lights. The night wind blew, and the ice crystals scattered with the wind, like a galaxy inlaid with gems, making the night more psychedelic and moving. The fireworks dissipated. The empty streets, silent buildings, except for a few people whose battle was suddenly interrupted by the ice crystals, there was no other figure. Shinshin was silent. The code has been released. No matter whether it is an enemy or a friend, where are his people? Chapter 59. Brother Shin. Lu Qingqiu called out in a low voice. Shinshin's signal was too conspicuous. Not to mention the people in ambush. Even the passers-by who happened to pass by would not be able to help but come up and take a look. Even with such a clear indication, Yun Qiming team has not appeared yet, so there is only one possibility left, that he did not come at all. With Shinshin's own team alone, there is no chance to eliminate Yu Qingjiu. If they continue to fight, it will not be worth the loss, and it will only waste the remaining scoring time. Lu Qingqiu was anxious, and he was madly threatening Shinshin. Without Lu Qingqiu's reminder, Shinshin realized that Yun Qiming had stood him up. He glanced at the time, and saw that there were less than 3 hours left before the end of the second round. Before the anger swept over him, Shinshin managed to stay rational. If he were an ordinary person, he might choose to get out of Yu Qingjiu's hands first, and then go to Yun Qiming to settle the score. But Shinshin didn't. In a flash, a new plan took shape in his mind. This fireworks display is my gift to you. Shinshin curled his lips gracefully, and bowed slightly to Yu Qingjiu in the aftermath of the fireworks. Senior Yu, long time no see. Yu Qingjiu, ? Shinshin looked calm, and said slowly, suddenly interrupting the fight between you and Junior Yu is definitely not a provocation. It's just that I was defeated by you last year, and I was unwilling to give up. When I happened to pass by the overpass, I couldn't help but want to learn a few more moves. Holographic battle simulation classes are held every year. Shinshin is in the 3rd grade this year, Yu Qingjiu is in the 4th grade. They have been in the same school for 3 years, and they have occasionally fought each other in the previous courses. Last year was the critical moment for Yu Qingjiu to sprint for the admission quota. This S+ level genius student was almost ruthless in the battle class, and he killed gods and Buddhas. Shinshin was lucky. She did not meet Yu Qingjiu in the second round of eliminations, but her luck was not so good. Unfortunately, she was assigned to the opposing camp in the 3rd round. In the melee between the two camps, Shinshin was knocked to the ground by Yu Qingjiu in the 1st round, and he didn't even have time to introduce himself to the opponent. It was also with this humiliation that Shinshin worked very hard in the subsequent courses and training, and finally got the 1st place in the grade in the assessment for promotion to the 3rd grade. Proud of today's achievements, Shinshin raised his head. What do you think of my progress, senior sister? After 3 days of separation, you should look at each other with new eyes. Under the suppression of talent, although he still couldn't beat Yu Qingjiu, he could at least hold on for a while in front of the opponent, who was not firing at full power. Most importantly, according to Shinshin's observation, Yu Qingjiu is a role king, so he also particularly appreciates and favors those who are willing to work hard, especially the motivated juniors, as long as he shows a humble and studious appearance, and there is no conflict of interest. Yu Qingjiu will never make things difficult again. Sure enough, Yu Qingjiu's expression visibly eased, and he looked at Shinshin a few more times. The formation layout is very mature, and the control of the battle rhythm is also very good, but the attack strength is too weak, and there is a sense of deliberately emphasizing endurance. Finally, she asked again, are you deliberately stalling for time? Yu Qingjiu was not very thoughtful in her actions, but she was very sensitive to the details of the battle. Anything that did not meet her expectations would attract her special attention. Therefore, she could detect Tang Yi's deliberate concealment of her strength, and she could also see through Shinshin's deliberate delay to lure the enemy deeper. She knew it in her heart, but she had not said it, wanting to see what the other party was up to. Shinshin was stunned. He didn't expect Yu Qingjiu to see through his intentions, but in a moment, he found a reason for himself, following the surprise of his trick being discovered. Because I want to learn a few more moves from my senior sister. It's reasonable. Yu Qingjiu softened his tone. It's good to have such ambition. I should stay in school for a while. If you want to learn, we can still go to the training ground after class to practice. Shinshin breathed a sigh of relief. Although Yu Qingjiu was sharp, he was also easy to fool as he expected. The matter was over, and the tense atmosphere between the two sides was completely relieved. But it was not over yet. Shinshin's real purpose was still to come. That's great. With the guidance of my senior sister, I will definitely be able to take another step before the military school league, Shinshin said in a light tone, and seemed to change the subject unintentionally. Speaking of the league, our school freshmen this year are all excellent. There should be great hope for the military school league next year. As he said this, he quietly observed Yu Qingjiu's reaction. In addition to being daring and straightforward, Yu Qingjiu has another characteristic, which is a strong sense of collective honor. She loves the school teachers as her elders at home. and treats her juniors as her own younger siblings. She also values the ranking and status of the first military academy in the Federation as her own future and honor. The Military Academy League, a grand event in the entire interstellar space of the Federation, is almost the thing that Yu Qingjiu cares about most besides her own grades. This topic just hits the point of Yu Qingjiu's concern, and she naturally takes over the conversation. Are you talking about Yun Qiming? Although his mental strength is not outstanding, his fighting style is very mature, which is really good. But the other freshmen still have a lot of room for improvement. There are not many freshmen who can fight. As for the second year, thinking of Tang Yiru, Yu Qingjiu's eyes were a little annoyed, and he always felt a kind of indescribable awkwardness. Shin smiled triumphantly. It's not Yun Qiming. I'm talking about someone else. I faced her in the first round. Obstacle shooting training. And I lost. Someone else? You still lost? Yu Qingjiu raised her eyebrows, and became a little interested. Isn't the highest mental power of the first grade only A+? Obstacle shooting training requires a high level of mental power control. Shin mental power is S, and the mental power of those who can beat Shin is definitely not low. As far as she knows, there are no students with S-level mental power in this year's freshmen. It has nothing to do with mental power. Shin continued. The other party used elemental weapons, and it seems that the quality is at least S. S-class elemental weapons? Yu Qingjiu was slightly surprised. But soon, he regained his lack of interest. Oh, that's indeed possible. Elemental weapons do have an advantage in this kind of shooting training, but they can't adapt to the variability of the situation in the battle. And they are completely unbearable to watch in actual combat. Even if I beat you in training, it's not that great. No. I've fought her in actual combat, Shin said quickly. Her weapon can transform. And we ended up in a tie. Seeing Yu Qingjiu's attention being attracted again, Shin continued to exaggerate. And she may not have used her full strength yet. Shin had never actually fought against Song Shursen head-on, and his impression of Song Shursen's weapon was still the feather duster. What he said was completely nonsense. The magnetic suction technology of the feather duster can produce shape changes, which can barely be regarded as a weapon transformation. As for a tie, he would let it go, and the two sides could have a tie as they wished. Rounding off, he was not lying. The most important thing now is to make Yu Qingjiu interested in Yun Qiming team. Yun Qiming broke the alliance first, which made him suffer a loss. He can't just let him go. Although Yu Qingjiu had fought with Yun Qiming before, it didn't matter. There were still Song Shursen and Tang Tian in their team. No matter how he fabricated it, as long as he could lead Yu Qingjiu over and fight with them, it would be a revenge for being stood up. The time he wasted on Yu Qingjiu must be paid back by Yun Qiming in the same amount. It would be best if they both suffered losses, so that he could reap the benefits. Shin laughed heartily in his heart, and exaggerated and made up a story about Song Shursen's strength. As expected, Yu Qingjiu's eyes lit up with excitement, and he was eager to try. What's the name of the new student you mentioned? The fish finally took the bait. Shin suppressed the smug smile on his lips, and said word by word. Song Shursen. Chapter 60. Following the route that Liu had discovered, Song Shursen and his team cleaned up the monster spawning points in the nearby blocks, and even picked up a few heads when passing by a melee. Both teams had a fruitful harvest. Chung Meng looked at his rising team points and smiled happily. With our team's current score, even if it is evenly distributed to individual points, we will definitely be able to squeeze into the top 20 of the rankings. It was only more than 2 hours since they parted ways with Shin at the overpass, and their team's score had soared by more than 20,000 points. Such a terrifying speed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would definitely think that there was a bug in the system. Will our approach really not be judged as cheating? Compared to Chung Meng's optimism, Luoshan was much more cautious. He repeatedly confirmed the team's score on his information board, hesitantly, and looked at the initiator of this rich harvest. Or in other words, the great contributor Song Shursen. Song Shursen looked innocent. How is it possible? With such a system design, how can it be considered cheating? It's no wonder that Luoshan was worried. If the course designer of the holographic battle simulation class came and saw Song Shursen operation, he would have to curse and change the system logic overnight. In the design rules of the second round of eliminations, killing other students is much more cost-effective than scoring points by killing monsters. After all, killing 100 monsters is equivalent to 1 net head point. The designer relies on the disparity in the distribution of benefits to encourage students to fight each other. But big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimps. And small fish have to be fed with enough shrimps to fill their stomachs. Otherwise the game will become a pure fighting field. Therefore, the designer has formulated a boss rage mechanism. That is, when the health of the boss at the monster spawning point is low to a certain value, the boss's own attributes will be greatly improved, and more monsters will be summoned at the same time. Song Shursen had experienced this mechanism before in the battle with the Wolf King in the Shadow Wolf lair. However, since Song Shursen did not contribute much throughout the battle, she had more time and opportunities to observe the operation of the entire set of settings. So in the subsequent clearing of monster spawning points, she keenly discovered the blind spot that the course description of the boss's frenzy was misleading. Whether it was the designer's intentional control of difficulty, or a system loophole caused by cutting corners, Song Shursen discovered that the boss in a frenzy state did not summon more monsters, but resurrected the monsters that were killed before. The more monsters you kill before challenging the boss, the more monsters the boss will summon after it goes berserk, and vice versa. Moreover, as long as the boss is kept alive at low health, it will periodically revive the previously killed monsters. If it were an ordinary clearance competition, this design would be enough to make people jump up and down. But this is a points-based competition. It is hard to find monster spawning points, and it is even harder to find monster spawning points with the boss. This design is simply a point-generating material that comes to your doorstep, as if they were afraid that someone would discover this mechanism. The designer also added a lot of extra rewards to the clearance conditions, such as extra points for no injury, extra points for completing the clearing within a specified time limit, and so on. Generally, only students with the lowest strength will choose to kill monsters to gain points, in order to accumulate 4,000 points for team promotion more quickly. Such students often expand the number of team members as much as possible, and achieve the points conditions through the advantage of numbers. The extra points given by the monster killing point are calculated according to the number of team members. But in the end, all these points will be added to the team points pool. That is to say, if a team meets the additional conditions and gets 50 extra points, and there are 20 people in the team, then the whole team will get 1,000 points. Therefore, the team that chooses to accumulate points by killing monsters most values the extra points that can only be obtained by meeting the nearby conditions. Under this inducement, it is even more difficult to discover the mechanism of the monster cycle. So in all the years since the holographic battle simulation class was launched, no one has discovered this mechanism. Yuan Qiming's original scoring strategy was to hunt down other teams. It was only because Li Yu and his team were teleported to the monster spawning point where there was a boss that they were able to carry out a wave of clearing. But after Song Shursen joined, everything became different. Song Shursen personally demonstrated what efficient scoring is. With Li Yu's amazing detection ability, they almost figured out the location of the boss in most of the map. Song Shursen chose two places that were closest to the boss, and started a group fight with the boss. But he did not rush to strangle it. Instead, he went back and forth between the two bosses that were in a violent state, treating them as tools to create small monsters. As soon as the monsters at this spawning point were cleared, they immediately rushed to another spawning point. When the other spawning point was almost cleared, the monsters at this spawning point were all revived. The timing was accurate to the second, and the cycle continued. In terms of eliminating the monsters, Song Shur used 3 monsters to gather monsters and kill them in one go. He hit the wounding points of the entire row of monsters with one move of sword, and the aftermath could also slash the surrounding enemy monsters to the point of blood, allowing Cheng Ming and his team to harvest them easily. Under the assembly line operation, it only took less than 10 minutes to drain more than 1,000 monsters at a spawning point. In addition, on the way back and forth between the two monster spawning points, whenever he encountered a team fighting nearby, Song Shursen would sneak up and steal a few heads in the melee. The most outrageous time was when both sides lost more than half of their members, and their team points did not increase at all. Song Shursen secretly attacked and stole the last blow. He did not attract any hatred, but made a lot of money, which stunned Yuan Qiming and others. Song Shursen glanced at his information panel and saw that his team points had soared to 28,000 points. There were only herself and Tang Tian in her team, and on average, each of them had 14,000 points. If all were converted into per-person points, the number of students killed was more than the total number of students in the weapons science major. After the high-intensity monster killing just now, everyone was a little tired after using their mental power for a long time. Unlike the first round of eliminations, there was no buffer period after the second round, but they went directly to the third round, which was the last round of the faction competition. The countdown for this round of competition was almost over, and seeing that the teammates were a little tired, Yuan Qiming suggested taking a break first. The probability of a map like Neon Wasteland appearing in the simulation cabin is very low. But it is not uncommon in reality. Many planets that are forced to be abandoned will eventually become like this. Seeing Liu nostalgia for this scene, Yuan Qiming thought for a moment and chose the location at the highest landmark building in Neon Wasteland. The Twin Towers. Standing here, you can overlook the entire city. Song Shursan did not need to use mental power. This level of physical training was just a warm-up for her. By the way, she took this opportunity to check the rules of the third round of the game. After the second round of eliminations, all teams that meet the score requirements for promotion will be automatically divided into the red and blue camps according to the system algorithm. In the camp competition, the points mechanism still exists, but it is no longer based on teams, but purely on individual points. Moreover, the individual points ranking list will also be announced and updated in real time. The average score from the previous team points pool will be used as the individual basic points. For each member of the enemy camp killed by the students, they can get an additional 500 points and inherit all the personal points of the killed person. After the team pool is divided equally, each of us will have at least 5,000 points, and we will definitely be in the top 20 of the ranking list. Cheng Ming's tone was full of excitement. They were just freshmen, and they achieved such good results in their first holographic battle simulation class. It was normal for them to be a little proud. Don't be too happy too soon. If you can't win the camp competition, it will be useless no matter how high your points are. Luotian poured cold water on him at the right time. The reason why the third round of eliminations is called the camp competition is because its final victory or defeat is based on the camp. Only the individual points of the members of the winning camp can be counted in the final ranking. In other words, even if you rank first in the individual points list, if your camp loses the game, your points will be invalid. As a teammate, Cheng Ming has long been accustomed to Luotian's temperament, and his excitement is not affected by his words at all. Oh, anyway, we will probably be in the same camp at that time, so I'm not afraid at all. In order to cultivate students' team combat capabilities, students who are teammates in team competitions will basically be assigned to the same camp. After a pause, Cheng Ming added, God bless you. Please let Shursan and Tian join us. His words expressed the thoughts of the others. Everyone exchanged glances and silently agreed in their hearts. Song Shursan's fighting style has no shortcomings. Whether it is a head-on confrontation or a sneak attack, she is like a fish in water. The more you understand her, the more afraid you are to be her enemy. Ashin's reminder is correct. The higher the score ranking, the more attention it will attract. We still have to be cautious. Liu leaned against the fence and imitated Luotian's serious instructions, and then turned his head and said, Hey, guess who will be the first this time? Who else could it be? Yu Qingjiu. She's so awesome. I don't think so. Senior Yu doesn't seem to care about the points at all. Luotian pondered. Tang Yiru. Right? Didn't she take up all the points of the entire team? Damn. Cheng Ming couldn't help but curse again when he mentioned Tang Yiru, and put his hands together. God bless you. I hope Tang Yiru will be in the same camp with us. I don't want to be sold out by her and help her count the money. Yuan Qiming listened to his teammates' conversation silently, without saying anything, but his eyes could not help but look at Song Shursan. When it comes to the number of people in the team, Song Shursan and Tang Tian team only has 2 people, which is also in an advantage. However, when killing monsters, most of the time Song Shursan was helping his team to send assists, and Yuan Qiming was not sure how many points Song Shursan and his team had. Before Yuan Qiming asked, Liu Lo cry came to his ears. Look down. Someone is coming. The twin towers are about 500 meters high. Liu has a spiritual power range, which allows her to detect nearby movements, but others do not have this ability. Looking down from above, it is good enough that she is not afraid of heights. But how can she see people clearly? Cheng Ming glanced down tremblingly, and immediately retracted his head in fear. What can I see clearly? Who is it? Who is coming? It seems to be Senior Sister Yu Qingjiu? Senior Sister, why did you spread your spiritual power range so wide? Are you looking for someone? Liu looked at it uncertainly for a few more times, and turned her head back hesitantly. She discovered me. Should we retreat? Yu Qingjiu mental power is S+. If all is concentrated on the range, the coverage area of the elemental fluctuations that can be detected can reach a radius of 1 kilometer. Cheng Ming glanced at the countdown on his brain, and didn't care. No need. There are less than 20 minutes left. We have already fought with her before. Why do we need to pick a fight again? What Cheng Ming said was not without reason. According to what Yu Qingjiu said before, it was clear that they had been let go. Logically, there would be no more conflicts. Yun Qiming was also confused by this sudden situation. He spread his mental power and tried to explore the surrounding situation. Yun Qiming detection range was much weaker than Liu Erhua's. Despite this, he still captured the elemental fluctuations of the opposite side. Yes, it was very close. And getting closer and closer. Under the twin towers with bright lights, the three figures of Yu Qingjiu team did not hesitate at all, and were indeed heading towards them. Chapter 61. As night fell, in a remote alley, several couples of men and women huddled together, staring at the figure blocking the exit with full vigilance. The boy at the front had a blazing fist, stepped forward, half intimidating, half communicating. Lu Qingtiao, there are only 3 of you. You can't possibly surround 8 of us. The team competition will end in 20 minutes. It's not good for either of us to start a war now. It's better for both of us to take a step back, and then we can compete on our own in the next round. The boy's suggestion was correct. The next round of the game was a camp match. No one knew whether they would be teleported to the enemy camp's base. If they were the unlucky one, they would face dozens or hundreds of times more bullets. Anyone with a long-term vision would seize the last bit of time in this round to recuperate. Lu Qingtiao ignored him and smiled indifferently. 8 kills. At least 4,000 points. Enough for our personal ranking to move up a lot. Crazy. The boy's expression froze. He had originally chosen a remote location to rest the team, but he didn't expect that when the game was about to end, he would run into Lu Qingtiao head-on. The two sides had been chasing each other for a while, and after going around in circles, he didn't know when he was forced into a dead end. He knew the strength of Lu Qingtiao and his friends. Although he often followed Xinchen, his own mental power had not reached the threshold of A+. There were 8 people in their team, many of whom had A-level mental power. If they were not restricted by the terrain, they would not be afraid of Lu Qingtiao at all. You are still so arrogant even when Xinchen is not here. Are you so used to bullying others that you have forgotten your own weight? The flames between the boys' fists became even stronger, sending out the signal of war. Since you insist on fighting to the death, then we will not be polite either. The negotiations broke down, and the boy no longer showed mercy. He took advantage of the flaws revealed by Lu Qingtiao and attacked with a move of Fire Dance Dragon Snake, and rushed forward with his teammates behind him. The raging fire instantly spread across the alley and ignited all kinds of banners and posters on the wall, lighting up a blazing fire in the dark night. 8 figures rushed to the gap in the formation that was broken by the fire dragon. All kinds of elemental attacks followed one after another. Lu Qingtiao and the other 2 fought and retreated, and they were about to give up the blocked alleyway behind them. The outcome was about to be decided. In the dazzling scene, no one noticed that slight green light was looming in the scorching air. There were only a few sizzling sounds, and the few people who were still full of vigor just now suddenly felt paralyzed in their hands and feet, and fell down with their bodies tilted. The purple-gray virtual crystal block floated up, symbolizing the disappearance of life. Oh! It's so hard to chase them. Lu Qingtiao harvested the last head with the wind blade, turned around, and complained to the figure at the corner of the alley. Brother Shen, why are we going through so much trouble? As long as you show up, they will definitely admit defeat. At the corner, Xinchen walked out of the shadows, shook his head in a mysterious way. There are girls in this team. Maybe they are my fans. Idle burden. You don't understand. Lu Qingtiao rolled his eyes. Even though he and Xinchen had been partners for many years, he still couldn't adapt to the other's sudden narcissism. Seeing that Xinchen had secretly used a high-voltage lightning net to deal with that group of people, Lu Qingtiao still held back his complaints. The score is almost enough. Xinchen nodded with satisfaction. Now let's go help Song Shersan. Song Shersan? Lu Qingtiao was just about to sit down and rest. But when he heard the name, he jumped up as if a roadside stone pier had burned his butt. Help her for what? Xinchen had a deep look on his face. If Song Shersan is really eliminated, he won't have more opportunities to spend time with me. She will definitely be sad. Lu Qingqiu's face darkened. He couldn't help but speak out his true feelings. But he doesn't seem to want to spend more time with you. Lu Qingqiu couldn't see anything special about Song Shirshan's attitude toward Shinshin. Except for the initial inexplicable provocation, he treated Shinshin the same way as a passerby with a negative favorability. Shinshin was completely different. Since he lost the first round of the game, he would occasionally show a look of love. As soon as he saw Song Shirshan, he was even more excited. He was like a peacock with its tail spread out. And he wanted to show off his skills in everything. If Shinshin hadn't suddenly changed his mind, the task of restraining Yu Qingjiu should have been done by Yun Qiming. And they wouldn't have been tripped up by the other party, wasting a lot of time to score points. In order to maintain their ranking, they even gave up several brothers and reduced the number of team members to 4. But then Shinshin deliberately directed Yu Qingjiu's hatred to Song Shirshan, which made Lu Qingqiu feel that he had misunderstood. And everything might still be in Shinshin's plan. Now it seems that, perhaps Shinshin's purpose is just to create an opportunity for himself to be a hero and save the beauty. Lu Qingqiu scratched his hair irritably. Brother Shin, to be honest, I don't see that she is interested in you. On the contrary, you are the one who pursues her relentlessly every day. After a pause, he continued fearlessly. You are not mentally abnormal because you always run into obstacles with her. Are you? I run into obstacles? I am just indulging her little trick of playing hard to get. Shinshin was a little annoyed. After saying this, Lu Qingqiu finally understood. This person had been going too smoothly all along. He was suddenly frustrated. His self-esteem could not bear this. He could only rely on self-attack to relieve his emotions. They are already in the 3rd grade this year. This holographic battle simulation class is crucial to whether they can be recommended for military rank. Lu Qingqiu did not want Shinshin to underestimate the enemy and make all his efforts go to waste. He advised earnestly, Brother Shin, it would be best if this woman was eliminated by Yu Qingjiu. Her strength is unfathomable. If she is assigned to our opposing camp, she will definitely be a terrifying threat. After the first round of eliminations, Lu Qingqiu searched for Song Shirshan's strange feather duster, and then followed the clues and found the junk collector Xiao Song on the underground black market forum. You won't know until you see it, and you will be shocked when you see it. Lu Qingqiu went through all the battle recordings left in the posts, and was almost 90% sure that junk collector Xiao Song was Song Shirshan, a person who could enter the L3 rank of the underground black market competition, a person with a 100% winning rate, and is about to enter the top 64. This achievement, even if it is Shinshin who has S-level mental power, I am afraid it will not be easy to do. Brother Shin, she is really strong. Lu Qingqiu frowned and repeated seriously, even stronger than you. Noticing the unprecedented seriousness in Lu Qingqiu's eyes, a fact that Shinshin was afraid to face in his heart was carefully revealed. He forced it back and refuted the other party without thinking. Impossible. After that, he did not mention helping Song Shirshan anymore, but just sneered. Don't worry. If she is really in the opposite camp with us, I will take care of her myself. The left tower of the Twin Towers. The observation hall on the top of the tower. Under the huge diamond-studded light ball, the helicopter made a crisp ding sound, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. The elevator door with a cold metallic luster slowly opened, and a tall figure projected from the gap, gradually lengthening. The person in the elevator raised his face, coming with a fierce momentum, and his heavy military boots stepped on the tempered glass floor, echoing in the empty night. Senior Yu Qingjiu. Yun Qiming stood up alertly, and met the person's gaze. Yu Qingjiu had a good impression of this outstanding and tenacious junior. She nodded slightly, and gave a friendly smile in return. Then, her eyes scanned back and forth among the young faces lined up and resting, just like an instructor who came to check the formation during military training. After a simple screening, her eyes stayed on the girl leaning against the railing with her arms crossed, and she called out her name. Song Shirshan. Yu Qingjiu called out the name abruptly, and his tone was serious and sharp. Yun Qiming subconsciously tensed his back, and almost imagined the scene of being called by the instructor in the military training class. Liu and Chengming also straightened up as if in response, as if they were back to the tension of preparing for the instructor's lecture in the professional class. Song Shirshan did not have this conditioned reflex. When he heard his name, he just raised his eyelids calmly, looked back at Yu Qingjiu, and waited for the other party to explain his intentions. The two people's eyes met silently in the air. There was a slight flash of electricity in the air, and a green lightning snake swam out from Yu Qingjiu's sleeves, and rushed straight to Song Shi's three-sided door in the blink of an eye. The attack came suddenly, and another green light was seen, and the snake seemed to be rebounded by something, and almost at the same time it turned around and bit Yu Qingjiu, who was standing in the same place. Yu Qingjiu dodged, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, and praised. What a fast skill! As soon as she finished speaking, the lightning snake hit the dazzling diamond-studded light ball behind her, and before everyone could react, there was a loud bang of glass exploding, and the silver-shining fragments exploded all over the ground. The moment he heard the sound, Yuan Qiming raised the wind wall in time to block the flying debris after the explosion for his companions behind him. Senior. He frowned, not understanding where Yu Qingjiu's hostility came from. Just as he was about to ask, he suddenly saw the excitement flashing in the other party's eyes, and he understood it at once. Yu Qingjiu is a famous king of roles, and also a famous battle maniac. When he heard that there was a strong opponent, he couldn't control his eagerness to fight. Although he didn't know why Song Shi was targeted. The current situation was obviously the same as when he was being chased. The senior sister's test of the younger generation was coming. Yu Qingjiu didn't give everyone a chance to react further. She squatted slightly, touched the ground with both palms, and several thunder-shaped ground spikes emerged from the ground, following Song Shi running footprints. The two sides moved and moved too frequently. Tang Tiantian had already opened the crossbow, aiming, but found it difficult to start. Song Shi noticed Tang Tiantian's anxiety, shook his head at her, and turned to flee in a farther direction. Yu Qingjiu's target was only Song Shi, and he carefully avoided other people with every move. The two chased each other in the spacious observation hall, and went around in a big circle, and finally forced Song Shi into the blind spot of the railing on the opposite side. The 500-meter-high tower, behind which was a huge abyss. The cold wind blew Song Shi's high ponytail into a flying shape, and there was a feeling of a hero cutting off his arm in the cold wind. Why are you running? Why don't you attack? Yu Qingjiu's breath was a little disordered from Song Shi's dodging skills. It can be seen that the opponent's fighting skills are extremely high, and he is probably not inferior to himself. Song Shi's eyes were calm. He glanced at the distant and blurry figures behind Yu Qingjiu. After confirming that they were out of his attack range, he said lightly, right away. After saying that, she turned her wrist, and the short-handled broadsword that she had been holding in her hand to reflect the attack instantly unfolded into a long horizontal sword with murderous aura. The black and gold blade reflected the desolate figure of the girl. Song Shi turned around neatly, his clothes fluttering, and actually jumped down from the railing. Yu Qingjiu's pupils widened. This was 500 meters high. She was willing to die. Before she could come to her senses, a surging and sharp sword energy pierced diagonally from the bottom of her feet, from bottom to top, cutting off the entire triangular section where Yu Qingjiu was standing. The ground shook, and the feeling of weightlessness followed, and the rapidly falling light and shadows stretched into a long arc in front of her eyes. Yu Qingjiu quickly concentrated her mind, gathering the countercurrents under her body, and only then stabilized her figure that was falling rapidly along with the broken steel and concrete. The direction where Song Shi jumped was exactly the sky bridge between the two towers of the Twin Towers. She landed lightly on the bridge made of tempered glass, and ran towards the other tower without looking back. Just 1 second after Song Shi stepped into the tower, there was a loud bang, and the sky bridge behind her was smashed to pieces by the cut and falling land. The sky bridge was destroyed, but the land and broken glass did not continue to fall, but were steadily suspended in the air. S+ level mental power. Precise control of airflow even makes people think it is controlling gravity. Yu Qingjiu stood on the floating land, watching Song Shi's figure disappearing into the building. She saw that the other party did not want to spend energy fighting with her at all, just delaying time. Song Shi did not use mental power, and would not produce elemental fluctuations. Her mental power detection was ineffective against her. A 500-meter-high tower, countless halls and rooms, it would take a long time to find her out. Unlike the feeling of checking homework when fighting with Yuan Qiming and others, Yu Qingjiu knew that Song Shi had the strength to fight with her just by his ability to avoid her attacks. Her heart was surging, and her excitement almost jumped out of her eyes. If the other party could really beat her, the captain position of the Military Academy League would be taken over by someone else. Unfortunately, Song Shi didn't seem to have much ambition, and he was avoiding every move. Yu Qingjiu felt a little annoyed, and she stubbornly wanted to force Song Shi out to test his strength. She narrowed her eyes, and a dome-colored light rose in her eyes. which was a sign of her highly concentrated spiritual power. As she moved, the debris floating in the air gathered into huge spikes. In an instant, thousands of arrows were fired from top to bottom, piercing through every floor of the tower without hesitation. Since it was troublesome to find them, they might as well destroy the hiding place as well, and see where the other party could hide. The building shook, the glass shattered, and the tower on the right side of the twin towers shook violently. The 500-meter-high building, like a layer of cream cake collapsing, showed a posture of a building about to collapse, burying all living things. Tang Tian stood on the edge of the roof on the left side, where a corner was cut off, with a look of disbelief. The building is going to collapse? The destructive power of S plus mental power, even if heard countless times, is far less shocking than seeing it with one's own eyes. The guardrail on the roof was destroyed. Liu did not dare to get too close, hiding behind him, and whispered, "Sher-san is still in the building. Is she okay?" There was less than a minute left before the end of the second round of eliminations. As long as Song Sher-san could avoid these 60 seconds, all crises would be solved. Everyone was tense and stared at the movements of the tower opposite. Glass fragments were scattered like snowflakes, and each smooth mirror reflected countless identical worlds. A fleeting black shadow, like a swift, rushed out along the spikes inserted into the building, passing through each broken mirror, projecting the momentum of thousands of troops. It was a long horizontal sword with a sharp edge, and the blade was burning with hot flames like molten lava, as if it had broken through the sky from the fire of purgatory. The speed of this move was too fast, and the momentum was overwhelming. Yu Qingjiu didn't even have time to dodge, nor did she intend to dodge. She raised her hand and unscrupulously released the limit of her mental power. Even the elemental stone embedded in the ring on her finger exploded with blazing light. In an instant, wind and thunder gathered, howling and shaking the sky, and roaring like a turbulent current, almost covering the endless night. 1,000-foot-long thunderbolt tore through the void, slashing down, colliding with the long sword that was spinning with black and gold light. Thunder passed through his ears. Yu Qingjiu opened his eyes wide, watching the black and gold blade tip falling into a drop of water, lightly passing through the wind and thunder barrier that was about to solidify into a solid, slashing straight at his face. How is it possible? This is S plus strength defense. The offensiveness of this horizontal sword actually exceeds the quality of S plus? She lost in one move? After a moment of daze, Yu Qingjiu calmly accepted her defeat, and a relieved smile slowly appeared on the corner of her mouth. The moment the blade tip was about to sink into the skull, a dazzling white light suddenly exploded, and everything was swept into nothingness. By the ear, the sound of the waves came. Chapter 62. Federation Interstellar Central Government Building, President's Office. Miller Landry rubbed his temples, tiredly flipping through a roll of documents on the table. Beside him, thick documents piled up like a mountain, all of which were matters that had been handled. Handling official business was not difficult for Landry. He was smart, thoughtful, and could complete everything efficiently. But the only roll of documents left in his hand made him sit there all day without figuring out a suitable solution. The Federation has been peaceful for too long. As the youngest president in the history of the Federation, Landry has never experienced the truly cruel war years. He climbed to the presidency by relying on his outstanding control of business and politics. And the document in front of him is a war report. The report comes from the Parity Star Cluster located at an azimuth of 13 degrees to 85 degrees northwest of Yunta Star. This star cluster belongs to the Liu family, and has always been the front line of the war with the Zerg. In the early interstellar turmoil, the Liu family had outstanding military achievements and a high reputation, and was elected as the president of the Federation for several consecutive terms. In recent years, the Zerg has fallen into silence. Although military merit is still the main means of promotion, the war is no longer urgent, which allowed Lanmi, who has made great achievements in developing cultural economy, to win the hearts of the people and be successfully elected. The current head of the Liu family is Liu Qingyin, who was the most threatening competitor when Lanmi ran for president that year, and lost by only one vote. The close support rate made Lanmi wary of the Liu family. After taking office, he always weakened the Federation's resource tilt towards the Parity Star Cluster in an open or covert way to curb the development of the Liu family. According to the federal interstellar law, member states enjoy the sovereignty to manage their own internal affairs, and most of the matters entrusted to Lanmi are those that require macro coordination and diplomatic communication. But today, Liu Qing triggered a war warning. A 552. an A-shaped habitable planet located at the outermost edge of the Parity star cluster, has experienced a large number of building collapse accidents in the past week. The cause of the collapse is exactly the same. The interior of the load-bearing wall was hollowed out by the ants. What is even more incredible is that the test results given by the engineers show that the internal structure of the load-bearing wall had been completely corroded half a year ago. In other words, in the past 6 months, the entire building was supported by a dense ant colony. And this group of ants suddenly evacuated one after another in less than a week. Liu Qingyin's wording in the official document was very serious and cautious. There is a possibility that the EP52 star ant colony has mutated into an interstellar insect colony. There is a possibility that the ant colony's evacuation is a premeditated organized behavior. It is not clear whether the replacement of the load-bearing wall is a surveillance behavior. At the end of the document, Liu Qingying proposed to request for reinforcement of star defense manpower and material resources from the Parity star cluster. Lanmi read the document over and over again, and then took out an exploration report from a thick folder. The two documents were placed side by side on the table. His index finger tapped the ebony table lightly. The report Lanmi took out was the exploration report on the desolate star B015 that Yun Chiha returned 2 days ago. The report showed that 56% of the alien species on B015 were mutating towards insect characteristics. In the karst area, this proportion even reached 79%, which greatly squeezed the living space of the original karst biological community. According to the military academy students, who were accidentally injured in B015, they also saw signs of Zerg activity in the cave. Although Xuanya did not find the Zerg mentioned by the students when he went to clean up the planet, this result made Lanmi more uneasy. It is very likely that it is intelligent on B015, and its intelligence is not low, based on the observation of Zerg activities in recent decades. The Interstellar Biological Research Group has speculated that the Zerg is very likely to have evolved individuals with high intelligence. But how many intelligent individuals account for in the entire population? And to what extent their intelligence has developed? There is not enough data to draw a conclusion. Now let's return to the war warning document triggered by Liu Qing. If the ordinary ant colony on the A552 star really mutated into an interstellar Zerg, if their behavior of gnawing on the load-bearing walls and building walls with their bodies is really to monitor human activities, if this warning document is linked to the exploration report of B015, Lanmi couldn't help but shudder. That means the intelligence of the Zerg has far exceeded their imagination. Since ancient times, the terrifying reproduction speed and destructive power of the Zerg have made it difficult for interstellar humans to cope with it. Now, with the development of intelligence and the guidance of the mutation direction of ordinary species, Lanmi dared not think about it anymore. If this prediction is true, then interstellar humans will face an unprecedented catastrophe. Lanmi also knows that it is better to take precautions before it happens, for the benefit of the Interstellar Federation as a whole. The best way to deal with Liu Qingyin's war warning is to attach great importance to it. Approve his request for reinforcement as soon as possible. Find out how far the Zerg has planned, and prepare for star defense projects and war drills in advance. But the next presidential election will be at the end of next year. The development level of the Parity star cluster is already on par with that of the Valha planet, where the Yunta star is located. Even before Mylar Lanmi took over, the Parity star cluster was the leading star cluster in the entire Federation. His foundation was not solid, and his support rate was close to Liu Qingyin's. If he used the Federation's power to send resources to the Parity star cluster at this moment, wouldn't it be equivalent to giving away the presidency that he had obtained? Moreover, no one had any evidence to show that all this was done by the Zerg. If these speculations were just conspiracy theories, whether the Interstellar Federation would face a crisis was another matter. But his presidency was definitely gone. To put it another way, even if these were really planned by the Zerg, couldn't his Liu family even survive the early stages of the war? War? How can there be no bloodshed and sacrifice? When the war really breaks out, it should be in time to support them. Right? As the sun sets, Lanmi turns the pen in his hand and makes a decision in his heart. At the moment when the bright knife tip is about to pierce the center of his eyebrows, the blazing light explodes, and everything in front of him is swept into the white nothingness. Black and white are rapidly changing, and Yu Qingjio closes his eyes subconsciously. The expected pain did not come. After a moment of weightlessness and dizziness, the tide surged, and the sound of waves hitting the rocks came to her ears. Yu Qingjio opened her eyes, and saw steep rocks, raging waves, and the endless sea. She was standing on a cliff. And one step further, there was a raging wave. The situation in front of her was very clear. The map was refreshed. At the last moment when she was about to be eliminated by Song Shursan. The countdown for the second round of eliminations also returned to 0. They entered the third round of the competition, which was also the last round of the holographic battle simulation class. The camp competition. Yu Qingjie stepped down from the top of the cliff and looked around. This looked like a huge island. And the place where she was teleported was the edge of the island. She lowered her head again. And on her wrist, in addition to the optical computer she had been wearing, there was also a red bracelet. This bracelet was the symbol of the camp division in this camp competition. Red meant that she was in the red camp. Yu Qingjie opened the light brain and zoomed in on the map. On the map, her location was marked with a small arrow cursor. And the entire map was covered with a red background, which meant that this area belonged to the Red Force. In the eyes of ordinary people, Yu Qingjie's luck should be pretty good. Although she was teleported to the border of the camp, it was still the Red Force's territory, and she was not teleported to the enemy's position. You know, every year in the camp competition, there will be a few unlucky people who are teleported to the enemy's territory. That is called a lonely army with no relatives. But for Yu Qingjie, or for Yu Qingjie in the past, being teleported to the enemy camp is actually a better thing. Yu Qingjie continued to look at the map. Not far from his cursor, there was a building specially marked with a 5-pointed star. That was the fortress where his source core was located. The camp game was divided into 2 camps. The red camp and the blue camp. Each side had a camp. And there was a fortress in the camp where the source core was stored. There were 3 source cores in total. The winner was the one who smashed all the source cores of the enemy camp. In the camp competition, students can get points in 2 ways. The first is to kill members of the enemy camp, as in the second round of eliminations. Each head is 500 points. The other way is to destroy the source core of the enemy camp. Each source core is 1,000 points. The source core does not provide many points. And it is also related to the outcome of the game. It will definitely be protected by all camps. Therefore, except for the big guys who are in urgent need of rushing to the top of the list, ordinary people will not care about these points. Starting from the camp competition, students' points will be counted into the personal points ranking list. In addition to obtaining course credits, normally, the top 20 in the ranking list can also get the corresponding comprehensive assessment points according to their ranking. However, only members of the winning camp will be retained in the final ranking list. Moreover, members of the winning camp, regardless of life or death, can get credits and participate in the final ranking list settlement. In other words, whether it is to get credits or to sprint the ranking list, there is a biggest prerequisite: your camp must be the winner of this game. In the optical brain, at the bottom of the game map, there is a faction chat channel, which is used for teammates to communicate with each other and arrange attack and defense. If it were Yu Qingjie in the past, she would definitely join the attacking side without hesitation. This is why it is more fortunate for her to teleport into the enemy camp. At the beginning of the battle, most of the enemy members must be in the enemy camp, so she can get more points and be closer to the enemy's source core. But this time, she had no pursuit for personal points at all. She suddenly thought that it would be nice to experience the role of defense. Yu Qingjie planned her role in her mind, opened the address list on the light brain, and began to contact teammates who were teleported to unknown places. On the other side, Song Shursan also entered the third round of elimination map. In front of him, there was a bright sun, a golden beach, a rippling sea, and vibrant palm trees. The tide surged, spreading on the soft sand, as if it was inlaid with a glittering silver frame. The tide receded. Under the slightly warm sea breeze, the wet beach flickered with dots. That was the fragments of mica. In the distance, the white clouds were peaceful, the sky was high, and the sea was vast, and it was warm. There was silence, and no one around. Song Shursan put away the long knife, lowered his head, and clicked on the light brain map. The bracelet on her wrist flashed blue light, but on the map, her coordinates were neither blue nor red. It was a remote island far away from the red and blue continent. Song Shursan. Chapter 63. The optical brain vibrates, and Tang Tian message pops up at the right time. Tang Tian. Shursan, I'm in the blue team, and you? Tang Tian. 10461, this is my coordinate information. Unless there are special circumstances, teammates who have been in the same team in the second round will basically be assigned to the same camp. There is no teammate positioning function in the camp game, but you can help determine the position by sending coordinates. Song Shur-san found the coordinates 104, 61 on the map. Tang Tian luck is still stable. The teleportation point is in the blue camp territory, or the safest deep area. Song Shur-san studied the coordinate function. She just happened to not know how to describe her location, so she sent her coordinates in the same way. Song Shur-san, also on the blue team, the coordinates are 72, 3. The message was read the moment it was sent, but the other side was silent for a long time. After a long time, Tang Tian message came again. Tang Tian, Tang Tian, is your vertical coordinate malfunctioning? The large map simulated in this faction match is an island theme, and the main battle site is actually the red and blue continent, but in order to increase the authenticity of the scene, a few small islands were added far away from the red and blue continent. When Tang Tian first saw Song Shur-san vertical coordinate, she thought she was teleported to the border of the continent. When she opened the map, she was dumbfounded. The entire red and blue continent was only at the edge of the vertical coordinate at 27 degrees. 72. 3? Where is this? After zooming out, she saw an unknown area at the bottom that was only a few tenths the size of the red and blue continent. It was called an unknown area because the background color of this area was neither red nor blue, but a frosted glass texture. It could only be barely judged to be the shape of an island. Tang Tian was silent. Tang Tian, ? What's going on there? Song Shur-san simply took a picture and sent it to her. Comparing it with the coordinates set by Tang Tian, Song Shur-san finally understood that she was trapped on an isolated island. The red and blue continent was separated from her small island by a vast ocean. Not to mention that she was not a good swimmer. Even if she was a planet-level swimmer, by the time she swam to the mainland, the camp competition would probably have been over. Unexpectedly, after seeing the picture sent by Song Shur-san, Tang Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Although this place is remote, it looks safe. She responded to messages very quickly. Tang Tian, wait for me. I pick you up by boat. Tang Tian, I just asked in the faction channel. There are ships in the port. Like the second round of the Neon Wasteland. The red and blue continents also have their own background settings. The interior of the continent is plains and castles, surrounded by the sea. And the design is very similar to the medieval aristocratic period, with developed sea routes and prosperous trade. The area occupied by the blue camp happens to have a port, and there are several idle steam fishing boats parked at the port. Song Shur-san was silent for a moment. Recalling the scene of Tang Tian driving a motorcycle in the last round of the competition, he held back, and did not question her driving ability. Well, it doesn't matter if she can drive a boat. For someone who dares to drive a motorcycle to the rooftop, a fishing boat can't be that difficult. After replying to Tang Tian's message, Song Shur-san walked along the beach in boredom. The soles of his heavy military boots were covered with soft sand, which was washed clean by the waves. Seagulls circled in the sky, and occasionally cried a few times. Song Shur-san looked up. The holographic simulation was very realistic. This was the first time she had seen such a bright sea. The environment in the last life was too polluted. Even if she had the chance to see the sea once during a mission, it was only gray and gloomy. The small island in front of her, everything was washed clean by the scorching sun. It was far away from the dust and the noise of the world. It was a rare place for vacation. Song Shur-san did not feel panic at all about being trapped on the island. She relaxed for a moment, and turned around a few more times, and decided to find a shade to cool off. She was wearing a black training suit. Black absorbs heat. After being exposed to the scorching sun at the beach for a short time, she felt her whole body was hot, and even her hair seemed to be able to be pancaked. There was a palm forest not far ahead. Song Shur-san quickened his pace, intending to go into the forest to shade himself from the sun. The leaves of the palm trees were long-stalked and grew in clusters. They were lush but not dense, and were not a good place to cool off. But the entire island was empty except for this palm forest. For now, he could only make do with it and take a rest. The woods were getting closer and closer. A white flag suddenly appeared in the lush leaves, fluttering in the wind. Song Shur-san paused and took a closer look. Only then did he realize that it was not a flag, but a pair of white training pants hung on a tree branch to dry. There were clothes, which meant there were other people on the island. The other party probably fell into the sea when teleporting, and found an island nearby to land. This island was not within the red and blue continent at all. That person probably didn't expect that someone would be teleported to such a remote place, so he hung his clothes here without any cover. There was no shelter on the beach, and Song Shursen was wearing black. If the other party was in the woods, he would definitely find him at a glance. Fortunately, the pants looked like women training pants, so it was not too embarrassing. Song Shursen reached for the mechanical sword on his waist and cautiously approached the periphery of the palm forest. In the camp game, encountering signs of human activity is not a good thing. After all, no one knows whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. At the wrist, the optical brain vibrated twice again. Tang Tian, I'm on the shore. Where are you? Chapter 64. Song Shursen was slightly surprised. Even with the technology of the interstellar era, it would take at least 2 hours for a steam fishing boat to reach the shore at such a long distance. But Tang Tian reached the shore in less than half an hour. The news about Tang Tian continued. Tang Tian, I accidentally ran aground. I will get the boat out first, and then come to find you. Tang Tian, send me the coordinates again. Song Shursen quickly sent out his updated coordinates, and then he became serious and put away his light computer. In addition to Tang Tian, there was another icon flashing in the chat bar. Judging from the flashing icon, it should be Yin Qiming. Song Shursen could probably guess what the other party was asking, which was nothing more than which camp and where. She didn't mean to ignore Yin Qiming's message, but the situation in front of her didn't allow her to chat leisurely. In front of Song Shursen, under the palm tree where the white training pants were drying, a half figure was projected. The trunk of the palm tree was thick, which was more than enough to block a slender adult woman. The other person's entire body was hidden behind the tree trunk, revealing only a little white hem of her clothes, and a shadow cast by the slanting sunlight. Song Shursen held his breath, pressed the handle of the knife, and quietly approached. Her steps were very light, and she walked around the tree trunk little by little, and came to the side of the girl under the tree. The girl sat in the shade, with her back against the tree trunk, concentrating on looking at the laptop in her hand, and was unaware of the danger around her. From Song Shursen's perspective, the girl profile was completely blocked by the fluffy low ponytail tied on one side. The figure looked familiar, but the face could not be seen clearly. However, judging from the blue halo on her wrist, the other party was obviously also from the blue camp. In short, they were allies. Song Shursen felt relieved and moved his eyes to her exposed calf. Rather than calling it a leg, this body part was more like a piece of solidified and rotten scarlet mincemeat that was squeezed into the shape of a leg. The surface of the mincemeat was bumpy, and rice-like crystal particles were precipitated. The particles were so dense that it looked more like the mincemeat was squeezed out from it. Song Shursen felt his scalp tingling after just one look. It was not like she had never seen such a horrible wound before. The rotting flesh on the zombies in the last life was very similar to it. But what was in front of her now was not a corpse that had lost consciousness in life, but a living person in the prime of youth. The girl seemed to have finished browsing the information on the light computer. She put away the light computer and adjusted her skirt. As she moved, the area of her calf exposed became larger. Song Shursen frowned. It was not just a small section of the leg. The girl legs below the knees had all turned into this solidified mincemeat. This time she saw it more clearly. The mincemeat was squeezed out by large chunks of crystal particles condensing outward. Because these dense crystals occupied the place where the flesh and blood should have been, the flesh and blood squeezed out had nowhere to go, and could only be exposed outside the skin, and then cut and raised by the crystals that continued to be generated, which made it look bumpy. As for the girl's original skin, it was completely invisible. Her entire calf looked like it was smashed with bones, and then kneaded back to its original shape with glass shards, and it even had a tendency to spread to the thigh. Seeing this, Song Shursen understood what was wrong with the other person's legs. Mineralogy. It was not as dangerous as he used brain disease, but it was much more serious than he used. It can only be said that the girl was lucky enough. Mineralogy only occurred in the legs, and it seemed to spread only from the legs. After the girl adjusted her skirt, she looked up at the white training pants hanging on the treetops. Those pants should also be hers. The skirt might be exposed, but the pants would not. In order to prevent others from noticing the abnormality of her legs, the girl chose to wear another pair of pants under her skirt. However, the mineralogy in her legs had become so serious that she should have completely lost the ability to walk. Song Shursen recalled the students he saw in the stadium at the opening ceremony, and he did not seem to have heard of anyone in a wheelchair. Moreover, The girl in front of him had made it all the way to the last level, and her strength must be good. But he had never heard of any information about the person from Tang Tian. It was too weird. The next second, the girl answered Song Shursan confusion. She turned her fingertips, and her whole body floated upright, and her skirt fell gently, completely covering her legs, making her look like she was really standing up. Song Shursan raised his eyebrows in surprise. So that's it. Instead of relying on the support of leg strength, he uses the wind element to float himself up, creating the illusion of walking. No wonder he has to wear a long skirt over his pants. Pants easily expose the walking posture, but the fluffy long skirt can easily cover the movement of the legs inside. Song Shursan probably understands the purpose of the other party doing this. If infected with mineralosis, it is almost equivalent to losing the ability to fight. In addition to his own fear of death and illness, the infected person also has to face the pity and sympathy of others. The girl's mental strength is probably not low. No proud child can endure the gap of falling from the altar. This is probably the reason why she tried hard to cover up her illness. However, such behavior increased the use of her own mental strength, which further aggravated the infection of mineralogy. Sighing in his heart, Song Shursan couldn't help but remind him, what you do is like drinking poison to quench thirst, which will only lead to a vicious cycle. Before he finished speaking, the girl under the tree turned her head quickly like a frightened sparrow. Who? Their eyes met. Song Shursan was also stunned at this glance. The girl in front of him was none other than Tang Yiru. Seeing it was Song Shursan, Tang Yiru took a step back. A trace of panic flashed across her face, and almost lost her voice. Song Shursan? Did you see him? Tang Yiru recognized Song Shursan. Although she had no direct contact with Song Shursan, she had always secretly inquired about the people around her sister Tang Tian. What's more, it was this Song Shursan in front of her, who had snatched the top spot in the personal points list that she had tried so hard to get but still missed. Song Shursan came back to his senses, and said nothing, which was considered as acquiescence. She had mixed feelings, not pity, but surprise. This girl whose legs were severely infected by mineralogy was Tang Yiru. She insisted on wearing a long skirt that covered her ankles in any occasion, her slightly weird walking posture, and her frail body that would fall down if pushed. All the incongruities in Tang Yiru finally got a reasonable explanation. Based on her personality, she was found to be so severely infected with mineralogy, which just provided a reason to play a pity. But Tang Yiru's intense reaction was somewhat surprising, and the panic on her face did not seem fake. Seeing that Song Shursan had a calm expression and did not intend to mock her, Tang Yiru calmed down and put on a pitiful look. You won't tell anyone, right? Song Shursan held the handle of the knife. Skipped her pretense. Why? Song Shursan's question was confusing. But Tang Yiru was a smart person and understood the meaning directly. This is asking her why she was panicked by having her legs seen. For someone like Song Shursan who acts on intuition and logic, superficial emotional guidance will not have much effect. Tang Yiru simply stopped playing such low-end drama in front of her, and answered the other party's question directly. Weaknesses can only have the best effect when exposed to the right people at the right time. She rolled up a layer of light breeze with her fingertips, and took back the white training pants hanging on the treetops. If it is spread out in a big way, it will not only be pity that will spread, but also malice. The S-level genius is deeply tortured by mineralism, and has no place to display his talents and abilities. It sounds really sad, but losing strength means losing dignity. No matter how powerful you were, as long as you have defects, you will be ridiculed by some dark people. So, what follows is not only pity and regret, but also contempt like trash, and comments and ridicule on her ugly wounds. In the track of mental power, everyone is a competitor. Who doesn't like to see the top of the pyramid fall? There are always many people who take advantage of others' misfortunes. Even if there is no grudge, there are always people who wantonly release their malice to others. No matter whether the fallen person is innocent, whether he has made contributions to society, or whether he is about to make contributions. As long as he falls, there will be countless maggots in the gutter who will smell the smell and step on him. Such cases have happened countless times. The public respects the strong, feels sorry for them, and even praises their tragic past, but will never pity the strong who have fallen from the altar. Tang Yiru understood this principle very early. Therefore, even if she had to endure the pain, she would continue to use her mental power and conceal the fact that she had been infected. She did not need the sympathy of so many people. It was useless to expose her weakness to everyone. Instead, She would leave it to the people around her to show her trust in them and make them willing to give. Tang Yiru did not explain these words further. She looked at Song Shursan and sneered. For someone like you who shines with talent and has a smooth journey, your thoughts are like diodes. So you naturally can't understand. Although Tang Yiru put away her hypocritical expression, she was still deliberately pushing others down from the moral high ground for judgment. This method might work wonders for people like Yu Qingjiu who have a strong sense of morality. But it didn't hurt Song Shursan. Song Shursan was silent for a while, trying to figure out Tang Yiru's combination of punches to control people's hearts. Pretending to be soft and flattering is only the beginning. If the other party doesn't buy it, she will use the second trick of retreating to advance. You thought you saw through her pretense, forcing her to reveal her true face and tell the truth. But in fact, this was just her retreat to advance. Deliberately admitting his own weak mask, when the other party thought that he had torn through the hypocrisy and upheld justice, he suddenly threw out an unexpected and more tragic background, pushing himself to the moral high ground, making the other party feel condemned by his conscience in the reversal. Very clever, but unfortunately Song Shursan didn't buy it. Chapter 65. Oh, I won't tell anyone. Song Shursan's eyes were calm, ignoring the seemingly unintentional accusations in Tang Yiru's words. You don't have to be so sarcastic and deliberately play the victim. Our professional teacher is also S-level, suffering from mineralism, and his condition is much more serious than yours. Tang Yiru at least still has the opportunity to use her mental power. Although her legs have deteriorated severely, it will not endanger her life. But he can no longer use any mental power. The sword of Damocles hanging high in the air is almost stuck to her hair. What's your major? Tang Yiru was stunned. Weaponry science? Everyone in their family knew that Tang Tiantian had changed her major. Her cheap father was very angry because of this. He scolded Tiantian for not living up to expectations. Say that she gave up the good all-purpose major of mineral chemistry and insisted on going to an unpopular place full of rubbish. Yes, weaponry science. Song Shursan was not influenced by Tang Yiru's emotions at all. Even if the other party said that she was smooth sailing, he was too lazy to argue. She looked at Tang Yiru's legs under her long skirt and suggested, if you want, you can try it. Me? Tang Yiru smiled, not realizing that she was being led astray by the other party. I am an illegitimate daughter, and I can't even afford the elemental stones. I am not as rich as Miss Tang. Without clear technical guidance, the research of weapon science is completely closed door, and the consumption of materials is huge. Only middle-class families can barely afford this expense. After putting away her white lotus-like fragility, Tang Yiru's pointed little face showed a bit of shrewdness, but also looked more lively. Tang Tiantian's mother is the granddaughter of the email consortium. Even if Tang Tiantian is not favored by her father and has no status in the Tang family, her mother with a prominent family background can still protect her precious daughter well. She wants to study weapons science, so of course she can afford any expensive materials and find a way to hire any famous designer. That's the email group. What weapon master can't they afford? Maybe they can even get Monium's original work. The email group controls the economic lifeline of Emu Star and a small group of stars around it. Although it is not as good as several major families, it is also a considerable force in the southern part of the Federation star system. I am just an illegitimate daughter who is not presentable. A tool used by the Tang family to consolidate their reputation. Tang Yiru smiled self-deprecatingly. My mother is not as well connected as Tang Tiantian's mother. She is just an ignorant girl who was deceived by Tang Dongsheng and got pregnant before marriage and was forced to drop out of school when she was less than 19 years old. Financial resources are only one aspect. More importantly, a daughter of a wealthy family, even an illegitimate daughter, does not ask the family's hired weapon masters to teach her, but instead goes to the weapon science major that has no core technology. Isn't it lowering her own value and even more embarrassing? Tang Yiru has finally secured her position by being admitted to the first seed single soldier major of the Federal Military Academy. How could she give up and ask for humiliation? Of course, Tang Yiru would not openly talk about her inner contempt for the weapon science major. Do you know how much I have suffered and how much cold shoulder I have endured in order to gain a foothold in the Tang family? Don't even mention spending money to let me study weapon science. If I don't even have the value of S-level mental power, the only fate waiting for me is to be abandoned. What will happen if I am abandoned by the Tang family? Song Shursan blinked slowly. Ah? Tang Yiru was still immersed in self-pity for her personal life experience. She didn't expect the other party to suddenly ask such a question. She couldn't change her emotions for a while, and stammered. Then, there will be no home. Song Shursan was confused. But you don't seem to consider the Tang family as your family. Tang Dongsheng is my father. How could I not consider him as my family? Before being taken to the Tang family, Tang Yiru had always been dependent on her mother. A single mother who dropped out of school and had no diploma, had to live a hard life with her young daughter. Tang Yiru had been ridiculed as a bastard, and from time to time she would envy other children with fathers. Although young children don't understand much, they can also feel the malice of others by intuition. Her childhood was shrouded in gloom. It wasn't until she was 7 years old that her S-level mental power was detected and finally improved. Afraid of her extraordinary talent, those unscrupulous rumors finally subsided. Although they might not be convinced, at least they no longer dared to point fingers in front of her. The teachers at school praised her more, and more people were willing to be friends with her. Everything in her life was moving in a good direction. Most importantly, the father she had longed for many years actually appeared. Tang Dongsheng actually didn't have much tenderness towards Tang Yiru. But for a child who had never experienced fatherly love, the title of father alone was enough to comfort her little heart. Even this little comfort dragged her bright life back into the gutter of being looked down upon and humiliated. I understand. I only recognize my father as the head of the family. And I don't recognize Tang Tiantian, who has a different father and a different mother, as the head of the family. Song Shursan stroked his chin. But Tang Dongsheng has never fulfilled his father's responsibilities from beginning to end? What? Tang Yiru didn't understand what the other party meant. Tang Dongsheng ruined your mother's life. Why don't you hate him, and call him dad, and help him consolidate his position in the Tang family? Song Shursan continued. According to your previous description, the Tang family is not that good to you. I only see that the Tang family needs you, and I don't think you can't leave the Tang family in any way. Since you have realized that your position is just a tool, why don't you run away? This soul-searching question made Tang Yiru a little confused. Her face turned pale and blue. You are easy to talk about. Of course you can't understand my difficulties. If I leave the Tang family, my mother and I will be homeless. And I can't afford the tuition for weapons science. I'm short of money. Song Shursan nodded in understanding. She had a deep understanding of this, and was quite experienced. She spoke frankly, and made a sincere suggestion. Why don't you just cheat the Tang family for a sum of money as startup capital? You are a master of deception. And you are very careful in everything you do. As long as you want to do it, the Tang family will never pursue it. Tang Yiru? What kind of treasonous nonsense is this person talking about? Mental power is almost a talent at the top of the pyramid. And it will not be bad no matter where you go in this world. You can do anything with this money. Whether it is to study weapons science, or to take your mother away from disputes. It is more meaningful than being an accomplice to the enemy and torturing yourself. You? What accomplices? What enemies? Tang Yiru raised her eyebrows. That's my dad? Song Shursan ignored her anger, and glanced at her skirt leisurely. Or, in fact, you originally valued the reputation of the Tang family. But you just couldn't bear to give up the vanity brought by this identity, and wanted to use the status of the Tang family to gain more benefits for yourself. Since these are your own decisions, don't bring them up to gain sympathy. It's useless to me. You haven't experienced my life. So what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? Tang Yira's face turned cold. Her eyes were colder than ever before. Even if all this is my own fault, what's wrong with me wanting to stand out? Why does Tang Tiantian have everything since she was born? She has status and position. And she has the love of her father and mother. But I have to work hard to get a little love. And I have to do my best to avoid being kicked out of this family. From childhood to adulthood. What have I done wrong? Tang Tiantian is just a useless person with B+ mental power. But because of her family, she can easily regain her life through elemental weapons. She is even lucky enough to have you as a big brother. And easily got the first place in the personal scoreboard. Am I not working hard enough? Have I paid less than anyone else? No. I gritted my teeth and walked step by step to where I am now. Which is 1,000 times more difficult than all of you. She tried her best. Sold out all her teammates. But the points she got were still surpassed by Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian. She knew Tang Tiantian's ability. It was impossible for her to get such a high score. She could only have benefited from the girl who was holding a strange weapon and never showed off. She hated it. All her achievements today were obtained by enduring great suffering and hard work. So what if the means were despicable? Was it her fault? If it weren't for her cunning and means, she would be used and thrown away like her useless mother, and could only live by looking at others' faces every day. Tang Yiru's voice became excited, with a hint of sharpness. I have never felt any warmth in my world. I just want to climb up. The higher the better. Even if I have to do whatever it takes. As long as no one dares to despise and ignore me. Song Shursan lowered his eyes, without any disguise. This is the real Tang Yiru. This is the most real emotion in her heart. It is not a weak white flower, but a vine full of thorns, madly absorbing and squeezing out all the nutrients around it to grow upward tenaciously. She held her head up so high that she didn't care about anything around her. Everyone and everything was just a tool for her to climb up. Just like she was just a tool for the Tang family. After a moment of silence, Song Shursan stared at Tang Yiru's skirt and changed the subject by talking to himself. Tian never shows her legs outside. She only wears wide pants when she goes out. I see. Song Shursan's voice was very light, and his tone was not fluctuating. It seemed that he was just describing the peaceful sunlight on this remote island. Every word fell lightly into Tang Yiru's ears, but her pupils shrank suddenly, and her face of pride and stubbornness suddenly shattered. The sun cast mottled shadows on the trees. Outside the palm forest, accompanied by the rumbling of waves, the sound of a whistle was faintly heard. A slightly shabby steam fishing boat was also bumping and stopping at the coast. Chapter 66. Shursan. Tang Tiantian's voice came from far away, coming from behind. The palm trees were not densely spaced. Song Shursan stood at the outskirts of the forest, and was wearing a conspicuous black outfit, so he could be recognized at a glance. Tang Tiantian saw the black figure from afar, while shouting, while standing on the boat and honking the horn. Hearing the noise, Tang Yiru came back to her senses from her daze, her eyes turned, and raised her hand to create a hurricane. The wind was surging, and the palm trees around her were uprooted by the huge wind, and the thick branches were like being thrown into a drum washing machine, cracking and crashing. Tang Yiru's move was sudden. With herself as the eye of the storm, she instantly swept everything around her into the storm. Song Shursan was too close to her, and he had no time to react. He lost all his support points in an instant, and was swept into the center of the whirlwind along with the shattered trees. The rapidly moving branches and gravel brushed past Song Shursan's side. Fortunately, she was wearing the school field training uniform, and her defense ability reached C+. These leaves and stones did not leave any scars. Song Shursan held the long sword steadily, feeling the direction of the airflow in the chaotic vision. After a moment, she slightly turned the handle of the sword. The sky-colored light flowed, forming a wind flow that collided with Tang Yiru, stabilizing her body. The airflow around her stabilized, and the vision that was blocked by the branches and rocks flying randomly in the hurricane gradually became clear. The wind element circuit laid by the mechanical horizontal sword in Song Shursan's hand was not strong. She hadn't even exerted any strength yet, but she actually blocked the opposite airflow with just the blade. At such a close distance, and the opponent was an S-level psychic, it should not be so easy for her to use wind flow to offset it. Song Shursan raised his eyes, and sure enough, it was just a trick to restrain her. With the reaction force of the hurricane belt, Tang Yiru's figure had already flown far away, running towards Tang Tiantian on the beach. From Tang Tiantian's perspective, it was difficult to find Tang Yiru's figure hidden behind the palm tree. She was blowing the whistle to urge Song Shursan to get on the boat quickly, and suddenly saw the black figure being swept into the hurricane that rose from the ground. Tang Tiantian was startled, and quickly jumped off the boat, heading in the direction of the hurricane. As soon as her heels touched the ground, a white shadow rushed straight to her face like catkins swept by the wind. Behind the white shadow, a black knife light almost followed closely. Out of survival instinct, Tang Tiantian squatted down, and the crossbows on her wrists transformed into two scimitars, subconsciously preparing for defense. A close combat was about to break out, and the landing point was the square inch of sand in front of Tang Tiantian. Song Shursan aimed his sword at that spot. Tang Yiru and herself were in the same blue camp, and could barely be considered teammates, unless necessary. She didn't want to have too much conflict with the other party. But if the other party really wanted to attack Tang Tiantian, that would only send her to death. Just as the white shadow in the sky was about to attack Tang Tiantian, Tang Yiru stopped abruptly, and suddenly changed her target. Behind Tang Tiantian, The originally calm sea suddenly became overcast, and a towering water column swirled out from the deep sea and broke through the waves, and went straight through the steam fishing boat parked on the shore. The hull of the fishing boat was completely pierced by the rapid water flow, and the broken limbs were shattered in the strong wind caused by the waves, leaving only a piece of metal wreckage that was hit by the waves and surged into the deep seabed. The waves splashed like a waterfall, flashing spots of light in the sun. The air was filled with a wet and salty smell. As the water drops fell, the sea gradually returned to calm, as if all the wind and waves just now were just an illusion. On the sea, the small steam fishing boat that was originally docked on the shore disappeared, leaving only scattered with chips floating with the waves. Seeing that Tang Tian was safe and sound, Song Shursen put away his knife, stood beside Tang Tian, and glanced at the debris in the sea. She had miscalculated. She had never expected that Tang Yi's target was not Tang Tian from the beginning, but the fishing boat that was used to take them away from this isolated island. Tang Yi's mental power was very strong. She had been accustomed to using wind power to support her floating and walking for many years. It made no difference to her whether it was on the water or on land. But Song Shursen and Tang Tian were different. Song Shursen himself was almost unable to use his mental power, and Tang Tian's mental power was not accurate enough to control herself to cross such a long sea route in midair. Without the vehicle, the two of them had no way to cross the sea. Tang Yi was planning to trap them to death on this isolated island. Yi? Tang Tian came back to her senses from the sudden change, looked at Tang Yi, and then looked at the destroyed fishing boat, shocked and angry. What are you doing? Nothing. Just testing the strength of this boat. Tang Yi turned around, shrugged innocently. The wind and waves are dangerous, and the battlefield is also dangerous. Sister, don't occupy a position that doesn't belong to you. Just wait here for me to come back with victory. Tang Yi's intention was obvious. She wanted to win, and she wanted to get the first place in the standings. On the current standings, Song Shursen and Tang Tian had the same points, tied for first place, and Tang Yi followed closely behind, only 5 points behind them. As long as they were trapped on this isolated island, they would have no chance to increase their points. And Tang Yi's goal of being the first place on the list would also lose her biggest competitor. She was not afraid of losing teammates. For her, anyone who would compete with her for interests was an opponent that could be eliminated. Tang Tian pursed her lips. Tang Yi's behavior was exactly the same as when she was in the family. Because of her high mental strength, and because she wanted to attract the attention of the elders and gain recognition from the family, Tang Yi tried her best in everything, especially liked to steal Tang Tian limelight. Under the pretext of protecting her sister, she repeatedly seized Tang Tian performance opportunities, even squeezing out training opportunities, and wished she could just hide the eldest daughter of the Tang family, let the title of useless eldest daughter be attached to Tang Tian more and more. If Tang Tian wanted to resist, she would frame her and create the illusion that she was in danger to save her sister. This would make Tang Tian the target of public criticism and sink deeper and deeper into her inferiority complex. Fortunately, Tang Tian had been spoiled since she was a child, and her character became more courageous with each setback. Not only did she not lose her confidence, but she trained harder and more proudly in the face of others' contempt. Tang Tian was too lazy to care about Tang Yi's behavior. When she was a child, she would get angry about it. But as she grew up, she understood that what kind of soil would produce what kind of fruit. The grudges of the elders, Tang Yi was also a victim. Although Tang Yi was ruthless, she had never killed herself. Anyway, she didn't care about the shitty fatherly love of her father, who cheated on her during her pregnancy, and she was tired of the hypocrisy of these so-called wealthy families. It was not worth wasting energy on such intrigues. Rubbing her temples, Tang Tian calmed down from her anger with a helpless tone. From here to the red and blue continent, the nearest port of call is in the enemy camp, and it is nearly 30 nautical miles away. She didn't say it clearly, but Song Shursen understood what she meant. 30 nautical miles. No landing point. Even if it's mental power S, it would be a big loss to use wind power for such a long time. For a patient with severe mineralism like Tang Yi, it would lead to the worsening of the disease. Tang Yi's expression was complicated for a moment. She glanced at the wide hem of Tang Tian jeans, and then she frowned again, and smiled a fake smile. Good sister, please stop being kind, and don't do such inexplicable things again. Have you forgotten how badly I hurt you? Noble lady. Please act dignified and don't wear these weird pants to embarrass the Tang family. Her tone was very cold. And she didn't even look directly into Tang Tiantian's eyes when she spoke. As if she was disgusted with her to the extreme. After she finished speaking, her skirt was slightly raised. And she almost fled away from the coast. Song Shersan quietly watched the two sisters in front of him resolve their disputes. Without intervening. Seeing Tang Yi's figure disappear at the horizon. He turned his head and looked at Tang Tiantian. She has a point. There is no need to repay evil with kindness. Tang Yi always wears skirts regardless of the occasion. And has never exposed her thighs. Over time, it will inevitably attract the attention and speculation of others. But if Tang Tiantian also does not expose her thighs, and wears more strange clothes, people will pay less attention to Tang Yi's clothes. This is Tang Tiantian goodwill. But Song Shersan actually does not understand it. She is the type who will never give up even the slightest grudge. If someone dares to bully her like this, she will only give back an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. It doesn't matter. I don't lack anything anyway. It would be troublesome if people found out that she is actually a rotten thing. Tang Tiantian didn't care about these grudges. She straightened her trouser legs and admired the styling brought by the unique seams again. She frowned slightly. What weird style. This is obviously the forefront of fashion. Seeing her doing what she wanted. Song Shersan was too lazy to care anymore. He remembered that Yun Qiming had sent him a message before. So he took this opportunity to open the light computer. Tang Tiantian came over and saw the familiar head portrait jumping on the light screen that Song Shersan unfolded. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind. Hey, Yun Qiming? Which camp is he in? The boat happened to be gone. Let him bring another one to pick us up. Remember to use wind power to speed up. The journey will take less time. Tang Tiantian didn't really care about the points ranking and the final results. But since she was here, she felt something was missing if she didn't participate in the final battle. Song Shersan clicked on Yun Qiming message avatar. And a message box popped up. Yun Qiming, Shersan. Are you and Tiantian going to sneak attack from the port? Yun Qiming, Tiantian didn't reply to my message. If you two are together, remember to remind her not to tell her about your plans in the faction channel. And not to take a boat to the Red Port. Yun Qiming didn't ask about Song Shersan faction. Nor did he take the initiative to tell her about his own faction. But from his description, they should be in the same faction. And he saw the messages in the faction channel where Tang Tiantian asked about the ships in the port. Yun Qiming, my teleport point fell in the red area. They seem to have known Tiantian intentions, and have set up defenses at the ports along the coast. Don't dock at the port. Yu Qingzhou is guarding the formation, which is difficult to deal with. Yun Qiming, there may be a traitor in our faction. Chapter 67. As soon as he landed from the teleportation point, Shin did not bother to check where his camp was, and he could not wait to open the personal score information page. The interface in front of him was the team interface in the second round, which showed the team members' information and accumulated points of the entire team. At the beginning of the third round, the team was disbanded by default. And the interface returned to the personal information page. Shin, personal score 7850, current ranking 3/1034. After seeing his personal ranking, Shin felt a little relieved. In the ranking list of 1,034, ranked third. This ranking list has 1,034 people in total, which does not mean that there are 1,034 people entering the third round, but that the score segment can be divided into 1,034 parts according to the score. 1 point per segment. There is not necessarily only one person in each ranking segment, but all students with the score are ranked in the same place. After entering the third round, the points in the team pool will be divided equally among the remaining members of the team. So, in the same team, each member has the same initial points in the camp competition, and the same ranking. The number of people who actually participated in the third round of the faction competition was far more than 1,034. Shin and his team destroyed an 8-man team in the second round. In addition to 4,000 head points, they also obtained all the team points of this team, which added up to nearly 10,000 points. In order to allow Shin to have a higher point ranking, their team took the initiative to reduce the number of team members to 4. The point pool of about 30,000 was also considerable after being divided equally by 4 people, which directly sent Shin to the top 3 of the standings. Of course, Shin other 3 teammates also ranked in the same position, just as there were 4 people ranked in the third place, although there were only 2 people ahead of Shin. No one could tell how many people were in the first and second place. After confirming his ranking information, Shinshin clicked on the overall list of personal points ranking. He probably guessed the candidate for the first place in his mind. Most likely it was Tang Yiru. Although Tang Yiru's team was chased by Yu Qingjiu all the way, they probably didn't have much time to score points. But they only had Tang Yiru left in their entire team. After all, she would score higher than someone like him, who was evenly divided into the score pool. If he hadn't been lucky enough to hunt an 8-man team, Shinshin's score would not have reached more than 7,000 after being evenly divided. Calculated in this way, Tang Yiru would probably have more than 10,000 points. Shinshin calculated in his mind, and his eyes moved to the scoreboard that had just been loaded. Before he clicked on the personal score ranking, Lu Qingtiao's message popped up first. Lu Qingtiao, Brother Shin, which camp are you in? After Lu Qingtiao entered the map, he noticed his personal ranking at first glance, and he was so excited that he almost jumped up. Lu Qingtiao, 3rd place. Since he entered school, Lu Qingtiao has participated in 3 holographic battle simulation classes, and has never achieved such a high score and ranking. Like most teams with fixed members, Lu Qingtiao's team's strategic focus is actually only the captain, Shinshin. In the team's original plan, in order to maximize benefits, their action purpose is to ensure the victory of the camp, and do everything they can to keep Shinshin in the top 5. With Shinshin's current comprehensive test score, as long as he can get the bonus comprehensive test score of the top 5 in this battle simulation class, he will be promoted to a military rank. They are Seed Individual Soldiers. Seed Individual Soldiers have personal action rights in the army, but usually fight in squads. Shinshin is the strongest among them. After Shinshin obtains a military rank, they will join the squad established by Shinshin after graduation. With the friendship they have had in school for many years, they will also have their own status and power. But now it's different. The benefit brought by the last ambush team far exceeded expectations, and actually brought their entire team to 3rd place. Such a high score, such a high ranking. If I can maintain this ranking, I will work harder in the professional courses this semester. Maybe I can be qualified for military rank. Lu Qingtiao was very excited, and hurriedly opened the light brain to contact his teammates. In the camp competition, teamwork is crucial. Anyone with a little bit of brains will first seize the time to meet up with teammates, and then consider how to divide the work and set up the formation to help their own camp win the final victory. Lu Qingtiao typed rapidly in the private chat group of the 4-person team, confirming the geographic coordinates of his teammates. Except Shinshin, the other 2 teammates quickly sent their locations. When he clicked on their coordinates, Lu Qingtiao was dumbfounded. If I am not mistaken, these 2 coordinates on the map, however, they seem to be on the red continent? Being dropped to the enemy continent is rare, but it is not impossible. However, half of the people in a team were teleported to the enemy continent. It was too coincidental. Lu Qingtiao's eyelids twitched, and a more insignificant, but not impossible guess popped up in his mind. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Lu Qingtiao stopped sending his coordinates and asked about the other team's camp. His teammates responded quickly. Generally speaking, students who belong to the same team in the team competition will have a 99.9% chance of being assigned to the same camp in the camp competition. However, it does not rule out the 1 in 1,000 chance that someone will become an unlucky person who is abandoned by everyone. Looking at the uniform answers that popped up on the screen, Lu Qingtiao felt for the first time that the bracelet emitting blue light on his wrist was so eye-catching. Lu Qingtiao is already a 3rd-year student this year. By the end of the 4th-year school year, the total ranking of all credits and comprehensive test scores will be basically settled. This holographic simulation battle course is one of the few important scoring courses left in Lu Qingtiao's entire college career. Not only him, after their team reduced the number of people, the 4 people left are all 3rd-year students. This competition is equally important to all team members. What could be more terrible than not being assigned to the same team as your teammates? No way. Is he the only one left alone? If he is really the only one assigned to the enemy camp, then if he continues to follow the plan of sending Shinshin, wouldn't it mean that he will give up his personal points and ranking in vain? Lu Qingtiao subconsciously clenched his fist. The losing camp not only can't participate in the personal points ranking, but also can't get the course credits, is a complete loser. In other words, all his hard work along the way has become in vain. Not only that, other teammates can not only get credits, but if they are lucky, they may even be able to maintain their position on the ranking list and exchange them for good comprehensive test score rewards. Why? Why should he make wedding clothes for others? Lu Qingtiao clenched his fists tighter and tighter, and his heart was shaken. After a moment, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Calm down, I won't be so unlucky. And Shin-chan? Shin-chan hasn't replied to the message yet. Looking at the only member who had not replied in the 4-person group chat, Lu Qingtiao clicked on Shin-chan avatar frame. Lu Qingtiao, brother Shin, which camp are you in? When Shin-chan saw the message popped up by Lu Qingtiao, he was stunned for a moment, but did not rush to reply first, but returned to the main interface and clicked on the 4-person group chat again. After reading the historical messages carefully, he narrowed his eyes, lightly glanced at the faint red light on the bracelet, and then slowly returned to the chat interface with Lu Qingtiao and began typing. Shin-chan, blue side. Shin-chan message was like a drop of fresh air after the rain, making Lu Qingtiao feel relieved and relaxed. No wonder Shin-chan didn't reply in the group. It turned out that he was the same as him, not daring to reveal his side. He said, a 1 in 1,000 chance? How could it be such a coincidence that I met him? The division of the side in the side competition was automatically assigned by the system algorithm. Their team was too strong, and was split into 2v2 by the system, which was fair. Fortunately, he was in the same group as the powerful Shin-chan. After relaxing, Lu Qingtiao was secretly delighted, and then sent a message to Shin-chan. Lu Qingtiao, what a coincidence. Me too. Lu Qingtiao, brother Shin. Where are your coordinates? The message was quickly displayed as read. Shin-chan, I was teleported to the red side's position, and now I am very close to the outer perimeter of their castle. Shin-chan was indeed very close to the red side's castle. To be precise, his teleportation point was in the fortress guarding the source core inside the castle. Seeing Shin-chan being teleported to the enemy's position, Lu Qingtiao frowned at first, and then saw the sentence very close to the castle at the end. And he was happy again. Lu Qingtiao did not tell his other 2 teammates about the fact that his team was divided into 2 groups, since the other side did not ask him about it. He did not plan to tell them actively. He just hoped that the other side would reveal more information about the red camp, and it would be best if he could find out the coordinates of the red side source core. The source core is usually protected in the castle. Being close to the castle means being close to the source core. Unexpectedly, Shin-chan was teleported directly to the vicinity of the source core of the other side. The news about Shin-chan continued. Shin-chan, they seem to be planning to give up defense and go for a full offensive route. Shin-chan, I am looking for a boat. I want to go back by sea before them. Where are the coordinates of our source core? Only when we are on our own continent, the coordinates of our source core will be displayed on the map. It is normal that Shin-chan does not know the coordinates of the blue side source core. The red side has gathered troops to attack, but the blue side knows nothing about it, and lacks a powerful general like Shin-chan, so the situation is really dangerous. Shin-chan sat on a stone pier beside the castle, crossed his legs, and waited for Lu Qingtiao to send him the coordinates of the blue team source core with confidence. Lu Qingtiao's message popped up quickly, but what he said was far beyond expectations. Lu Qingtiao, no. Brother Shin. Don't come back. Hurry up and attack the red team source core. Shin-chan frowned. For the fairness of the battle, if one camp enters the enemy's fortress, and its own castle is not attacked, but it does not destroy all the enemy's source cores within 30 minutes, it will be automatically determined that the defending side wins. In other words, in addition to actively attacking and destroying the enemy's source core, actively defending and resisting the enemy's attack for 30 minutes can also win. Shin-chan, I am alone, and it is difficult to successfully destroy 3 source cores within 30 minutes. If you attack rashly without the certainty of destroying the enemy's 3 source cores, it is tantamount to handing victory over. Lu Qingtiao, it doesn't matter. Check the camp channel. Shin-chan certainly won't open the camp channel. He is the red team, not the real blue team. How can he see what the blue team said in the channel? While Shin-chan was thinking about how to continue to ask questions, Lu Qingtiao took the initiative to reveal all the remaining information. Lu Qingtiao, Tang Tiantian is looking for a boat. I guess she wants to take a detour to attack the red team. Song Shursen must be with her. You can just cooperate with each other. Lu Qingtiao, brother Shin, have you figured out the coordinates of the source core on the opposite side? Hurry up and tell them in the channel of the camp. Lu Qingtiao's mouth was almost stretched to the back of his ears. He tapped the keyboard on the screen, urging Shin-chan. Lu Qingtiao, we will definitely win. Usually the source core is located in the inland area of the camp, so the students' defense focus is mostly on the border between the red and blue camps. Few people would take the time and effort to go by water. But when he saw Lu Qingtian's message, Shen Chun's face suddenly changed. What a coincidence. The red side source core refresh point this time is not far from the port. Chapter 68. Yuan Qiming carefully hid in the dense jungle and cautiously followed the group of people running towards the coast. He had just sent a message to his teammates. Cheng Ming, Li Yu and others were all teleported to the blue territory. After knowing that their captain was in the enemy camp, they discussed and decided to split up with the captain. Yuan Qiming would wait for the opportunity to move on the red side according to the situation. And they would stay on the blue side to protect the source core. The terrain of the red and blue continents is rugged. The junction of the red and blue camps is a towering mountain range. If both sides want to enter the core of the other side, they must cross these mountains. According to the course competitions in previous years, the source cores are usually refreshed in the central hinterland of their respective territories, and the student's primary attack route will also be to attack along the border. But this year is a little different. The center of the red camp's territory is low-lying. The edges are steep, and it is surrounded by mountains or cliffs. It is protected by many natural barriers, and has a unique advantage. Perhaps because of this, the system will go against the norm, and not set the red camp source core in the central hinterland, but in a remote port. However, due to the terrain trend of high outside and low inside, the side of the red side close to the sea is mostly steep cliffs. Only the location of the port is relatively flat, which can barely land. It is easy to attack by surprise, but it is also convenient to concentrate firepower for defense. When seeing Tang Tiantian's abrupt message asking about the ship in the camp channel, Yuan Qiming didn't quite understand her intention, and just thought she was going to attack from the port. Although the optical brain map did not indicate the source core coordinates of the two camps, it could be switched to a topographic map, and the general terrain of the red and blue continents could be judged by contour lines. The distance from the waterway to the Red Army's hinterland is 5 times longer than crossing the border directly. Tang Tiantian should have seen in advance that the Red Army's terrain was easy to defend and difficult to attack. So she thought of taking a detour by water, taking the enemy by surprise, and sneaking ashore from the port. But then, the Red Army suddenly mobilized a large number of troops towards the coastline. Led by Yu Qingjiu's team, Yuan Qiming vaguely realized that something was wrong. He quickly sent a message to Tang Tiantian and Song Shersan to remind them, and he followed them by intuition. When he followed the red team to the port, Yuan Qiming couldn't help but widen his eyes, and couldn't help but marvel at Tang Tiantian's well-informed and sharp thinking. The red team source core was not in the hinterland, but in the port. The castle guarding the source core was almost close to the port, without any buffer zone. As long as you land at the port, it is almost equivalent to stepping into the castle gate. Recalling Tang Tiantian's professionalism in the exploration class, Yuan Qiming admired her even more in his heart. Unfortunately, the news leaked out, allowing the Red Army to prepare for the response in advance. Yuan Qiming hid behind a reef, staring at the 3 people waiting at the port. It was Yu Qingjiu's team. Although the port is the core, it has a small area and does not need to, nor can it accommodate too many people. On the other hand, the direction closer to the center is blocked by high mountains. But once the enemy climbs over the mountains, it will attack from top to bottom, taking advantage of the geographical advantage. And any place may be a breakthrough. Therefore, the defense in the hinterland cannot be relaxed, and more people should be sent to defend. The red side's defense arrangement is very reasonable, and it can be said to be comprehensive. In addition, Yu Qingjiu's strength is almost unmatched. On the contrary, Tang Tiantian and others, who attacked alone, are in a more dangerous situation. After lurking behind the reef for a long time, Song Shersan news finally came. Song Shersan, okay. Thank you for reminding us. We will find another place to land. It seems that the guess was right. Tang Tiantian is indeed looking for a boat to attack with Song Shersan. Yuan Qiming nervously retracted the light screen, looked around, and fell silent again. Although he reminded in the message not to go ashore from the port. But except for the port, other places are cliffs thousands of feet high. If you want to land in such a dangerous place, you may lose half your life first. Where do Song Shersan and the others plan to land? After replying to Yuan Qiming's message, Song Shersan and Tang Tiantian leaned their heads, looked at the endless sea together, and fell into deep thought. Let alone landing, the two of them couldn't even find a way to leave the shore. Tang Tiantian originally wanted Yuan Qiming to pick them up by boat, but now seeing that Yuan Qiming was surrounded by enemies, he had to rely on luck to ensure that he would not be discovered by the enemy. I drove away the boat with the strongest motor in our camp. Tang Tian analyzed to herself, and used the reaction force generated by the crossbow firing wind bombs as thrust, which is why it drove so fast. Liu and the others don't have the precise control of Yanqiming, and the performance of the remaining boats in the port is not very good. Even if Liu came to pick them up, it would probably take an hour to get to us. Tang Tian sighed. If we wait to get to the Red Port, the faction competition might be over. Wind acceleration? Song Shursan held his chin. His eyes lit up. This solves the power problem. She looked at the remains of some fishing boats floating on the sea, and said easily, now we just need to make a carrier. Tang Tian looked in the direction of Song Shursan's gaze in confusion. On the calm sea, the only thing that could be recycled was a few lifebuoys floating on the water. She twitched her lips. You don't mean? Let's go sailing on this lifebuoy. Song Shursan didn't say anything, turned around and walked into the palm forest, answering Tang Tian's guess with his actions. The forest was mostly destroyed by Tang Yiru hurricane, and the uprooted palm trees lay on the ground in all directions, which saved the effort of cutting them down. The trunks of palm trees were slender. Song Shursan pulled out the mechanical horizontal knife, and simply chopped them twice. The straight blade cut through iron like mud, and easily processed the wood into regular and easy-to-bundle long round strips. The two picked up some hemp ropes and fishing nets scattered from fishing boats on the beach, tied the logs tightly together, and tied lifebuoys at the four ends to increase buoyancy and stability, and a simple raft was ready. Song Shursan was nimble, and the series of operations were smooth, and it only took 10 minutes from processing the wood to forming the raft. Tang Tian was stunned. You can also do carpentry? Not really carpentry, but I am indeed good at carpentry. Song Shursan answered calmly. I used to pick up waste, and I can recycle anything. After preparing the carrier, the two boarded the boat and prepared to set sail. The sea seemed calm, but when they really sat on this fragile little raft, they felt the surging of each layer of waves. Song Shursan thoughtfully carved two handles on the raft to help them maintain balance. After everything was ready, she switched the mechanical sword to the form of a revolver and released bullets far exceeding the S+ level wind element. Chapter 69. A white wave cut through the vast sea, dividing the blue sea into two sides. The wind from Song Shursan's revolver was so strong that it increased the speed of the small raft to almost the same as the steam fishing boat that Tang Tian came on. But at such a fast speed, it was hard not to be worried that the fragile raft would fall apart in the next moment. Tang Tian looked nervous, and was about to speak, when the fierce wind blew and took advantage of the gap to stick her slightly curly long hair into her half-open red lips, causing her to cough for a while. Seeing that she had no chance to speak due to the strong wind, Tang Tian had no choice but to lean over and cling to the raft, holding the handle tightly with one hand, and the fishing net that tied the logs together with the other hand. In such a fast wave, if the raft really couldn't withstand it and fell apart, it would be useless to hold on to the fishing net. Tang Tian actually understood the reason, and she did this just for psychological comfort. She closed her eyes tightly, and could only pray in her heart that Song Shursan would come to the shore quickly. Song Shursan's revolver has a limited firing rate, and can only fire one shot at a time. In the interval between each shot, the raft, which lost its wind acceleration, could only move forward by inertia, adding some fluctuations to the stable route. The seawater inevitably splashed onto the raft. Fortunately, Tang Tian was a water resonance user, and she barely intercepted part of the water flow, so that the two people's clothes were not completely wet. Song Shursan half-crouched at the stern, looking at the direction of the map on the light brain, while pulling the trigger to control the direction of travel. She was standing against the wind, and in order to prevent her hair from blocking her vision, she had already tied her ponytail into a big bun, which made her look more delicate. After sailing for an unknown period of time, the tightly packed logs on the raft showed signs of loosening, and the seawater gradually soaked up. Stop! 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 It's going to fall apart! Tang Tian finally shouted, not caring about the hair that was stuffed into her mouth by the wind. Song Shursan also noticed the abnormality under his feet and stopped shooting, but the whole raft was still drifting forward due to inertia. She turned around, and on the hazy sea, the shadow of a lush continent could be vaguely seen. We're almost there. Tang Tian was a little dizzy from the sea breeze all the way, but she had not forgotten Yanqiming's reminder in the message. The port is guarded by Yuqingjiu. Let's not dock there. We have to find another place. She slumped on the raft. And while the raft was slowing down, she added, if there is really no suitable place, we can climb the cliff with our bare hands. But we have to find a slightly flatter one. I heard that the steepest cliff here is several hundred meters high. Song Shursen was silent for a moment, and did not answer directly. Seeing Song Shursen did not speak, Tang Tiantian looked up in confusion. What happened? At the end of the second round of eliminations, from Tang Tiantian's perspective, she could only see Song Shursen being forced into another tower by Yuqingjiu. Yuqingjiu's name was well known throughout the first military academy of the Federation. Even though she knew that Song Shursen was quite capable, Tang Tiantian was still worried about her. Later, when the countdown ended, both of them were not eliminated. She finally let go of her worries, and thought that Song Shursen had successfully escaped in that duel. Now Yuqingjiu specially brought people to guard the port. But Yuqingjiu alone was difficult enough to deal with. Not to mention that the other party came prepared, and brought so many helpers. The opponent had almost taken advantage of the time, place, and people. And Tang Tiantian subconsciously wanted to avoid fighting with the opponent. Besides, the main purpose of the camp competition was to smash the enemy's source core. They found a corner where no one noticed, and quietly entered the village. Wouldn't it be better? Song Shursen didn't care whether there would be an encounter. It's not that she underestimated the enemy. She had already tested Yuqingjiu's strength. It didn't matter if she forced her way through the port. It was just that the port was still some distance away from them. Given the current state of the small raft, it might not be easy to make it there. She pursed her lips and told the truth. The raft can only sail for another 200 or 300 meters at most. Even if we want to go to the port, it will be difficult. We have to find the nearest place to dock. She estimated the distance to the red and blue continent and added, as long as there are no more wind and waves, we should be able to hold on until we dock. Tang Tiantian was silent for a while, looked at the raft that was almost destroyed by the man-made wind and waves, and soon accepted the current situation. Well, it seems that there is really no choice. It can go ashore wherever it can. The weather is very good today, the sky is clear and cloudless, and it doesn't look like there will be any strong winds and waves. The small raft swayed and trembled as it drifted towards the mainland. Fortunately, before the hemp ropes that tied the logs loosened, they finally reached the shore. This was already the shortest route in a straight line. But, as luck would have it, the closest place to them was a canyon that towered into the clouds. This canyon was like a screen, encircling most of the coastline, leaving no room for anyone to take advantage of it. Even if they abandoned the raft and swam along the canyon, they didn't know where it would end. Tang Tiantian looked up, thinking about the altitude of the highest mountain she had climbed in the interstellar space. And her legs trembled as she was about to stand up. Song Shursen patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Humans evolved from apes. It's just a cliff of a few hundred meters. Don't be too stressed. Tang Tiantian, is the point whether we can climb up the cliff? Other students are already fighting fiercely, and the battle is in full swing. They ride the wind and waves, and cut through the thorns, and now they have to climb the peak. The good camp battle has turned into a difficult version of wilderness survival, and boys and girls rushing forward. This experience is probably the only one in the first military academy of the Federation in the past 10 years. Sighing resignedly, Tang Tiantian began to climb. It is not too difficult to climb up. I just hope that the game is not over when I reach the top of the cliff, so that I can at least feel a sense of participation. The wind was strong at sea. Tang Tiantian's long hair was tangled into several knots by the wind, almost tangled into a mess, which would definitely cause a lot of trouble to her vision when she climbed the cliff. She looked around for a while, but couldn't find a suitable thin rope. Song Shursen raised his knife, cut off a piece of the hemp rope of the fishing net, and handed it to her, which could barely be used as a hair rope. After tying her hair, seeing that Tang Tiantian's trouser legs were not convenient, he cut another piece and tied up her trouser legs. Tang Tiantian's eyes lit up, stroking her chin, and looked at the tattered raft. Why not dismantle all the hemp ropes and make a safety rope? After all, resources are scarce, so make the best use of them. The cliff is so high, in case of any accidents, it would be safer to have a safety rope. As she spoke, she picked up the extra thread, but before she started, the sea surface under her feet suddenly surged violently, and the knots binding the logs loosened obviously. It's broken, it's falling apart. The sea surface shook too suddenly. Tang Tiantian staggered, lost her balance, and fell backwards. Song Shi reacted quickly, stepped forward to support Tang Tiantian, and squatted down immediately, and at the moment when the raft was about to fall apart, he neatly inserted the mechanical cross knife horizontally, and barely prevented them from falling apart into driftwood. I should have gone ashore first. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Tiantian was caught off guard by the oncoming waves. She choked on several mouthfuls of water, and barely opened her eyes. She was so distracted that she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Under her feet, the originally calm sea surface seemed to have fallen into a siphon phenomenon, and it was rising up in reverse, higher and higher. The surging waves instantly pulled the raft away from the canyon. Looking at the 100-foot-high cliff again, it was actually overlooking. What's going on? Even Song Shi was somewhat confused about the current situation. The two looked at each other in doubt. The sea was covered with mist, and there was only the thunderous explosion when the water splashed. Typhoon? Dragon-sucking water? Tang Tiantian was supported by Song Shi, holding on to the raft, shaking in the wind and waves, watching the continent below her vision getting lower and lower. No. No. It's a tsunami. The sky was clear, and there was no wind or cloud. Only a small area of sea near the red continent was suddenly unpredictable and surging. Song Shi retracted his gaze and added, it was a man-made tsunami. The huge waves seemed to rise from the deep seabed, covering the entire sky, and pressing towards the small port on the shore with overwhelming force. No one noticed that in the surging white waves, a small raft was pushed up to the tip of the wave while floating and sinking, and would be smashed to pieces with the pouring waves in the next second. Shi-san. Tang Tiantian tried her best to stabilize her body, and grabbed Song Shi-san's sleeve. She was fully focused, concentrating her mental power to control the water elements around her, and barely prevented herself and Song Shi from being overturned by the waves that kept surging forward. The ropes that bound the raft had all loosened, and the entire raft was connected together with only the blade of the black gold long sword as a support. The tip of the long sword, which had transformed into a thorn shape, firmly grasped the inside of the log. This design was originally used to increase hidden damage to the enemy, but she didn't expect that one day it would be used in this way. With Tang Tiantian escort, Song Shi was able to still hold the handle of the sword. The raft held the two people, truly standing on the cusp of the storm. Song Shi glanced down. At the height they were at now, it was hazy under the mist, and it was impossible to see what was happening. But according to the coordinates displayed by the optical computer, the red side's port should be below them. Someone is attacking the red side's port. Song Shi came to a conclusion quickly. Man-made tsunami? Tang Tiantian struggled to control the water around her, and had no time to pay attention to the scene below her. Such a terrifying wave. The mental strength must be at least A+ to do it. Is it Yun Qiming? He wants to flood the city? Conventional attacks can't cause much damage to Yu Qingjiu, but their goal was not to defeat Yu Qingjiu, but to distract her attention, and take the opportunity to attack the castle with the source core hidden behind them. And it's not just Yu Qingjiu team guarding the port, there are also members of the red team, who are either supporting or joining in the fun. These members may not all be able to resist the disaster of flooding the city. In order to save their lives, they will definitely flee in all directions. Once the scene causes panic and loses order, it will give the blue team a chance to break through the defense line. What a good plan. Tang Tiantian praised, and then shrugged. It would have been better if we hadn't been involved. It was just their bad luck that they happened to catch this huge wave. Now, they might not even see the enemy's face, and would be teleported out of the simulation cabin. The air was filled with a musty smell of seaweed. The waves that covered the sky had reached their highest point, and would collapse towards the port and the steep mountain wall in the next second. If this wave continues to hit, I'm afraid the two people on the crest of the wave will be crushed to pieces. Tang Tiantian frowned. What a pity. We are almost at the shore. Song Shi looked down through the water vapor, estimated the direction, and raised a vague smile. No. This huge wave. It's just right. She held Tang Tiantian with one hand, and held the handle of the knife with the other hand, and made a gesture to pull away. Ready. What? Tang Tiantian didn't understand why, but she still subconsciously held on to the girl beside her. With a light click, the raft under her feet broke into pieces. The horizontal sword instantly turned into a revolver, and a dome-colored light ball broke out from the muzzle. The sky suddenly tilted, and there was a sudden weightlessness. Song Shi's voice was mixed in the rushing wind beside his ears. Get ready to jump against the current. Chapter 70. The sea water hits the mountain wall. The towering reef is like a circle of iron wall, protecting this side of the continent in its arms, leaving only the waves to crash into pieces of white foam in vain. Amid the dark gray rock walls, a gray-yellow beach is particularly eye-catching. It is the only port in this sea area. The port is quiet, without a single person, and there are lush forests on both sides, leading straight to the depths of the coast. Not far from the port is a huge castle built of bluestone. The castle is barrel-shaped, with staggered stone walls, which have an irregular beauty, but still cannot conceal the heavy and solemnity of the castle. The top of the castle is sealed, with almost no windows, and only an inconspicuous low and narrow door at the bottom. Looking closely, there seems to be golden patterns between the cracks in the stone of the castle, which gives the whole building a faint golden armor. Inside the gate of the castle, a student-haired boy freed a hand, wiped the sweat from his face, looked at the tall senior next to him, and smiled innocently. No problem, Senior Shin. From this position, the range of the golden pattern can cover the entire fortress. Shinshin looked around, confirming that there was nothing missing, then he curled his eyes and said warmly, "Thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you for being here." No. The boy waved his hands hurriedly. He had to control the gold pattern, and couldn't leave the wall. He only moved one hand and waved. "Thanks to Senior Shin for bringing such important information, otherwise, we would have been robbed by the blue team. Now our defense is impregnable. Not even a fly can fly into the castle. The blue team will definitely not be able to get in." "That's right. Senior Yu is guarding outside. It's absolutely safe. Senior Shin, you can go with confidence." The boys behind the student leader also started to shout, with a smile of confidence on their faces. Shinshin turned off the light computer screen, which showed the coordinates of the blue source core that Lu Qingqiu had just sent over, and shook his head. "No hurry, wait for the other party to land first." The student leader nodded heavily, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. His eyes were full of admiration and respect for the big boss. They were really lucky this time. The strongest guys in the 3rd and 4th grades were all assigned to the same camp as him. What's even more amazing is that Shinshin actually figured out the blue team's battle plan in advance, and even got the coordinates of the other side's source core directly. When Shinshin and Yu Qingqiu just spoke in the camp channel, the student leader boy thought he was dazzled. When he clicked on the camp list of more than 700 people and looked at them one by one, confirming that Shin and Yu were really in the red camp, he was almost knocked unconscious by this pie in the sky. What's going on? Are there any system bugs? Such strong members are assigned to the red team. What can the blue team do to fight them? The red and blue camps are automatically assigned by the system based on the student points. Aren't Shinshin and Yu Qingqiu the first on the list? Why are they all assigned to the red team? The head boy trembled with his hands, and clicked on the personal points ranking list in confusion. The second place was Tang Yiru. The first place in his grade, he had heard of her before. The first place was 2 unfamiliar names. Song Sher-san? Tang Tian? Where did this little idiot come from? Looking at the scores of these 2 people again, the student leader's heart was filled with the 3 words impossible. Such a ridiculous score. Either he was being clever, or there was a bug in the system. How could such an unknown person have such strength? The student leader was completely relieved. Those who take shortcuts will eventually be exposed, but the red team got such a big advantage. They are sure to win. Their red camp is sure to win. Shinshin looked at the excited red faces of several junior students in front of him, and sneered in his heart. Most of these students near the port are ranked higher in points. He deliberately revealed the news of the enemy attack, in addition to attracting the stronger people in his own camp to defend the castle. In fact, it is also to prevent others from having more chances to score. In the camp competition, killing members of the enemy camp and source cores will also score points. If this group of people were allowed to attack the blue fortress, it would be equivalent to releasing the source of points. In the chaos, they might be overtaken by others, especially Song Sher-san and Tang Tian. Shinshin frowned. He still didn't understand how Song Sher-san and the others got such high scores in the last round. However, with the arrangements he made in advance, Song Sher-san would not be able to get any points, and the blue camp would definitely lose. Shinshin looked at the port not far from the door, and smiled with determination. Want to launch a surprise attack? Yu Qingqiu, who was waiting at the front line, was looking at the castle that was fully solidified by A-level gold patterns. With this level of defense, he wanted to see what method Song Sher-san could use to break through. Red side port. Yun Qiming squatted behind the reef, watching the distant horizon vigilantly. The port was empty, as gentle and calm as the waves on the beach. But Yun Qiming knew that. In the woods on both sides of the port, Every few wooden stakes, there was a member of the red side waiting for battle. Yuan Qiming felt a little uneasy. Logically speaking, with Yu Qingjiu here, there is no need to be so cautious. Among the students of the First Federal Military Academy, who can beat Yu Qingjiu? But the abnormal thing is that even Yu Qingjiu herself is as if facing a great enemy, hiding in the harbor, which is completely different from her relaxed and frank style when she intercepted him. Yuan Qiming recalled the scene when the second round of eliminations was about to end. Why did Yu Qingjiu suddenly want to challenge Song Shisan? After she chased Song Shisan out of the Twin Towers, what happened between the two? Song Shisan is indeed very strong. But it is still hard to believe that he is so strong that Yu Qingjiu, who has S+ level mental power and can resonate with 4 elements, is afraid of him. Could it be that in the last battle, Yu Qingjiu lost? As soon as this thought came up, Yuan Qiming was shocked. He shook his head, cleared his mind of these distracting thoughts, and stared at the coastline with full concentration. What can be confirmed now is that Song Shisan and the others will definitely land on the red side. But there is no news about where they will appear from. What I have to do is to provide cover as soon as they reach the shore, cross the defense line together, and attack the fortress. In the sound of the tide, the leaves rustle. Yuan Qiming moved his body and looked in the direction where the rustling sound came from. At the port, the lurking red students were shrinking the encirclement with minimal movement and approaching the beach. The message conveyed by this formation was very clear. Someone was going ashore. On the distant sea level, a white figure was moving towards this side at a high speed. From the physique, it could be vaguely seen that it was a female figure. Yuan Qiming held his breath and frowned slightly. What? In his memory, in the last round, Song Shisan was wearing black clothes, and Tang Tiantian was wearing pink tight suspenders and wide-leg jeans. There was no rest period between the second and third rounds, so the clothes of both of them should not change. White figure. Who could it be? The figure was getting closer and closer, and when it was about to approach the coast, it accelerated directly, so fast that only the afterimage was left. As soon as it touched the beach, the white figure tilted its body and fell to the ground, with its chest heaving violently. Yuan Qiming was very familiar with this state. Excessive use of mental power, which caused exhaustion due to lack of endurance. He had fainted due to exhaustion when exploring the cave. The situation of the girl in front of him was obviously better than his at that time. She was only temporarily exhausted and would recover after a short rest. The girl floated all the way from the sea. She must have exhausted herself by using wind power for a long journey. He didn't know where she came from. Yuan Qiming was curious. The more he looked at her, the more familiar she looked. When she finally raised her face, he was stunned. It was Tang Yiru? Tang Yiru panted for a while, raised her head, and was also stunned. She just found the easiest place to land before she ran out of energy, but she didn't expect to break into the enemy's base camp. Less than 100 meters away from her, a tall round castle was quietly located, clearly the fortress where the source core was. As long as she entered the fortress and destroyed the source core, she would win the victory of her camp. It was just in time. Tang Yiru cheered up, and was about to get up, when there was a slight sound in the grass beside her, and 2 teams of people suddenly appeared out of thin air in the bushes beside her. The students, all wearing red bracelets, quickly surrounded her. It was obvious that this was a lineup that had been rehearsed long ago. In the middle of the semi-encircled team, a familiar figure slowly walked out from behind. Tang Yiru looked up and met the other person's gaze. It was Yu Qingjiu. Why is it you? Yu Qingjiu was also a little surprised. Shin Chen had clearly told her that it was Song Shisan. Without waiting for Tang Yiru to reply, she immediately said to herself, "Forget it. Don't say anything. I won't listen to anything." Tang Yiru. Yu Qingjiu got a headache when she saw Tang Yiru. She felt guilty for a long time because of the other party's pitiful behavior in the last round. She realized belatedly that she was tricked. The most uncomfortable thing was that Tang Yiru's words were true and false. And false and true. Yu Qingjiu had too high a sense of morality. She couldn't help thinking about it carefully, and often reflected on herself in the end. She had too little information about this person, and couldn't make an accurate judgment. It was better to let her shut up. The first place in the second year of the seated individual soldier, you should just show me your strength. Tang Yiru lowered her head, said nothing, biting her lower lip. She really didn't plan to continue playing the victim to deceive Yu Qingjiu. Different strategies for different periods. Before, she wanted to escape, So she designed to make Yu Qingjie feel guilty and let her go, but now, she wants to fight. If she doesn't destroy the enemy's source core, it's useless to accumulate more points. Now is a good time for a surprise attack. As long as she bypasses Yu Qingjie's barrier, victory will be within her grasp. The fine hair blocked Tang Yiru's eyes. At an angle that Yu Qingjie could not see, Tang Yiru's eyes were filled with a deep azure glow, which was a symbol of her trying her best to mobilize her spiritual power. The blue sea was still calm, and no one knew, under the sea, what kind of terrifying storm was brewing quietly. Seeing that Tang Yiru remained silent, Yu Qingjie lost some patience. The person she was waiting for was Song Shursan. If she kept wasting time, the ambush she had set would be in vain. She formed a wind sickle with one hand, intending to directly harvest the opponent's head and end the battle. Just as she was about to make a move, a huge wave with overwhelming force suddenly rose from the air behind Tang Yiru, rising thousands of feet high in the blink of an eye, covering the entire sky above her head. There was a black wind outside the sky, and the sea stood up, and the clouds hung down. The tide was high, and it was astonishing. The tip of the wave passed over the towering cliffs around it, passed over the castle behind it, and passed over the clouds. The human body was rising and drifting, as if in front of the huge waves like a high wall. It was as small as an ant. The entire sea area as far as the eye could see seemed to stand vertically in an instant, surging and rolling, rushing towards the port. The sky was so dark that it looked like the moon was eclipsed by a dog. The students behind Yu Qingjie could not help but get agitated. In the face of the wrath of nature, they instinctively wanted to find a place to hide. Some students even retreated and fled uncontrollably behind them. A gap soon appeared in the team surrounding Tang Yiru, and the scene became chaotic amid the splashing sea flowers. Tang Yiru smiled secretly in her heart. There was a huge gap between her and Yu Qingjie in strength, and she had no intention of competing with her. Except for Yu Qingjie and the two team members beside her, the other students were either there to join in the fun or to compete for the limelight, and their strength was basically far lower than that of her S-level self. People will instinctively feel fear of natural disasters, especially many people have latent giant phobia, and when they are suddenly in a tsunami, it is inevitable to panic. And what she was waiting for was the gap caused by this moment of panic. The waves rose up in front of Yu Qingjie, as if they were going to swallow her up in the next moment. Yu Qingjie stood still, without retreating a single step, but took a step closer to Tang Yiru. I heard you are S-level. Is this all you can do? She glanced at Tang Yiru, who was still half sitting on the beach, sighed softly, and stretched out her hand to the rising waves, like an elder's regret for the younger generation. The blue water touched her fingertips. A white light lit up. The temperature around her dropped sharply. The clear ice crystal spread out instantly, and the tiny crackling sound seemed to run all the way along the top of her head. Tang Yiru opened her eyes wide in shock, turning her head back uncontrollably, only to see the 1,000-foot-high waves turned into a snow-white ice field in an instant. Each drop of water turned into a bright ice crystal, reflecting her shocked and horrified face. Not only Tang Yiru, Yun Qiming was also shocked by the scene and was speechless. It was too terrifying. S+ level mental power. The gap between her and Yu Qingjie's strength cannot even be described as a natural chasm. Good idea. Yu Qingjie looked at Tang Yiru's reflection projected on the ice. But in the face of absolute strength, no matter how fancy the tricks are, they will be useless. Besides, even if you bypass me, the castle behind you is a powerful enemy that you can hardly contend with. Yu Qingjie turned around and looked at the castle with the source core installed not far away, and chuckled. The defense strength provided by the system, plus the gold pattern reinforcement above level A. Even I may not be able to shake it. Want to sneak attack? Is there anyone in your camp who can really break through this iron wall? Tang Yiru's body suddenly stiffened, and her eyes were a little shaken. But more of it was despair about the insurmountable gap in strength. No matter how hard she tried. No matter how hard she tried. Even if she already had S-level mental power, the upper limit determined by talent was something she could not catch up with. Give up. And don't waste any more time, Yu Qingjie said softly, with some boring melancholy, looking at the coast that was completely blocked by the ice wall. You can't win. In silence, there seemed to be a slight cracking sound above their heads. Everyone looked at each other for a few seconds, and looked up in confusion. There was a loud bang, and a black shadow so fast that it could not be seen flashed past their eyes, and smashed vertically into the solemn and huge red castle. The smoke dissipated. Everyone present could clearly see that the castle that Yu Qingjie said was as solid as a rock had actually been smashed into a huge gap. At the same time, in the entire red and blue continent, in the vision of all the students who had entered the third round of eliminations and were still alive, a clear countdown appeared. Countdown, 30 minutes and 0 seconds. The Red Fortress was breached. The final battle of life and death officially began. Chapter 71. There was the sound of the wind whistling in my ears. My heart seemed to be pulled by someone, and the desire to scream was blocked in my throat. In the void, the only thing that could make me feel a little relieved was the black figure holding the corner of my clothes tightly. Tang Tiantian mobilized all her mental strength, and turned it into an airflow in the opposite direction to wrap around the two people who were falling rapidly, hoping to reduce the impact of the fall. Feeling the gentle airflow around him that was fighting against gravity, Song Shursen grabbed Tang Tiantian with one hand, and pulled the trigger of the revolver with the other hand. All 10 wind bombs were fired, adjusting the direction and speed of the fall. While falling rapidly, Song Shursen narrowed his eyes, looking at the gray-black tower below, quickly switching his weapon back to the horizontal sword form to block in front of him. Chen was concentrating on spying on the battle situation in the port through the narrowed door like an iron fence. The huge waves rolled up by Tang Yuru were easily frozen by Yu Qingjiu, and the entire port was also trapped, so that not even an ant could land. By mistake, Song Shursen had missed the last chance to go ashore. Chen smiled sarcastically, and turned his eyes away from the port. He admitted that Song Shursen did have personality, and his ability did not seem bad. Being favored by outstanding women was a very face-saving thing, and could satisfy the desire to conquer. Song Shursen's unique temperament attracted Chen attention, especially when he found that the other parties seemed to pay attention to him. Chen vanity swelled uncontrollably. However, if the pursuer, when someone is strong enough, outstanding enough, or even stronger than oneself, it will become intolerable. In the final analysis, the admiration of others is just a bargaining chip to raise one's value. Once it conflicts with one's own interests, Chen will quickly wake up from it. Lu Qingtia's word Song Shursen is even stronger than you made him feel like a thorn in his throat. How could a weak girl, who didn't even pass the seed single soldier exam, be stronger than himself? Having said that, he still stayed in the castle cautiously, in case the other party really attacked from the port. After all, Yu Qingjiu doesn't care about points. If she is happy, she might be allowed to enter the camp directly. Now that Song Shursen's way to the shore is completely blocked, Chen finally calms down and raises his confident look again. It's really boring with just this little ability. Reciprocity. It's our turn to raid now. The crisis is resolved, and the students who were using gold patterns to strengthen their defenses also cheered and followed Chen, wishing they could go out and charge into the enemy camp together. Chen raised his hand and activated the mechanism of the narrow gate. The narrow gate guarding the only exit of the fortress made a buzzing sound and slowly opened upwards. The iron fence vibrated, and the walls around the narrow gate also trembled slightly, as if the whole castle shivered. Is the noise of the city gate opening so loud? The boy with a student haircut suppressed the excitement on his face and asked in confusion. His companion behind him also poked his head around and finally moved his eyes to the top of his head. It shouldn't be. Why do I feel like something is falling from above? As if responding to the boy's guess, a loud noise suddenly came from the art dome, and the hanging candles on the wall shook violently. Chen's heart was shrouded in a sense of foreboding. He hurriedly fiddled with the mechanism that was being opened, and subconsciously pressed his hands on the wall. Element reinforcement. Chen himself could not resonate with the gold element, and this action was in vain. But the other students reacted immediately and concentrated their mental power. The golden pattern on the wall shone even brighter, and under the golden light, there were several continuous dull noises, which shook the entire ground and cracked. Everyone present was horrified. This noise clearly showed that someone was attacking the high fortress, and the force was quite powerful. However, there was no news of the blue team breaking through the defense line in the front position, and Yu Qingjiu was guarding the port in the back. Could this sudden attack have come out of nowhere? There was a little commotion in the crowd, and some students had obvious fear on their faces. Chen suppressed the doubt between his eyebrows and said, "Don't panic. With our defense strength, we can't take it down without an S+ level attack. Yes, the only S+ level spiritual power is still on our side. This level of attack is completely in vain." The head of the student group also hurriedly agreed. His tone was dry, and the strength of the gold pattern in his hand was not relaxed at all. It's not that he doesn't want to relax, But everyone who is using the gold element to reinforce the fortress can feel that every impact they are bearing now is challenging their shaky defense line. In a duel between two armies, the most important thing is the morale of the army. Due to Shinchan's face, the student leader did not dare to show his fear too obviously, and could not help but glance at the top of the fortress with worry. As soon as his eyes drifted out, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his palm. Ah! The student leader grimaced, and before he could scream, someone had already opened his throat before him. When he turned around, the several people behind him, who were using their mental power to reinforce the wall, had twisted faces in pain and retracted their hands. The continuously output elemental energy is connected to their own mental power. When the barrier is impacted, the connected part between them will also share the damage. What's worse is that, once the contact with the wall is broken, the golden pattern covering the entire castle will no longer be stable. Shinchan's heart jumped, and before he could speak out to stop it, a loud noise that shook the air came from above his head. Rocks fell one after another. The light from the sky poured down, absorbing the dim candlelight. The airtight top of the castle wall was completely smashed through, and under the fierce impact, the broken bricks fell from the sky with a crackling sound. In the dust, two blurry figures fell into the tower one after another, and after a dazzling fire streaked on the wall, they finally stopped at the bottom of the tower. Everyone held their breath, shocked by the scene before them, and forgetting to speak. After a moment of shock, the head student was the first to shout, staring at the two figures falling from the sky. Who? Don't be nervous. We are one of you. In the scattered smoke and dust, a female voice answered hastily, and as she stood up, the white mist gradually dispersed. Tang Tian had just fallen from a 1,000-meter high wave, and her brain was still a little confused. When she heard the questioning around her, she didn't care whether it was an enemy or a friend, and subconsciously chose the statement that was most beneficial to her situation. Hearing that it was one of their own, the student stared at the figure gradually emerging from the white mist without blinking, but his nervous expression had slightly relaxed. Tang Tian raised her hands above her head, indicating that she had no hostility, while quickly looking around. This looked like a palace, with the gap between every two walls at a 135-degree angle, forming a perfect regular octagon. On each wall, there was a large arch composed of two small arches, climbing up layer by layer, stacking up like a pagoda, making people dizzy. Looking up, the walls decorated with 8 arches converged into a regular octagonal dome. In the center of the dome, a huge scarlet crystal was suspended in the air, as if it was supplying energy to the entire building. The big pit they had smashed was not far from the crystal, and it almost collided with the crystal and shattered it. Source core? Tang Tian blinked in confusion, still holding her hands above her head, and turned her gaze back to the crowd surrounding her. The white mist completely dissipated, and the figures of the two groups of people became clear. After seeing the red halos on the wrists of the people in front of her, Tang Tian smacked her lips in embarrassment, and immediately opened the crossbow on her wrist, changing into a fighting posture. Oh! I made a mistake. It's not one of us. Shinchan was thinking that the female voice sounded familiar, and when he saw the other party's true face, his face immediately darkened. When he saw the direction in which Tang Tian crossbow was aimed, the shock in his eyes instantly turned into horror. I was fooled. The direction Tang Tian was aiming at was clearly the location of the source core. The action of raising her hands above her head not only did not mean the slightest surrender, but it made it easier for her to adjust the shooting angle. The source core is a solid crystal composed of elemental energy, and it cannot be destroyed without sufficient impact. Tang Tian hooked the ring, and the crossbow on her wrist was charged, obviously wanting to destroy the source core with one shot. The series of changes in front of them happened too fast, and before the stunned people could come back to their senses, they saw Shinchan rushing out like an arrow. His right hand had almost lost its flesh and blood form, and turned into countless entangled and gathered thunders, grabbing Tang Tian's arm that was about to fire the crossbow. With this claw, it didn't matter that Tang Tian's arm was broken, after all. The simulated cabin used artificial bodies, but it was hard to say whether her willow leaf crossbow could withstand such an attack. Shinchan was a smart man, and he saw Tang Tian's most important and fatal weakness early on the elemental weapon, and attacked directly at the willow leaf crossbow on her wrist. In order to ensure that the attack was strong enough to destroy the weapon, he even gave up long-range combat and integrated his limbs with the elemental energy. Tang Tian hesitated for a moment, resisted the reflex of wanting to withdraw her arm, and waited for the crossbow to charge. Time was running out. They had already broken into the opponent's fortress. If they failed to destroy all the source cores within 30 minutes, the blue team would lose. There was only one source core in sight. The opponent had a lot of people in the formation. Not only was Shinchen in the formation, but Yu Qingjiu was also very close outside. If they missed this attack opportunity, they would have to waste a lot of time to break through again. Shinchen Thunder Claws were close at hand. Tang Tian calmed down, aimed more steadily, held her breath, pulled the string, and 10 wind feathers were fired at once. The air seemed to tremble only slightly, and only a row of invisible wind feathers, containing the terrifying energy of a compressed hurricane, rushed towards the scarlet crystal suspended in the air. The broken hair beside her ears was raised with static electricity. Shinchen claws were about to crush her wrist, but Tang Tian raised her lips without any fear. Shinchen's speed was indeed very fast, and he was the first in the 3rd grade of the Seed Single Soldier, and he deserved it. But someone would be faster than him. Chapter 72. Thunder and Cold Iron Collide. When the sharp claws of the purple-black lightning were about to touch, a white light flashed, and a black-gold dark-patterned broad-bladed short knife slid in diagonally. There was a sharp stinging pain at the base of the tiger's mouth, accompanied by a slight numbness, and the whole arm was stiff as if it had lost consciousness. Shinchen screamed, his vision was distracted for a moment, and retracted his claws reflexively. It was an electric shock. This pain was very familiar. He often accidentally hurt himself like this when he first practiced the resonance thunder element. Shinchen had not yet recovered from his brief moment of distraction, but his body had already instinctively jumped back several steps. He looked up, and saw a vague yet familiar figure in black. When his eyes finally focused, he looked at the girl who had blocked his attack, and his voice became more cautious. Song Shi-san? As he finished speaking, Tang Tian row of wind feathers accurately hit the scarlet source core hanging in the air at the same time. It was like 1,000-year-old eyes slowly breaking beside his ears. After a series of heart-pounding crackling sounds, the source core shattered with a bang. Everyone looked up in panic, seeing red crystals, golden edges, fire trees, and silver flowers all over the sky, flowing in the air and annihilating. The system prompt sounded synchronously. Red team source core remaining. 2. Red and blue continent. All the students wearing red bracelets changed their faces, and looked at the direction of their own fortress at the same time. It was less than 3 minutes since the prompt sound of the fortress being breached. The members of the red team were suspicious and tested each other, as if they wanted to confirm the authenticity of the news of the source core being broken from their teammates' eyes. On the map, more and more red dots of light moved rapidly, gathering towards the red fortress. Inside the fortress, Song Shi-san held a knife in one hand, blocking Shinchen, leaving a path to the depths of the castle for Tang Tian behind him. I come here, and the remaining source cores are left to you. Tang Tian responded lightly, without hesitation, and disappeared at the end of the corridor in the blink of an eye. This is the tacit understanding and trust between her and Song Shi-san. Time is running out, and thousands of troops are about to rush in behind her. Tang Tian is not worried about whether Song Shi-san can stop so many powerful enemies. For her, the faster she breaks the remaining source cores and ends the game, the better way to relieve Song Shi-san pressure. The red gold light of the broken source core gradually dimmed. Shinchen gritted his teeth and watched the culprit slip away without a trace. He could only reluctantly turn his eyes back to Song Shi-san, who was blocking his every move. You give all the source cores to her? Seeing that the force breakthrough failed, Shinchen turned to psychological tactics, and said in a sinister tone, now you two have the same score on the points list. 3 source cores. A total of 3,000 points. This is not a small amount. You are the one who blocked the most firepower. And you are also the one who bore the most pressure. Why should she get the first place for nothing? The students who entered the camp competition can be ranked 1,034 by points. The number of people seems large, but in fact, there is a serious polarization. Those who are in the high position, such as Song Shi-san, have more than 10,000 points, while those who are in the low position may not even have 500 points. Eliminating a student can get 500 points. If the eliminated student has more than 500 points, he can inherit all the points held by the other party. If the fortresses of both sides have not been breached, the 3,000 points provided by the source core are not worth mentioning at all. As long as you have some skills, You can get points faster by fighting outside than by going deep into the enemy alone. But if you have already penetrated deep into the enemy's fortress and alarmed the enemy's defense team, let alone 3,000 points, even if you just want to get 500 points, you need a lot of luck and good strength. After all, this is the enemy's base camp, and the members who can be selected to guard the source core are not likely to be easy to deal with. Shinshin observed Song Shursan's expression calmly. Now it was the decisive moment of the whole game. Although there was only one place difference between the first and second place, the treatment was very different. When it comes to interests, there is no such thing as friends. He didn't believe that Song Shursan would not have any selfish motives. Hearing this, the indifference on Song Shursan's face was indeed somewhat loosened. She raised her eyebrows slightly in surprise, and the short knife in her hand was also retracted a little. Shinshin, be more confident in yourself. Song Shursan turned over the black gold dagger and said lightly, your head count is more than 3,000 points. Shinshin blinked. His mind paused for a few seconds, and then he realized that Song Shursan's words were full of meaning. You? His peach blossom eyes raised, and after being furious, he seemed to be amused by the other party's arrogance. You want to beat me? With a dagger in your hand that is barely S-level? Shinshin looked at Song Shursan's slightly retracted black gold dagger with contempt. When he saw her in the last round of the competition, she was still holding a strange feathered duster in her hand. This time, she finally changed to a decent weapon. Unfortunately, from the electric shock he just felt, the power of this knife is just SOSO. At least it is definitely not as strong as the elemental strength that he can control and withstand. Putting aside the power, this is even a short weapon, and its combat range is very limited. Not to mention that it won't cause much damage if it is hit. It is still unknown whether she can get close to him. Shinshin has never fought against Song Shursan head-on, and his understanding of the opponent's strength is still stuck in the key competition in the first round. In his eyes, the elemental weapons in Song Shursan's hands were just relying on Tang Tian. He had seen Tang Tian weapons, and they looked a bit tricky, but she was the daughter of the Tang family, and Song Shursan's weapons could never reach the level of legendary national treasures. Lu Qingtiao had also seriously reminded him of Song Shursan's strength before, and he was indeed a little flustered and hesitant at the time. But after the serious confrontation, this uneasiness disappeared. After all, Lu Qingtiao was just a mental power A, and his own ability limit was limited, so it was not surprising that he was fooled. In addition, he lost to a girl, which was embarrassing, so he would naturally promote his opponent's strength. Shinshin couldn't help but sneer. You just saw it. Your knife attack. It didn't hurt me at all. My attack? Song Shursan looked confused. She clearly hadn't attacked the opponent yet. Just now, you blocked my attack, Shinshin kindly reminded. Oh! Song Shursan understood. That was a rebound of your own attack. Shinshin narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Song Shursan pointed at the pattern on the blade of the short knife with his fingers. A little puzzled. Lepidoptera? A basic course for the first grade. Don't you guys listen in class? Without waiting for Shinshin to slowly digest the meaning, Song Shursan had already activated the mechanical horizontal knife in his hand from the standby state of the short knife. The main blade of the horizontal knife stretched out step by step. The secondary blade popped out, spliced, and anchored the broad-bladed short knife, which was originally only about 30 centimeters long, gradually unfolded into a broad-bladed, thick-ridged long horizontal knife of nearly 1.2 meters in Shinshin's confused and shocked eyes. Song Shursan held the horizontal sword with one hand. The tip of the sword touched the ground. Her hand held the handle of the sword. There was still a small space left behind the handle. This sword was actually a horizontal sword held with two hands, and now Song Shursan only used one hand, clearly hinting that the opponent in front of her was not worth her full strength. You? Shinshin opened his eyes wide, looked at Song Shursan, and then looked at her sword. This sword? He turned his tongue around, and for a while, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Sorry. I'm in a hurry now. Song Shursan raised his arm and took an attacking stance. If you want to know more, you can come to the Weaponry Academy to ask me. My attack will come next. You block it. The sunlight shone through the huge hole on the top of the fortress, casting a light and shadow. The breeze moved lightly, and the white light reflected by the metal pierced into the eyes, making people frown and squint. The student leader next to him subconsciously turned his head, but he couldn't bear to miss this moment of confrontation, and immediately moved his eyes back. Shinshin was still standing there, his pupils slightly dilated, his arm muscles tensed, his hands in the posture of thunderous claws. Song Shursen had already put down his knife, the tip of the knife touching the ground. His wrist relaxed. Senior, senior? The head boy couldn't help but call out. Shinshin didn't respond. There was no wound on his body. Only the purple virtual crystal blocks that were spreading from the soles of his feet silently announced the end of this duel. Holographic simulation battle. The third round of the camp competition. Shinshin on the red side was eliminated. Chapter 73. Stadium, in front of the big screen of the holographic battle simulation class. The crowd was bustling. The holographic battle simulation competition, held once a school year, has always been the focus of attention of teachers and students of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Although the game was not broadcast live, students were still keen to gather in front of the score display screen to guess the battle situation in the simulation cabin, and many even openly held prize-winning guessing on the score ranking. However, this year's individual score list was suddenly announced, which disrupted everyone's guessing expectations. Tang Tian? Song Shursen? Who is he? A freshman? I've never heard of such a powerful person in the freshman class. Oh, don't make such a fuss. Someone came to his senses and tried to analyze. You see, they both have the same score, tied for first place, which means they must have been on the same team in the last elimination round. Everyone knows the rules of the team competition. There is no limit on the number of members. The last person alive will share the team points equally. In this situation, it is possible that they were wiped out and only the two of them were left. And they got a great bargain. That makes sense. Another person touched his chin. But this score is too high. How big a group they have formed. Hey, you don't understand this, do you? The person who spoke earlier took over and continued to analyze. Tang Tian is the eldest daughter of the Tang family. And there are as many cannon fodders as you want. Rich people. Tut tut. The crowd was in an uproar. And many people were indignant. They are so shameless. Only freshmen dare to do such tricks. Is this the place where they can be clever? They really think that everyone else is a vegetarian. Just wait. These two people will definitely be eliminated soon. As they were talking, the big screen flashed, and Tang Tian's score suddenly increased by 1,000 points, becoming the first place in a unique position. Before the crowd could get excited, the red light on the screen flashed again, and the ranking changed again. Look! The people who are going to deal with her are here. The speaker raised his eyes proudly, and when he saw the name at the top of the list, his pupils suddenly widened. For a long time, the focus of people's discussion and attention has been Tang Tian, and they just think that Song Shursen next to him is a lucky follower. After all, Song Shursen, a freshman who has never been heard of, has nothing to do with the ranking of the holographic battle simulation class, no matter how they analyze and guess. But now, Song Shursen, these three big words, are at the top of the list with a jaw-dropping score difference, and are far ahead of others. In front of the big screen in the packed stadium, it was as if the pause button had been pressed, revealing an eerie silence. After a long time, someone finally trembled and asked the most likely guess they could think of. What's going on? Is the display screen broken? Inside the venue, the teacher in charge of the exam played the previous screen back and forth, frame by frame for several times, and raised and lowered his finger on the pause button. His brows almost twisted into a knot. Shinshin was eliminated? Defeated in one blow? By whom? Song Shursen? A freshman who appeared out of nowhere? That was the famous Shinshin, the third-year seed, the hope of the 1st Military Academy in the Federation. It was ridiculous. Did you think that the whole game was unattended? If this wasn't cheating, he would have eaten the display screen right away. The invigilator laughed in anger, snorted coldly, and blew a strand of hair on his temples, and wanted to suspend the game right away. He raised his finger, but paused in confusion. As a practical course, the holographic battle simulation course adopts the form of a simulation cabin. In addition to maximizing the safety of students, it also has a more important purpose, which is to collect students' data. Although the course will not be broadcast live to the public, all actions in the simulation cabin will be recorded, including the intensity of the attack during the battle, the emotional ups and downs of each student, the movement trajectory, the conversation messages, etc. As long as you want to query the data, you can retrieve it at any time. Due to the large amount of data, The invigilator usually does not pay attention to the screen on the field throughout the whole process, but only checks the warning column to see if there is any abnormal data. However, no matter how negligent the invigilator is, when it comes to the decisive stage of the camp competition, even if he does not care about the job requirements and only focuses on the viewing of the game, he will definitely not miss the battle on the field. Otherwise, how can we say that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger? He dared to make a move at this critical moment, which is simply a blatant provocation. To perform the operation of intervening in the game, it is necessary to submit abnormal data values of the game. However, the system's data monitoring did not show any abnormality. The invigilator narrowed his eyes and watched the clips of the two sides fight over and over again countless times, and found that Song Shur-sen was in a very reasonable normal range in terms of both emotional state and physical function. If we must make an analogy, the state shown by Song Shur-sen data is like a cheetah that is calm and relaxed and casually catches a tit. Natural, casual, as if it is just a part of daily life. The most obvious data fluctuation in the whole process was the moment when the strange black and gold sword touched Shin-Chin, and the data of mental strength suddenly soared to S+ level. But this still cannot be regarded as evidence of data abnormality. After all, the First Federal Military Academy has never stipulated that S+ quality elemental weapons should not appear on the field. Without direct evidence, it is impossible to interfere with the game on the field. The examiner frowned, and a trace of bewilderment flashed in his eyes. What was before him was no longer a question of whether there was evidence or regulations, but the entire interstellar society. Does an S+ quality elemental weapon really exist? An S+ quality elemental weapon that can change its form appeared in the hands of an unknown first-year student in their first military academy of the Federation? As soon as this thought came up, he was shocked by his absurd idea. How is it possible? If this is true, the entire Federation, no, the entire Interstellar will be shaken. This weapon itself, its design, the technology behind it, will become the object of competition among many jackals and tigers. The invigilator's eyes showed deep horror, the fear of the sudden, uncontrollable changes in the future, and the worry about the fate of his students. That little girl. He shuddered. No matter where she got this weapon, this technology, does she really understand the interests involved? Does she really understand the bloody storm after making it public? Calm down, and think about it. The invigilator took 2 deep breaths, and carefully checked the monitoring equipment and data again. Confirming that there was really no abnormality, he clicked on Song Shur-sen's student file. From the border planet M13, in the wilderness. Excellent in physical combat, really good in combat. All round in 5 systems. Wow, all round in 5 systems. The invigilator raised his eyebrows, and before he could lower them, his eyes suddenly widened again. Spiritual power, see? You don't even have the mental power. How did you get into the first military academy? When his eyes moved to the major, weaponry science, he calmed down a little. Oh, weaponry science academy. This major is really worth a try. The invigilator pushed his glasses, recalling the large number of high-end monitoring instruments that the Weaponry Science Academy had purchased not long ago. An idea flashed, and the horror in his eyes gradually turned into surprise. The number of students in the Academy of Weaponry is decreasing year by year. It is difficult for senior students to graduate now. It is absolutely impossible to make weapons of this quality. Even senior students can't do it, let alone a freshman who has just entered the school. After thinking about it, there is only one answer left. Chimodeo Research has made a new breakthrough. So that's it. The new achievement of the Dean of the Academy of Weaponry. Now it makes sense. The invigilator clapped his hands, and his beard trembled with excitement. Old man Chi is amazing, making a fortune quietly. Our #1 military academy will become famous in one fell swoop. The manufacture of elemental weapons is a cutting-edge technology. A top weapon master is something that all parties would fight for regardless of the cost. If it were someone else, the invigilator might still worry about the fate of such a cutting-edge talent, but Chimodeo is well known for not wanting to go along with those wealthy families. The invigilator can pat his chest without hesitation and guarantee that, no matter how much others offer, this technology will remain in the First Federal Military Academy, and carry forward the major of weapon science. In addition to being happy, the invigilator's face also had a hint of complaint. Even if you want to make a big fuss, you can't push such a little girl out to attract attention. It's so dangerous, he muttered, while turning on the light screen and connecting to the communication device of the Academy of Weaponry. Outside the venue, All the onlookers stared nervously at the personal score display screen of the holographic battle simulation. Countless pairs of eyes followed the name of the first place, not daring to blink, for fear of missing any changes. At the top of the list, Song Shursen points are rising at an astonishing speed. It is not difficult to guess that. There is a massacre going on in the field without any suspense. No way, don't tell me, this freshman is killing people in there. Who is she? Is she in the seated individual? Is she in the combat department? Where is senior sister Yu Qingjio? Where are the other big guys? Is there no one to take care of them? Why is it that only her score is rising? That's right. Some people echoed. What happened in the field? It's so exciting. Isn't it? Is there anyone who knows about it? Oh my god! I found something horrible. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. The person didn't keep it a secret. Tang Tiantian's score just changed, and it increased by another 1,000 points. Since Song Shursen's score jumped to the top of the list and continued to soar, everyone's eyes almost never moved away from her name. And naturally they had no spare energy to pay attention to the increase in other people's scores. 1,000 points. Compared to Song Shursen's terrifying growth rate, it was nothing. But combined with Tang Tiantian's previous growth rate, the students watching immediately realized what happened. 2 integer score jumps, both were 1,000 points. The camp competition stipulates that every time a source core is destroyed, you can get a reward of 1,000 points. Oh my god! Someone couldn't help but exclaimed. Could it be that one of them specializes in destroying the source core, and the other specializes in covering and killing the enemy? This is the most reasonable explanation that everyone present can think of. However, everyone present can hardly believe that this kind of cooperation and strength will appear in the first-year students who are not in the combat department. Are you kidding? A rebuttal sounded in the crowd. According to this statement, there is only one source core left. Wouldn't they all win? I can see that you haven't studied the faction competitions of previous years. How long has the competition started? There has never been a faction competition that ended so early. Yes. The venue is so big. There are so many people. Even if the god of war Xuanye comes, it may not be so fast. Or, do you think Song Shursen's mental power level can match that of the god of war? Huh. Our first military academy has a new god of war. The students watching were discussing fiercely, mocking, and being sarcastic. Most people did not agree with the conjecture that the source core was shattered. The person who put forward this statement quickly begged for mercy. Well, I was just joking. I don't believe it. How is this possible? As soon as the man finished speaking, a sudden male voice suddenly sounded. I believe it. In the crowd, a boy looked up at the name on the leaderboard, his eyes surging with enthusiasm that he himself could not detect. In the second round, our entire team was eliminated by her alone. The boy was wearing the uniform of a seed soldier, and his mental strength level was not low. The eyes of the surrounding students gathered on him. Someone in the field has come forward to tell their story. Is it true? Brother, tell me in detail. Your team is pretty strong, right? Isn't Song Shursen a non-combat type? How did you do it? Amidst the chatter, the boy touched his nose and said, she has a very strange weapon, which is very powerful and can change its form. Our team saw that she was alone, so we were trying to sneak attack her. But she killed us all with that weapon. The boy was frank, and he didn't think there was anything to hide about the sneak attack, so he told everything. The crowd watching had their eyes wide open like bells. Someone asked stutteringly, What? What weapon? The boy didn't reveal any more about this. He looked at the ranking list and whispered. She said, if you want to know more, go to the Weaponry Science Academy to find her. As the boy's last word fell, the display screen flashed red, and Tang Tiantian points suddenly increased by another 1,000. Before everyone could react, some of the names on the ranking list dimmed one by one. Finally, the remaining names formed a new ranking list, with Song Shursen hanging at the top. Only the members of the winning camp will have their scores counted towards the final result. The camp competition is over. This year's holographic battle simulation course, contrary to everyone's expectations, no one guessed the name of the first place. Song Shursen, a non-combat weaponry science academy student, even a freshman. Fuck. The students were boiling. For a moment, no one cared about the boy who had just spoken. In the stadium, everyone was busy sharing this shocking news to their social circles. At the same time, the Weaponry Science Academy. Amid the continuous incoming call alerts, Dean Chimodeo finally answered the call from the holographic battle simulation course. Chapter 74. As one of the only 5 admirals in the Federation, a well-known sharpshooter in the entire galaxy, Chimodeo has experienced countless storms, and at this age, it is difficult for him to have a moment that can be called severe. At this moment, this elderly admiral, a long-lost deadly solemnity appeared on his face. It had been about an hour since he received the communication from the holographic battle simulation course. In the communication record, before the number of the battle simulation invigilator, there were several numbers from the school senior management. Chimodeo lit a cigarette. In interstellar society, electronic cigarettes have long replaced traditional cigarettes, but there are still some retro-style people who persistently use ignition-style cigarettes. Chimodeo is one of them. To be more precise, Chimodeo has actually quit smoking for many years. Rather than pursuing retro, it is better to say that he just retains the old habit. There are sparks at one end of the cigarette, and in the slowly rising smoke, Chimodeo flipped up the lid of the lighter and closed it again. In the blink of an eye, the heavy helmet lighter had turned into a frosted black rock pistol. Chimodeo was a retired soldier after all, and he paid more attention to practical application than the general weapon masters, who work behind closed doors. Not long after he devoted himself to the research of weapon science, he realized the importance of morphological transformation in the entire research. Montium did not leave any technology related to morphological transformation on the market. But Chimodeo also figured out some tricks through his own exploration. This high-speed black rock pistol that can transform into a lighter form is one of his achievements. Strictly speaking, this work is not considered a form transformation. Form transformation in elemental weapons means that no matter what form the weapon is in, the corresponding integrated circuit can be activated. But Chimodeo gun, when in the lighter form, actually does not have any integrated circuit that can control elemental energy. It is just an ordinary lighter that can ignite. It is called a transformation, but it is more like a disguise. Nevertheless, this disguise technique alone is enough to make most weapon masters in the world far behind. After restoring the pistol to the lighter form, Chimodeo turned off the communication record of the optical brain and opened the mapping board. The mapping board is the most common mapping tool in the interstellar world. With powerful and accurate data calculation and extremely comprehensive auxiliary functions. More importantly, the mapping board has a very strict privacy protection function. Unless the drafter exports the design as an electronic document, no one else has the right to view the contents on the mapping board. The exported electronic document cannot be shared or photographed without the permission of the drafter. On the mapping board in front of Chimodeo, there is a design of an elemental weapon that is still in production. The first half of the design is the content of the lighter being converted into a high-rate pistol. The data such as materials, parameters, laying and closing of the integrated circuit, and test results are all very complete, which is obviously a highly completed and verified part. The second half is about the conversion of a high-rate pistol into a sniper rifle. But this part only has materials, parameters and integrated circuit sketches, and the design of accuracy and stability is quite vague, obviously still under conception and testing. Chimodeo leaned back, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples. He started designing this picture a few years ago, and the content of the sniper rifle in the second half has always been his difficulty. And he has not yet made a breakthrough. Originally, he thought that with the current technology he mastered, he was already the top 1% of interstellar elemental weapon technology, which was also the confidence for him to open a weapon science major in school and want to break the monopoly of the aristocratic family. But today, his level of skill is nothing compared to Song Shursan black gold mechanical horizontal sword. He is totally unworthy of it. Chimodeo has checked the backgrounds of Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian, and noticed Song Shursan from teacher He at the beginning of the school. From the kitchen knife at the beginning to the black gold horizontal sword with almost perfect shape transformation and strength. Song Shursan progress in making elemental weapons is simply jaw-dropping. People who don't know much may have such rumors, thinking that Song Shursan got this sword by relying on the technology of the Tang family behind Tang Tiantian. But Chimodeo knew no. The Tang family may indeed have some technology related to elemental weapons, but Chimodeo watched Song Shursan replace her weapons step by step, and knew the materials she collected and borrowed from the library. Each of her replacement nodes is a huge breakthrough in technical difficulties. In the entire galaxy, there will never be anyone who can reach her technical level, and no one can reach her growth rate. Genius. Even Chimodeo, who has been at the top of the pyramid since he was a child, can only think of this word to describe Song Shursan. The talent this kid showed was too terrifying. It was as if he was born for weapon technology. After sighing, the solemnity returned to Chimodeo's eyes again. He still valued this talent so much. What would the group of people in the federal high-level think? Now Song Shursan's edge has been noticed by the school high-level officials. It is only a matter of time for the Federation to discover this person. Song Shursan is still young, and he may not understand what his unrestrained edge will bring. But Chimodeo understands it too well. This talent will bring wealth, but also imprisonment. Fortunately, the school now seems to think that all this is his instruction. After all, no one would be so crazy as to think that an 18-year-old girl is capable of completing such a great work. With a long sigh, Chimodeo stared at the design drawing on the surveying board for a long time, and gently pressed the export button. It's not too late, everything can turn around. He must not allow his students to be imprisoned like tools again, nor let the future of weapon science be ruined. Almost at the moment when the electronic design was exported, Chimodeo optical computer communication rang again. Looking at the display communication number, Chimodeo eyelids twitched. But he chose to answer it. Before Chimodeo could speak, an old and vigorous voice rushed out from the other end of the phone without any hindrance. Old Chi, you are crazy. I don't agree with this. Think about it again. The decibel level was so high that it made people's scalps numb. Chimodeo moved the optical computer away calmly. I have my own reasons. Don't interfere. No. You. Hearing the other party's unquestionable tone, the momentum on the other end of the phone weakened a lot. You said you are so old. You finally saved your life on the battlefield. Can't we just calm down and spend our old age in peace? Do you know that once your stuff is made public, you may not be able to guarantee whether your head will still be there tomorrow? Chimodeo did not respond, but just looked at the exported electronic file and checked again to see if there were any missed comments. Although the design in his hand is not as exquisite as the weapon in Song Shursan's hand, it is also a heavy blow to the whole society. As long as he makes this design public in the name of the first military academy of the Federation, the attention of the entire galaxy will be focused on him. Not to make the design public is almost a tacit understanding of all weapon masters. After all, if others learn your unique skills, your market competitiveness will be reduced. To teach all knowledge is to lower one's own status. Chimodeo established the major of weapons science, which was originally a provocation to the monopoly of the aristocratic families. This also led to the students who graduated from the Academy of Weapons Science, either through inducement or coercion, returning to the circle controlled by the aristocratic families. Although Chimodeo wanted to promote the discipline, he was always blocked. Now, he wanted to make the essence of his life public, which was tantamount to declaring war directly on the entire aristocratic interest group. Seeing that the other party did not reply for a long time, the person on the other end of the phone knew that Chimodeo had made up his mind, sighed, and had to take another step back. Alas, I know you have always been cautious, and you would not do such a dangerous thing unless you had no choice. I just want to know, what is the reason why you have to do it? Even an old comrade of mine can't say it? They dare not do anything to me for the time being. Chimodeo did not answer directly. What I announced is just the most common high-speed portable gun, and what they want is something more sophisticated and complex. Are you talking about what the girl was holding today? The person on the other end of the phone lowered his voice unconsciously, and his tone became relaxed. I was scared to death. I thought you were going to announce. The last few words were so low that they were almost inaudible, and the other party changed the subject. But let me tell you, aren't you only studying firearms? Lao Chi? When did you come up with such a powerful thing? The black and gold mechanical horizontal sword that appeared on the field today showed not only a gun, but more of the ultimate use of cold weapons, and the transformation from cold weapons to hot weapons also requires the maker to have a very deep understanding of both types of weapons. As far as he knows, Chimodeo is obsessed with guns and doesn't even look at other types of weapons. That's why I have to do it. Chimodeo helplessly raised a bitter smile. My old bones. This is all I can do in the end. General weapon masters, even if their skills are not so sophisticated, can at least master the basic circuit production of one or two weapons. But Chimodeo really only knows guns, especially sniper rifles, and knows nothing about other types of weapons. Biased to the extreme. Unlike ordinary weapon masters, Chimodeo actually has no intention of keeping privately the knowledge he has mastered. He has long wanted to make all the techniques he knows public. However, the audience of sniper rifles is small, and the quality requirements of the users are also high. Even if he is willing to teach these designs, not everyone may be willing to learn. Therefore, in order to establish the weapon science major, it is better to use these designs as salary exchange to attract weapon masters who are interested in firearms to teach in the college. There was silence on the other end of the phone. And finally he sighed. Ah. Okay. Those noble families are not easy to deal with. Don't forget that not long ago, you just purchased a batch of new equipment. And lawn-me lackeys followed the smell and entered our school. Although I am also used to being monitored. Alas. Anyway, you should take it easy. If you really can't stand it, just ask for help. Yes. Chimodeo's brows relaxed slightly. They have been old comrades for many years. Some things don't need to be said explicitly, and the other party can guess a little. Chimodeo, as one of the 5 generals with long experience and strong combat power, was originally feared by the authorities. Now throwing out this design drawing is tantamount to pushing himself to the forefront. But in this way, the risk of Song Shursan being noticed will be greatly reduced. There will definitely be danger to the aristocratic family. But due to misleading information, they thought that the mechanical horizontal sword drawing was also in their hands. And there would be no major actions for the time being. In addition to his own qualifications and connections, the other party had to be more restrained in their actions. That group of people who would do anything to achieve their goals. They could think of any method. If it were Song Shursan, Chimodeo would not dare to imagine what would happen. The only problem now is that his actions are equivalent to announcing to the outside world that the black gold mechanical sword is a product of the Weaponry Academy. Especially his masterpiece. No weapon master can swallow the shame of having his work plagiarized by others. Chimodeo also despises doing such a thing as claiming the work of others. There is really no other way. Chimodeo rubbed his brows. His voice was tired. So low that it sounded like he was talking to himself. I have an appointment to talk to her. I just hope that the child can understand. After cutting off the communication, he raised his head and looked at the old-fashioned clock hanging on the wall. As calm and experienced as he was, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. The clock hand slowly turned, and as the old man was thinking solemnly, a sound of footsteps, neither hurried nor slow, stopped in front of the dean's office. Chapter 75. There was a light knock on the door, followed by the sound of fabric rubbing, as if something heavy was placed on the ground. Chimodeo hid the lighter in his sleeve, and stood up to open the door himself. It was approaching the beginning of winter. The sun had already set early, leaving only a little afterglow from the arc-shaped dome of the stadium in the distance. Outside the half-open door curtain, a girl in a black training suit was backlit, her hair was shining, and one hand was holding a large fabric bag hanging on the ground. The fabric bag is inconspicuous in style. It is a packing bag that can be picked up anywhere in the school. Military academies mainly focus on practical courses. Different courses require different equipment. Occasionally, there will be some field training. Therefore, from time to time, there will be students in a hurry carrying these bags through the campus. Most of them are filled with luggage and equipment. Dean Song Shursan took a half step forward and kicked the fabric bag into the house with his heavy military boots and closed the door with his other hand. After finishing this smoothly, she turned around and looked at Chimodeo. You're looking for me. You? Chimodeo glanced at the fabric bag on the ground, surprised for a moment, and changed the subject. You follow me first. Song Shursan was not shy, and threw the bag at the door, turned around and followed. When he was only half a step away from the desk piled with documents, Chimodeo paused, suddenly turned, and walked towards a classical screen farther away. Behind the screen was a small compartment without a door. Compared to the messy style of the entire office, this small compartment was much neater and more orderly, and it was obviously specially set up for meeting guests. Sit down. Chimodeo stretched out his hand, motioned the other party to sit down, and turned around to make a pot of tea. Song Shursan pulled open the wooden bench in front of him, and took the porcelain cup handed to him. The steam was thick, and spread between the two of them, and the scene was very quiet and harmonious for a while. The other party did not take the initiative to speak, and Song Shursan was not in a hurry to ask. She could more or less guess the reason why Chimodeo was looking for her. It was nothing more than the matter of her mechanical sword. Coincidentally, she also wanted to test the old dean's opinion on something. While the two of them were drinking tea, Chimodeo looked at the girl in front of him calmly. The design he planned to make public was lying on the desk outside the cubicle. When he was about to tell Song Sure-san about his plan, he suddenly hesitated and brought him to this small cubicle instead. Chimodeo thought he rarely made mistakes in judging people. Before opening the office door, he also firmly believed that Song Sure-san, like him, loved this technology wholeheartedly and would not be moved by any interests or power. But now, the package that had been packed long ago, the calm and relaxed look, everything seemed to be pointing in another direction. Song Sure-san had already thought of a way out for himself. What this way out was, there was no need to explain it further, it was just the way most people would choose. Sure-san. Chimodeo put down the teacup, a trace of fatigue appeared between his brows. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. Song Sure-san answered decisively. There are many hidden dangers here. The pros and cons are not as simple as you think. Chimodeo sighed. He had said these clichés to countless outstanding students long ago. He had almost chewed them up. But unfortunately only a few listened. His eyes glanced at the mechanical sword on Song Sure-san's waist. And he suddenly stopped talking. The black gold was low-key and restrained. And it was hidden in the black training suit, making it almost difficult to notice. But people who know the business can see at a glance that this sword is of extraordinary quality. And the materials used are all top grade. It is absolutely impossible to make it without a high price. Compared with this training suit is just like a piece of rag. Not only that, Song Sure-san's dress is too simple. And he doesn't even have any valuable accessories on him. Chimodeo has never lacked research funds. Or in other words, in the Academy of Weaponry, almost no one has ever lacked research funds. As a teacher, all expenses are provided by the Academy. And you only need to focus on technological breakthroughs. As a student, those without a good family background will not dare to apply for this major. And the technology of ordinary students does not require consumables that exceed the budget. Chimodeo suddenly remembered how Song Sure-san looked when she first entered school. That A+ grade kitchen knife was even made of scrap metal. An idea that had never been noticed suddenly jumped into his mind. To create such a valuable weapon, where did Song Sure-san get the money from? With only the scrap that he secretly helped her with, it would be impossible for her to make a work of such quality as the black gold horizontal sword. Tang family? No, Tang Tiantian herself was a student of the Academy of Weaponry Science. With such a work, there was no reason to let Song Sure-san, an outsider of the family, show off in public. Who else could it be? Miller Lammy. Have you had contact with the Mailer family? After pondering for a while, Chimodeo guessed. Miller? Song Sure-san frowned, recalling the inexplicable man in the ring match and the business card with M. Lanhua printed on it, hesitating a little. Is that right? Hearing the answer, Chimodeo's heart sank. When did it happen? How did you meet? Were you coerced? He had a lot of doubts, and he wanted to pour them out like a machine gun, but seeing Song Sure-san calmly lifting the tea lid, he still picked up the tea bowl in front of him in silence. It's my fault. Chimodeo took a sip of tea, and his voice became even older. As a teacher, he could only teach a limited amount. Besides, Song Sure-san had been growing wildly in the academy, so he had no reason to interfere with his choices. After upgrading the batch of testing equipment for the academy, he attracted the attention of the Federal Intelligence Department. His original intention was to reduce the attention and contact with Song Sure-san to avoid her being noticed. He did not expect that Song Sure-san's growth rate was far beyond his imagination, and he therefore missed the first-hand intelligence and funding for Song Sure-san. At this point, it is too late to talk about providing financial assistance. Does this elemental weapon belong to you? Yes. After receiving a positive answer, Chimodeo nodded. His expression softened a little. This was actually beyond Chimodeo's expectations. He had seen too many weapon masters, who were recruited by aristocratic families, and did not even have the right to use and dispose of the weapons they designed. Since Song Sure-san could still hold this knife, it meant that her personal freedom had not been restricted too much. Although it is unknown what terms Song Sure-san and Lanmi have agreed on, the current situation can barely be considered good news. The contract has been signed, and there are too many confidential matters involved. Chimodeo knew it was inconvenient to ask more questions, and only said vaguely, if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me at any time. At the end, worried that Song Sure-san might be afraid of the Meyer family, he deliberately added, I guarantee with the reputation of the Federal General and the Dean of the First Military Academy's Weaponry Science Academy, Old man, I will definitely help you. Before Chimodeo could continue to immerse himself in regret, Song Shersan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Dean. There is something that only Dean Chi can help with. Facing Chimodeo's confused eyes, Song Shersan closed the tea lid and straightened his face. I was born in a remote border planet, with poor mental strength. Thanks to the Academy's special admission, I was able to learn a skill. Although Song Shersan's skills are largely based on her experience in her previous life, the technological civilization of the two worlds is still different. If it were not for the Academy's teaching and resource supply, she would not be able to master it so quickly. Yunta Star is an advanced planet with the right to name itself. People live a stable life, and everywhere you look is rich. People like me with sea-level spiritual power may be considered a rare outlier here, but in the entire Federation, in addition to advanced planets, there are countless planets that can only be named by numbers. And there are also poor and dangerous border planets, like my home planet M13, where there are many people struggling to make ends meet. And there are also many people with sea-level spiritual power, who cannot protect themselves from mutant creatures. When he first came to this world, Song Shersan was amazed at the excellent physical functions of his original body. It was not that this body was so strong and sturdy, but that it reacted instinctively and had strong muscle explosiveness when facing danger. This also made Song Shersan quickly adapt to the control of his body. The poor M13 star naturally had no fighting coaches, but the original body's physical fighting on the admission application was rated as excellent, which was probably due to actual combat in a harsh living environment. Song Shersan organized his words and continued. Elemental weapons have always been used only as auxiliary combat power to make up for the shortcomings of those with high spiritual power. For example, those with a wide detection range but insufficient attack strength will choose long-range weapons such as firearms. Those who cannot stably resonate two elements at the same time will choose shields or armor to make up for the lack of defense. Also because of insufficient technology, the practicality of elemental weapons on the battlefield is not recognized. Song Shersan stopped. She was not good at lobbying, nor was she good at public speaking. The status of elemental weapons in interstellar society is too embarrassing. Technology monopoly, useless in actual combat, plus the high production cost caused by the shortage of technical talents, all of this formed a vicious cycle, which she couldn't explain in a few words. As the founder of this technology course, Chimodeo knew the current situation of weapon science very well. He understood the reason for Song Shersan's pause at a glance. I understand. Song Shersan breathed a sigh of relief. Then I make it short. She took off the short knife from her waist and placed it on the table. This is an elemental weapon that can transform. The technical value of this weapon is better understood by you, Dean, than by me. As for its actual combat value on the battlefield, Song Shersan smiled. My mental strength test is only C, but my performance in the holographic battle simulation class just now should be enough to speak for it. Chimodeo lowered his head, blew the tea in his hand, and concealed the expression on his face. More than just an endorsement for it. If this news is released directly, it will probably become the most sensational news in the entire Interstellar in recent decades. Not only the Federation, but also the Empire next door, and the wandering interstellar pirates will all come to snatch the fat piece of meat of Song Shersan. I know many people want this design. The technology in me is the foundation of my life. And it is also a sword of Damocles that can stab me at any time. What is even greater than the desire to obtain this technology is the fear of the enemy having this technology. Song Shersan is not stupid. She knows exactly what kind of whirlpool she will fall into. My personal ability is limited. Instead of using this technical map to crown myself, it is better to protect myself and hand it over to a more suitable candidate. So that's it. Chimodeo sipped his tea and sighed secretly. It is better to teach a man how to fish than to give him a fish. Song Shersan did not sign a contract to sell herself to the Mailer family. She simply disclosed this technology to Lan Mi. With such a cross-era technology, the power of the Mailer family may rise to a higher level. The winner of the next election is almost self-evident. So, I want to hand over the technology of shape transformation to the Academy of Ordnance Science. But in exchange, I have another request. Puff. Chimodeo's eyebrows trembled, and he choked on a mouthful of tea. Cough. 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 Song Shersan shut up consciously. Cough. 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 Chimodeo coughed for a long time, and finally recovered his breath. Not bothering to use a handkerchief to wipe the water droplets on his beard, he raised his eyes in surprise, as if he was hallucinating. What technology? Who are you going to give it to? This. Song Shursan tapped the mechanical sword in front of him with his fingertips and repeated word by word. Give it to the 1st Federal Military Academy, Weaponry Science Academy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Chimodeo took out a handkerchief, and his face, which was intimidating without anger, showed a bit of confusion. Didn't you sign a confidentiality agreement with Meyer? What confidentiality agreement? Song Shursan blinked, and the confusion on his face was genuine. Haven't you already had contact with Lanmi? Lanmi? Song Shursan thought for a moment. The current federal president, Miral Lanmi? There were indeed people who looked like members of the Miral family who had approached her, but no one stipulated that the Miral family could only have Lanmi. I only received one business card with the Miral family crest printed on it. As for who signed the business card, she really hadn't paid attention to it. Those complicated fonts were so fancy, it was already difficult for her to barely recognize an M and judge that it was from the Miral family. Business card? Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chimodeo's heart immediately went on the alert. Where did you put that business card? Ordinary people may not know, but people in their position know it very well. This kind of special business card usually has a special positioning device. Huh? Song Shursan was stunned, searching for vague memories. Put it in. She paused. It seems to be thrown in the trash can near the school. After the voice fell, both of them fell silent at the same time. The personal business card of the current federal president was thrown away by her? Thrown directly into the trash can. After a moment of silence, Chimodeo suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. Good. 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 I was wondering why those guys suddenly paid special attention to our school. It turned out that they were defeated by you. After sneering, he returned to the topic. So, you have never met Lanmi, and your true identity has not been leaked yet? I guess so, Song Shursan said vaguely. She had no intention of revealing the underground black market for the time being. Great. Great. Chimodeo stood up and paced back and forth excitedly. No one knows your identity, so it's not too late. He pulled open the partition screen and led Song Shursan to the desk outside. Listen to me. It's very dangerous for your identity to be exposed at the moment. I have a plan. Your design. Chimodeo suddenly stopped in his tracks, and then realized. Wait a minute. This design. What did you say just now? You want to hand it over to the Academy of Weaponry Science? He was still worried that Song Shursan would be dissatisfied with his plan because of the ownership of the technology. But he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to disclose the core technology to the Academy. Yes. Song Shursan smiled helplessly. She completely understood Chimodeo's feelings, and solemnly repeated it again. But in exchange, I need the dean to agree to a request of mine. You say. Chimodeo was so excited that his eyebrows were trembling. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree. He finally secured the talent. Even if it was not a conditional exchange, he would definitely do his best to meet the other party's requirements. Song Shursan's face became serious. I hope that the college can open to the public for free the basic production methods of elemental weapons, such as the characteristics of materials, the basis of integrated circuits, and include the technical explanation of form transformation in the professional curriculum as soon as possible. If possible, it would be best to make some simple morphological transformations into open courses for the public, Song Shursan said seriously, and the blueprint became more and more ambitious, while Chimodeo frowned and became more and more silent as he listened. Doesn't he want to? He can't. He can't do it. Each of these requests is his long-cherished wish. There are so many types of weapons in the world, and each material has a different integrated circuit design. It is already quite difficult to combine them, not to mention the morphological transformation. To get these data, even if the success rate of each experiment is 100%, it will take tens of millions of experiments. Popularize science for the public? He wants to. Let him gather all the teachers and students in the academy to study the mechanical sword in Song Shursan's hand. Shursan, Chimodeo said solemnly, and after careful consideration, he said slowly, as the dean, I promise you that every achievement of the academy can be announced to the public free of charge. This is the essence and meaning of education. But there are too many technical communication barriers in weapons science. Researchers basically work on their own. If you want to make a detailed popular science, it will probably take a lot of time to collect and organize data. This has also been a pain point for Chimodeo since he started the school. Oh, that's okay, Song Shursan said in a relaxed tone. This was originally one of my requests. What? Chimodeo was at a loss. I have already sorted out the data. From cold weapons to hot weapons. I have recorded all the materials and categories I can get my hands on. And I have written detailed annotations for each one. My personal influence is limited. And I am not suitable to be the main disseminator. So I hope to publish all these materials as the college. Not noticing Chimodeo's stunned expression, Song Shursan continued. Oh, I also brought the things. Some sample parts and hand-drawn design drawings. This communication went unexpectedly smoothly. The more Song Shursan looked at the old dean in front of him, the more he felt that he was kind and amiable. His tone became softer. If you are willing, I will leave the things here. Brought? Brought what? All the experimental data and design drawings? Even with annotations and explanations? Is this still a student of their college? This is simply an angel benefiting all living beings. It took Chimodeo a long time to recover from this series of sudden surprises, and then he was startled again. Wait! Brought? Such valuable information, she actually carried it with her. Almost instantly, Chimodeo reflexively entered a combat alert state, and immediately stepped forward and locked the office door. After confirming the safety of the surroundings again, he turned around and looked at Song Shursan again. When he saw Song Shursan empty hands, he suddenly felt a little confused and repeated uncertainly, You brought it? Here? Yes. Song Shursan raised his hand and pointed to the fabric bag that had been thrown at the door since he entered the house. Here. It's at your feet. Chapter 76. On the campus network of the First Federal Military Academy, the popularity of posts related to the holographic battle simulation course is soaring. Not only on the internet, everywhere on campus you can hear elemental weapons. Song Shursan. These keywords. The originally deserted small square of the Weaponry Science Academy is now surrounded by students who come here to admire its reputation. Is this the Weaponry Science Academy? Why is it in such a remote place? Haha, I didn't even know that our school has this major. This statue has rubbed my hands with dust. It hasn't been cleaned for hundreds of years. Right? What do you know? All the reclusive masters are like this. Among the dense crowd of people, a girl was carrying a half-person-high cardboard box and struggling to move through. What's going on? Why are there so many people? The girl muttered softly and squeezed forward again. There is still a short walk from the school bus stop to the Ordnance Science Academy. This road used to be sparsely populated, but today it is surrounded by students for some reason. Under normal circumstances, the girl would definitely gossip about it. But she was approaching the deadline for her graduation project, and was so busy that she ignored everything outside the window, and kept her eyes open to the laboratory and closed to the dormitory. If the laboratory was not overcrowded, she would have simply slept on the floor in the laboratory. The cardboard box was heavy, and the girl, holding up her sore arms, looked at the crowd in front of her, and saw that she could not move. So she had to shout, Make way. Please let me pass. Someone was sharp-eyed and found all kinds of alloys in the girl box. His mind turned quickly. Classmate. Are you a student of the Academy of Ordnance Science? As soon as he spoke, people all looked at him. Ah? The girl's face turned red when she was suddenly noticed by so many people. When she went out today, she just wiped her face with water and didn't even comb her hair. It's not an exaggeration to describe her as unkempt. She became the focus of the crowd for no reason. She was a little flustered. What? What happened? Alive. With a howl, the crowd suddenly became excited. It's a living student of the Academy of Weaponry. The army that was trying to move towards the small square suddenly rushed towards the girl direction. Classmate. Such a big box. Let me help you carry it. Let me carry it. I'm close. I'm strong. The cardboard box in her hand was suddenly fought over by forces from all directions, and the girl was so scared that she grabbed the corner of the box tightly. What a joke. She was wearing pajamas under her coat. Without the box to protect her, will she be able to see people in the future? No. Thank you. I really don't need it. After finally protecting the cardboard box in her hand, the people around her shifted their attention. Classmate, are these materials used to make weapons? Classmate, what kind of weapons are you developing? Can I take a look? Classmate, do you take orders? Can you give me a contact number? Classmate. The various faces that were getting closer and closer. made the air around them seem to become thinner. And the various questions about the graduation project made the girl upset. Finally, the girl couldn't stand it anymore. "Oh! Is it over yet? I'm in a hurry. Get out of the way." With a roar that was as powerful as the sky, the commotion around them finally subsided. Extending to the direction of the small square, the crowd silently made way. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" The girl was grumbling in her heart, faced the enthusiastic and curious gazes of the crowd, and she fled the scene. When the girl gradually disappeared, the crowd began to talk quietly again. "Did you see that? When she lost her temper just now, she was even more arrogant than the seated student." "Seated student? The world is changing. Have you watched Song Shursen game? Which seated student can beat her? I didn't see it with my own eyes. I don't believe it. Do you think that elemental weapon is really that powerful? When did weapon science become so awesome? Yes, I heard that only people with really hopeless mental power would study weapon science. Wasn't it jokingly called a shelter for the old, weak, sick and disabled? I have a friend in this major. I asked him quietly. He said that their skills can't even beat B-level mental power. The weapon science major has always been unpopular. It has no sense of existence in the eyes of the combat department. It is very useless in the eyes of the non-combat department. It has been ridiculed many times. With a sudden change of reputation overnight, it is inevitable that people will question it. Someone chuckled, whether you believe it or not. The seed soldiers were defeated. Just look ahead. Those who rushed to the innermost caught a seed soldier at a time. I heard that as soon as the class ended yesterday. Some seed soldiers went straight to the teaching building of the Academy of Weaponry to ambush people. So scary. What happened in the holographic simulation battle class? I also want to see it. It's a pity that the school has blocked all the videos. They probably don't want to spread them out for the time being. Damn, this is going to be a big move. Don't you see what kind of technology this is? Once it's spread out, our school may really become the first in the Federation, maybe the first in the Interstellar. The noise of the crowd gradually faded away. In the early morning, the clouds had not yet completely dispersed, and the sunlight was particularly soft with a hint of moisture. He rubbed his eyes, which were slightly sore from staying up all night, and pushed open the door of the faculty and staff meeting room. Behind her, the teachers of the Weaponry Science Academy, who were also slightly tired but full of energy, followed, seeing the distant sky outside the house, and the rising sun through the clouds. Several people looked at each other to confirm, fearing that everything they had just experienced together was just a dream. Someone had tears in his eyes. I have never been so enlightened in my life. Learn. I can still learn for another 10 years. I am willing to devote my whole life to weaponry science. Dean Chi is too amazing. Woo. How can there be such a good and selfless dean? I knew it. Our weapons science will be the key to a new era. This day has finally come. Looking at the excited crowd, he gently stroked the scar on his forehead with his fingertips, and slightly raised the brim of his hat. Come on. Write the lesson plans well when you go back, and don't let down the dean's trust. The fire is just beginning to be passed on. Her heart was thumping, and her vision was blurred by tears at some point, and she cried and laughed with everyone else. The scene of Chimodeo dragging a fabric bag into the conference room will probably become an indelible memory for everyone present. No one would have expected that. On an ordinary night like last night, an ordinary emergency meeting was held, as if there was no sign, no process, and such a technological news that could shake the entire galaxy was announced. But he knew that there were traces to all this. And she, on the first day of this school year, had seen the budding of this miracle. During the whole meeting, Chimodeo announced the technical data to the teachers and students in his own name, without mentioning Song Shursen's name. Compared with other teachers who were kept in the dark and praised Dean Chi, he was more sensitive to the truth and understood the helplessness. She knew Chimodeo's character. Chimodeo was not the kind of person who sought fame and profit, and would never seize the achievements of his students. Hiding Song Shursen's name was a bad strategy that had to be made to protect her. Thinking of this, he sighed with regret. As a teacher, the most painful thing is to see the talents of his students buried and the pearls covered in dust. Even as strong as the god of war Sun Yi, he cannot avoid being restrained by the federal government. Song Shursen has no background and no connections. His dazzling light will only hurt the eyes of those families and make him a tool for them to fight for. When he looked at the rising sun in the sky and his colleagues, who were still discussing enthusiastically in the distance, hope rekindled in Hiyu's eyes. No, There is no need to regret. The spark has been ignited. When it becomes a prairie fire, everyone can shine their light with dignity. When the sun finally breaks through the clouds, the first morning class of the Weaponry Science Academy is about to begin. The students gathered in groups of 3 or 2, not rushing to the classroom, but standing at the stairs in front of the teaching buildings, looking as if they were facing a great enemy. Compared to the sparsely populated area at the stairs, the entrance of the teaching building was crowded with people, each with a gleam in his eye, like a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep. A gate, clearly divided. Are you crazy? Didn't these combat department students look down on us the most before? Why are they suddenly like licking dogs? That's right, when it was a public elective course, no one wanted to team up with me when they heard it was weapons science. Didn't you hear? The first-year students in our major, with the latest elemental weapons developed by Dean Chi, beat all the combat department students. Oh my god! Is this true? Who is it? I heard there are more than one person. One of them was a student of the combat department, who failed a grade and then changed his major. Now our admissions office has been bombarded with calls. Aw? Come to our department. What's the point of transferring here? The things we teach in class are just a little better than nothing. Don't you and I know that? You don't know this? Right? I heard that Dean Chi is going to include the technology of the elemental weapon in the curriculum and make it public. Our class schedule needs to be updated. Last night, the emergency meeting of the faculty and staff was discussing this matter. The tone of this discussion was very light, but it spread to the ears of every student standing at the stairs to join in the fun. For a moment, everyone in the Weaponry Science Academy widened their eyes, looking at each other, and their mouths were open so wide that an egg could be stuffed vertically. When? Today? Damn it! What are you still standing here for? Go to class. Oh my, I can't drink anymore. I can't close my jaw. Wait for me. Ignoring the eager students of the combat department, who were waiting for knowledge. The students of weapons science clamped the various equipment textbooks in their hands, rushed to their classrooms like the wind, and rushed to their classes. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few swirling leaves at the stairs, and no one was there. In the interstellar year 3035, it was an ordinary Monday. The Weapons Science Academy of the First Military Academy of the Federation quietly released an enrollment plan. It was like a stone falling into the sea, but it caused a huge wave. Chapter 77. This year, the mutation rate of star clusters in the parity galaxy has reached 34.3%, which exceeds the average value over the years. Based on observations in recent years, the mutation rate is increasing significantly. In the federal government building, a young non-commissioned officer was reporting to the light computer screen. He was wearing a dark blue military uniform, and his rank could not be seen, but the fabric and cut of the uniform indicated that his rank was not low. Muriel Landmy lowered his head, and his eyes swept across the pages of documents in front of him, then raised his eyes slightly, showing his signature smile. Based on the data of the past 5 years, the mutation rate of organisms in the entire federal galaxy is rising, not just the parity galaxy. Take the Astra galaxy for example. The planet mutation rate has even remained above 30% for many years, and 1/3 of them have become barren planets. I am not deliberately making things difficult for you. When we look back a few decades or hundreds of years, biological mutations have actually been happening all the time. Survival of the fittest. This is the competition between us humans and nature, and the universe. More funds should be invested in armaments and education, rather than simply strengthening military equipment and garrisons in a certain area. The sergeant frowned. President Landmy, I am not questioning your control of the overall situation. Nor am I fighting for privileges for the parity system. Look here. He pointed to the red area on the screen map and raised his voice slightly. Our exploration team investigated the mutant creatures on these planets. 72.8% of the biological mutations showed insect characteristics. This data is too shocking. It is hard not to think that it was a premeditated activity. Don't get excited. Landmy smiled, calming the sergeant's emotions. The last Zerg tide seemed to have occurred during the time of our ancestors. You just said that you only found some other creatures that had mutated into Zerg characteristics, and the danger level of these creatures was not high. So, have you discovered any new Zerg nests on the planets you explored? Or, have you found any obvious signs of their activities? Indeed. No. Facing Landmy confident and calm smile. The sergeant seemed a little anxious. But, we attach great importance to the war warning sent by Colonel Liu before. Landmy interrupted him. But at present, Apart from the ant tribe incident he reported, there is no other follow-up progress. The Zerg has no intelligence. The biggest threat lies in its terrifying reproductive capacity. From the current data, their population growth index is far from reaching the warning value. Of course, I understand your concerns. You mean? The Zerg may have intelligence. And they planned all this? The sergeant shook his head. His tone as serious as his report. Strictly speaking, it is possible that there are highly intelligent individuals among the Zerg. Lonmi's smile faded. It's not impossible. In fact, we have received reports of related cases before, and have already launched an investigation. A trace of surprise flashed across the sergeant's eyes, and he became serious, waiting for the other party to continue. Lonmi leaned over, pulled out an exploration report from the bottom of the filing cabinet, and projected it on the computer screen in front of the sergeant. This is the exploration report of B-015. 56% of the alien species on this planet are mutating towards insect characteristics, and the proportion in karst areas has even reached 79%. The report was written by Yun Chiha, the chief explorer of the Federation. From a professional perspective, there will not be much error. The sergeant's eyes widened. Although B-015 is a B-class planet, it is located in the Valhalla system, where the Yunta star is located. Unlike the Parity system, which has been on the front line of the war with the Zerg for many years, the Valhalla system is recognized by the entire Federation as the safest and most suitable system for humans. This is also one of the reasons why the presidential building was built here. If the mutation of the Zerg characteristics is really premeditated, if even the star clusters in the Valhalla system are affected. The sergeant couldn't help sweating on his forehead, and he didn't dare to continue to speculate. Lonmi watched the change in the other party's expression with satisfaction, and slowly said, after receiving the report, we immediately sent out a cleanup team. And the captain was Sun Yi. The sergeant's heart skipped a beat again. Sun Yi, the Federation's recognized #1 combat power, was actually going to perform a cleanup mission. With such a lineup, even a 3-year-old child could understand how seriously the federal government took the matter. Then, what are the results of the investigation? The sergeant swallowed hard. Lonmi lowered his eyes, and said solemnly, no signs of Zerg activity were found. How could this be? The sergeant was shocked. They even learned to hide their activities? This is the worst guess. Lonmi made a soothing gesture. If you think optimistically, it may just be a normal mutation direction of natural selection. And it has nothing to do with the Zerg. Impossible. The sergeant lowered his head, his chest heaving with emotion. As a frontline soldier, his intuition told him that things were not optimistic. So, Lonmi coughed, and brought the topic back on track. I didn't mean to make things difficult for Admiral Liu. Regardless of the best or worst case scenario, the essence of this matter is not whether to allocate funds to the Parity Galaxy. This is just one of the reasons. Secondly, as an individual, I certainly recognize General Liu Qingyin's strategic vision. But the use of Federal Reserve funds is not decided by me alone. There is not enough data to support it now. And it is difficult to carry out this proposal in Congress. It's just to reinforce the manpower and material resources of the Star Defense. The sergeant clenched his fist. Thank you for making this special trip, Adjutant. Lonmi glanced at his subordinates, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, and said something that meant to send him away. The information brought by Admiral Liu is very valuable. But this matter is too important, and many details need to be considered. I hope Admiral Liu can understand. These words were flawless, and the sergeant wanted to speak several times. But he couldn't think of anything to refute, so he had to leave as a routine. After the usher sent the guests away, Lonmi lit a cigar, leaned back in his office chair, and motioned for the subordinate in a dark uniform to come in. Before the subordinate started to report, he suddenly pushed the report file left by the young sergeant. Draft a proposal for these documents about the establishment of a reserve army, and discuss it in the parliament tomorrow. Also, select a few teams from the graduates of major military academies, from combat, logistics, to personnel related to defense buildings. Every branch must be included, and sent to Liu Qingyin. The subordinate was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood what Lonmi meant, and wrote it down one by one. He had heard most of the conversation just now outside the door. Lonmi was indeed very politically talented. In such a serious and difficult-to-decide major event, he not only cleverly rejected the request for assistance from his political opponent, but also did not leave any handle, and even took the opportunity to get the opponent's educational resources for free. What's the point of sending a team of graduates? Besides, most of the military academy students here have their home planets in the Valha system, and most of them will choose to return to Valha to join the army in the future. If we send it over now, we will be using Lu Qingyin's training mode and cultivation resources for free. Lu Qingyin would be more upset than eating fly shit if he knew the result. Halfway through, I seemed to realize something, and suddenly raised my head and said in a dilemma, "President, how about you listen to my report first, and then make a decision?" "About the elemental weapon?" Lan Mi raised his eyes. "Yes." I stood up straight and saluted. "The rumor about the elemental weapon in the first military academy of the Federation is true. An elemental weapon that can defeat S-level mental power and transform." "Yes." They also reissued the enrollment brochure of the Academy of Weaponry. "And who designed the weapon?" Lan Mi narrowed his eyes and suddenly interrupted. "It can't be the little girl who threw my business card into the trash can." He gritted his teeth when he said the last few words. The subordinate glanced at his face and said carefully, "It should be General Qi himself." In order to attract students, he even made some of the design drawings public. "Oh, I knew it." Lan Mi laughed out loud. "Qi Modeo, this old fox, made such a big smoke bomb just to disgust me. First, he bought a large number of advanced equipment from the school, then sent people to the black market to fight in a boxing match, and deliberately threw business cards near the first military academy of the Federation. When they went to the first military academy to search secretly, they found nothing and were tricked by the secret guards of the Tang family. He wants to expand enrollment, and I am happy to see it happen." Lan Mi shook the cigar in his hand. "Now my position is the president of the Federation, not just the head of the Meyer family. Whether you come to Meyerl Private Department or go to the Federal Military Department, it makes no difference to me. Why do you have to beat around the bush with the tricks you use against ordinary families?" I didn't dare to answer. I lowered my head even lower and continued to report. When the Federal First Military Academy Weaponry Science Academy released the enrollment brochure, it also announced to the public the introduction of the integrated circuit production of basic elemental weapons, including cold weapon structures such as swords, spears, guns, axes, hammers, throwing defense, and hot weapon structures such as firearms and artillery. "What? Wait!" Lan Mi's eyes widened, and he stood up suddenly. What did he announce? Without waiting for the subordinate to answer, he walked around the desk, snatched the report from the other party, and read it at a glance. As the content of the report, Lan Mi's face became more and more strange, and it was hard to tell whether it was anger or excitement. Okay. You are so brave, Qi Modeo. You really have the guts to overturn this card table. High spiritual talents are resources that all parties are competing for openly, and the ownership of elemental weapon technology is a more intense competition in secret. After all, the strength of mental power is mostly determined by fate, and cannot be forced. But the breakthrough of core technology can be changed by human efforts. If we can really make elemental weapons that can rival high mental power, it will have a subversive impact on the battle power division of various forces. The Academy will give detailed explanations and demonstrations of different types of form transformation according to the course progress. Lan Mi read the content of the announcement word by word, and each ending tone was very heavy, and his eyes were almost crazy. Form transformation? The transformation of all types of weapons? When did he develop it? Such a core technology, he really is willing to give it up. He really dares. After reading this report over and over again, Lan Mi realized that his hands and feet were cold. The transformation of all types of weapons. This is a heavy blow to the entire interstellar human society. With this technology, Qi Modeo can completely build his own force, a force that can rival any family and military. But he actually chose to make it public. Lan Mi didn't know whether to be thankful or amused. Qi Modeo was not going to join the table. He wanted to reshuffle the cards. And now, he was indeed qualified to redeal the cards. After calming down, Lan Mi returned to his desk and quickly drafted a new brief. Let the bullets fly for a while. He handed the brief to his subordinate and regained his relaxed look. I'm really curious, Qi Modeo, to what extent you can do it. In just a few days, the keywords #1 Military Academy of the Federation, enrollment of weapons science, and great breakthrough of elemental weapons quickly dominated all the headlines of the Federation's social media publications, while the mainstream media was still shocked by the great breakthrough of form transformation. The underground black market forums had already started a public opinion war on the topic of strength. The enrollment information of the Weapon Science Academy is really exciting, especially for those who lack mental strength. The Academy not only gives the opportunity to the people of school age to enroll, but also opens the basic production to the public for free. I heard that more advanced courses will be gradually open to the public in the future. In other words, everyone, as long as they are willing to study and try, has the opportunity to make their own elemental weapons. Moreover, even if you really don't have that talent, when there are more and more students in the Weaponry Academy, and more people master this skill, it means that elemental weapons are no longer monopolized by aristocratic families. There will be more weapon masters and elemental weapons on the market, and maybe in the near future you will have the opportunity to choose a suitable weapon. In any case, lack of mental strength is no longer an unsolvable dilemma. Also excited about this news are those who are troubled by mineralism. High-purity elemental stones are no longer their first choice. Some people have started saving money to prepare for the purchase of advanced elemental weapons in the future. For a time, a large number of analysis posts on the strength of weapons appeared in the underground black market forum. Please ask, which is more cost-effective? The cold weapon structure or the hot weapon structure? I have strong explosive power, but lack endurance. What form of weapon is better? I can resonate with the thunder element. I like the spear. What kind of tactical training should I do from now on? Fire and wind dual elements resonate. What form of weapon is suitable? Bold prediction. The combination of nunchaku plus gun is the most compatible, maneuverable and practical combination. Some people even look further ahead. And before elemental weapons are popularized, they have already begun to point out the way forward for the imagined new world. Under the same elemental strength, you can beat A-level psychics by achieving 2 forms of transformation. 3 small combos teach you how to kill above your level. The era of psychic power has completely ended, and the seed soldier has fallen from the altar. There are many posts like these, floating on the forum homepage like ghosts 24 hours a day. People with ordinary qualifications are happy to see them, and are full of expectations for their new future, but high-level psychics are very angry. The battle over which is stronger, elemental weapons or high-level psychics, is about to start. To discuss combat power, we need to provide evidence. In a place like the underground black market, there are very few people who use elemental weapons, and even fewer who have become famous. Naturally, the name of the scrap collector Xiao Song has become popular again. This time, the battle video of the scrap collector Xiao Song was even made into a collection, and was regarded as the Bible of teaching videos by the fans of elemental weapons. Everyone has a copy, studies it frame by frame, recites it by heart, and passes it on by word of mouth. Correspondingly, the analytical remarks made by the internet expert before were also dug out by netizens as strong evidence of citing classics. When Song Shursan was busy organizing teaching materials with the teachers of the college, the number of fans on the personal homepage of the waste collector Xiao Song soared, and even the scale of the fan club expanded by several orders of magnitude. And it was extremely popular. Of course, there were also people who disliked her. With the rapid expansion of the fan group, the number of black fans of the waste collector Xiao Song also increased exponentially. However, the attacks of the haters this time were much more restrained than before. After all, Song Shursan ranking and winning rate in the ring match were still on the list, and the last wave of rumormongers had just been beaten up one by one. The haters were all worried about themselves. They had to carefully consider whether they had the strength to type every sentence behind the light computer screen. So, a strange phenomenon occurred. Waves of verbal battles on the forum were all comparing the scrap collector Xiao Song with other high spiritual gods. Some of the battle targets had even disappeared from the underground black market for many years. When Song Shursan finally finished his work, the most popular discussion post on the forum had been raised to a level that was confusing. Elemental weapon Xiao Song vs humanoid weapon Xuanya. Who is the ceiling of the Federation's combat power? Song Shursan. Chapter 78. Xuanya, the Federation's recognized #1 combat power. From the moment this name appeared in the public eye, no one has ever questioned his status. Not only his early fame and illustrious military exploits, what people admire is Xuanya unattainable mental talent and impeccable elemental resonance. SSS level mental power, 5-element all-round resonance. The test results certified by the Federation military cannot be falsified. If the interstellar human confrontation is compared to a fighting game, then this game will be a numerical game dominated by mental strength. Without fighting, Anyone who sees Xiunya test report will lose the courage to challenge. After all, in the face of all-round numerical crushing, all skills seem vulnerable. But now, the mechanism that dominates this game has been broken. Elemental weapons take a different approach, giving everyone a different solution. Topic: Elemental weapon Shao Song vs Humanoid weapon Xiunya, who is the ceiling of the Federation's combat power. Original poster Nirvana. No exaggeration, the scrap collector Shao Song and the god of war Xiunya. Who do you think is the strongest in the Federation? I make my position clear first. I vote for Shao Song. 1F? Question mark. This post? Is the OP okay? Marketing account provoking a fight to gain traffic? 2F? What kind of provoking post? I can't even start a fight. Anyone with a bit of brains would know who to vote for. 3F? I admit Shao Song is very strong, but using Shao Song to smear the god of war is a bit too much. A casual fan. Can't stand it. 17F. Are Song fans so arrogant now? What gave you this illusion? 33F. Black fans. Don't get involved. Don't blame Shao Song. We Song fans don't take the blame for this. 34th floor. Died of laughter. The above poster should open their eyes and look at the poster's ID before speaking. Isn't Nirvana your famous fan leader? Ha ha. It's okay to be kicked out of the fan club directly. 256th floor. +1 for Shao Song. Why can't Shao Song win? 322th floor. I have played with Shao Song. I also choose Shao Song. Those who understand the reason will understand. 565th floor. The defeated subordinate with a plus mental power will come forward to tell his story. My personal feeling, if Shao Song has an SSS level elemental weapon, it's hard to say who will win or lose. Really, only those who have fought with her in person can understand this feeling. She has physical skills and techniques in fighting. Those who simply rely on talent to crush her will easily suffer. 566th floor. Agree with the above. You have no idea where she will attack from, and you can't do a comprehensive defense, because she can break your defense. How should I put it? Although my mental power is much weaker than her weapon strength, but to be honest, even if my mental power is several levels higher, I still can't beat her. We are too different in combat awareness and physical skills. I really can't keep up with Shao Song thinking and actions. 583F. Damn, let alone thinking and actions. I can't even figure out what her weapon is. Just look at the shape of her weapon. Who knows where she will come from in the next second? 675F. There are quite a lot of water army words this time. 877F. Does anyone know Shao Song's real identity? Last time I saw an anonymous report saying that her mental power is C. Is it true? 878F. I don't know how much mental power she has anyway. She should be from the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. Weaponry Science Academy. Her weapons are ridiculously strong. It is impossible that they have nothing to do with the research results of the 1st Military Academy. 900th floor. Bold speculation. Shao Song was specially released by the 1st Military Academy to practice weapons combat. 1021th floor. Reply 565th floor. SSS level elemental weapons. It's easy to say, where can I find such a strong weapon? You make one, and let me see it. 1043th floor. Reply 1021th floor. Brother, have you forgotten that humans have stepped step by step from the Stone Age to the Interstellar Age? Our achievements today, tens of millions of years ago. Humans were the same as you, could not even think about it. It's just an SSS level elemental weapon, open your mind a little. 1221F. Everyone is so mysterious. If I remember correctly, your boss hasn't come to the ring for a long time. Right? I heard that many big guys are waiting for her. Why, are you scared? 1222F. I guess she doesn't dare to come. I have seen several people who are striving for L4 say that they want to compete with Shao Song. The whole post was abuzz with comments, and there were several new replies every second. The discussion ranged from guessing Shao Song's true identity to the progress of elemental weapons research, from discussions of combat power to insults between fans and haters, and it was dizzying. Song Shursen read it all the way, and always felt that something was missing in the post, but he couldn't find any clues after thinking about it, so he simply ignored it. With the support of the Weaponry Science Academy, Song Shursen was no longer the poor kid who was always short of money, and it was no longer so urgent to go to the underground black market to fight in the ring to make money. But money is something that no one would think is too little. In addition, Chimodeo slightly restricted her activities in school for her safety. If she wanted to continue testing her weapon results, the underground black market would be the best place. Yunta Star has gradually entered winter. The temperature has dropped particularly fast this year. The sky is foggy. If you hadn't checked the weather forecast in advance, you would almost think it would snow. Song Shursang got off the train, put on his earplugs skillfully, and walked towards the bar at the entrance of the underground black market. The bar's decoration has changed slightly, seemingly to match the changing seasons. An ice cellar background has been added to the original cyberspace feeling, and some animal furs are hung on the wall of the bar as decoration. Amid the dizziness and attack brought by heavy metal rock music, the bartender warmly entertains every guest who enters the store, and promotes the new winter products that have just been mixed. Not liking this kind of drink that affects the sobriety of the mind, Song Shursang politely rejected the bartender's recommendation, pulled down the brim of his hat, and quickly walked through the crowd. When she was about to reach the entrance of the secret passage, a commotion stopped her in her tracks. 800,000 star coins. So expensive? This is an elemental weapon that can be used in actual combat. It is priceless. Do you understand its value? Hearing the familiar words, Song Shursang stopped planning to take a detour and glanced at the crowd. In the center of the crowd, a man and a woman were facing each other. Is this actually a weapon? The girl in a small dress held up a small lace umbrella and blinked innocently. I just bumped into it accidentally, and you said it was broken. I thought it was some high-end porcelain. Hearing the sarcasm in the girl's words, some people couldn't help but sneer. The aggressive man looked a little embarrassed, and his voice became even more fierce. Who knows what you did secretly? Anyway, my gun doesn't work now. You have to pay for it, the strong man said, pulling the trigger, showing the onlookers that what he said was true. He was holding a brass pistol, which was already misfired at this moment. And no matter how the strong man pulled the trigger, there was no response. Could it be that the energy is insufficient? The girl observed for a while, took out an elemental stone from the cloth bag hanging on the handle of the small umbrella in her hand, and placed it on the table. How about trying another stone? The transparent and crystal ore stood quietly on the table. Looking closely, there were 5 colored lights dancing inside. The lights were like fish swimming, flowing in the clear crystal. Those who knew the goods had already widened their eyes in surprise, and their eyes looking at the girl were also more inquisitive. This is an elemental stone of extremely high purity. There is almost no impurity visible to the naked eye. Although it has not been tested by professional instruments, but judging from the color, the price of this stone on the market must be more than 1 million. The strong man has obviously seen the market, knowing that the ore in the girl's hand is a rare good thing, and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. My elemental stone has just been replaced. There is no way it can be a problem. He refused verbally, but the greed in his eyes was not concealed. While taking the stone, loading it into the gun. You are still a little girl. I don't want to embarrass you too much. How about this? Just treat it as making friends. If the stone can't be repaired, it's not impossible to use your elemental stone as a substitute. Before he finished speaking, the sturdy man suddenly staggered forward 2 steps, and the brass gun in his hand that was loading energy also flew out, and scattered on the ground with the magazine. Fuck! Who hit me in the back? He bared his teeth and cursed angrily, not caring to look at the instigator behind him, and hurriedly tried to pick up the things that fell on the ground. Elemental stone, and my gun. Before the sturdy man squatted down, a black shadow quickly passed by his eyes, had already picked up the things that fell on the ground, and handed them back to him. Sorry. I was in a hurry to pass by and bumped into you. The black figure raised his head. The brim of his hat covered most of his face, and he could only tell from the voice that it was a woman. I picked up the things for you. Check them, and I pay for them if they're broken. The girl's tone was a little anxious, and the sturdy man lowered his head. The brass gun had been loaded at some point, and lay intact in his palm. Under the urging, he didn't think any more, pointed the muzzle of the gun to the sky, and pulled the trigger subconsciously. A thunderous beam of light rushed to the roof in an instant, lighting up the surprised faces of the onlookers. Oh, isn't it intact? What was that just now, a flare? It looks like it can't even break a chandelier with this power. How can it be worth 800,000? It's a scam. Elemental weapons are all the rage recently. All kinds of monsters and demons are using this concept to deceive people, so be careful. That's right. It's obvious that his stone has no energy, but he said it was someone else who broke it. Why don't you return the girl elemental stone to him? This has nothing to do with the stone. Facing the accusations of the crowd, the strong man knew that he was in the wrong, but he couldn't explain it clearly, and anxiously looked for the girl in black. It was the woman just now who did it. She must have fixed it. Hey, Where's the person? Where did she go? Amid the noise, Song Shursen had already passed through the crowd lightly, and swiped open the gate of the underground black market passage. What the man with the brass gun said was indeed right. The performance of elemental weapons has little to do with the quality of elemental stones. The role played by the elemental stone is, at best, just a battery. Even if you hold a stone with 100% purity, it only serves to enhance the endurance. His weapon cannot be activated because the alloy and shape of the weapon are not compatible, and the weapon master's own skills are not good, which makes it very easy for the engraving of the activation weapon to have poor contact. This kind of minor fault is very easy to fix for those who know the business. But relatively speaking, it is also easy to be used to defraud laymen. Song Shursen was too lazy to find out whether the man with the brass gun did it on purpose. New things always have chaos in the early stages of development, but when the technology is popularized to the public, these problems will be solved. It is better to have some discussion than to have no one care about it. Thinking of this, Song Shursen's steps became lighter, and he stood in front of the challenge area of the ring match again. For the seasoned battles above L3, in addition to pursuing the number of consecutive wins, there are also requirements for the total number of matches. After being absent for more than half a month, although Song Shursen is still in the forefront in terms of winning streak, his total number of games has long fallen behind. The season has come to an end, and most of the players, who are not strong enough have stopped while they are ahead, just want to maintain their current winning streak, and no longer participate in the challenge. In front of the challenge area, only a few big players, who still want to rush for the ranking, are left. Because of this, almost every game is a battle between masters, which attracts the audience's attention, and the betting field is more lively than usual. The crowd surged, and among the flashing neon lights, the name of scrap collector Xiao Song, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly appeared on the ring screen without any warning. Someone rubbed his eyes. Am I dazzled? A name seemed to flash on the broadcast screen just now. What nonsense are you talking about? If the broadcast screen doesn't show the name, what will it show? No. I mean, it seems to be that thing. Scrap collector Xiao Song. Fuck? There was a sensation in the audience, and the news flew out like wings. Some people who were close to the underground market rushed to the underground market as soon as they heard the news. But most of them were limited by the distance, and could only cry and post in the forum to ask for live broadcast. Topic: Scrap collector Xiao Song is back. Live broadcast. Hurry in. Topic: The god of elemental weapons, who was waited for by countless big guys, finally showed up. And those who didn't come to the scene are in trouble. For a while, the number of topic posts on the underground black market forum increased sharply, and live broadcast posts from all angles emerged one after another. Song Shursen, who was in the ring competition, had no time to read the forum, but he could feel the attention he was getting from the camera equipment he was looking at from every angle. The opponents in this competition were all very strong, and their strength was several degrees higher than that of the previous players. Some of them even entered the battle with him through the sparring mode. In order to teach the monkeys and grandsons a lesson, Song Shursen had specially opened the sparring mode, and anyone could take the initiative to challenge him. In this situation, Song Shursen had no doubt that these people were waiting here to test his level. After a few games, it was getting late. Song Shursen left the challenge area, ordered a drink at the bar to replenish his energy, and prepared to go home. The drinkers on the side were still discussing the previous battle. Song Shursen stirred the ice in his glass and listened incoherently. Too strong. That scrap collector Xiao Song. He won all the games? There are several people with S+ mental power here. Right? There are analysis posts in the forum saying that she is still playing conservatively, and that she can easily beat SS level players. But to be honest, after watching the game, I suddenly understand why some people compare her to the God of War. Ha ha ha, stop it, it's getting more and more outrageous. The drinkers quickly changed the topic and discussed the wins and losses in the betting area. Song Shursen finished the last sip of the energy drink, and suddenly a light bulb went off in her head, and she came to her senses. She understood what was wrong with the post discussing herself and the God of War. This is such a popular battle power discussion post, and the forum's famous battle power analysis fanatic and internet expert didn't even reply to a single post. Before she could feel surprised, the light brain on her wrist suddenly vibrated, and a line of prompts that only she could see appeared in front of her. Ring 066, Xuanye requests to compete with you. Do you agree? Chapter 79. Song Shursen has always been open to anyone who dares to challenge her through the sparring mode. She only read the beginning of the message on the prompt box, and quickly chose agree, without even looking at the name carefully, and walked towards the 066 ring. Stepping into the simulation cabin, Song Shursen placed the mechanical horizontal sword on the transmission port of the artificial body, as usual, and transmitted it into the field together. The full-scale simulation technology of this era is already quite advanced, which can achieve a perfect match between nerves and artificial body operations, and simulate scenes that are 100% the same as reality, including various physical reactions and chemical reactions. However, for the sake of data security and authenticity, the patent holder did not choose to copy everything with data, but retain the transmission function, allowing users to bring real non-living things into the virtual scene. Relatively speaking, the damage or loss of these real bodies in the simulation cabin will also be fully reflected in reality, and all losses will be borne by the individual. After a moment of dizziness, Song Shursen opened his eyes. There was a damp mist in front of him, like the surface of a river in the rain, and the sky and the earth were shrouded in the same mist, and nothing could be seen clearly. With limited vision, Song Shursen turned his attention to hearing, quickly judging the surrounding environment. There was a slow flow of water beside his ears. Not too fast. The bamboo raft under his feet swayed with the water flow, making a slight creaking sound. The bamboo raft was not big, and there were more than just the one under Song Shursen's feet. In the blurred vision, there were some scattered ones floating around, forming a hidden path. The water surface was not wide, and there were steep canyon walls on both sides, which were so high that the top could not be seen. The sky became narrower as one went up. Song Shursen had a clue in his mind. The random scene in the simulation cabin should be a large canyon. They were at the bottom of the canyon. In terms of terrain difficulty, this canyon might be ranked among the top 3 most annoying maps in the black market competition. Not only is the natural limited vision affected, but the canyon terrain also has a very strong selection effect on the resonance elements of the players. In addition to the drifting bamboo rafts, the entire map is either flowing water or mountain walls, and there is no place to land. Here, the spiritualists, who can resonate with the water element, are simply the chosen winners. But for other attributes, especially the fire element, I am afraid that even how to move has become a big problem. Song Shursen is an elemental weapon user, and can only control the weapon in his hand. The problems faced by those who resonate with other attributes are also Song Shursen problems. It's good to have problems. Song Shursen lowered her center of gravity. What she likes most is to overcome problems. According to the general rules of the simulation cabin, the teleportation points of the 2 sides are about 20 meters apart. But the river was too humid, and not even a shadow could be seen 10 meters away. There was a tense atmosphere of being ambushed from all sides. Song Shursen pressed the handle of the knife, and the handle unfolded into a revolver in the folded state, and the stream of light passed through the silver gun body. Waiting for the rabbit to come was never her style. There was fog. Then let the fog disperse. Strong wind. The trigger was pulled, and the dome-colored light ball split from the muzzle of the gun, turning into a strong wind running in all directions, dispersing the fog within a radius of 5 miles. In the gradually fading water vapor, a straight figure gradually became clear. The other person leaned sideways, seemingly just noticing the movement on Song Shursen's side, and looked over from a distance. Song Shursen narrowed his eyes. The man in front of him was wearing a silver-black wide-collared uniform, which was neatly cut, and the collar covered half of his chin, and black trousers, matched with thick-soled boots. At first glance, it was the military dressing style, and his rank was not low. But in terms of physical condition, this man was of medium build, with an ordinary appearance, and his height, weight, eyebrows, eyes, nose and lips were all very average. At first glance, there was no memorable feature, and it was like a model made according to the average human male. Generally speaking, after entering the simulation cabin, you need to pinch an initial image for the artificial body. The ring competition is a good place to show strength and gain fame. Most people will carefully design their own image. However, the challenger in front of him seemed to deliberately set all the values of the artificial body to the average. Too average. It seems different, with all kinds of incongruity. Song Shursen couldn't help but want to confirm the other party's information card again. The moment she clicked on the interface, her eyelids jumped suddenly. Scrap collector Xiao Song vs. Sun Yi. From the moment the information screen of the opponent lit up, It was as if the still button was pressed in front of the number 066 ring. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the live screen without blinking, for fear of missing even a frame of the picture. Although neither side of the battle had made any move yet. Under the calm appearance, there was a snowball-like storm. There was no noise, but the crowd in the audience seats inevitably gathered more and more, and finally it even developed to the point that everyone in the entire underground black market stopped what they were doing and paid attention to the live screen of the number 066 ring. The ID cards in the underground black market are not real name cards. Most people will give themselves a nickname to hide their identity. However, in order to maintain order, the management also stipulates that the nicknames cannot be the same as those of famous people in reality. And high imitation nicknames are also prohibited, unless you are the real person. In other words, there is no doubt that the person standing on the ring at this moment is Xuanya, the ceiling of the combat power of the entire Federation. The famous humanoid weapon. The God of War Xuanya himself. God of War Xuanya came to the underground black market competition. He also took the initiative to challenge the scrap collector Shao Song. The top spiritual power of the entire Federation, the 5-element all-round resonator, took the initiative, challenged an elemental weapon user who was said to have a spiritual power of only C. Shocking news from the Interstellar Federation. Fanatical, excited, shocked, countless emotions surged on the audience's tongues and throats. They wanted to scream, want to shout, but found that they couldn't utter a syllable in this extremely shocking situation, and could only stare fiercely, trying hard to remember everything they could catch in their sight. On the live screen, surrounded by layers of scorching gazes, Song Shursen's figure moved. The bamboo wrapped under his feet suddenly sank, and the dome-colored light ball exploded again. With the strong wind from the revolver in his hand, Song Shursen's figure was like a black panther gathering strength in the dark night, and pounced on the prey. Within 7 steps, the knife must be fast. Xuanya's strength is beyond doubt. SSS level mental power plus 5 system omnipotence. Such prerequisites can almost conquer any terrain. Song Shursen is at an absolute terrain disadvantage. Meeting such an opponent, the only way to win is to fight in close combat. The distance was shortened in a breath. Their eyes met, and neither of them avoided the other. In his nearly 20 years of battlefield career, what Xuanya had seen most was the backs of the enemies, who were in a panic, who were fleeing in panic, exposing their most dangerous weaknesses to him, and then leaving behind a dying scream. This was the first time someone dared to go straight in and attack him head-on. There was an excited light in his eyes, without any movement, but the space around him seemed to be distorted for a moment, and then it returned to calmness in an instant. Song Shursen raised his elbow, quickly turned his wrist, fixed the butt of the revolver in his palm, clearly holding a knife. The next second, the second form of the weapon in his hand unfolded. The butt of the gun extended backwards, extending into a knife handle, retaining the trigger under the knife guard. The light blade popped out from the barrel, covered by black gold, quickly condensed into a 1-meter-long wide-bladed thick-backed long knife. This long knife, the back and the blade are both straight, the tip of the knife is geometric. It is the long horizontal knife form most commonly used by Song Shursen in close combat. The wind whistled in my ears, and 2 figures were reflected on the clear water. One was galloping in the air, fierce and swift, and the other stood on the bamboo raft, gentle and calm, like a calm water surface. Water is soft and colorless. Solid water usually appears in the form of ice. Ice is sharper, more pointed, and more lethal than water. Therefore, many spiritual masters who resonated with the water element that Song Shursen had seen before would condense water into ice. The higher the spiritual power, the greater the density of the condensed ice, the harder it is, and the more crystal blue it is. They are not solid water, but solid snow. If a spiritual master like Xuanya were to freeze into ice, it would be a crystal clear blue color like a glacier. But Song Shursen saw nothing in front of him, like a piece of spotless glass. If it weren't for the fleeting change in refractive index, it would be easy to think that there was nothing in front of him. Song Shursen knew clearly that there must be a barrier between her and Xuanya. No, this barrier might be more than one layer. This barrier must be water. But it is hard to say what pressure or flow rate it has. Generally, water will appear white due to uneven density distribution when flowing at high speed. But Xuanya controlled it to be colorless. If it is under high pressure, the water will continue to remain in a liquid state, and will definitely heat up. Song Shursen frowned slightly, and gently turned the handle. The mechanical horizontal sword is engraved on the handle. Turning the handle can control the element and frequency of the covering weapon. based on the material suitability of the blade. She usually only uses the fire and thunder elements when in horizontal blade form. But just now, she activated the 3 elements of gold, fire, and wind at the same time, and used the strongest coverage frequency. This will shorten the service life of the weapon. But Song Shersan dare not gamble. Gold is hardness. Fire is confrontation. And wind is acceleration. The seemingly colorless and soft water contains murderous intent that she cannot guess. She needs a hard blade to split and withstand this water barrier. The strong pressure of the collision between water and fire to help her block the splashes that may fall on her body. And the strong wind to help her speed through this dangerous area. Thousands of thoughts came to mind in a moment. Song Shersan raised his knife. With a clang, a huge mist suddenly burst out on the seemingly empty road. And the wind blew wildly, forming a strong cross-shaped airflow with the sky, the water, and the cliff, breaking through the sky, cutting off the riverbed, and chopping down the mountain wall. A black figure flew out from the center of the cross. Without any hesitation, and in the blink of an eye, the blade was already in front of Xuanya. Xuanya was surprised for a moment. His eyebrows raised, and he took a half step back. The blade brushed past his nose, leaving a tiny blood mark. All these actions happened in just a few seconds. To others, it seemed that Song Shersan was just holding a knife in the air, slashing a knife in the air that shook the mountains and rivers, and approaching Xuanya without any hindrance. Only those who know the business can see that his life is hanging by a thread in an instant. The fight between masters only takes a moment. The first fight between the two. Both sides were very ruthless. Good body skills, Xuanya praised, gently wiping the blood from the tip of his nose. As he raised his hand, the bamboo raft under his feet broke in the middle, and countless sharp earth spikes suddenly appeared from the mountain walls on both sides, and stretched between the two people. In just a moment, the airflow aroused pushed the bamboo raft dozens of meters away, barely pulling a distance. The moment Song Shersan approached, Xuanya used the gold element to erect a shield in front of him. His condensed strength was enough to match the body of the diamond. But Song Shersan, her knife, actually broke through his shield like cutting through cloth. Xuanya stared at the horizontal sword in Song Shersan's hand, his mouth slightly raised, and the excitement in his eyes was tinged with fanaticism. Good weapon. Good swordsmanship. Good taste. This should be his opponent. He had long felt that Song Shersan weapon design, whether in terms of aesthetics or material function, had a unique and amazing beauty. After trying it today, the strength was comparable to his own mental strength. Song Shersan, she is the god in charge of weapon manufacturing. The blade of the horizontal sword trembled slightly, making Song Shersan palm numb. Song Shersan had expected that Xuanya close-range defense would be difficult to break through, so the moment he approached him, he covered all his maximum power with gold elements, and with his maximum arm strength, he could only barely break through his shield. It was indeed the strength of the Federation's first humanoid weapon. It was tricky, but it was also very refreshing. Song Shersan swung the sword, cutting off the layers of spikes blocking in front of him, while not forgetting to respond to the other party's praise just now, said softly, "Thank you," and with the last slash, he easily jumped, and the blade killed Xuanya's eyes again. On the live broadcast screen of the arena, the sword light and the dome light of the elements overlapped, and Song Shersan's figure was like a black afterimage, following Xuanya every step of retreat. The dark blue ice spikes floated behind Song Shersan, forming a semi-encirclement. She could feel the coldness of the ice spikes through the air, as if she would be pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows in the next second. However, the girl in the center of the ice array paid no attention to the danger behind her. She swept her wrist, knocking down all the ice spikes on both sides, and the tip of the knife suddenly turned, pointing directly at Xuanya's vital point. The rating criteria for mental power are range, strength, accuracy, and endurance. For people like Xuanya, whose values are almost at the top, in order to save trouble, their usual combat style must be long-range priority. To him, killing an ant thousands of miles away is as easy as breathing. But no matter how precise the control is, it is impossible to hit the target accurately when the enemy and us are entangled. What's more, Song Shersan's slashing and stabbing are sometimes real and sometimes fake, and he needs to be very careful just to block. If all the icicles were to be launched at the same time, it would only hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt itself by 800. Sure enough, The icicles beside him hesitated for a moment, and suddenly disappeared. Then, two glacier blue crystal scimitars appeared in Xiuyanya's hands, with their double blades crossed, blocking Song Shersan's direct attack on his face. Song Shersan put away his scimitars, and his body movements were extremely fast. He kicked the opponent's lower body with one foot. Without waiting for the opponent's reaction, he turned his long sword over and raised the side edge from bottom to top. This attack was hard to defend against. Xiuyanya leaned back halfway, holding the scimitar in his left hand, and stabbed the scimitar in his right hand directly into the bamboo raft under him, turning his strength into strength, and actually blocked the attack that was caught off guard. The collision of ice blue and black created a long arc of electricity. Good body movement. Song Shersan raised his eyebrows, somewhat surprised. According to common experience, the stronger the mental power of a person, the weaker his fighting skills will be because he relies too much on mental power. Once the defense is broken by close combat, he will become a fish to be slaughtered. But from Xiuyanya blocking action just now, it is obvious that he has studied and trained in weapon moves. After praising, Song Shersan's hands kept moving. Her previous oblique attack was just a feint, without exerting any force. When the opponent blocked her knife, she turned around lightly. This knife, after all, was unavoidable, and directly cut a long hole in Xiuyanya's collar. A pendant slipped out of the collar. In the center of the pendant was a stone, clear and small, with five-colored flowing light, looking particularly familiar. This was an elemental stone. Not only elemental weapons, psychics also needed elemental stones to power them. After being soaked in PRF-199 liquid, the elemental stone can be activated directly through human contact. Many people choose to wear the elemental stone with them, but where to wear it is a secret among secrets. Generally, the more concealed and close to the body, the better. Some are made into rings. Some are made into earrings and buried in ear holes. And some are even inserted into belly buttons. After all, the elemental stone is equivalent to the energy core. Once the energy is taken away, no matter how strong the mental power is, it will have nowhere to play. Making it into a pendant like this and blatantly hanging it on the chest is like putting a bundle of banknotes in your trouser pocket, telling people, grab it here. Those who dare to do this either have ulterior motives or are arrogant. This is not the first time that Song Shersan has seen someone using elemental stones as pendants. The last person did this to pretend to be weak, but Xiuyanya obviously cannot have this reason. He dares to be so arrogant, because he is sure that no one can get close to him. In front of the live broadcast screen, the audience was stunned for a moment. Someone thoughtlessly continued, as expected of the god of war, this sense of relaxation is amazing. A proud army will be defeated. Such an important thing. Worn as a pendant and swinging around. Isn't it inappropriate? So what if it swings around? If you have it, go and grab it. If you can get within 10 meters of the god of war, I lose. It doesn't matter whether I can get close or not. But now Xiao Song knife is almost touching your god of war's face. Do you think she can grab it? Amid the verbal battle among the audience, Song Shersan's eyes gradually turned cold. This fighting style won't work. Xiuyanya's skills are quite good, and more difficult to deal with than she imagined. On the surface, Xiuyanya's every move seems to be suppressed by her, but if you look closely, you will find that these attacks on him seem to have no pain, only causing some superficial injuries. Song Shersan is a little confused. All is fair in war, her knife skills are treacherous, sometimes open and close, sometimes real and fake, making it impossible to figure out. But Xiuyanya just avoided the fatal blow at every critical point. Her original intention was to reduce the consumption of weapons, to take advantage of more tricks, to find the flaws and deliver a fatal blow. In this way, she was the one who was consumed. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Song Shersan always felt that Xiuyanya seemed to be very familiar with her weapons and moves. She even felt that the opponent could predict the next attack through her short pre-swing, which was the main reason why he could narrowly avoid her attack. Did they know each other before? Even Tang Tiantian, who had been her partner for a long time, was probably not so familiar with her. No matter how high the tactical insight and talent are, it is impossible to break down her movements so meticulously unless the opponent has enough combat data, has studied every battle of hers, and the usage habits of every weapon, and can recite them by heart. Song Shersan has no doubt about Xiuyanya's combat talent and tactical insight. But he is not right about this prerequisite. For a person at the top of the Federation's combat power, why would he study her? She has been in this interstellar world for so long. And the most obvious understanding she has gained is, the stronger the mental power of a person, the less interested they are in elemental weapons. Xiunya is not from a family like Lanmi that needs to recruit talents. And she does not need to participate in the competition to prove her strength. It can be said that if nothing unexpected happens, there is no chance for them to become rivals. And Xiunya has no need to pay attention to her. Moreover, she came up from L0, and her initial attention was very low. I am afraid that even old fans like Nirvana may not be able to find all her combat information. Tentatively, Song Shersan raised his knife, turned offense into defense, deliberately exposed a flaw, and pulled the trigger on the handle of the knife in secret. The colorless wind cone rushed out from the tip of the knife with extremely difficult to detect, but extremely terrifying explosive power. No one could have expected that the horizontal sword could be used as a blade and a gun barrel at the same time. Coupled with the natural concealment of the wind element, almost no one could escape this surprise attack in battle. This is a hidden weapon. In the battles where Song Shersan used the mechanical horizontal sword so far, he had never exposed this hidden weapon in front of others. Even Tang Tiantian didn't know that her horizontal sword had this design. Xiunya's scimitar approached step by step. Seeing the flaw revealed by Song Shersan, he attacked without mercy. The wind cone moved forward, hiding in the strong wind, and ran towards the opponent's waist. At this moment, Xiunya's eyebrows condensed, and he stopped the attack. His scimitar entangled Song Shersan's straight knife, and he jumped into the air with the force, avoiding the wind cones. Sure enough, he noticed it. But why? Song Shersan's calm face finally showed a little shock. Perhaps Song Shersan's expression changed too suddenly. Xiunya said slowly, that slashing straight knife. His breath was still a little messy, and it was obvious that he had some difficulty dodging the hidden weapon just now. Seeing that Song Shersan was still confused, he continued to remind him, the one that was broken when you first came to the underground ring. This design is too ingenious. I guess you will definitely not give it up. So I have been paying attention to it. Song Shersan turned his head in surprise and met Xiunya's eyes. The other party raised his chin proudly, as if he had answered the question correctly, and was waiting for the teacher's praise. 3 seconds of silence. Song Shersan was silent, holding his breath, holding the hilt with both hands. Indeed, this design appeared once, a long time ago, in her first battle after she came to this world, when she didn't even use elemental weapons. So, Xiunya has been paying attention to her since then? But why? Suppressing the confusion in his heart, Song Shersan refocused his attention and adjusted his fighting style. Chapter 80. Song Shersan's fighting style is based on the accumulation of years of fighting habits. This year certainly does not refer to the current interstellar world, but the zombie wasteland where she lived in her previous life. Before becoming a researcher, she had always lived a life of hunger and fullness. In order to save energy, her attack style naturally tends to be quick and clever. Fast means quick eyes and hands, and the momentum of a rabbit. Clever means taking the enemy by surprise, and breaking through with one shot. This fighting style is very energy-saving, and is one of the reasons why she can continue to fight in the ring. But it doesn't work now. Xiunya is too familiar with her, and he can't take advantage of her, so both sides can only fall into a stalemate. In addition, Song Shersan's sword also has a serious problem. It is not heavy enough. When she designed it, in order to make it light and easy to carry, she had to give up the heavy feeling that a black gold horizontal sword should have. This is not a big deal. The general form transformation and elemental attack can make up for this shortcoming. But in the peak duel, a little difference can make a big difference. Sometimes the difference is just this little weight. If the blade could be a little heavier, just a little bit, her blade could pierce Xiunya's chest. Taking a deep breath, Song Shersan half stood in a horse stance, holding the knife with both hands, feeling the movement of her breath. In martial arts, there is a term called internal strength. Song Shersan was not good at martial arts. She only absorbed a little bit of it, and figured out a set of explosive fighting methods that killed 1,000 enemies and hurt herself 800. She rarely used it, and she never showed it once after coming to the interstellar world. It has to be used now. The lava-like red flowed from the bottom of the black gold horizontal sword little by little, spreading to the tip of the sword. Wherever it passed, the blade climbed up the cracks like quenching, turned from red to dark, and then precipitated the luster of obsidian. Looking closely, the cracks actually showed stagnant blue-purple lightning, like a wandering lightning snake, coiling around the blade again and again. Song Shursan raised the sword. The posture of holding the sword was no different from before, but the blade slashed out, but with a completely different powerful internal force, as if entering an empty space, easily breaking through the defense in front of him, as if the opponent had no shield around him. But it was a very basic sword technique. Xu Yuanye took a step back, avoiding the sword. Before he could stand firm, Song Shur swept back. The same powerful sword wind passed over his nose again. A drop of cold sweat slid down Xu Yuanye's neck. His face became solemn. Without any pause, the black gold sword swept again. Song Shursan abandoned all the complicated moves, returned to simplicity, and concentrated all his energy on this most basic move. Even a layman who doesn't know any weapons and martial arts can clearly understand the starting and ending of this knife, and predict her attack path at every step. But understanding it doesn't mean you can dodge it. The girl in front of him didn't pause for any power accumulation, and mechanically but quickly repeated this simple and powerful action, leaving no room for the opponent to think. Under the pressure, Xu Yuanye instinctively raised his scimitar, trying to stop Song Shursan's advance. In fact, he didn't have time to do anything else, and his gold element shield was completely ineffective. For the first time in more than 20 years, someone could ignore his defense. There was no obstacle in front of the knife. When the wind from the knife swept past, he could even feel the vibration of the air, right next to his breath. Black, blue and red intertwined on the blade, and the black and gold horizontal knife chopped straight into the two scimitars that held him, like slowly cutting into a piece of tender tofu. Xu Yuanye's pupils shrank slightly, and in just a moment, he decisively gave up any other defenses and concentrated all his mental strength on the scimitar in his hand. A second before it was about to break, the glacier blue scimitar was surrounded by a blue stream of light, and it repaired itself along the crack, blocking the downward attack of the horizontal sword. Stalemate. Song Shursan pursed her lower lip, did not put away the sword, and continued to exert force. Her lips had turned a little pale, which was a sign of exhaustion. The blade moved forward another inch. Xu Yuanye's condition was not much better. His hair on his forehead was soaked with fine beads of sweat, and stuck together in a mess. His breathing became heavy, and his brain began to feel faint as if he was lacking oxygen, which was a sign of mental exhaustion. Noticing Xu Yuanye's condition, Song Shursan was a little shaken. In the simulation cabin, the damage to the prosthetic limbs will not affect the real body at all, but the damage to the brain is irreversible. Overdrawing mental power will cause damage to the brain, and even increase the risk of mineral disease. It's just a ring match. As an important military force of the Federation, is it necessary for Xu Yuanye to go to this extent? I have gained enough inspiration and information from this battle. I don't care about winning or losing. If I continue, will it be considered a waste of public combat resources? After a moment of distraction, she subconsciously relaxed the strength in her hands and looked at Xu Yuanye. Xu Yuanye stared straight at Song Shursan, as if he was indifferent to his physical situation. There was a strange and focused enthusiasm in his eyes, regardless of winning or losing, only caring about the battle itself. He almost greedily insisted on every second of the duel. Like a vagrant who had been lonely for a long time and suddenly found a career, he was willing to fight for all his life, and only hated that he could not burn everything he had. This emotion was very complicated, and even Xu Yuanye himself could not explain why. He grew up in the battlefield, bathed in the gazes of others, either admiring or in awe, without friendship, without family affection, spending his childhood and youth as a weapon, like a freak independent of the world. He had no interests, nor any political inclinations, and performed his duties as a warrior like an empty shell, until the appearance of elemental weapons. Perhaps it was because they were both weapons, or perhaps it was because they were curious about the challenge of the talents of man-made objects. No one could have imagined that the pinnacle of human spiritual power and combat power would actually become a fanatic of elemental weapons. Song Shursan couldn't read all the emotions in that look, but she was too familiar with the excitement and enthusiasm of the person looking at her with the sword. After hesitating for a moment, she twisted the handle of the sword again. A dome-colored light flashed, and the blade of the black gold sword rose with heat waves. The surrounding air seemed to be twisted, evaporated, and turned into a huge propulsion force, pouncing on the prey under it like a tiger. The ice-blue scimitar still resisted stubbornly, but soon more cracks appeared, faster than the speed of repair, and there was a tendency to break. Just one last bit left. The horizontal sword made a sharp wail, and the ultra-high-frequency wind element that was finally activated had pushed the intensity of the confrontation it could withstand to its limit. Song Shursan tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, and pressed his body weight on it. This was her full attack. The glaring light. The horizontal sword pushed forward with unstoppable force, and finally, after struggling, the ice blue scimitar could no longer resist the horizontal sword's overwhelming attack. The cracks became larger and larger, and with a crisp sound of ice crystal shattering, it turned into dust all over the sky. The whole room was shocked and in uproar. Before everyone could react, the horizontal sword in Song Shursan's hand suddenly trembled violently, and made a sharp sound. Unexpectedly, it broke out of thin air. The black gold blade flew out diagonally, and the flash of cold light reflected the stunned expressions of the two opponents. It disappeared into the vast white mist behind it with a scream. The surprise lasted only for a moment. Only half of the blade was left in Song Shursan's hand. The sword was broken, and the integrated circuit was completely destroyed. The power of this broken blade was no different from that of ordinary metal. But she did not stop, quickly regained her senses, following inertia, and continued to attack Xuanye's vital point. Everything happened too quickly. Xuanye still maintained the grip of the ice crystal scimitar before it broke, looking in shock at the direction where the broken blade of the horizontal sword flew out, and did not make any defense against the attack in front of him. The girl's warm breath almost sprayed on the tip of his nose. The broken blade was close to the beating pulse at his neck. The threat of death was imminent. However, the blade turned, only cutting the thin rope that pulled the elemental stone pendant, and brushed past Xuanye's face like a breeze on the river. With a plop, Song Shursan grabbed the elemental stone with blazing eyes, and threw it into the gurgling water without hesitation. The elemental stone was so hot that it had been stimulated to the extreme, which was enough to show the user's mental state at the moment. Following the water flow, the light rose and fell a few times, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Song Shursan held the half-handle of the knife, took a step back in the blink of an eye, and stood in front of Xuanye in silence. In the dangerous cave of the exploration class before, she had seen the state of Yun Qiming when his mental power was overdrawn, and the other party fell into a coma due to exhaustion. Xuanye's current condition is probably worse than Yun Qiming at that time. I don't know what kind of willpower he has to stand in front of her. But no matter what the situation is, if he is fatally injured by her again, he will automatically leave the battle, and there is a 99% chance that he will faint in the simulation cabin. The first god of war in the Federation fainted in the simulation cabin of the underground black market competition. Song Shursan didn't dare to think about what kind of chaos it would cause. It would be better for both sides to be more decent. Xuanye stood there. The elemental energy flowing around him lost its source in an instant, and returned to silence. There was no fear on his face from the life and death situation, nor was there any annoyance from the confiscation of the elemental stone, as if these were trivial matters that could not affect his emotions. Instead, he was shocked and stunned, staring at the broken blade in Song Shursan's hand without moving for a moment. Your knife. There was a pity and regret in his eyes, as if he was the owner of this mechanical horizontal sword. Song Shursan lowered his eyes, looked at the broken blade in his hand, and sighed helplessly. Xuanye was indeed very strong. She had long been prepared for the damage to the weapon, but she did not expect it to be damaged beyond repair. Although it was painful, but compared with the loss, the gains from this duel were obviously greater. This was the #1 combat strength in the Federation, a real combat tester. She almost got Xuanye extreme combat data. What could be more worthwhile than this kind of combat data? She wanted to leave the field right now, and rush back to the laboratory to study the improvement plan of the new weapon. One side's weapon was broken, and the other side had no elemental stone to supply energy. In this duel, it seemed that the only option left was hand-to-hand combat. The audience looked forward to it, held their breath, and waited nervously for the follow-up. However, neither of them made any further moves, and the field remained strangely quiet. The sequelae of mental overdraft came back after a delay, and Xuanye felt as if there were thousands of silver needles piercing every nerve in his brain, and it was a struggle for him to stay standing. He looked away from Song Shursan's broken sword, and spoke weakly before the other party. I admit defeat. The word lose seemed like a fairy tale to Xuanye, but there was no regret after defeat in his tone, but a hint of joy. Ordinary people might think that the two of them still had a chance to fight, but Xuanye knew that his physical condition was almost at its limit. It was his own mistake not to dodge the last blow of the other party's broken blade. Song Shursan chose to take the elemental stone, but it was a kind of mercy to him, although he didn't care how much confusion the unconsciousness in the simulation cabin would cause to the military public opinion. Accepting the other party's kindness, Xuanya paused, turned around, resisted the urge to buy the broken blade, and said thank you softly. After saying that, without stopping, the silver-black figure suddenly disappeared from the field. Song Shursan was a little surprised. The other party admitted defeat so decisively, which was beyond her expectation. But soon, she was too lazy to think about it. She could hardly control her excitement after getting the new data, and she wanted to fly back to the laboratory immediately to start designing. Almost at the same moment, when Xuanya left the field, Song Shursan also pressed the exit button. There was no greeting after meeting a rival chess player. The two left the field at the same speed, and this grand duel came to an abrupt end. Before everyone could recover from the successive turns, there were only a few floating bamboo rafts on the field, and a still gurgling water. After a while, the result of this duel was lit up on all the live broadcast screens. Junk Collector Xiaosong vs. Xuanya. Junk Collector Xiaosong wins. The stars were in an uproar. Chapter 81. The horizontal sword was scrapped, and could no longer transform into a short sword mode. Song Shursan had no choice but to stuff the broken blade into his backpack and rush to school. The curfew was at 10 p.m. If you missed it, you would be fined and have your credits deducted. Pushing open the dormitory door on the deadline, Tang Tiantian had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Shursan. The scrap collector Xiaosong? Seeing the girl, she rushed over and almost couldn't control her voice. You beat Xuanya? Tang Tiantian was born into a prominent family. She had no shortage of money, connections, or resources, and she rarely paid attention to the underground black market. In addition, her mental strength was not high, and she had no interest in the ring competition. The name Junk Collector Xiaosong came out of her mouth, which was really scary. Song Shursan struggled to pull himself away from his roommate, who was hugging him like an octopus, and made a shushing gesture. You know? Who else doesn't know? The whole federation is about to spread. Tang Tiantian covered her mouth, carefully lowered her voice. Didn't you say you went out every night to be a tutor? You actually fight in the underground black market. Do you know how dangerous this is? The underground black market is between the black and white worlds, wandering outside the legal rules, and it is too risky for these fledgling students. Tang Tiantian originally clicked on the Federal Times article titled Shock. The first god of war in the Federation was defeated, and the new god of the underground black market rises. The headline of the news. When she saw the familiar sword in the picture, her eyes almost popped out. The news appeared for only a few seconds before being deleted, but she still remembered the name of the person involved at a glance. Scrap Collector Xiaosong. The combination of Xiaosong and the sword? Who else could it be but Song Shursan? Are you injured anywhere? She looked around Song Shursan anxiously, and seeing that he was intact, she hugged him excitedly. Oh my god! You beat Xuanya. That god of war Xuanya. Tang Tiantian said several times in a row. Oh my god. Her eyes were full of light. Song Shursan originally had no special feelings about this victory, but now, he couldn't help but smile. The ring match was held in the simulation cabin. How could I be injured? She put down her backpack, took out the broken horizontal sword from it, and neatly packed her things in the bag. But the sword is broken. I will stay in the laboratory for a few days and not come back to study the new data. Knife? Tang Tiantian blinked in confusion, then glanced at Song Shursan's desk, and instantly could not hide her anger. God damn Xuanya. You're wasting resources. You actually made your knife like this. You don't know? Now it was Song Shursan's turn to be confused. In the duel between her and Xuanya, according to the data results, Xuanya did lose. But her condition was not much better. The weapon in her hand completely lost its combat effectiveness. If Xuanya hadn't somehow failed to dodge the last blow of the broken blade, it would be hard to say who would win. Elemental weapons versus humanoid weapons. The knife broke. Such an important point. The media should not have not mentioned it at all when reporting. I didn't have time to watch the whole thing. Tang Tiantian sneered. The mainstream media's report was deleted in less than a minute. I guess the federal government took action. But it's understandable after all. This is news related to the underground black market. The federal government has been trying hard to reduce the influence of the underground black market. After such a thing, it would be strange if it wasn't suppressed. After saying that, her eyes lit up. Hey, I heard that there is a forum in the underground black market. If you can delete the mainstream media, you can't control the underground forum. Right? Underground black market forum. The moment the arena display screen lit up, all the topics of discussion were reduced to one. New god is coming. The Federation combat power list has changed. Welcome to the waste collector Xiao Song. Xuanya has fallen from the altar. Tremble. The era of elemental weapons has begun. The version answer has been announced. Elemental weapons are the future of the interstellar. In the theme post that praised the elemental weapons, the supporters of spiritual power were also fighting back. At admin, is the simulator out of order? Come out and give an explanation. This is blatant cheating. I am writing this in blood. I suggest a strict investigation. My thoughts after looking at the homepage. Does anyone really think that Song won by strength? Can't you see that it's so obvious? The number of replies to this last post increased rapidly. After a few hours, it never dropped out of the top 10 on the homepage. Clicking in, the parties were fighting fiercely. Top post, you said the God of War lost, which I saw him get defeated? She took the initiative to withdraw from the battle. Right. That's right. If Xiao Song loses this game, her hard-earned winning streak and ranking in the rank competition will be gone. And wouldn't it be bullying for the God of War to win against her? It's obvious that he let her win on purpose. The opponent's knife was broken, and only a fool would let the elemental stone be taken away so easily. The God of War deliberately exposed a flaw to give him a way out. And Song fans are taking advantage of him. A secret tip. Xiao Song is studying at the first military academy of the Federation. Her mental strength is only C. And she is a freshman at the Academy of Weaponry Science. Freshman, everyone knows what it means. Right? That weapon is probably not made by her. Where it came from, you know it. Since someone has revealed it, I will also reveal a little bit. Xiao Song's roommate is a daughter of a famous family. That daughter also has an elemental weapon in her hand, and she also studies weapon science. What exactly is Xiao Song? I don't need to say more. The above person has the ability to say it all. Don't talk about conspiracy theories here. I am also a student of the #1 military academy. I personally saw Xiao Song kill the #1 student in our grade with one strike. Stop hiding behind your light brain and saying you know it all. The #1 military academy in the Federation? What the hell? How many years have you not won a place in the Star League? You are the #1 in your grade. Any soldier from the #6 military academy can kill him in 1 second. What's there to brag about? You can also win the #1 in the Star League if you have the ability. I told students not to come to the underground black market. You are still the #1 in your grade. Your #1 in your grade is the God of War Xuanya. Are they comparable? I am a student of the Seed Soldiers Department of the 6th Federal Military Academy. I have already sent a feedback letter to the principal of the 1st Military Academy. I suggest that you bring out all the students of your weapons majors in the next league for us to see, especially this guy named Xiao Song. Don't be too negative. Xiao Song record and winning streak are still there, you can't fake it. No, brothers and sisters, doesn't anyone care about the broken knife? Such a cool knife was destroyed just like that. I feel so sad. Boldly speculate, this may be a marketing campaign by the Weaponry Science Academy. Doesn't anyone find it strange? It just so happens that someone who uses elemental weapons appears in the ring competition. It just so happens that the Weaponry Science Academy is expanding its enrollment. It just so happens that they are promoting their technology to the public. And it just so happens that Xuanya comes to challenge Xiao Song. Where do all these coincidences come from? The most outrageous thing is that Xuanya lost. If this wasn't a script, I would stand on my head and eat shit. By the way, what weapon will Xiao Song use next time she comes to the ring match? Has anyone noticed that each time she updates her weapon, it is more powerful than the last time? Is there a weapon stronger than this horizontal sword? Tang Tiantian scrolled down the post with a gloomy face. And she wanted to join the quarrel immediately. The results are all here. Why are there still people who refuse to face the reality? And will be obedient after being beaten by Shursan? Damn it! I was not there for Shursan's highlight moment. She was angrily registering a forum account. And when she looked back and saw the half-broken blade on the table, she became a little worried. Shursan, can this knife be repaired? If you need help, such as insufficient funds, I will do my best to help you. Song Shursan did not say it explicitly, but Tang Tiantian could guess it. This mechanical horizontal sword is very expensive, and not everyone can afford it. Song Shursan went to the black market to fight in the ring every day, probably to make money to make weapons. It's broken like this, I can't fix it, I can only make a new one. Song Shursan answered, in a calm tone, without the regret she had when she lost her weapon in the cave. She has saved a lot of money from fighting in the ring, and has the sponsorship of Dean Chimodeo, which is probably the confidence given by the sufficient capital chain. The trouble is the material. I want to find a material with better adaptability than the previous alloy. Reinforced tungsten high-speed steel is already the most fire-resistant alloy on the market. Song Shursan used it to make the main blade of the horizontal sword before. But it turns out that good fire resistance does not mean that it can withstand other elements of the same strength at the same time. Under the blessing of the four elements of ultra-high frequency wind, fire, cold, and thunder, the blade still inevitably broke. SSS level is only the limit of the current federal mental power level, and it is not necessarily the limit of elemental weapons. As long as more suitable materials can be discovered, her horizontal sword can be taken to a higher level. Tang Tian thought for a while, and clicked on the address book on the light brain. I asked my family to ask first. Make a list. Maybe there will be suitable materials that are not yet circulated in the market. Many high-tech materials at the forefront of science and technology are controlled by aristocratic families, and ordinary people don't even have the channels to understand and obtain them. Song Shursan gave a grateful look. There are more and more like-minded partners around her. Compared with the embarrassment when she first came here, the troubles she encountered now are not a big deal. At least she is no longer fighting alone. It snowed on the way to the laboratory. This was Song Shursan's first snow in this interstellar world. Snowflakes danced slowly in the white mist of her breath and gently fell on her eyelashes. In the distance, the laboratory of the Academy of Ordnance Science still had lights on. Since the new textbooks were released, more and more students have been stationed in the laboratory on their own initiative, immersed in research, and unaware that the stars are hanging outside the window. Song Shursan couldn't help but smile, and his steps became lighter and lighter. On the path behind him, the snowflakes outlined shallow footprints. The winter vacation is approaching. Chapter 82. During the entire winter vacation, Song Shursan did not step out of the military academy gate. Song Shursan was born on a border planet, which was far away, and there was no fragment of his family in his original memory, so he simply lived in the school. Tang Tian was indeed the best roommate in the Federation. Before going home, she not only listed a long list of materials, but also bought all the sources. Pile of alloys and integrated crystals were sent to the Academy of Weaponry Science, almost filling the laboratory into a warehouse. In the end, Dean Chi could not stand it anymore, and specially approved several rooms for Song Shursan's special use during the winter vacation. The temperature dropped day by day, and most students started their journey back home. The school became very deserted for a while, and the training hall that was usually packed with people was also deserted. Song Shursan traveled back and forth between the laboratory and the training hall every day, and unexpectedly met a few old acquaintances. In the laboratory at the end of the corridor of the Academy of Weapons Science, the figure of a huge arthropod monster filled the entire glass window. Several sharp forelimbs were raised high, waving with fangs and claws, and almost forced a thin figure into a corner. The sharp legs swept past the figure several times, making people sweat. A tall sickle-shaped black shadow suddenly stood behind the figure. It was unclear how it moved, but the curved blade swung towards the huge monster, like the side blade on the guillotine. After the bright cold light, a strange-shaped head fell down, rolling on the ground. Beautiful. Song Shursan clapped his hands, leaning on the door frame, looking at the silent blood-crawling spider mimicry on the ground. The attack strength has reached A+. He put away the sickle, with the hat still pulled down low, but her face flushed with excitement. Great, I succeeded. Song Shursan had fought with blood-crawling spiders in the exploration class. This kind of alien species has an A+ strength. You can kill it with a single blow with an elemental weapon of the same level, which is enough to show her rich combat experience. Teacher, with your current strength, you have every hope of returning to the battlefield. Song Shursan evaluated seriously. This is only the first form. He smiled, finally showing some of his lively self, without any teacher's airs, and pointed mysteriously at Song Shursan. Let's go to the training hall. I show you its real power. The two of them left the laboratory one after the other, discussing the adaptability of the materials while heading towards the training hall. Like Song Shursan, he also chose to stay in school this winter vacation. Not only he, many teachers and students of the Academy of Ordnance Science made the same choice. After all, subject knowledge has just been updated at a rapid pace, and many people are studying it, hoping to create their own elemental weapons as soon as possible. He is one of the most advanced ones. Unexpectedly, Yun Qiming did not go home either. When the two arrived at the training hall, they ran into him coming out of the simulation cabin. Qiming? Song Shursan was a little surprised. But after seeing the new results refreshed in the training hall, he understood the reason why he stayed in school. Yun Qiming's score is still ranked second, but he has already cleared the nightmare mode. But there is a gap in the time between his own record and his own. He is catching up very quickly, and he may be equal to his own score in a short time. Although this record was set by Song Shersan with an A+ grade kitchen knife. She has rich combat experience and combat instincts in her previous life, and is much more mature in combat than Yun Qiming, a real first-year student. Moreover, Yun Qiming's mental strength was originally only A+, and to achieve this level, he has far surpassed his peers. Without hard training, it is impossible to achieve such results. Yun Qiming did not hide his king of curls behavior. He combed up the sweaty hair on his forehead and greeted him naturally. Shersan, why are you here? As soon as he said this, he seemed to suddenly realize something, and his eyes lit up for a moment. Is your new weapon ready? As friends, they knew more or less about Song Shersan. Along the way, Song Shersan brought too many shocks to their hearts. Yun Qiming felt that his worldview had been washed away, and he was really numb. It would be a lie to say that I wasn't shocked by the duel with Xuanya. But after the shock, I actually felt a sense of calmness as expected. As if Song Shersan's victory had become a cognition engraved in his DNA. Compared with the shock of defeating Xuanya, Yun Qiming felt even more sad about the damage to his weapon. After all, he had fought side by side with Song Shersan for so long, and that mechanical sword seemed to have been regarded as a comrade by default. No! Song Shersan shook his head regretfully, but his tone was not heavy. I haven't found a more suitable blade material yet. Then, Yun Qiming then noticed that the other party's hands were empty, and a confused look appeared on his face. Song Shersan turned sideways and introduced, Teacher Hiyu from the Weapon Science Academy. This time we are here to test the teacher's new weapon. Influenced by his sister, Yun Qiming had heard of Hiyu a long time ago, and knew that she was also an S-level pioneer on the battlefield. If she can recover her strength with the help of elemental weapons, this dusty pearl will finally shine again. He greeted politely, and stood aside obediently, apparently intending to wait for the test results together. Hiyu recognized this freshman star at a glance. The Seed soldiers valued strength, and were mostly arrogant, with no etiquette between teachers and students, especially when dealing with teachers of other unpopular majors. Although she had a close relationship with Yuan Chiha in the army, she did not know much about his younger brother. The boy in front of her wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, was gentle and polite, and had almost lost the domineering temperament he had when he first started school. The big change surprised her. Hiyu did not show these thoughts on her face. She responded normally, and then stepped forward to activate the simulated battle platform. The simulated battle platform is similar to the simulation cabin, but it records the energy fluctuations in the platform in more detail. It is mainly used to study the battle strategy for high-risk alien species. The mimicry here is basically at the S level. Hiyu chose an S-level rock giant, and held the long-handled sickle behind him in his hand. The blade of the sickle is dark red like rust, and the curved blade is shining with metallic silver. The long handle is a light silver alloy, with a strange sense of technology. It seems very light. Holding it in your hand, it gives you an inexplicable feeling of being top-heavy. Song Shersan crossed his arms in front of his chest, took a quick glance, and came to a conclusion. This giant rock has some properties that restrain your sickle. Hiyu's sickle resonates with the element of fire, which may be effective against insects and plant species, but it can hardly show any advantages against rock-attributed creatures close to the gold element. What's more, the blade of this sickle is too thin. Although it is light enough, it can't cause any fatal damage to the giant rock. However, the design of the long handle is very interesting. This top-heavy feeling seems to be closer to the chain in the chain hammer in terms of function than the grip. This effect was deliberately created, probably because it was related to the second form. As expected, Hiyu smiled, confirming her guess. Don't worry. I'm just about to show you the second form. In Hiyu's hand, the long handle of the sickle did not change much, but the tail of the curved crescent knife suddenly swelled up like a balloon, forming a pointed hammer made of a cone and a cylinder. There was a small round hole in the center of the smooth hammer face, which was emitting steam. Sharp hammer anti-aircraft form. After Hiyu introduced it, she spun the long handle in her hand and swung it like a meteor hammer. However, the weight of her meteor hammer was only on one end, and with the cooperation of the steam nozzle, the acceleration was getting faster and faster. While swinging the long handle, Hiyu deftly controlled the direction of the sharp hammer's swing and ran forward. The steam nozzle on the hammer face continued to accumulate power, and under a rapid steam cannon, the sharp hammer tip accurately pierced the core of the rock giant's chest. The tip of the metal dug deep into the ironclad giant rock. The huge shock made the several-meter-tall rock giant tremble. It roared, not knowing whether it was struggling or wailing, looking down at its slowly breaking chest. With the sharp hammer as the center of the circle, it was like a meteorite smashing into the earth. Countless cracks spread outward like deep ravines, gradually covering the entire body of the rock giant. This blow completely chiseled his S-level strength body. The core was dim, the giant rock completely lost its support, was smashed into pieces by the deep cracks, and collapsed into falling rocks. S-level? Yuan Qiming was the first to notice the data displayed on the platform. His jaw almost dropped. Another S-level? Another weapon that can change its form? Are S-level weapons now everywhere in your school? That's not the case. He was amused by his shocked expression. But it should be soon. Yuan Qiming pursed his lips, looked at Song Shersan in disbelief, and then looked at Hiyu. It seemed that he had been struggling for a long time, and he held back the words about changing majors. When your productivity is sufficient. If it is convenient for you. Are you willing to accept orders from others? Yuan Qiming turned his head awkwardly. This other person refers to myself. I know this kind of weapon is very expensive. I will give it according to the market price. You can ask for any price. Ever since he first saw Song Shersan black knife in the exploration class, he has always longed to have his own S-level elemental weapon. He did not plan to change his major. After all, he still had his own battlefield ambitions. Mental power was only the ticket for a seed soldier. This major had a lot of battlefield knowledge that weapons science could not teach him. It was precisely because of his ambitions that he longed to become stronger, hoping to break through all the upper limits of heaven's will and become stronger. Of course. Seeing Yuan Qiming's face flush slightly, as if he had made a very difficult request, Song Shersan was a little confused. We are friends. You can come to me anytime. However, in order to maximize practicality on the battlefield, elemental weapons are best designed according to the user's combat habits. This design refers not only to the adaptation of resonant elements, but also to the choice of transformation. So, before designing weapons for you, you must first figure out what your top priority is, and then we will analyze and produce them based on your actual combat experience. Yuan Qiming's eyes lit up, and after listening to Yiyu's introduction of some practical techniques on the battlefield, the topic returned to the production of Song Shersan new weapons. The previous integrated circuit design is actually sufficient, but the material of the blade can't bear it, Song Shersan said. I have tried all the tungsten titanium alloys with the best ductility known so far, but the plasticity is still not ideal. I may have to try those materials that have not been developed and applied. The material library provided by Tang Tian was almost used up by Song Shersan. Various experimental products filled the laboratory, but he still couldn't break through this bottleneck. As the sky gradually darkened, several people discussed for a while, but could not come up with any clues, so they said goodbye to each other. The following days were nothing special. He was busy improving the strength of the sickle form, and the experimental products in Song Shersan laboratory were piling up. Dean Chimodeo came once during the period. When he entered the room, he seemed to have strayed into a treasure cave and could not take his eyes away. Song Shersan donated all these to the college as teaching materials. When the winter vacation was coming to an end, Yuan Qiming actually took the initiative to visit the Academy of Ordnance Science. But he did not come to place an order, but brought news of new materials. Chapter 83. Yes, it combines the properties of metal and resin. This type of material has never been found before. The exploration team temporarily named it resin ore. The light computer screen in front of Yuan Qiming was showing a report. The report content was not complete. Many places were incomplete. It was obviously screened and encrypted. However, the basic characteristics and distribution of resin ore were recorded in great detail, which was enough for Song Shersan. The moment the light screen was projected, he almost instinctively locked the door of the laboratory. After making sure that there was no one around, he turned around with a serious expression. The report of the Federal Explorer is a confidential document. Xiao Ming, it is very dangerous for you and your sister. Although only part of the report was displayed, and the name of the reporter was not shown, he still guessed the origin of the report from the familiar style of writing. It's okay. Sister Yu. Cough. Teacher Yu. Sister has already been declassified. Yuan Chiming coughed lightly. Sister Yun Chiha always liked to start with your sister Yu at home, when describing how powerful he was on the battlefield, so he subconsciously used this name. And this report was not obtained from my sister. The exploration report is first-hand information, and all the chaebols are keeping a close eye on it. It is better to loosen it than to block it. The federal government does not mind the circulation of the declassified version on the market. I just bought a copy randomly from the black market. The report is not important. What is important is Yuan Chiha, the artificial search engine. What he did was actually to consult his sister verbally, and then screen out the most likely and suitable match together. Of course, after Yuan Chiha learned that he had made an S-level weapon, he sat on the ground, crying and laughing, and muttered for almost a day. Yuan Chiming wisely kept this a secret. After listening to the explanation, he felt relieved and seriously thought about the difficulty of obtaining resin ore. Distributed on the desolate planet K9? The one where Yuan Chiha had detonated the source core before. This planet is already high risk, and the ecology is even more turbulent after the source core is detonated. It has been directly designated as a restricted area by the federal government. There is no official route that can reach it in the entire Federation for the time being. Well, and according to the current test data, the resin ore is unique to K9. Yuan Chiming nodded. It is better to say that it is unique than to say that this material was discovered after detecting the desolate planet K9. Several people understood the implication of Yuan Chiming's words. Planet K9 is a strange landform where ice and fire meet. The elemental stones on it are also rare and pure in 100 years. The resin ore is probably formed under such conditions. But the laboratory environment is difficult to meet such stringent requirements. At present, the only way to obtain the resin ore is probably through field mining. Public transportation is definitely not allowed. Even if you submit a flight route application, it will be noticed by the federal authorities. He said cautiously. Song Shursan's current situation is a bit delicate. Although Dean Chia shared some of the attention on weapon design, the fact that he defeated Xuanye cannot be concealed in any way. Anyone who has dealt with Song Shursan in school, who is a little more careful, can recognize the true identity of the scrap collector Xiao Song. It is only a matter of time before he is targeted by the federal government. But for some reason, Lan Mi has not made any obvious moves yet. Confused as it is, the more covert the better. Yuan Chiming also agrees with Hiyu's point of view. We are definitely not the first group to notice the resin mine. We can try to buy it on the black market first. If we really can't get it, we can find a private route. It takes a lot of time and energy to travel back and forth to K9 star. Yuan Chiming's proposal is indeed the best solution at present. Song Shursan is not so familiar with this world and society, so he has been listening to their speeches quietly. She nodded, no objection to this. When she had no money at first, she had been collecting waste, and also turned her personal space in the underground black market forum into an exclusive cyber waste station. Now her old business is shining again. Without thinking too much, Song Shursan skillfully opened the forum and posted a new acquisition post. As the temperature gradually warmed up, the winter vacation ended and the new semester arrived. Many first-year students firmly grasped the opportunity to change majors after the elementary school year and submitted applications for the major of weapons science. Some of them were truly interested after being popularized. Some came to try their luck because their grades in their original majors were too poor. And some were actually from the combat department. After being severely beaten by Song Shursan in the course, they gave up the smooth road and came here to broaden their horizons. After hearing Chimodeo reasons for applying for these majors, Song Shursan was in a state of laughter and tears. But no matter what, the popularity of weapons science is no longer what it used to be. It is far from being a cold bench in a corner when he first entered the school. There is even a tendency to impact the popular majors. This is a good trend. Compared with the enthusiasm within the major, Song Shursan acquisition post seems a bit deserted. Half a month has passed, let alone resin ore, and he has not even seen ordinary resin-type materials. In order not to expose his purpose, Song Shursan did not use such an obvious statement as resin ore, but only described its characteristics. This is a common practice in the black market, and people who know the business naturally know what the buyer needs. The account Song the Scrap Collector is incredibly popular, and every move will spread rapidly in the underground black market forum, which also caused Song Shursan a lot of trouble at the beginning. As soon as the post was published, her private mailbox was immediately filled with a variety of materials. Many people did not even carefully read the specific requirements of the acquisition post, but just wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to open the private message to say a few words. A large amount of redundant information was overwhelming. Song Shursan couldn't stand it the next day. He had to enable the filtering function in the background. Only those with special materials could apply for opening a conversation. After the function was enabled, until today, there has not been a single private message on the account. The huge gap almost made her suspect that the system was faulty. While she was hesitating whether to ask the administrator to check the bug, the icon of the friend list suddenly flashed. It was Wang Lai. Nirvana, boss, are you collecting composite resins with metal properties? Song Shursan was stunned. Although she described the characteristics in the acquisition post, she used quite a lot of professional terms, and non-professionals could hardly understand the content of the post. Wang Lai studied battlefield medicine, and from their previous interactions, he only had a superficial understanding of mineralogy, and it was impossible for him to locate it in such detail. Song the scrap collector, is it so obvious? Nirvana, I definitely can't understand it. But there are many high-priced acquisition posts in the market recently. So I sneaked in to ask around, and figured it out vaguely. Wang Lai is a very outgoing and carefree person. He was a younger brother in Tang Jian team the day before, and he formed a team with Tang Tian the next day. To put it bluntly, he is short-sighted and stupid. But on the bright side, he has expanded his network of contacts. How did he sneak in and inquire about it? Song Shursan was tactful and did not ask more. Nirvana, boss, why don't you remove the post first? You are now the target of public criticism, and many people are targeting you. It is estimated that it will be difficult to collect this information. Nirvana, wow, the bids those people offered were ridiculously high. I really regret not taking screenshots at the time. That's not called acquisition. It's just like a fool throwing money around. Nirvana, and their acquisition range is very wide. It's obviously targeting you. Big boss, those with sources will definitely be given priority. Nirvana, but what kind of material is this? I've never heard of it. I can't find it online. Does this thing really exist? Song Shursan searched around. Sure enough, many people followed her to acquire. Some of them directly pasted the original text without changing a single word, while others revealed the information more obviously. And the scope of acquisition was also wider, even including ordinary composite resins. And the main point was that she would get nothing. Song Shursan wanted to laugh. She couldn't figure out where these people came from. They might be black fans, or some noble families. No matter who they were willing to invest. These people might not even know the existence of the resin mine. But after such a stir, they must have greatly disrupted the market. If the impact expands, it may be noticed by Lanmi people. This is what Song Shursan doesn't want to see. Wang Lai's suggestion is correct. The current situation is not suitable for continued public acquisition. Wang Lai is still chattering, and the message box keeps flashing. Nirvana, boss, you are really popular now. A super celebrity. Nirvana, many people are digging out your real identity. Some classmates from our school actually revealed it directly. What a bunch of unethical guys. Nirvana, but don't worry. Sir, I helped you spread a lot of fake identity information, which was a big smoke bomb, hee hee. Nirvana, sir, have you been to the underground black market recently? Now many people are imitating your outfit, wearing black clothes everywhere with a knife on the back. I once followed a buddy, and saw that he was carrying a bamboo pole. Ha ha Nirvana, I guess he just wanted to take advantage of your popularity. Old fans like us, we all know that it will be a long horizontal sword after transformation. Your sword is usually tied to the side of your leg. Nirvana, but then again, there are a few who really look like you. Big brother, I almost made a mistake. But they don't have the domineering aura that you have. Ha ha ha. Song Shursan reads 10 lines at a glance. She didn't leave school during the winter vacation, and knew nothing about what happened in the underground black market. Seeing that Wang Lai was about to get out of control, she hurriedly stepped on the brakes. Yeah, haha, really? He fooled around 3 times, and finally said, let's talk in person when we're free. End the conversation as a prospect for the future. The other party responded happily, and the world finally became quiet. Song Shur opened the purchase plaza at 3 o'clock, and sold all the materials that had a little bit of the characteristics of resin ore, and made a lot of money by relying on the vicious price hikes of competitors. Then he entered the personal space of Xiao Song, the scrap collector, and removed his purchase post. There were too many competitors, and she had limited financial resources, and she didn't know whether the resin or was the material she wanted, so there was no need to compete with these people viciously and drive up the price. But if she doesn't raise the price with her current offer, it's probably a slim hope to get the resin ore. Besides, whether there is really a source of resin ore on the market is still a question mark. It's impossible to continue to purchase. The most appropriate way now is probably to go to the desolate planet K9 in person. The only way to go to K9 is to take a private flight. This time, Song Shursan learned to be smart and created a small account to conceal his identity and contact those private spaceship owners. Private flights are not regulated by federal traffic laws. And naturally they are not protected by the federal government. Pirates are rampant in the interstellar space. They cannot afford to offend the two major political systems, the Federation and the Empire. So they focus on robbing these private spaceships. Under high risk, the ticket prices of spaceship owners are very high. Not only are the personal and property safety of employers not protected, but they may also be robbed by the spaceship owners. If it is not necessary. Basically no one is willing to choose private routes. Only the underground black market, where people are desperate, has the courage and market to do this business. Song Shursan was confident in his own ability, and was not worried about being robbed. Although the airship ticket was expensive, she happened to have made some unexpected money, so it was still within her budget. The reasons for the hesitation of others were meaningless to her. Unexpectedly, the problem came from the airship owner. The risk factor of K9 on the desolate star was too high. Song Shursan looked like he didn't care about his life, but the airship owners cherished their lives very much. After asking around, no private airline dared to accept her commission. Song Shursan was very depressed. He gritted his teeth and raised the ticket price tenfold. Finally, money makes the world go round. A private message from a small account without any personal information lit up. Where to fly? Desolate Star K9. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. Bring your luggage and come to the bar at A07. The underground black market. To find me. Chapter 84. The trip came suddenly. Song Shursan packed a few weapons left over from the experiment, asked Chimodeo for leave, and hurriedly left the academy. This time she did not call Tang Tian to go with her. First, it was the beginning of a new semester, and the academy courses had just been revised, so every class was very important. Second, K9 on the desolate star was too dangerous, and it was not suitable to involve more people. Although Tang Tian was worried about her, she could not insist after understanding the situation, so she got together with Yun Qiming and drew a route map urgently based on Yun Qi's previous report, and stuffed them into Song Shursan's bag. The underground black market was still bustling with people. What was different from the past was that many people were wearing similar outfits, black training suits, with a black hood, and a long knife on their waists or backs. Even though Wang Lai had given her a heads up in advance, when she first saw this scene, Song Shursan almost suspected that she had mistakenly entered a cult organization. In the past, she wore an ordinary black training suit, which was inconspicuous in the crowd. Now, there were people wearing the same outfit everywhere, and even Tang Tian would have a hard time recognizing her at a glance. Song Shursan didn't go straight to the ring area as usual. After swiping the gate, she walked through the crowded audience seats and locked onto the A07 bar at the corner of the corridor. There was a round light ball hanging on the ceiling. Bar A was at the edge of the light, hidden in a vague shadow. Compared with other beverage areas, this area seemed a little deserted. Customers sat scattered, talking in groups of 2 or 3. Even numbers were multi-person booths, and odd numbers were public bars. Song Shursan walked towards the public bar, raised his hand and counted 2 squares, but felt it was unnecessary. After all, there was only one person sitting alone on the bar, which was very conspicuous. Feeling the footsteps behind her, the girl in front of the bar stopped sipping her drink and turned to look at Song Shursan. Song Shursan was also silently looking at the girl in front of him. The girl was wearing a complicated and exquisite dress, which looked like the dress of a medieval noblewoman in a mural. But the heavy crinoline was removed, and the heavy skirt was cut into a more close-fitting culottes for easy movement. A small light blue lace parasol was gently hung on her wrist, swaying slightly in the air. The outfit looked familiar. Song Shursan looked at it for 2 seconds, but couldn't remember where he had seen it before. "You're here." Seeing the person standing next to her, the girl jumped off the stool and took the initiative to greet him. Song Shursan nodded. The person in front of him should be Kunear.com. Judging from the temperament of the online chat, Song Shursan always thought that Kunear.com was a middle-aged man, but he didn't expect that he was a gorgeous and beautiful girl. It was really inconsistent no matter how he looked at it. There is no secret code for the flight. The only information that can be confirmed for this transaction is the time and location. To be cautious, she confirmed, Desolate Star K9? The girl raised her chin as a response, and did not explain any more. She turned and walked to the back. Follow me. The delicate and light parasol swayed gently with her movements. There was a very small ling engraved on the umbrella handle. Song Shursen followed silently. She had not even paid the deposit. The whole docking process took less than a minute, which was simple, and smooth to the point of being a little unexpected. The two walked one after the other, passing the bar, and behind them was a deep corridor, which led to nowhere. After passing through the corridor, there was a platform without guardrails in front of them. The wind whistled in their ears, and the fast-moving underground express train drew a long shadow on the track, illuminating the scattered pedestrians on the roadside. The train traveled for more than 10 minutes. Song Shursen knew that the underground black market business was extensive, but when she walked out of the underground express train and saw a prosperous starport, she was still shocked by the scene in front of her. The underground black market actually has an independent port. A huge steampunk airship with gears and rivets exposed stopped in front of her. The hull of the airship was elegantly streamlined, with a slightly pointed front end and a gradually narrowing rear end, like a huge metal fish swimming in the air. The exterior of the hull was coated with a mixture of bronze and rust, shining with a faint luster, and the deck and cabin were decorated with dark solid wood, revealing a sense of classical luxury. Large steam engines were embedded in the sides and bottom, with intricate exposed pipes and valves, and even a huge wooden propeller at the tail, with some small fans scattered around, making a low roar as the propeller turned. Song Shursen looked up, and the shadow of the huge canvas airbag covered the entire airship, hiding her shocked expression. Take the ship. The girl raised her head proudly, and pressed the key pendant in her hand to show off. Pop! With a thud, the floating bridge descended, and the hatch opened. The decorative lights on the side of the ship all lit up. The exaggerated shape and shining lights made it particularly eye-catching among a row of simple metal-style spaceships docked. The oblique light also instantly illuminated Song Shursen's cheeks. Song Shursen raised his hand to cover his face, followed the girl onto the floating bridge, and keenly noticed a sense of disobedience. Private spaceships are expensive, and in order to save costs, most people will choose the simplest and plain shape. The decoration and renovation on the spaceship in front of him was so exaggerated that it was shocking. The cost might have long exceeded the price of the spaceship itself. It was obvious that he was not short of money. But, if he was not short of money, why would he agree to go to the desolate planet K9 just because of the high price? The hatch slowly closed behind him. Before Song Shursen could be on guard, the girl suddenly said, I remember you. Song Shursen raised his eyebrows. The girl looked familiar, but she was definitely not someone he had met in real life. Although he was famous in the underground black market, he used the image simulated by the artificial skeleton, and he only dealt with people in the ring, without carrying the iconic weapon. It was impossible for his opponent to recognize him. You are not a mercenary. The girl stood under the light, looked at Song Shursen carefully, and said firmly, You are a weapon master. You are a weapon master, disguised as a mercenary to accept my commission. Do you want to go to K9? Desolate Star K9 is a high-risk planet. After the source nuclear explosion, the danger level has risen several levels. Now it is unattended. Where are you going and what are you doing? Seeing that Song Shursen did not answer, the girl continued, I heard that weapon masters are very weak. I hired several batches of L3 mercenaries before, and they were all seriously injured before they went far. What level are you at? Private routes are not protected by the government. In order to ensure the safety of navigation and reaching the destination, many spaceship owners will choose to recruit mercenaries to escort themselves. The underground black market has also taken over part of the mercenary market. The reason why the ring competition is popular is that in addition to the temptation of a large amount of bonuses for winning, the results of the competition are also regarded as an endorsement of strength certification. Many sponsors select mercenaries based on their ranks. Song Shursen is not a mercenary, but no matter if she is a military school student or a scrap collector, anyone who knows her will definitely not associate her with the word weak. The girl in front of him knows that she is a weapon master, but she doubts her strength. It is obvious that she is not from the ring competition, nor is she someone she knows at school. Maybe she has not even seen her competition. Song Shursen narrowed his eyes, did not answer the other party's question, and asked, "Do we know each other?" "Not really acquaintance. When I first came to the underground black market, you helped me." The girl rolled her eyes and walked to the control console of the spacecraft. "Since you helped me before, I can give you a ride. But I have something to say in advance." She changed the subject and paused in pulling up the joystick. She turned her head and said seriously, "Everyone will bear their own casualties after landing. You must think carefully." So she was worried about this. Song Shursen smiled. The other party knew nothing about her, which made her let down her guard. The girl obviously mistook her for a recruited mercenary. Song Shursen did not intend to clarify, although the process was a bit tortuous. She was on board after all. As for the danger on the desolate planet K9, it was not within her scope of concern. She made a good gesture as a response. Seeing that Song Shursen had made up his mind, the girl stopped interfering. After pushing the operating lever fully, she leisurely started a conversation. "My name is Lu Ling. What about you? What's your name?" People from the black market usually don't reveal their personal information. Lu Ling doesn't seem to be familiar with the rules of the black market. Judging from her dress, she may not even be a resident of the Federation. Song Shursen recalled what she said before, stared at the umbrella handle on her wrist for a long time, and suddenly remembered why she looked familiar. On the day of the duel with Xuanya, she did help a little girl out at the entrance of the underground black market. Similar clothes, similar age, similar wealth. Song Shursen remembered clearly that the other party easily took out a high-purity element stone, with almost no impurities visible to the naked eye. Remembering the scene of that day, she probably guessed the purpose of this ship going to the desolate planet K9. K9 had detected elemental stones with a purity of more than 97%, and Lu Ling was probably going for this. Retracting his gaze, Song Shursen reported his common nickname. "Just call me Xiao Song." "Xiao Song?" Lu Ling looked at her, and suddenly laughed. "You are also called Xiao Song?" Facing Song Shursen puzzled eyes, Lu Ling suppressed his smile and explained, "I have met 10 mercenaries who said their name is Xiao Song. Why do you guys in black training suits like to name yourself Xiao Song? Is this a new fashion trend?" Song Shursen. After teasing about the popular name Xiao Song, Lu Ling became serious and turned to look at the control panel to make the final adjustments before takeoff. With a low roar, the engines in the ship started up, and the elemental stones used for energy emitted a magnificent light. Outside the window, the Yunta star below gradually faded away, becoming a small point of light, submerged in the vast sea of stars. The interior of this spaceship looks just as luxurious and extravagant as the outside, with the same steam retro decoration style, and the elemental stones are used directly as internal energy supply as if it were free. The appearance alone is enough to recognize that the purity of these elemental stones is not low. With such a hand, even a rich daughter like Tang Tian would complain about the extravagance. Not only is the decoration retro, but the internal structure of the spaceship is also very primitive. The most core control console does not even have a separate protection cabin, and is placed at the front of the cabin. There were only Song Shursen and Lu Ling in the cabin, and it seemed that there were no guards. A ship like this, traveling on a private route without government protection and rampant pirates, simply had the word "stupid people with a lot of money" written on their foreheads, and it was hard not to doubt the possibility of them successfully reaching the desolate planet K9. Song Shursen complained silently in his heart, then opened the underground black market forum, switched to a small account, and planned to ask what was going on with Where to Fly. The private message of the small account is flashing. "Where to Fly? Sorry, let's cancel the meeting tonight for the time being. I heard that the federal military suddenly sent people to set up checkpoints in the 103-degree area. All private routes to the desolate planet K9 will be checked. Where to Fly? If you don't go there, there is only the 77-degree bin route, but that area is very messy. It's almost become a den of interstellar pirates. No one wants to go there. Where to Fly? I didn't mean to let you down. You can go out and ask. It's impossible for anyone to take the order in this situation. Or should we wait a while? Wait until the storm has passed before leaving?" The message was sent an hour ago. Song Shursen just clicked it now. She read it leaning against the window, pursed her lips, turned her head thoughtfully, looking at the reflection projected on the glass window in the corner of her eyes. On the reflection of the glass window, a huge, flamboyant flag belonging to Lu Ling airship was slowly unfolding. Although only a corner of it could be seen in the field of vision, Song Shursen still recognized This arrogant flag, which was a star pirate flag. Chapter 85. At the temporary traffic checkpoint number 103, a silver-white spaceship, after a short stop, slowly set sail. The light silver hull of the spaceship was pasted with a dark gray Interstellar Federation flag. Behind the one-way glass, a non-commissioned officer in a jet-black uniform was reporting to the optical computer screen in the communication. Even though the portrait projection function was not turned on at this moment, the non-commissioned officer still bowed his head respectfully. Yes, you are right. Our people have already gone to the first military academy to investigate, but the daughter of the Tang family seemed to have noticed something, and added a lot of secret guards on campus. We haven't got much useful information yet. Well, we have screened every possibility mentioned on the forum, but there are too many people dressed similarly in the underground black market recently, and it is difficult to lock the target for a while. You know, there are many imitators, which greatly increases our difficulty. Don't worry, we are monitoring all her account activities, and the checkpoint has stopped all private spacecraft heading to K9 on the desolate planet. Just in case, we will also go to K9 to wait. The sergeant spoke very quickly, and continued to guarantee, this time we will definitely lock the true identity of the scrap collector Xiao Song. After hanging up the communication, the cabin fell into a brief silence. The sergeant wiped the sweat from his forehead, recovered from the highly nervous state, glanced at the man sitting silently by the window not far away, and once again put on a professional and respectful attitude. Admiral Sun, thank you for accompanying me this time. Please tell me if you need anything, and we will do our best to meet your needs. After the source nuclear explosion, K9 on the desolate planet is in a fluctuating state, and the degree of danger is difficult to predict. Although I don't know why Xuanya took the initiative to ask to go together. It is a good thing after all. At least I don't have to worry about being attacked by alien species. Xuanya turned his eyes away from the textbook in front of him, and said calmly, I will protect your safety. But you need to send an explorer to follow me into the mine. The sergeant smiled, and quietly glanced at the textbook name in Xuanya's hand, then quickly looked away and nodded, of course. General Sun is willing to protect our explorer to do another geological test, which is a blessing we have been looking for. Going into the mine is not the same as geological exploration. But the sergeant deliberately distorted his meaning, secretly taking advantage of the labor force for free. Xuanya put away the textbook, not bothering to care about the other party's little thoughts, getting up and walking towards the rear cabin. Call me when you arrive at K9. Under the shadow of the tall body, the sound of military boots stepping on the floor was heavy and sharp, getting farther and farther away from the ear. The sergeant bowed his head respectfully, until the upright figure completely disappeared from the field of vision. The smile on the corner of his mouth gradually condensed into a straight line. He buried his head, quickly recording on the optical computer, flipping through books, the latest public textbooks of the Academy of Ordnance Science. Purpose of the trip. The underground mine of K9 on the desolate planet required to be accompanied by an explorer, guessing the motive to collect resin ore. These pieces of information were automatically merged with the previous records. After a short loading bar, the report was synchronized to the terminal of the presidential palace. He was the only one left in the rest cabin. The sergeant lowered his shoulders and exhaled heavily. His brows showed fatigue that could not be concealed. The Weaponry Science Academy caught everyone by surprise. Not only the Meyer family, but other chaebol were also ready to move, wanting to occupy a corner on the reshuffled card table. The world's attention had just been attracted by the design drawings published by Chimodeo. But when he turned his head, the scrap collector Xiao Song was stirring up a storm in the underground black market again. Before they finished investigating Chimodeo, they hurried back to the underground black market to keep an eye on him. And at the same time, they had to divide their energy to disrupt their competitors. And they were very busy. The duel between the scrap collector Xiao Song and Xuanya was an epic earthquake. The attitude of the federal military changed from absurd to suspicion and then to shock. Almost all the people in the headquarters went out and found that Xuanya was in a state of mental overdraft and surrounded him. However, Xuanya refused further examination by the doctor and kept silent about the details of the duel in the ring. The military tried their best but couldn't pry anything out, and finally had to force Xuanya to rest for nearly 2 months. The sergeant sighed and looked out the window at the vast sea of stars. He was extremely curious about the true identity of the scrap collector Xiao Song. At first, they all agreed that this weapon fighter should be a student of the academy. But after defeating Xuanya, this guess seemed absurd and ridiculous. A freshman in the Weapon Science Academy, who was less than 20 years old. had never been on the battlefield, and had only combat experience from the Academy's simulation classes, could not defeat Xuanya, who had been trained as a humanoid weapon since childhood. Even if he had an SSS-level elemental weapon, the biggest possibility is that the rumor that the scrap collector Xiao Song is a freshman at the Academy of Weaponry is probably just a smokescreen like other rumors. To uncover Xiao Song's true identity, the only and most efficient way now is to go to the underground black market to block him. But the sergeant looked at the suspect list in his hand and closed his eyes in self-abandonment. Junk collector Xiao Song. Junk collector Xiao Song. Junk collector Xiao Mu. Junk collector Ah Song. Junk collector Xiao Li. Various high-end nicknames are emerging one after another, not to mention the sudden popularity of all black training uniforms. If you go to the underground black market and call out Xiao Song, you may get hundreds of responses at the same time. Fortunately, there is always a way out. Xiao Song account, which has not been heard from for a long time, suddenly posted a material purchase post. The content of the post was reported to higher levels, and after multiple confirmations, they can now be sure that what Xiao Song, the scrap collector, wants is the resin mine that was recently discovered on the desolate star K9. As long as the supply is controlled, Xiao Song whereabouts will be locked again. Outside the window, the sea of stars is vast. Various interstellar pirate ships were roaming around recklessly. Song Shursen silently looked at Lu Ling, who was drinking afternoon tea leisurely. For a moment, he didn't know whether to be shocked or relieved. No wonder Lu Ling looked so weak and delicate but still so unscrupulous. It turned out that she was the one who robbed others. Seeing Song Shursen was silent, Lu Ling closed the tea bowl and took the initiative to bring up the topic. Don't worry, even if they are interstellar pirates, there are organizations and alliances. No one dares to touch us. Song Shursen didn't know much about interstellar pirates. He only knew that they were a group of desperate criminals who burned, killed, looted and committed all kinds of evil. If you run into them, you will often lose both your money and your life. There are many star clusters under the jurisdiction of the Federation, and the scope is too large. The military headquarters turns a blind eye to the actions of interstellar pirates, and only demarcates a few official routes for strict supervision, and the rest are left to fend for themselves. Ordinary people basically only take official routes, behave themselves, and will not cause any trouble. There are also mercenaries and bounty hunters who unite to go to private routes to suppress bandits, and many capable ones have made a lot of money. The security and stability of the Federation have actually reached a delicate balance in this kind of checks and balances. Song Shursen observed for a while, and saw that the pirate ships along the way were indeed going around them. He became curious. Why? Lu Ling blinked proudly, revealing a cunning tiger tooth. Of course, it's because we belong to the strongest pirate alliance. As he said that, he leaned his head over the window to look, and turned his head to confirm. At least we are the strongest in this area. The survival rule of interstellar pirates follows the most primitive law of the jungle. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. But there are also some powerful star pirates, who, in order to expand their scale, will recruit some little brothers. As long as they abandon the original star pirate flag and replace it with a certified subsidiary flag, they can be protected. Little brothers cannot have their own flags, and the authority of the core control room must be open to the main captain of the alliance, which is equivalent to becoming a fleet of the main ship of the alliance. If you provoke a little brother, there will naturally be a big boss to help you out. This is the brotherhood among star pirates. Song Shursen nodded thoughtfully. Lu Ling is rich, but her most valuable thing is not her wealth, but her high-purity elemental stones. These elemental stones are definitely not looted. The most likely guess is that Lu Ling should be an expert in mineralogy, a top expert who can explore high-purity elemental stones. Lu Ling value may be comparable to Yun Chiha, the top explorer of the Federation, or even higher than Yun Chiha. Such a talent, no matter which pirate ship, will want to win him over. It is not surprising that he can join a powerful pirate alliance. With a strong backer, the spacecraft can be designed as he pleases, and the security of the core console is no longer so important. Anyway, the highest authority is not in his hands, and if he is bullied, there will be someone to help him get revenge. This also explains why the control room of Lu Ling's ship is not even equipped with a protective cabin. The spacecraft continued to sail, until Song Shursen memorized the route map of the underground mine again. Lu Ling had afternoon tea, and took a nap and woke up, and finally a planet with silver and dark blue appeared in front of him. In the endless darkness, The bright and icy sphere floated quietly, exuding a chill in the cold universe, and the red strands of light shuttled and intertwined in the silver, showing a soul-stirring beauty. It was quiet all around, and in the void, there was only a huge steampunk airship with gears and carvings crisscrossing around the planet, slowly approaching with the rotation of the huge propeller blades. Prepare to land. Lo Ling adjusted her pants and skirt, and the dazzling and delicate jewels on her golden hair were inlaid meticulously, and she concentrated on operating the console. The bubble-like barrier unfolded in the void, only appearing for a moment, and then disappeared again. This is an anti-reconnaissance barrier, which can block the search of other spacecraft and last for 3 days. After the operation was completed, Lo Ling picked up the small parasol, walked to the hatch, raised his chin, and stood side by side with Song Shursan. As agreed before, we will go our separate ways after landing, and we will bear our own casualties. The hatch has already entered your identity information. After you finish your business, you can go back to the ship and meet up. We will return. I will only wait for you for 3 days. She looked out the window. The ground was getting closer and closer. The violently rolling electromagnetic ball attracted everything that approached. The islands were running rampant in the air, all showing the violence of this planet. With a dull thud, the spacecraft landed cautiously and steadily on this land. The floating bridge slowly descended, light and wind poured in, lifting the hair hanging by Song Shursan's ears. She picked up the backpack and easily put it on her shoulder, looking normal. Let's go, we're here. Desolate Planet K9. Chapter 86. After the source core was detonated, the environment of the desolate planet K9 became more turbulent. The ice melt interlaced landform that should have been formed only at the source core now seems to be gradually expanding to the entire planet. Song Shursan glanced at the land under his feet. The light gray mudstone was covered by a thin layer of ice. In the ice layer, the solid lava was as fine as a snake, looming in the frost wind. She followed the route map given by Yun Chiha and moved forward. The further she went, the thicker the ice layer, and the more obvious the traces of lava, like the hellfire overflowing from the cracks in the ground. The crystal frost swirled in the air, flying towards the suspended electromagnetic sphere. Song Shursan pulled his hat tight, carefully avoiding the silver-blue spheres wrapped in frost and thunder. The few long hairs that were exposed were still affected by the electromagnetic field, and stood up with their fangs and claws bared. There were no living creatures along the way. Occasionally, a few distorted moles poked their heads out, but they were all bloody and mangled by the air explosions that occurred for some unknown reason, without Song Shursan having to do anything. The electromagnetic sphere absorbed everything around it, and before the corpses of these distorted species fell to the ground, they were swept up and absorbed into the silver-blue sphere. Under the high voltage, the fragmented body parts were charred into black powder in the blink of an eye, and the cleaning efficiency was comparable to that of a garbage disposal plant. The bloodstains on the ground were soon buried by frost and snow, and the earth returned to a vast expanse, as if nothing had happened. Song Shursan arrived at the original source of K9 on the desolate planet without any danger. The endless ice field obscured the entire field of vision, and the huge iceberg almost collapsed. In the ruins, the solidified magma was like a scorching sword, splitting the cold and the ice into a bottomless crack. Song Shursan stood at the edge of the crack, looking down, confirming that this was the underground mine mentioned in the route map, and also the source core that was once blown up by Yun Chiha. The crack was very deep, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, and one could imagine what a cave looked like in the past. After tidying up his frizzy hair, Song Shursan did not rush down, but turned towards the deserted ruins. Come out. Don't follow me. It was quiet all around, and no one answered. If you don't come out, are you going to follow me all the way down to the mine? Still silent. Seeing that the other party still didn't intend to answer, Song Shursan simply called out her name, Miss Lo Ling. A dozen meters away from the ice rock, there was a rustling sound of fabric rubbing against each other. After a while, the girl holding a small parasol came out. She looked a little embarrassed, but still raised her chin proudly. How did you find out? Song Shursan laughed. Anti-tracking is a compulsory course on the battlefield. Besides, the other party had taken action several times to deal with the mutants near her. If she couldn't detect this level of movement, she must have died hundreds of times in the zombie wasteland in her previous life. Lo Ling was surprised by this. It seemed that he really thought of himself as a weapon master who was powerless. She did not explain much, but brought the topic back. Why are you following me? facing Song Shersan's eyes with a faint smile. Lo Ling was embarrassed to continue hiding. She quickly changed her expression and walked towards the big crack calmly, while not forgetting to make excuses for herself. Who followed you? I was just going along the way with you. This was once the source core where the element fluctuations were most concentrated. The element stones below are extremely pure. I came here to find these stones, not to follow you here. She walked to Song Shersan, standing side by side with him, with a look of arrogance on her face. It's very dangerous down there. Let's just follow what we agreed on before, and bear the casualties on our own. As she spoke, she turned her head and glanced at Song Shersan again, and continued, But, since it's on the way, I'm going to clean up the alien species underground anyway. So you just stay behind me and take care of yourself. Do you understand? The underground veins do have elemental stones of extremely high purity. But Lo Ling also said that it was in the past, when Yunqi had detonated the source core. He also blew up all the elemental stones in the underground mines. If he went for the elemental stones, he would probably come up empty-handed. The explosion of the K9 source core on the desolate planet is well known, and this conclusion is not difficult to infer. Professional prospectors can understand it by looking at the ruins outside. Lo Ling cannot fail to understand it. Song Shersan struggled to extract the core idea from Lo Ling's words, and finally understood the other party's implication. Lo Ling saw that she was too weak, and came to protect her on purpose. She was a little amused, hesitated for a while, decided not to refuse the other party's kindness, and said, Yeah, that's great. Lo Ling relaxed, didn't notice the unnatural tone in Song Shersan's voice, just thought he really believed it, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She really followed behind to protect Song Shersan. Her attitude when she said that she would take the responsibility for the casualties was true, but now she was really afraid that Song Shersan would die. At the beginning, Lo Ling just took Song Shersan for a ride because he had helped her out before, and she had a good impression of the weapon master industry. She was not proficient in elemental weapons, but she was not completely ignorant of them. Song Shersan repaired the elemental gun of the blackmailer in the instant he knocked him down, which was enough to show his profound skills in weapon making, although he clearly drew his sword to help. Song Shersan did it very obscurely. If it weren't for her sharp eyes, she probably wouldn't have noticed that he was silently helped by this man. It's not a bad thing to make friends with such a talent. But what really made Lo Ling look at him differently was Song Shersan's attitude after getting on the boat. Her ship was full of rare treasures, and she had no anti-theft measures. Even the elemental stones worth millions in the market were placed randomly. Everyone who was lucky enough to visit the ship had their eyes wide open, revealing deep desire. The timid ones would choose some inconspicuous things to hide secretly, and the bold ones would even turn against her and rob her on the spot. The several groups of mercenaries that Lo Ling had led before, almost all of them secretly took some small gifts from her ship. She did not pursue them, but she did not rescue these people when they were in trouble, and occasionally added some small things to make their tasks more difficult. If time was not tight, and she needed someone to help her share the damage and carry the goods, she would not have planned to recruit mercenaries at all. But Song Shersan was an exception. Lo Ling had been secretly observing Song Shersan since she boarded the ship, except for the initial flash of surprise. Song Shersan did not show any attention to the treasures on the ship. There was no desire, no envy, just pure indifference, no interest, as if she had visited a boring museum. She even looked at the small parasol in her hand more often than at the elemental stones and jewelry. Lo Ling felt complicated, whether it was the money or the rarity of the high-purity elemental stones. There were actually people who could ignore all of this. She felt that she had a very strange emotion towards Song Shersan, which might be admiration, gratitude, or curiosity. She couldn't tell what this feeling was. In short, she really didn't want to, and was even a little afraid that Song Shersan would die like this. Unfortunately, she had said the harsh words too early. Now she could only quietly follow the other party, acting as a bodyguard like a thief. After being discovered, she had to lie to cover up her purpose. Fortunately, Song Shersan didn't know much about mineralogy, and didn't find her poor excuse full of loopholes. Lo Ling was relieved, and said nothing more. She jumped down the crack lightly, and led the way. Song Shersan followed her, and turned over. Apart from the unknown alien threats, underground mines are actually much safer than those on the ground. There are no electromagnetic balls that can get you sucked in if you are not careful. Nor are there any floating islands that suddenly drift. But after all, it was once the place with the highest elemental energy on this planet. Once a foreign species appears, the danger level may easily reach S level. And the lowest level of the food chain is at least A level. The two walked forward along the narrow wall and entered a cave entrance that had collapsed for most of the time. The cave was not dark. The unknown colony was glowing with a faint fluorescence, which was refracted several times by the broken gem crystals nearby. And the entire cave wall was shining with fluorescence. The ground was a little damp, and there was a slight sound of thin ice breaking when stepping on it. But in just a moment, the cracks that had just spread were immediately repaired by the lingering cold air, and the smooth ice surface reflected the figures of passers-by. There were some Zerg corpses scattered on the roadside, because they were not cleaned up in time. They were sealed under layers of ice shadows. There are still Zerg living here? Song Shursan glanced at it and frowned. The simpler the creature, the more likely it is to survive in a harsh environment. Lu Ling was not surprised by this. All they need to do is keep reproducing. The Zerg are like this. Most of them have no intelligence. But with their terrifying reproductive power, they have become the biggest threat to interstellar humans. Song Shursan keenly caught her words. Most? Are there any Zerg with high intelligence? Who knows? Lu Ling shrugged, but his expression was not as relaxed as his tone. The current official statement is that they are just a group of creatures that reproduce and migrate based on instinct. Song Shursan walked behind, keeping a distance, waiting for her to continue. Their genes mutate very quickly, and no one knows how far they have evolved. Lu Ling said. After becoming a space pirate, I have wandered to many places, many of which are dangerous areas that are officially prohibited from entering. The more dangerous places I have been to, the more I am afraid of the Zerg. She stopped and looked back at Song Shursan. Do you know that no matter how dangerous a planet is to humans, there are traces of Zerg life? Seeing so much, she sometimes can't help wondering, could it be that the Zerg are not as low IQ as we think? On the contrary, they can adapt to a wider range of living environments than humans. So races with high IQs tend to stay away from humans to avoid disputes. Could the Zerg tides that broke out in history actually be a premeditated attack on human territory because the number of reproduction was not controlled? Otherwise, why? Except for the Zerg tides, did the Zerg live in peace with human territory most of the time? Obviously, their figures can be seen almost everywhere. How long do you think it will take for the next Zerg tide to come? Song Shursan asked. She really didn't know much about the Zerg. It's hard to say. Lu Ling shook his head. In recent decades, humans have made great achievements in the research of mental power and elemental stone technology, and the territories of the Federation and the Empire are expanding. The evolution speed of alien species on the planet is getting faster, and the pace of human beings looking for more habitats is also accelerating, and the competition with other species for survival resources will inevitably become more intense. Song Shursan listened quietly, and suddenly stopped talking. He raised his hand and pointed at the cave wall in front of him. Reminding, behind you. Lu Ling turned her head, and saw a few pools of irregular egg-like substances in a mucus state firmly attached to the cave wall not far in front of her. The eggs were transparent, and the fat worm-like creatures inside could be clearly seen, staring at Kazlan with big eyes, staring at them straight. Chapter 87. The worm's soft abdomen contracted rapidly, and its sides swayed, as if something was about to pierce through the flesh and grow out. Lu Ling's expression changed slightly, and he had already seen the sharp teeth growing out of the worm's mouth parts, and the thin wings that were beginning to take shape on both sides. It's a maggot moth, they are hatching faster. As soon as the words fell, several crystals were ejected from Lu Ling's fingertips, and the crystals hit the sticky and transparent egg membrane accurately, and then exploded. The juice splashed. There was a faint fishy smell in the air. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a sticky buzzing sound came from the front. In the distance, countless maggots had hatched, and were flapping their wings to fly towards their prey. Lu Ling sighed softly. Song Shursan was about to touch the backpack behind him with his right hand, but she suddenly stepped sideways and covered him tightly behind her. A small parasol with light blue and silver-white lace was opened above their heads, covering both of them in the shadow. The shade of the umbrella only appeared for a moment. The next second, Lu Ling turned the umbrella handle, and the delicate lace fabric folded along the ribs, revealing the sharp silver-white metal blades underneath. These leaves are arranged radially, thick inside and pointed outside, extending outward from the center point, forming a huge 8-pointed star structure. Song Shursan's breathing stagnated for a moment, and his guess was confirmed. The small parasol that Lu Ling had been holding in his hand was indeed an elemental weapon. The parasol after transformation lost its former luxury, giving people a feeling of coolness and refinement. Lu Ling turned the umbrella handle again. With a light click, the 8 umbrella skeletons under the leaves raised slender muzzles. As the umbrella surface rotated rapidly, countless crystals with difficult-to-find traces of firing were shot out from the barrel, passing through the eyes like a stream of light, and then burst and scattered in the air, like a sudden firework. The bodies of the maggots fell to the ground one by one, and only a few of them could still be seen in general shape, and most of them were just some broken limbs, scattered messily on the ice surface, under the pouring firepower. No matter whether they were in a complete state flying in the air, or in a hatched state attached to the wall, all the maggots were swept to the ground as far as the eye could see, and none survived. Song Shursan stood behind him, looked at the debris on the ground, and silently retracted his action of preparing to take out his weapon. TSK, this place is actually occupied by disgusting creatures like maggot moths. Lu Ling shook the umbrella with disdain, condensed a stream of water in his hand, cleaned the metal leaves and ribs carefully, and when he opened the umbrella again, the parasol had returned to its previous complex and gorgeous appearance. Maggot moths are an A+ level insect species, but because of their special attack hatching method, in actual combat, the danger level actually reaches S. Perfectly inheriting the super reproductive capacity of the Zerg, a maggot moth can lay up to tens of thousands of eggs in its lifetime, but the egg-laying period is only once. These eggs are smeared in any corner like snot, and hatched in the dark. Unlike other creatures, the eggs of maggot moths do not hatch when they are mature. Their larvae will stay in the transparent egg membrane inactive, and not make any sound, quietly dormant, until the prey enters the field of vision. Once the prey appears, the larvae will metamorphose into moths in just tens of seconds, and show their mouthparts covered with venom. Since there are no signs of activity, the eggs of maggot moths are difficult to find. When they are noticed, thousands of larvae have already completed their pupation, and they fly over in an overwhelming manner, and in a moment, they have gnawed their prey to the point of leaving only bones. Fortunately, the maggot moths in the underground mines seem to have just settled in not long ago, and the number of eggs is not even at the level of 10,000, so it is relatively easy to deal with them. Song Shursan glanced at the parasol in Lu Ling hand again. For this high-intensity, large-range turret-type weapon, it may not be difficult to deal with tens of thousands of maggots. She was a little curious. Where did you get this elemental weapon? The attack method used by the parasol just now was actually different from her own idea of making it. Song Shursan's weapon mobilized elemental energy through an integrated circuit. So no matter how pure the elemental stone that supplied the energy was, it would have no effect on the attack strength of the weapon. The bullets fired by the parasol in the turret mode just now were actually elemental stones, not energy generated by the weapon. In other words, Song Shursan's elemental weapon could generate bullets by itself, while Lu Ling parasol turret was actually more like a traditional gun barrel, with only the functions of firing and loading bullets. Song Shursan didn't quite know how these fired elemental stones were detonated, but Lu Ling had also detonated these crystal blocks by throwing them before, and it was obvious that the explosion was unrelated to the weapon. She guessed that it might be some special elemental stone processing technique that required the use of mental power to detonate. But no matter what, just the fact that it could change its form made this parasol worthy of Song Shursan's attention. It might even be possible that the turret was not the only form it could change. Lu Ling seemed to have expected Song Shursan to be interested in the parasol. She proudly shook the handle of the parasol and said, "This parasol will surprise you." She dragged out her tone in a mysterious way, peeking at Song Shursan's expression. It was made by that famous genius weapon master, Midwum's hand. It was actually the last work of Moniwum. Song Shursan was stunned. She had guessed it, but when she really got this answer, it was still a little incredible. How did you get Monium's work? Monium was a figure from decades ago. His last works were basically divided up by the wealthy families, and they were carefully guarded as treasures. I have never heard of any of them being left outside. Moreover, this parasol has obviously successfully used the shape-changing technology. Even Tang Tiantian, who had a close relationship with Monium, only had a design drawing for the shape-changing. Lu Ling looked about the same age as himself. Where did a completed weapon come from? Lu Ling was very satisfied with Song Shursan's reaction. I am a space pirate, so of course, I have all kinds of secret treasures. Seeing the other party's expression change slightly, he hurriedly explained, this weapon was not stolen. There are also rules for thieves. I never rob others casually. The master was once chased, and seriously injured. He happened to be rescued by our family. When he was recuperating, he made this work as a reward. It was passed down to me. After saying that, he was afraid that Song Shur-sen would not believe it. So he deliberately emphasized. It was specially customized for the family. When Song Shur-sen was guessing the designer of the weapon, although he suspected Monty it was hard to connect this dreamy lace parasol with a middle-aged man in his 40s. It seems reasonable to say that it was a custom design to repay the life-saving grace. Speaking of the past, Lo Ling recalled the final outcome of the master and felt a little bitter. Aren't you proud of having a weapon master in your federation? How did you let him fall into the situation of being hunted down everywhere? Song Shur-sen couldn't answer this question. The federal government is special. They come for profit and go for profit. Let alone protection. The ones who force Monty to flee everywhere are most likely some of the noble families in the core of the Federation. Song Shur-sen pursed his lips and didn't answer. He noticed the word Ling engraved on the handle of the parasol and asked, "Are you not from the Federation?" It sounds like Lo Ling knows less about the Federation than himself. A foreigner who just came here. And according to Lo Ling, if Monty gave this weapon to a family, then the family name should be engraved on the handle, not a specific name, unless this engraving was engraved later. Being able to protect Monty who was being hunted, and also provide conditions for recuperation. It must be a family whose strength should not be underestimated. In Song Shur-sen's cognition, he had indeed heard of such a family with the surname Ling, but it was not in the Federation. I am an interstellar pirate, and I don't have a nationality. Lo Ling changed the subject unnaturally. We have wasted a lot of time here. Let's go quickly. He turned his head and leaned the umbrella handle on his shoulder, leaving Song Shur-sen with only a back view blocked by the curved umbrella. The two continued to move forward. Lo Ling quietly cleared all the alien species along the way, not giving Song Shur-sen any chance to attack. Song Shur-sen silently observed. Lo Ling rarely used mental power to attack directly. The attack method basically relied on crystal bullets. If there were a small number of alien species, she would eject the bullets from her sleeves. If there were a large number of alien species, she would directly activate the turret mode of the parasol. Only when she needed to clean the umbrella, she would use mental power to dispatch elemental water. However, judging from the precision of controlling the water flow, Lo Ling mental power level should not be low. After paying close attention to the crystal bullets fired, Song Shur-sen made a bold guess. They were extremely pure elemental stone fragments. It is unknown how Lo Ling processed these ores. The power of the crystal explosion is terrifying. One strike is enough to injure an A+ level alien species, which is astonishing. Song Shur-sen reevaluated Lo Ling's true identity and strength in his heart. After turning another cave entrance, she stopped and whispered, "We're here." In front of her was a large piece of transparent semi-solid crystal stone. At first glance, it looked no different from ordinary crystal soft gel. But Song Shur-sen knew that this was what she was looking for. Under the pressure of the source nuclear explosion, even the elemental stones were reduced to ashes. But these resin-like metal ores were still intact, which was enough to show its super toughness. "What is this?" Lo Ling came over curiously. "Ore? There are still ores here. Are you here to look for these things?" She squatted down and looked at the crystals beside Song Shur-sen. "Yes." Song Shur-sen took out a portable mining instrument from his backpack, and after confirming the characteristics of the ore, he started mining on the spot. "I need them to make new weapons." While filling the container with resin ore, she looked up and teased Lo Ling. "What about you? Aren't you looking for elemental stones? I can do it here by myself, so you don't have to wait for me." Lo Ling blinked blankly, as if she just recalled her settings, and a trace of panic flashed across her eyes. "Who waited for you on purpose? Didn't you see that there was nothing left nearby except these strange ores?" She spread her hands pretentiously and sighed. "Alas, it was probably blown up by the aftermath of the source nuclear explosion. I came here for nothing." Song Shur-sen watched her performance and didn't expose her. When the collection was almost done, Song Shur-sen picked up his backpack and prepared to return. "Then I go back to the ship first. Do you want to look for it somewhere else?" "Of course." Lo Ling followed immediately. Her destination was not here. After sending Song Shur-sen off, she would start mining. "But I have consumed a lot of ammunition on this trip. I will go back to the ship with you and replenish some supplies before setting off again. You want to go back with me?" Song Shur-sen looked at her strangely, estimated the journey time for a while, and suggested, "We may not have enough time." I will accompany you to find the elemental stone. By the time they return to the spaceship, it will probably be the next night. The anti-reconnaissance barrier of the spaceship can only last for 3 days. For Li Ling, the remaining time is too tight. No need. Li Ling responded with an even stranger look. You are not an explorer. Why are you following me? Besides, I can do it very quickly by myself. Detecting high-purity elemental stones is my unique secret skill, and I can't let you learn it by stealing. Song Shursen had nothing to say, and he stood up and walked out. The return journey was much faster than the journey there. The two hurried and finally returned to the spaceship before dusk fell. After sending Song Shursen into the cabin, Li Ling glanced at her pocket watch and rolled her eyes at herself. She really didn't have much time left. Replenishing ammunition was a random excuse, mainly because it was getting dark, and she was afraid that something might happen to Song Shursen on the way back. It was clearly said that they would just stop by for a while, but now it has become a full-time escort. Who is the mercenary? Complaining as he was, Li Ling didn't regret the time he had wasted. At worst, he could come back later. It was hard to find someone he liked. It was better than someone accidentally dying. After carefully looking around and confirming that there were no signs of other people's activities, Li Ling followed him on board. I will be back within 24 hours. During this time, you just wait for me and don't come out casually, she warned him seriously, her fingers flying on the operating table, and she reinforced a few more layers of defense. Then turned around and planned to go out. After walking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, patiently walked around the cabin, grabbed a few elemental stones as supplies, and then slowly left again. Song Shursen. The cabin door was closed. Song Shursen stood by the window, watching the girl's steps from slow to fast, until she started to jog and her figure completely disappeared. And then he looked away. The cabin was very quiet, without the guardianship of the owner. All the treasures were exposed in front of him, and he could grab them at will. The wealth here is probably enough to rival the wealth of the small chaebols in the Federation. And these things that are openly displayed are just the tip of the iceberg of what Li Ling has. Song Shursen looked around for a while, without further action, and turned around to find a simple workbench. Li Ling treasure is very tempting, and his identity must be extraordinary. Even Li Ling should be just a pseudonym. The whole ship is a mystery. But Song Shursen is not interested in these. She sat down in front of the workbench, opened her backpack, took out the collection container of the resin ore, and put it under the light to look at it quietly. Now, all her mind is occupied by the new materials in front of her. Chapter 88. Li Ling is very unhappy now. The ecology on the desolate planet K9 is disordered, and it is even more difficult to travel at night. It takes a lot of effort to avoid the electromagnetic balls in the dark. But this little trouble is not enough to make Li Ling feel difficult. What really bothers her is the underground passage in front of her that has obviously been bombed. It is well known that the source core of the desolate planet K9 has been blown up, but few people know that K9 is actually a dual source core planet. After the main source core was destroyed, the energy around the secondary source core became more chaotic and violent. Li Ling had recruited several groups of mercenaries before, and barely managed to dig through this relatively safe underground passage. Now, this passage was destroyed. Although from the traces of the bombing, the other party should have dug a new entrance not far away. And because the construction methods were too violent, it affected her passage. But this still made Li Ling grit her teeth in anger. Moreover, the traces in front of her also showed that the instigator had entered the area where the secondary core was located, and the mineral resources nearby were no longer hers alone. Li Ling was very annoyed. She raised her hand, and several crystals were ejected. She cleared the passage more violently and rushed straight towards the source core. Explosions sounded one after another. The two teams were both aggressive and met at the corner. The man in the black uniform stopped and looked at the girl in gorgeous clothes, who suddenly appeared in surprise. His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Behind him, several exploration team members, who were working also looked over here at the same time. The man looked at them for a while, and determined the other party's intention at a glance. I was wondering why there were traces of man-made excavation nearby. It turns out that there are little mice secretly smuggling. Smuggling? Li Ling stood there, facing the other party's scrutinizing eyes, looking back and forth between the man in the black uniform and the explorer behind him. So it's the federal military. She sneered. I thought it was a locust crossing the border. Officially organized professional exploration can actually blow this place up into a mess, If I don't hurry to rescue the rare resources, am I waiting for you to blow up the source core again? This was a mockery of their violent excavation of a new entrance, and also a satire of the previous bombing of the main source core. The faces of the several explorers following the man in the black uniform were all very ugly for a moment. It was not pleasant to be questioned about their professional ability by a yellow-haired girl. The previous explosion of the main source core was Yunqi's personal behavior and had nothing to do with them. This violent intrusion was. That was Xuanya behavior that did not follow the rules. They were trembling with fear when they asked to open the passage. How could they dare to make more comments? They exchanged glances with each other. No one had the courage to explain, so they could only swallow their anger silently. The man in the black uniform was unmoved. Are you admitting your crime? Crime? What crime have I committed? Lu Ling took a step back, noticing the windlocks that were gathering towards him in secret, but he still didn't intend to spare him. Only your federation is allowed to number the planets? If I were to say, my pirate flag has already been planted on this planet, and now this is my territory. This statement was actually a bit far-fetched. The star domain territory and planet numbering were the result of a joint decision by the two major interstellar political systems, the Federation and the Empire. After the planet is numbered, in addition to exercising all sovereignty on the planet, it also means that it must be maintained and monitored on a daily basis. In federal regulations, federal citizens have the right to freely mine minerals and all public resources within the territory. But high-purity elemental stones are generally not included in the public resources, and this mineral vein on the desolate planet K9 is still under confidentiality. Even explorers like Yunqi have to apply for a report before they want to mine, and even end up being rejected. Lu Ling behavior, in the eyes of federal regulations, is obvious theft and smuggling. Not to mention mining elemental stones. Lu Ling may not even be a federal citizen, and she has no right to mine any resources on the desolate planet K9. But Lu Ling didn't care about that. She was just talking nonsense, not trying to reason with the other party. The so-called interstellar pirates did some illegal things, and if they ran into the military, they would inevitably go to war. The man sneered, no longer arguing, and took action directly. The colorless and invisible wind chain instantly locked onto Lu Ling's wrist and ankle. This was a basic military move, designed to restrict the prisoner's movements in the shortest possible time. Lu Ling had already noticed his quietly buried attack. He raised his wrist, and several crystals flew out of his sleeves. He twisted his body to avoid the wind chain's capture. The man waved his hands to defend himself, while protecting several prospectors behind him. He looked thoughtfully at the powder exploding in the air, with such a big noise. Aren't you afraid of destroying the mine? Why do you call me amateurs? I know my limits. At this distance, I won't affect the source core. Lu Ling opened the parasol in his hand. There are more powerful ones. Let me expand your horizons. As he started, the umbrella flipped over, and the silver-white metal leaves tore through the soft lace. Thousands of crystals suddenly fired at the same time in rapid rotation. One person fired with the momentum of continuous artillery fire and smoke. The man fell to the ground reflexively, and a barrier was formed in an instant. Several explorers were trembling and were hidden behind it. However, two people were still unfortunately shot and unconscious. The crystal stone and the barrier collided, raising a cloud of dust. When he looked up again, he could no longer see the shadow of the girl in front of him. Call for support. The man stood still and decisively sent the location to the military. He is now wanted for theft, smuggling, and serious injury to federal public servants. The danger level is determined to be S+. We request cooperation in arrest. Applicant, Qingtuan. The application was quickly approved. Of course, there was only one collaborator closest to him. Qingtuan looked at Xuanya's location on the map, which was moving towards him, and raised his mouth, and breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's strange attack method and weapons were all unheard of by him. If he was alone, he would not chase him and take the risk. But now that Xuanya was in the team, he was 100% confident in arresting him. If he could really catch an S+ level dangerous person, it would be a great achievement. Whether it was the strange bullet or the mysterious weapon, after being severely tortured, all the technology would belong to them, which would just offset the setbacks he had suffered recently in the Shaosong incident. It only took a moment to think about the pros and cons. Qingtuan calmed down, stopped hesitating, and got up to chase after him. There were many collapses in the passage. Lu Ling went back and forth several times and finally found a spare vein. The terrain here was not complicated. After half of the fork road was destroyed, it was only a matter of time before her whereabouts were discovered. Lo Ling didn't mind a head-on confrontation with the other party. She deliberately went around in such a big circle, mainly to buy time to mine elemental stones. She didn't want to get entangled with the people of the Federation, because she hadn't finished her business yet. If she wanted to fight, she had to wait until she finished mining. As the last can was filled, the footsteps behind him finally arrived as promised. What a coincidence. Lo Ling turned around and slowly put the can into his backpack. It was a coincidence. Qing Tuan narrowed his eyes, watching Lo Ling's movements, with a look of half-smile or half-smile. Caught the criminal and the evidence. It counts as catching the evidence only if you can beat me. Both sides acted at the same time. Lo Ling stood up and held up the umbrella. As soon as he raised his hand, Qing Tuan took a sharp step forward and dodged into the shade of the umbrella. Although the parasol turret has great lethality, it is a long-range weapon with a limited range after all. The shade of the parasol is an absolutely safe place for both the umbrella holder and the enemy. Their eyes met, and Qing Tuan formed his hands into claws, grabbing the opponent's neck. The terrain of this mine is narrow, and there is a cave wall behind him. Even if he wanted to distance himself, it would be difficult to do so. Qing Tuan saw this point and pressed forward. He didn't think he would lose. Barehanded against barehanded. Under the sudden attack of the claws reinforced by the golden thunder element, Lo Ling leaned back slightly, dodged the opponent's attack with a clever arc, pushed the umbrella ribs with one hand, and held the umbrella handle with the other hand. As they passed each other, a cold light flashed, and the umbrella handle and the umbrella suddenly separated. A cold and elegant western sword appeared in her hand. Want to fight with me? With such an obvious weakness in the attack range. You don't think I don't have a trick up my sleeve, do you? Lo Ling chuckled, holding the sword in one hand. The sword body was slender and straight, like a silver silk thread, delicate and powerful. On the other hand, the umbrella, which was originally supported by the ribs, had been transformed into a round shield. Only the shadow of the previous shield could be vaguely seen from the thick metal blades. Qing Tuan's eyes were filled with surprise, and he hurriedly pulled back his body that was about to fall forward due to inertia, and barely avoided the tip of the sword that almost stabbed him. The girl in front of him was wearing gorgeous clothes, with a round shield and a sharp sword. She had a completely different temperament from the interstellar pirates he had fought before. He narrowed his eyes habitually. Are you from the Empire? Don't talk nonsense. Lo Ling held the round shield in front of him. Interstellar pirates have no nationality. Don't destroy the friendship between the two countries. As he spoke, the diamond-shaped sword stabbed out from the side under the cover of the round shield. Wind and thunder met, and the attack hit. Qing Tuan subconsciously raised his hand to block it, and his left hand was twisted into a bloody mess in an instant. Elemental weapon? He put his left hand behind his back. Blood dripped down the edge of his clothes, and his face became a little gloomy. He was a little unsure about what Lo Ling was holding before. Although the turret looked like an elemental weapon in terms of shape change, it seemed to only fire bullets, and could not call on elemental energy. Now the additional attack on this western sword made him sure of the origin of this weapon. Yes, Lo Ling admitted without hiding. According to your Federation, this should be an S-level elemental weapon. Oh no, it's 2, after all. I have a round shield in my hand. Where did you get this parasol? Qing Tuan's face was very ugly. In addition to the things that the Weapon Science Academy had made, he knew the distribution of all the S-level elemental weapons in the Federation, but he had never heard of this one before. Just a scrap collector named Song is difficult enough to deal with, and now there is an interstellar pirate, not to mention that the other party is likely to be an Imperial. I forgot to mention that. My Western swordsmanship is also very powerful. You should have seen from the attack just now that you can't beat me, Lo Ling said to himself, completely ignoring his question. But I don't like killing people. If you know what's good for you, you should take the initiative to get out of the way, and we will pretend that we have never met. Qing Tuan lowered his eyes, turned his toes slightly, looking at the blood dripping at his feet, seemingly thinking seriously about the other party's proposal. After a moment, he shifted his gaze from the coordinates of the map on his wrist computer, raised his head, and resumed his determined sneer. Want to leave? Today. You can't go anywhere. As soon as the words fell, a cage of solidified lava rose from the ground, almost sticking to the corner of Lo Ling's clothes, and shackled her firmly in place. At the corner, The sound of heavy military boots landing slowly. From far to near. Lu Ling slightly widened his eyes. Looked at the black figure in front of him in surprise. And for the first time, a look of anxiety appeared on his face. The black shadow walked out from the corner. It was the nightmare of all the most wanted criminals. The strongest humanoid weapon of the Federation. God of War Xuanye. Chapter 89. A blue-white light hit the wall heavily, and slid down the rough stone wall. Under the stone wall, Lu Ling climbed up from the ground, held up the round shield, and stood up with difficulty. The round shield was already damaged in several places. The originally shiny metal blade was full of uneven scratches, and the corners were even broken. Lu Ling's condition was not much better. His neatly combed hair was scratched and messed up. His headdress was scattered all over the ground. Although there was no blood, there were probably bruises everywhere under his clothes. Stop struggling. You can't escape, Qingtuan said casually, while treating the wound on his left hand. He stood in a corner far away from the battlefield, obviously afraid of being affected, leaving only a voice that could convey the distance. The more you hide, the more wounds you will have. Lu Ling gritted her teeth, knowing that Qingtuan was right. Xuanye hadn't even made a serious move yet. He was just restricting her movements. The wounds on her body were almost all caused by destroying the shackles. As a result, to some extent, she was really asking for trouble. But she couldn't just surrender like that. With her status, if she was really caught by the federal military, everything would be over. Why are you so anxious? Lu Ling calmed his breath, without any intention of giving in, glancing at Qingtuan sarcastically. You are hiding so far away. Are you afraid that I will take you as a hostage? Hostage? Qingtuan's tone was a little surprised, as if he had heard some funny joke. Looking up at Sun Yi, who had no expression on his face from beginning to end, sneered. Do you know what happened to those who dared to take hostages in front of this person? What will happen? It's nothing more than being crushed to dust before you even start. Lu Ling complained in her heart, while quietly supporting herself with her hands on the stone wall behind her, moving slowly. Most of her ammunition was used up when she first broke free from the cage that trapped her. Now there is almost nothing left. Some of her ribs were broken by the reaction force of the explosion. It's very difficult for her to even stand. She didn't really want to hold Qingtuan hostage, but just talk trash to buy some more breathing time. Haha. That's right. After failing to provoke him, Lu Ling changed the subject. Why don't we go out and fight again? With your Admiral Sun's skills. It would be bad if the source core exploded again. Anyway, I can't escape from your palm. So there's no rush. Right? Just think of it as accumulating good deeds. If this main mineral vein is gone, the whole galaxy will be very sad. She changed her expression faster than turning a page of a book. She changed her previous arrogance and really showed some fear and pity in her expression. Xuanye didn't say anything. He raised his eyelids and looked at Qingtuan. Lu Ling's statement was actually not quite right. He had not used high-intensity attack methods, nor did he need to use them. It was impossible to detonate the source core. But he had no interest in capturing interstellar pirates. The mission this time was to cooperate in combat. He only needed to assist Qingtuan in capturing the people. As for the factors at the decision-making level, it was not his business. And he was too lazy to consider it. Even if he really went out to fight again, the other party would not have the strength to escape from him. Xuanye at this moment, like a humanoid weapon, hit wherever he was pointed, without any interference in decision-making. In most missions, he maintained this state. Qingtuan frowned. For safety reasons, the team's explorers were not allowed to follow this pursuit, so he had no way of judging the accuracy of Lu Ling's words. However, according to the previous survey results, this area is indeed very close to the source core, and there is a certain risk. While Qingtuan was thinking, Lu Ling had already moved to the position she wanted. Haven't you thought about it yet? She hid her right hand behind her back, and touched a mark on the stone wall. Since you are so hesitant, I will detonate it for you first. What? Qingtuan looked up in surprise, and before she could understand the sudden turn of events in the words, the remaining crystals in Lu Ling's hand had been fully filled. With the help of mental power, the crackling waves followed the branches, like an ignited line of fire, and rushed forward towards the main vein connected to the source core. There was a loud explosion that seemed to come from deep underground. And the sky-high flame suddenly burst out in the small cave. What did you do? In the midst of the earth-shaking, Qingtuan was shocked and angry. He couldn't believe that she really did it. He locked onto Lu Ling's position in the chaotic falling rocks. Don't be nervous. It hasn't exploded yet. Lu Ling took advantage of the chaos he created. Took a deep breath. and quickly moved towards the exit. But if you continue to pursue me? I can't say for sure. The entire underground mine was roaring, affected by the fluctuations of the source core. The passage was shaking violently, as if it would collapse in the next second. This was a naked threat. But Qing Tuan was really frightened. He looked at Xuanya hesitantly, but he didn't dare to really ask anyone to do it. The most valuable thing about K9 on the desolate star is the elemental stone vein near the source core. The purity of the elemental stone here is so high that it is unique in the entire interstellar. When Yunqihe blew up the main source core vein, it had already caused heavy losses to the Federation. He didn't dare to take the risk again, and really asked Lo Ling to blow up the only remaining one. But the situation is so dire that the Earth is collapsing. If the mine is damaged, and he lets Lo Ling run away, then he will get nothing, and he won't even have a chance to complain. While Qing Tuan was still hesitating, Xuanya had already made his move. A strong flash of light suddenly appeared, and the intertwined arcs of light danced like silver snakes, forming an irregular and complex mesh shape in the dim light, and covering the direction where Lo Ling was escaping. The electric charge was conducted and discharged at high speed in the air, making a sizzling sound. The unique sound, under the instantaneous high temperature of the light arc, the air expanded rapidly, and quickly spread around with each hidden lightning as the center, forming a powerful shock wave. Lo Ling only felt an invisible force rushing towards her, and even her body felt a clear sense of oppression, as if a large net with suction was about to swallow her up. The originally dry air became humid and stuffy, and she smelled a special, similar to a faint fishy smell, which reminded her of the sky when a thunderstorm was about to come. You must not be hit by this lightning net. The instinct of survival told her so. Cold sweat dripped down Lo Ling's forehead. She tried her best to control the trembling of her limbs, but her teeth still shivered uncontrollably. It was the physical exhaustion, but also the fear in her heart. The lightning net was too close to her. She knew that she had no way to avoid it, and at this moment, she didn't even have the courage to look back. At the critical moment, a crisp sound suddenly appeared in the air. The metal chains collided and rubbed against each other, and the crisp and continuous jingling sound was particularly clear in the noisy and hazy background sound. Time seemed to stop at this moment. A black shadow flashed by, like a black lightning that appeared out of thin air. A chain flashing with a cold metallic luster accompanied by a sharp whistle instantly cut through the sky, leaving a blurred afterimage. In the blink of an eye, the chain accurately wrapped around Lo Ling. The moment it touched her body, Lo Ling widened her eyes in surprise. And then she felt a solid force, pulling her away from this land of death at a high speed. Under the powerful inertia, the scenery in front of her passed by like light and shadow. The wind whistled in her ears, and Lo Ling heard her heartbeat nervously and excitedly like a drum, hammering violently in her chest. She raised her eyes, looking at the blurry figure getting closer and closer to her in the howling wind. In the light and darkness of the lantern on the top of the cave, the girl in front of her was facing the light, wrapping the other end of the chain with one hand, her long hair in a high bun fluttering gently in the wind, like a rope of hope falling from the sky, pulling her back from the edge of despair. The chain landed smoothly. Lo Ling was still stunned. Song Shursen had already taken back the chain, held her shoulders, and helped her relieve the inertia. Luckily I made it in time. She covered half of her face, but one could still tell from her voice that she was in a disordered state. Obviously she had just rushed here. I came over when I heard the noise, but I didn't expect it was really you. You? Lo Ling opened her mouth, not knowing whether to be shocked or surprised. Before she could speak, her pupils suddenly shrank. Behind you. The thunder net did not stop because of this sudden episode. After a brief pause, it rushed towards them even more fiercely. Back off. Song Shursen's face was not panicked at all. She protected Lo Ling behind her, and pulled out a long stick from her backpack. The style of the long stick was very ordinary. It was still black with a metallic luster. At first glance, it was hard to tell what alloy it was. It looked like an iron rod picked up from the ground. Song Shursen held the stick in one hand. Under the strong pressure of the lightning net, she slowly lifted the middle of the long stick. I don't know what she activated. Two powerful flames suddenly shot out from both ends of the long stick, instantly illuminating the narrow cave wall. Then he grabbed the stick with his palm, and easily made a stick flower with one click and one lift. In the sky full of fire, the long stick quickly turned in the air, with the flames spraying from both ends, turning into a gorgeous fire wheel. Thunder pressure suddenly came. The flames and lightning intertwined, making a suppressed roar, and the whole passage seemed to fall into doomsday madness. This confrontation did not last too long. In the spinning dance of the long stick, the densely woven lightning net was quickly disturbed, and there was a tendency to retreat. Xuanye's eyebrows slightly frowned, and the air behind him suddenly twisted like a rippling water surface. As his eyes focused, the ripples turned into countless wind blades that seemed to have substance, all of which shot towards Song Shisan. Lo Ling's hand holding the corner of Song Shisan's clothes tightened involuntarily. Being stabbed by these wind blades was like being cut into pieces by thousands of knives, and there would not even be a complete corpse left. She had heard about Xuanye's terrifying nature a long time ago, but she realized today's fight that the strength of both sides was like a natural chasm. The few moves he had used against her before were really a waste of time. She was worried, and was unable to move because of Song Shisan's protection, although she knew it was useless. She couldn't help but push the broken round shield in her hand forward, hoping to reduce the pain of both of them. She closed her eyes, resigned to her fate, protecting Lo Ling, who was unable to move. Song Shisan couldn't dodge, so he raised his hand and waved the long stick again. Under the mask, it was unclear what she looked like, but facing the overwhelming wind blades, her eyes did not waver at all. The shadows of the sticks were heavy, drawing arcs left and right, like an airtight net. The wind blades hit them, making a sharp sound that made people's teeth ache, but they were miraculously blocked one by one. Lo Ling quietly opened his eyes without waiting for the expected pain, and saw Song Shisan standing in front of him without any damage, and himself, who was also safe and sound, and he opened his eyes wide in shock again. Sunye's eyes also flashed with a trace of surprise. In a moment of silence, only Song Shisan frowned. After resisting that wave of wind blade attacks, the long stick in his hand was already covered with scars, which was still spitting out flames fiercely just now, but suddenly stopped the fire the next second. Then, the more than 1 meter long stick, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, suddenly broke into several pieces, and fell to the ground with a ping-pong sound. Song Shisan, don't panic. It's not a big problem. Her opponent is Xuanye, who even broke the mechanical horizontal sword that she had spent so much effort to build before. Now these experimental products that she grabbed as spare parts naturally couldn't hold up for long. She was mentally prepared. Without waiting for Xuanye to make further moves, Song Shisan decisively dropped the last broken stick in his hand, stuffed Lo Ling into the round shield that the opponent pushed over to protect himself, and then took out a long spike from his backpack. The long nail was thrown out, still with a black metallic luster that could not be seen from the material, simple and low-key, but no one dared to underestimate its power. Song Shisan threw it fast, accurately, ruthlessly. Each strike was aimed at the opponent's fatal point, and he predicted the opponent's movement. Xuanye was forced to move and dodge, but he could still feel the oppression following him like a shadow. The two figures crossed in the narrow passage. When they confronted each other, Song Shisan suddenly took out a machete from his backpack and chopped at the opponent's neck. His eyes were colder than killing fish for 10 years in our T-Mart. Xuanye waved his arms to block, and his Meng got ruthless and actually chopped the machete in half. Song Shisan ignored him. She had never thought it would work. She was deadly with every move, not because she was cruel or hated Xuanye, but because she knew his strength. This level of attack was not enough to cause fatal damage to him. None of the weapons in her hands could compete with him. She could only fight a war of attrition, and it would be best if she could force him into a state of mental overdraft. After failing to hit him, Song Shisan quickly backed away, and in the blink of an eye, he took out a long whip covered with hooks and swung it at the other side. The two fought dozens of times in the air, and the debris of various weapons fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Lo Ling was stunned. Qin Tuan was also stunned. Xuanye's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger, and he was even a little excited. He was just a little skeptical when they first fought, but now he was 100% sure that such a familiar body movement, such a familiar fighting style, could be used to fight with a pile of junk copper and iron. He even fought to a draw with me. There should be no other person in the world who can do this. Right? The mental power he mobilized around him became stronger and stronger. Just as he was about to enter the final duel with the opponent, Song Shisan suddenly pulled away, made room for the trap laid with spikes, and returned to Lo Ling in the blink of an eye. Where is the nearest exit? She lowered her voice. Lo Ling was stunned, not quite understanding what was going on. Song Shisan was not at a disadvantage in the battle. Why did he suddenly sound so eager to escape? But she still quickly answered, right behind us. After a pause, she hesitated and said, but this passage is very long, and there are no forks, so it's a bit troublesome to get rid of them. Song Shursen nodded and said quickly, "The spare weapons are all gone. I can't hold on for much longer, so I'm going to retreat first." She originally thought that Xuanya would be somewhat affected by the last mental overdraft, but she didn't expect that this guy seemed to have recovered well, and it was her who overdrew her weapons first. How much is left? Lo Ling's mind was still a little dazed. Subconsciously, she equated the concept of weapons with ammunition. Have elemental weapons also become consumables? Is this how weapon masters work now? This is all that's left. Song Shursen took out the chain that saved Lo Ling in the first place, wrapped it around her waist. "Can you still move? I help you for a while. If they catch up later, you run first." "No!" Lo Ling reacted, held her down, and suddenly felt a sense of urgency about life and death. "Their target is me. I can't let you get in trouble." Although she had seen Song Shursen's strength and knew that he was not as weak as she imagined, she also guessed from his words that without weapons, Song Shursen's fighting power would be greatly reduced. Moreover, until now, Lo Ling had not seen Song Shursen use any mental power, let alone what the level of Song Shursen's mental power was. No matter how strong his mental power was, he would never be able to beat Xuanya. "Don't worry. I'm very skilled. I just need to create a little chaos, and I can get rid of them quickly." Song Shursen comforted her. She was actually telling the truth. Without weapons, it only means that you have lost the means of attack, but it does not mean that you have lost the ability to escape. Bringing Lo Ling with you will really affect your mobility. Lo Ling grasped the key point of the topic sharply. "Chaos, create chaos." "I can." As long as he creates a little chaos, Song Shursen can take them both out at once, without having to cover the rear to save her. "I can blow up the source core." She had only made some small moves on the mineral veins before, which aggravated the disorder of the energy around the source core. Although the momentum was intimidating, it was not enough to blow up the source core. After all, for her, the elemental stone resources on the desolate planet K9 are also quite valuable. If it is not necessary, she does not want to destroy it. Moreover, with her physical condition, even if she blew up the source core before, she is not sure that she can escape successfully in such chaos. It is better to threaten Qingtuan, and maybe they can let her go. But now, Lo Ling glanced at Song Shursen. After the source core explodes, this passage will collapse, and the surrounding aura will be extremely unstable, which will also trigger magnetic storms. Although she had never seen how powerful it was definitely enough to hinder Xuanya and his men's actions. But, after thinking for a while, Lo Ling added, "There is only this vein left. After it is blown up, the Federation may find it difficult to find such a high-purity elemental stone vein again." The importance of elemental stones to psychics is self-evident, especially high-purity elemental stones, which are scrambled for by all parties. Although she felt it was a pity, she didn't have to have it. After all, she was not a member of the Federation. But Song Shursen was from the Federation, and this might be of great interest to her. After Lo Ling finished speaking, she carefully waited for the other party's response. Song Shursen replied quickly. There was no expression on her face, and there was no pity or hesitation in her words for this precious mineral vein. She just nodded and said, "Okay, then blow it up." Chapter 90. It was like the roar of a sleeping giant beast awakened. On the desolate planet K9, a dull roar came from the depths of the distance, and the thin ice condensed on the surface quickly became covered with spiderweb-like cracks, spreading to the surroundings. A dazzling light burst out from the core of the mineral vein, so strong that it was like the explosion of a miniature supernova, making it impossible to look directly at it. The light penetrated through layers of rock, and surged in all directions with overwhelming force. Huge rocks were thrown high up, and were easily torn apart like fragile pieces of paper, turning into countless fragments and disappearing in the air. The ground collapsed inch by inch, and the swirling hurricane broke out of the ground, carrying broken ice and mud, mercilessly dragging away all living and dead things on the surface, and rapidly expanding in the exposed midair. In the center of the hurricane, a black chain shot out like a sharp arrow, firmly piercing into the ice in the distance. The third princess of Songshur hugged Lo Ling, and with one free hand, she grabbed the chain and escaped from the storm with a huge inertia. Before the hurricane expanded and swallowed the ice under her feet, she did the same thing, and with a swing of the chain, she entangled another fixed anchor point. The black figure was agile and light. In a few jumps, he had left the hurricane far behind and disappeared. A moment later, before the second explosion of the core of the mine, Another black figure slowly walked out from the center of the hurricane. The colorless and invisible barrier isolated Xuanya. He held Qingtuan in his left hand and packed several prospectors in his right hand. And he pulled everyone out of the danger zone as if nothing had happened. Cough. Cough cough. Qingtuan choked on several mouthfuls of smoke and dust in a sudden explosion. As soon as he landed, he didn't even have time to catch his breath, and immediately took out the military telescope to look in the direction where Song Shersan was going. The telescope has a built-in detection function. Qingtuan adjusted the parameters for a long time, and his eyebrows gradually formed a knot. It's too far. I can't catch up. Xuanya crossed his arms, stood aside indifferently, and had no intention of chasing after him, since he had already recognized the other party as the scrap collector Xiao Song. He had no reason to try his best to chase him. He finally found an opponent that suited his taste. How could he let the federal military take him away as a criminal? Even if the other party did not detonate the source core at that time, he would deliberately pull the battlefield to the surface and find an opportunity to let them escape. Of course, this is only the worst-case scenario. After all, whether he can win is another matter. Qingtuan lay there and observed for a while before finally putting away the telescope. He put on a smiling expression and looked at Xuanya beside him. Thank you, General Sun, for saving me. This seemed to be a polite remark. After all, for any mission that Xuanya assists in, protecting the safety of other members has become a customary rule. However, the word safety has a wide range. Bringing someone out unscathed is safe, and bringing someone out half dead is also considered safe. Qingtuan was surprised that Xuanya could rescue all of them without accidentally injuring them. As far as he knew, Yongqi, who had experienced the nuclear explosion before, had to stay in the hospital for nearly 2 weeks even with Xuanya help. Therefore, he said this thank you sincerely, and he had no doubt about Xuanya's dedication in this mission. Xuanya only glanced at Qingtuan lightly, and said him lightly, without any extra words, Yuanqi's injury was actually her own fault. Her purpose was to gain more sympathy during the interrogation. Xuanya saw this at the time, and simply went with the flow. The source nuclear explosion was indeed very dangerous, but with his ability, it was not difficult to save everyone without injury. Moreover, this explosion was his second experience, and he had more reaction time and experience. When rescuing Qingtuan, he even deliberately delayed for a while to give Song Shersan and the others more time to escape. Xuanya's usual style was indifference. Qingtuan didn't think much about it. After thanking him, he looked at the several explorers who were traveling with him. Several explorers had just recovered from the disaster, and their expressions were still a little dazed. The discovery of the secondary source core on the desolate planet K9 was purely an accident. Who would have thought that before they had time to be happy? The source core exploded again, and they almost died on the spot. It was really ups and downs. The Qingtuan did not bring the explorers with them when they chased Lo Ling, so they did not know the specific reason for the source core explosion, and just thought it was an accident. Even a top explorer like Yuanqi could be killed because of operational error. The source core was accidentally detonated, so it was normal for them to make some mistakes. Everyone agreed, and no one expressed any more opinions on the explosion. The sky in the distance became even darker. Both the primary and secondary source cores were destroyed. The ecology of the desolate planet K9 was even more turbulent. It might be a long time before any creatures could move around here. Everyone has worked hard. Qingtuan looked at the expanding storm source, knowing that it was not suitable to stay here any longer, and decided to retreat. Let's go! Several people went to the small aircraft that had been waiting on the side, and prepared to return. Soon, this storm would drag the entire planet into hell, until the storm stopped. No spacecraft could land here. Even if the scrap collector Xiao Song really broke through the checkpoint and came here, he could only sigh in despair. So there was no need for them to continue squatting here. The production site of K9 on the desolate planet was destroyed. If they wanted to get the resin ore, they could only purchase it from the existing market. They have already controlled all the resin or movements on the market. Next, they just need to keep a close eye on the trading parties and screen them one by one. It can be regarded as narrowing the scope and getting one step closer to the mission goal. Qingtuan comforted himself, turned on the light brain, and began to report. We encountered a group of interstellar pirates. They also had elemental weapons, but their craftsmanship was different from ours. We suspect they came from the Empire. We failed to capture them. Yes, Admiral Sun had a fight with another person. The situation was quite special at that time. He was afraid of detonating the source core. And the Admiral was more restrained in his actions. No. It shouldn't be the scrap collector Xiao Song. The weapon in that person's hand looked crudely made. And it didn't change shape. It was all destroyed by the Admiral. I saw their pirate flag at the end. Well, the investigation is already underway. It happened suddenly. And it seems that Admiral Sun didn't have time to collect resin ore. I will confirm it again, with the accompanying explorers. This time, I will definitely find out the true identity of the scrap collector Xiao Song. I promise you. A colorful nebula spread across the universe, and a strangely shaped spaceship floated in it. On the huge airbag of the spaceship, the skull flag with its fangs bared and claws bared its teeth and grinned arrogantly. From a distance, the deep and shallow lines looked like a blooming rose. Song Shersan bandaged Lu Ling's wound, and glanced at the unfamiliar scene outside the window. Without stopping, he skillfully tied a knot on the bandage. Why did you suddenly change the route? Hiss, be gentle. The force was somewhat painful. Lu Ling grimaced for a long time before she finished the rest of the sentence. The anti-reconnaissance barrier has expired. I guess my identity has been exposed. Let's change ships first. Her tone was relaxed, as if she had done a lot of running around and changing identities. About a week. You need to stay out of the spotlight. I find a chance to send you back when the time comes. I probably can't be active in the Federation for the time being. The man in the black uniform and Xuanya had both seen his face. The Federation military would not let go of such a serious matter as blowing up the source core. I'm afraid I have to stay on the top wanted list for a while. Alas, I was planning to stay in the Federation for a while longer. What a pity. Lu Ling sighed, and suddenly cast an admiring look at Song Shersan. You are still foresight, and you know to cover your face. There are many people in the underground black market who use various methods to cover their true faces. Song Shersan almost never takes off the mask on his face when he goes out. People like Lu Ling who break the law all day long and don't cover up at all seem strange to her. She paused, and was speechless for a moment. You can do it too. I can't. Lu Ling shook his head, showing her two cunning little fangs. We interstellar pirates? We want to be notorious. Song Shersan. Her hand was heavy, and the girl who had just winked at her suddenly wailed. I was wrong. I was wrong. Be gentle. Be gentle. Thanks to the various high-end drugs on the ship. After a busy period, Lu Ling, dressed as a mummy, was able to move as usual. Medical treatment in the interstellar era is very advanced. As long as the brain nerves are not damaged. Breaking a few ribs is considered a minor illness. Therefore, the incurable disease of mineral disease is even more terrifying. Lu Ling jumped back and forth twice, and before he could enjoy himself for a few seconds, he suddenly glanced at the small parasol that he had rescued. And his face fell. It's broken. Why is it broken? Song Shersan poked his head out. After experiencing the life and death moment on the planet K9, the distance between the two of them was invisibly shortened a lot. And now it is particularly natural for them to get along with each other. The parasol is broken. Lu Ling cried. It's all Xuanya's fault. How can I fix it? If only it were as easy to fix the parasol as it is to fix myself. Song Shersan was amused, curling his lips. Give it to me to see. Ah? Can you fix it? Lu Ling was skeptical, but still handed the parasol over. Oh, you are a weapon master. But this is Moniwam's work. It's very complicated. She thought of what happened on K9 again, and her expression became strange. How can you be so good at fighting as a weapon master? They are better at fighting than the mercenaries I recruited before. The weapon masters I have seen before are obviously very weak. Anyone with a higher level of mental power will choose the combat system to become a seed soldier. At worst, mineralogy is also a hot topic. If you really can't do it, star defense engineering and intelligence reconnaissance are also good choices. Only those who can't stand the blood on the battlefield and are particularly depressed will want to become a weapon master. These people have a very low mental power rating, and the weapons they make are not enough to improve their own defects. So most of them are locked in the laboratory and only sell their works to others. In the eyes of the Fear Star pirates, it is quite appropriate to say weak. Song Shersan took the parasol, did not answer, and listened to Lu Ling continue chatter. Hey, you said your name is Xiao Song. Although there are many people called Xiao Song, you are not the scrap collector Xiao Song who defeated Xuanya. Lu Ling squatted down, almost put his face in front of Song Shersan, looked left and right. The ring match used artificial bodies, and the image was transformed. Even if Lu Ling stared at the person in front of him, he could not draw any conclusions. She went around in circles, and started from the temperament. But the posts on the forum say that the scrap collector Xiao Song is a big devil who likes to kill people. Song Shursan paused as he was opening the parasol. Then Lu Ling continued, "Oh, it can't be you. The temperament is not similar at all. Song Shursan." She turned the parasol over and over in her hand, interrupting Lu Ling. "Yes, it can be repaired, but it will take some time. Do you have any tools here?" "Yes. Yes. Yes. What do you need?" Lu Ling's attention was immediately diverted, and her eyes lit up. She was not obsessed with finding out the other party's true identity. Everyone has some secrets that they don't want to tell, and she herself has many mysteries. The two walked towards a laboratory at the rear of the cabin. Song Shursan was in a good mood now. During the 24 hours waiting for Lu Ling to return to the ship, she had studied the properties of the resin ore and confirmed that this was the new material she wanted. It just so happened that Lu Ling's weapon was broken, so she repaired it and tried the practicality of the resin ore. The laboratory was very hidden, and the entrance was password protected, which was much safer than the control console at the core of the spacecraft. The room was not big, a little messy and crowded, and there were many instruments on the table that Song Shursan had never seen before. Unexpectedly, some of the beakers still had some elemental stones that were being refined. Even without a close look, Song Shursan could guess how precious those elemental stones were. They were even purer than the veins he saw on the desolate planet K9. This also means that the purity of these stones must be higher than 97%. Is there anyone in the world who can extract elemental stones with a purity of more than 97%? Song Shursan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. If this news spread, Lu Ling might face a more severe pursuit than himself. She politely withdrew her gaze, and her eyes hidden in the shadows darkened. Her intuition told her that this was probably Lu Ling's private laboratory, and Lu Ling had already guessed her identity. That's why the other party did not avoid suspicion and directly brought her here. As a thank you, as a recognition, or as a gesture of goodwill. This was a secret exchange. Chapter 91. Lu Ling did not ask how Song Shursan found her. She could guess the first half of the story. 24 hours had passed, and she still hadn't come back. So Song Shursan chose to go out to look for her. But how did Song Shursan judge her whereabouts and accurately follow the mineral vein where the secondary source core was located? The noise caused by the battle might be one aspect, but he was able to arrive at such a fast speed, and it was obvious that he had been wandering nearby before. Lu Ling didn't dare to think too much. She had heard that there were people who survived and fought in the wild for many years, who could find out the direction of the prey's movement through the clues of the road. Song Shursan could not lose to Xuanya. Song Shursan could repair the elemental weapons left by Mani Wumu. Song Shursan could track the target based on the traces of the road. Lu Ling didn't need to guess more. Such a person saved herself. This was the only fact at the moment. She was just thankful. Fortunately, Song Shursan was not her enemy. She was even more fortunate that such a person could become her friend. On the day when she sent Song Shursan off the spaceship, Lu Ling cried with tears in her eyes. She held up her intact parasol. "I want to carve your name on it." Remembering that she didn't know Song Shursan's real name at all, she vented her anger, snorting, and stuffed a bunch of treasures into the woven bag that was already full and almost full. Song Shursan watched her busying around, taking out all the things at the bottom of the box, and seeing that she was about to take a new woven bag, he hurriedly stopped her. "That's enough. I can't take it anymore." Lu Ling stopped, and finally gave up when she saw that Song Shursan was covered with bags and bags, and there was really no extra space. She sniffed. "Take this too." She tied a bracelet on Song Shursan's wrist, and her voice was still nasal. "It can turn misfortune into good fortune, and bring you good luck and wealth. You should always wear it." Song Shursan lowered his head, watching her movements, and remembered that many people in his previous life also believed in such illusory things. He couldn't help but laugh. "What is this? A bracelet that has been prayed to the star god? What star god?" Lu Ling looked at her strangely. "This is my token. Seeing it is like seeing me. This is a very valuable token," Lu Ling explained seriously. "Although I am a star pirate, I never make enemies. Don't worry, wearing it will only benefit you, no harm." Although it is called a token, the shape of the bracelet is not as exaggerated as Lu Ling himself, but it is as calm and elegant as a royal tribute displayed in a museum. The chain is a complex rope, as wide as a thumb. The specific material cannot be seen. The large area of dark blue and the shimmering silver-white interweave, like a universe dotted with star maps. In the center is a pupil-like black gem. Looking closely, you can find lines of light and shadow interweaving inside. And you can vaguely distinguish the word Lo. Low-key yet exquisite. Worn on the wrist, it unexpectedly fits Song Shursan's temperament. Lo Ling tied the bracelet, admired it proudly, and finally sent Song Shursan out of the cabin reluctantly. The port of the underground black market was still as busy as the day of the trip. A simple metal-style small spaceship was parked in a remote corner, which was inconspicuous. The two waved goodbye. After a while, a blue flame sprayed along the thruster, and the silver-gray small spaceship slowly rose, merged into the fleet of many spaceships that set sail, and gradually disappeared into the galaxy. Song Shursan watched the small light disappear, turned his head, and walked towards the underground black market storage. After a long journey, like her, carrying large and small bags, returning home in glory. There were many people, so Song Shursan's figure was not conspicuous in the underground black market. But if he carried these back to school directly, he would probably be followed by passers-by. Fortunately, the underground black market provided a storage service. Song Shursan put the container for storing resin ore into her backpack, and chose to store the others, and established her first small treasury in the underground black market. The round trip to the desolate star K9 took more than half a month. When Song Shursan returned to school, the new semester's courses had already started for a long time. People were coming and going on campus. Unlike in the past, many projection screens were set up on the roadside, seemingly showing some kind of competition. Song Shursan stopped to watch for a while, but he didn't feel very interested, and went straight to the Weaponry Science Academy. There were many new faces at the Weaponry Science Academy, which looked much more lively. Many of them looked familiar, because they had been beaten by her in the previous holographic simulation battle class. According to Tang Tian, these people had suffered in the previous battle class, so they took advantage of the opening period of the academy at the beginning of the school year, formed a team to come to the Weaponry Science Academy to pick a fight, and shouted that they wanted to teach Song Shursan a lesson. Unexpectedly, Song Shursan was not there all the time. They blocked the door every day, skipped many classes, and actually learned a lot. So he simply changed his major. Song Shursan had heard Dean Chi briefly mention it before, but she didn't expect the whole thing to be like this, and she couldn't help laughing. She walked to the laboratory with Tang Tian, and talked about her experience in K9 on the desolate star. The two discussed the possible applications of resin ore, and met an unexpected face on the road. "Hey, it's Liu," Tang Tian greeted from afar, turning her head to remind Song Shursan. "Do you remember the previous holographic simulation battle class? And Yun Qiming teammate?" "I know," Song Shursan recalled. "The Strategic Support Department's reconnaissance direction. Sniper talent is very high." At that time, several people also discussed elemental weapons together, and Song Shursan suggested that she major in weapons science. Unexpectedly, Liu really considered this suggestion seriously. Tian, Shursan. Hearing the voice, Liu also looked over at them, and waved enthusiastically. "Long time no see." She was standing under a projection screen. When Song Shursan came over, he just heard the passionate voice of the commentator from the screen. It turned out to be Lu Qianjiu from the 6th Federal Military Academy. "A beautiful shot. Oh, I didn't expect Chen Luo from the Western Union Military Academy to be eliminated so quickly. What a pity. The list of Western Union Military Academy entering the finals is worrying." Hearing this, Liu turned back in surprise, with the same regret and surprise as the commentator. Song Shursan also took a look and asked, "What kind of game is this?" The live broadcast on the screen seemed to be the same as the game he had seen before, but it was in a different venue. "You don't know?" This time, Tang Tian and Liu were shocked at the same time. "Military Academy League," Tang Tian replied. "It's the preliminaries now." Song Shursan really didn't know about the Military Academy League. He only heard Senior Yu Qingjiu mention it in the previous battle class. Tang Tian had long been accustomed to Song Shursan's lack of common sense. From her expression, she knew that this man really knew nothing. She explained skillfully, "The Military Academy League is a joint competition among all military academies in the interstellar range. It is very valuable, and a good opportunity for major military academies to increase their reputation. The ranking in the league directly affects the government's financial allocation and the quality of enrollment next year. So all schools attach great importance to it. But, Tang Tiantian lowered her voice. It is said to be interstellar. But in fact, only schools in the Federation participate. After all, the organizer is the Federation. And the Empire does not come to join in the fun. There are still people from the Empire participating in the competition. Liu continued with a smile. At the 6th Military Academy. Is it this Lu Qianjiu? Song Shursen looked at the close-up on the screen. No. Tang Tiantian and Liu sang in unison. Both of them lowered their voices. As if they were discussing some palace secrets. That lady's background is much greater than Lu Qianjiu. I heard she is from the imperial family. Song Shursen was even more confused. The imperial princess. Coming to the Federation to study? Right. Everyone thinks it's strange. I heard that she was excluded in the fight for the right to succeed the throne, so she came to our place to continue her studies. The empire is in chaos. Several princes are fighting overtly and covertly, causing bloodshed. The old emperor's only 2 daughters didn't want to take sides. The eldest daughter was driven to our Federation for refuge, and the youngest daughter is missing. I feel sorry for Sister Cheong for a second. Sister Cheong is so powerful, why can't she be the emperor? It's not like there haven't been empresses in the empire before. I agree. And Ling Qiong has a good relationship with the Federation. After ascending the throne, he may be able to restore diplomatic relations between the 2 countries. Song Shursen watched the 2 of them talking more and more excitedly, and drove all the way towards gossip. She couldn't help but bring the topic back. What about Lu Qianjiu? She was not interested in the secrets of the empire, but this Lu Qianjiu, for some reason, looked familiar. Qianjiu's background is also very famous. She is the daughter of Admiral Lu, the Admiral Lu Qingyin stationed in the Parity Galaxy. Song Shursen thought about it for a while. Her understanding of the Lu family and the Empire was as poor as her understanding of the Military Academy League. She simply stopped dwelling on the relationships between these characters and returned to the main topic. The Empire's princess and the Admiral's daughter are both in the 6th Military Academy. Isn't the 6th Military Academy very strong? Tang Tiantian sighed. More than strong. They were the champion of the Military Academy League last year. What about our school? Song Shursen asked casually. As soon as the words came out, the expressions of the 2 people in front of him became somewhat resentful and embarrassed. After staring at each other for a while, Liu spoke first. The 1st Military Academy has not won a place in the Military Academy League for many years. We qualified in the preliminaries, and it is no problem to enter the finals. However, there are so many strong players in the finals, and we are just runners-up. Before, with senior sister Yu Qingjiu, our results were still average. This year, senior sister graduated and will not participate in the competition. She didn't finish the rest of the words. But Song Shursen also understood the implication. This is a vicious cycle. The lower the ranking in the Military Academy League, the weaker the competitiveness of next year's enrollment, and the worse the quality of freshmen. The overall combat power is weak, and the ranking in the next league will be even lower. No wonder Senior Yu was so worried before. She is about to graduate, and she still has to train with her juniors in the battle class. But don't be too pessimistic. The students of the combat department have been preparing for the league for a long time, and the morale of students from other departments is also very high. Liu twisted her ponytail with her fingers, and smiled again. Everyone is doing very well now. After saying that, she suddenly turned her head, her eyes lit up with hope, and looked at Song Shursen. By the way, Shursen. You? Military Academy League. Do you want to sign up? Chapter 92. For military school students, the Interstellar League is a true national event. Unlike the general competitions that are only open to combat departments, whether it is combat or non-combat departments, even logistics majors, they can find their own arena in the Military School League and contribute to the glory of the school. The league is divided into preliminaries and official venues, and there are individual events and team events. All students of participating schools have the opportunity to register and participate by default, but they are only eligible once. In other words, the Military School League is like a large game that can only be passed with one life. There are many levels in the game. Players can freely challenge any level, but once eliminated, they will lose the qualification to continue the game. Achieving a ranking at any level can increase points for their school. Schools that score more than the qualifying line in the preliminaries can enter the official competition, which is the final ranking competition. Among them, It is not only a competition of strength, but also a confrontation of strategy. There are only 3 official matches, all of which are large-scale team matches, and the maximum number of participants in each military academy is limited. The school needs to fill these places with elites as much as possible, in order to prevent unnecessary losses. The elites are usually not sent to the preliminaries. It seems that this strategy seems to be the best solution. Send ordinary students to score points in the preliminaries, and the elite students will have the final showdown. Just like a relay race. Everyone is happy, and everyone has found their own value. But it is hard to prevent some schools from taking advantage of the situation by sending elite students to the preliminaries and directly sweeping all the rankings. The superior horses against the inferior horses, causing other schools to not get enough points to enter the official competition. This time, the Western Union Military Academy was like this. They sent the top student Chen Luo to intercept the points in the preliminaries. But they did not expect that Lu Qianjiu from the 6th Military Academy was also there, which resulted in the loss of a general. However, Qianjiu's situation is also very dangerous. If other schools know that she is participating in the competition now, she will definitely be besieged. Even if they were not eliminated during the preliminaries, the mental power loss in the round-robin battles must be great. After listening to Li Yulong and detailed explanation, Song Shursen had a general understanding of the competition system of the military school league. She shook her head and answered the other party's previous question, I won't sign up. I have other things on hand. There is no personal bonus or credits. And the competition is long and time-consuming, compared with rushing into the league to fight for the honor of the school. Song Shursen wanted to develop his own new weapon first. She had just received the resin ore, and her excitement had not yet subsided. Now, no matter what, don't try to pull her away from the lab table. Oh! After receiving a negative answer, Li was not too depressed. She stuck out her tongue and said, I didn't sign up either. Not only her, but most students in the Weaponry Science Academy did not sign up. In the past, they were unwilling to participate because they were not strong enough. The major of weaponry science was unique to the first military academy of the Federation, and there were no projects suitable for them. So everyone was not interested. This year, because of the college's curriculum reform, everyone was rushing to attend classes, not to mention distracting themselves to participate in the league. Students like Li Yu, who had just changed their majors, although their mental strength level was high, could get good results in the preliminaries. But now was the beginning of the new major. They had no academic foundation, and were even more unwilling to be distracted at this critical juncture. Did Qiming participate in the competition? Tang Tiantian suddenly remembered, and asked, I don't think I've seen him in the live broadcast. First-year students have less combat experience, and because they are freshmen, they have never appeared in the league before, so they are not well known and are not easily targeted. Therefore, many schools will choose to let the more powerful first-year students help in the preliminaries. Qiming and Chengmeng, Luoshan and others are all included in the main team, Li Yu explained. The school thinks that they have great advantages in team combat and are more suitable for formal team competitions. First, they may not get too many points in individual events. And second, they don't want to expose this team card too early, so they didn't let them participate in the preliminaries, and they are ready to play directly in the final official competition. Yun Qiming team really cooperated well. Everyone in the team could exert their best strength, perfectly achieving the effect of 1+1 being greater than 2. Song Shursen had seen it in the previous holographic simulation battle class. However, this arrangement also showed that the number of students in the First Federal Military Academy has indeed declined in recent years. The school has been so cautious that even first-year students have to be included in the main team. Song Shursen couldn't help but look at Li Yu again. She was also a member of Yun Qiming team, but because she came to the Weapon Science Academy, she didn't act with her familiar partners this time. And she didn't even sign up for the Military Academy League, which is quite glorious for soldiers. As if she had guessed what Song Shursen was thinking. Li Yu blinked. We can't be bound together forever, and the best way is to improve our own strength. Li Yu was not depressed about leaving the group, nor did she feel lonely and uneasy. In terms of individual combat power, she was the weakest among the team members, and she was the target of everyone's protection in many operations. Although her early warning and reconnaissance capabilities were very powerful, deep in Li Yu's heart, she wanted to protect others and defeat the enemy herself, not just a supporting position. Now that she has such an opportunity to improve herself, she cherishes it very much, and the other members of the team also support and understand her decision. Moreover, Dinchi said that I am the chosen sniper, and he wants to accept me as his last disciple. Liu raised her face, her twin ponytail swaying. I may not be weaker than Ming and the others in the future. Right. Tang Tiantian stood aside, nodding in agreement. Xiao Yu is abandoning the dark and joining the light. Our weapon science is the most powerful. Song Shursen couldn't help but smile. They watched the game on the projection screen for a while, then said goodbye to each other and left. Back in the familiar laboratory, Song Shursen was completely immersed in his own world. Resin ore is a memory metal with strong plasticity and ductility. Not only can it be compatible with multiple types of elements at the same time, it also has a very high strength-bearing capacity for elemental energy itself. This can be seen from the fact that it can be preserved intact in the source nuclear explosion. Song Shursen compared the peak frequency of the integrated circuit used in the previous battle with Xuanya, and repeatedly improved the performance of the resin ore. After many experiments, she finally smiled with the latest data results. Success? The Super Composite Resin Metal Max Enhanced version is perfect for making the blade. Not to mention fighting against Xuanya at his peak. Even if another Xuanya came, there would not be a single gap on the blade. The most difficult material problem was solved, and other improvements were easy for Song Shursen. The material of the resin ore itself is very light. After the improvement, it has increased a little weight, but it still seems much lighter than the previous tungsten high-speed steel. Lightness is a good thing when it is portable, but it is not always the case in a duel. Song Shursen has suffered from the fact that the horizontal sword is not heavy enough before. Fortunately, the resin ore has a magical property that it can store water. After Song Shursen improvement, its water storage capacity has been enhanced, and it can be made to store water and increase weight by mobilizing the water element, achieving the effect of controllable weight. After the improvement, although the resin ore has added more metal characteristics, its softening and flow characteristics as a resin have also been retained. This characteristic also allows it to transform into more forms when making weapons. In the laying of integrated circuits, Song Shursen also has his own plans for different elements. The water element can control the weight, and can also change the shape and size of the blade according to the softening and flow characteristics. The wind element is hidden. The gold element is reinforced. And fire and electricity are the most sharp attacking elements. For 2 whole weeks, Song Shursen lived in the laboratory directly, even dreaming about designing weapons. After overturning countless drafts, the new mechanical horizontal sword was finally completed. This version of the horizontal sword is much simpler than before in terms of portability. The blade has no fixed entity. When it is portable, it is compressed into the handle in a transparent liquid state, like a folded fan pinned to the waist. The hilt is still in the shape of a beak with a long top and a short bottom. The upper beak is buckled with the back of the blade. The connection with the handle uses an engraving plate, and an element stone is embedded, like an eagle's eye. The speed of the blade light popping out is faster than that of version 1.0. Under the blessing of the wind element's concealment effect, the sharp blade has already cut the skin before the shape of the blade can even be seen. According to Song Shursen combat habits, the second form of version 2.0 is still a gun. But this time it is not a revolver, but a large caliber high-speed sniper rifle. The trigger is still at the connection between the hilt and the handle. In addition to being more powerful, compared with the 1.0 pistol, the sniper rifle has a longer shooting range and can fire continuously. Inspired by Lu Ling Parasol, Song Shursen specially added a cannon form to the second form. The cannon form did not make many changes to the shape of the rifle, but simply switched the high-speed start to the energy storage mode, in exchange for a longer range and greater range power. In addition, in order to enhance mobility, the new horizontal sword also added a new hook form. Song Shursen had been thinking about how to increase the mobility of his weapon. Although she was skilled, it was impossible for her to fly in the air without any stress points. As for those with strong mental power, as long as they could resonate with the wind element, they could move freely under the support of the wind. Earlier, when she was improving the shower head as a weapon, she had tried the hook rope form, and also suggested that Tang Tiantian change the tough gold form through the fluidity of the water element. She always had a clear idea. But at that time, the tough gold with the best ductility was not highly compatible with the material of her horizontal sword blade, so she had to give up this function. The blade of the new horizontal sword is made of improved resin ore, which has strong fluidity and ductility, and also has the characteristics of memory metal, which is perfect for changing the shape to make hooks. Song Shursen added the shape without hesitation, using the water element to deform the memory metal. The hook can wrap around the enemy like a chain, and can also extend to a farther place to find a point of force. This new horizontal sword is almost close to the perfect weapon in his mind. After confirming all the values again, Song Shursen breathed a sigh of relief, and slumped down on the ergonomic chair, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Outside the window, the rays of light penetrated through the clouds, illuminating the sky bit by bit. The sleepiness from staying up all night swept over her at this moment. Song Shursen raised her head, and the dim light on the ceiling gradually blurred, and her consciousness also faded away with the noise outside the window. Before she completely lost consciousness, she seemed to hear a hurried knock at the door. Chapter 93. Song Shursen was in a coma for 3 days. She had a very long dream. In the dream, it was the laboratory of the previous life. The familiar gray and white, cold, the wall with the texture of a strange alloy shell wrapped her in the tower. She stood in front of the sensor experiment table, on which was a design draft. It was a design drawing of a weapon in the shape of a horizontal sword. It was not finished. The handwriting stopped at the calculation of energy conversion. She walked forward, quietly looked at the design drawing full of tiny electronic circuits for a while, then turned her head and looked out the window of the tower. You can see far out of the window. As far as you can see, there are several very obvious ruins. There used to be a thick and magnificent wall there, dividing the inside and outside of the wall into 2 worlds. The wall has collapsed. After Song Shursen became the top weapons researcher, she tore it down with her own hands. The inside of the wall is no longer absolutely safe, but outside the wall, there is a constant flow of life. Now a new base has been built around the ruins, and the scope of the safety net has been extended. There are picnics nearby, and there are no traces of zombies. Further away, Song Shursen saw a little girl. The girl was carrying a rotten basket on her back, searching in the ruins in front of her. She was so thin that she looked miserable in this barren zombie wasteland. She raised her head slightly, wiped the sweat off her face, and the half of her face that was exposed gave people an unexpected sense of familiarity. Memories from nowhere flooded into Song Shursen's mind. The girl name was 13, and the name was taken from the number of the planet she lived on, M13. She went to the only military academy on M13, and her grades in all subjects were excellent. Malnutrition from childhood made her look a little thin, but she was very agile. Thanks to her unremitting practice of fighting skills, she could even break into dangerous areas where alien species frequently appeared alone. The girl's dream was to be admitted to the Federal Military Academy. She wanted to become a glorious warrior and drive away the alien species that invaded her hometown. However, the lack of strength can be compensated by skills, but the incomplete development of mental power caused by long-term poor nutrition can never be supplemented later. The girl's mental strength level is only C, which is far from the admission standard of the combat department, and even the minimum admission standard of some first-class military academies. She is still very poor. The barren land is struggling to support the poor people. She can only work several part-time jobs at the same time, and she doesn't even spare the waste in the garbage dump. Today's life is just her daily routine. Song Shursen stared at the girl from afar. Not far from the garbage dump, buildings gradually appeared. The road was winding and bright, without any obstacles. As long as you go along the road, a rich life will be within reach. The girl stopped at the beginning of the road. Beside her, countless figures, whose faces could not be seen, were also wandering, as if there was an invisible high wall separating them from the outside. When she woke up, she saw the white ceiling of the hospital ward, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. Song Shursen blinked blankly, feeling that he had a noisy dream, and his consciousness was still a little dazed. At this moment, the buzzing sound in the dream that came and went still lingered in her ears. No, I have to think about it again. This is too risky. Dean, you can't hide her forever. You and I both know that the reason for the battle class is far-fetched enough. Now that the underground black market has come out, it can't be suppressed no matter what. Unless your son disappears from the public eye, it's only a matter of time before he is found. I know. But it's not the right time yet. It's too early. Now is the best time. Don't fool yourself. What else can be more exposed than the Military Academy League? I know you are traumatized by what happened before, but your San is different from your previous students. She has enough strength, and she can compete with Sun Yi. In this case, putting her in front of the public is the best way to protect her. The more people pay attention to her, the higher the cost of secretly doing something to her, and the more fearful those people will be. The deep and rough male voice fell silent, and the female voice that said a series of sentences in excitement also calmed down and calmed her breathing. There was a brief silence in her ears. After the hazy voices disappeared, Song Shursan lifted a corner of the quilt and sat up on the edge of the bed. She felt a little dizzy, the kind of dizziness that comes from taking too long a nap. Her vision was also blurry, and when she turned her head, the dizziness became even stronger. She came back to her senses, and when her brain was a little clearer, she stood up and stretched her legs. Her limbs were weak, her steps were weak. It was like she was stepping on a rocking boat, and she was in danger of falling at any time. Her muscles and joints became stiff and sore, her stomach was empty, her mouth was dry as if it were a desert, and the feeling of hunger and thirst was intertwined at the same time. Uncomfortable. Song Shursan looked up. The ward door was closed. There were two blurry figures at the visiting window. The female voice sounded again. This time, Song Shursan clearly heard the content of the conversation. Okay, Shursan won't participate. What about the other students in the academy? Now that the school main team has been damaged, almost only our academy can offer quotas. We can take this opportunity to let the whole galaxy see the strength of our weapons science. I think the students also want to try. Why not suspend classes first? Give them a chance? If we can get a place in the Military Academy League, 50% of the reward funds will belong to the academy, our experimental equipment can be upgraded again, and students don't have to be so stingy with materials. The Academy of Weapons has never contracted the material costs generated by teaching experiments, but in order to expand enrollment recently, in order to allow more people interested in elemental weapons to study, the Academy has subsidized part of the students' fees out of its own pocket, and now is a time of financial constraints. The man sighed, his tone wavering. We figure out the funding issue. If the students really want to participate, we can suspend classes. As for Shursan, she didn't take the initiative to sign up. She may not be interested in the league at all. Besides, her body. Military Academy League? Reward funds? Song Shursan's still groggy brain quickly captured the key words. If you get a ranking, you can get money. Is there such a good thing? She stood up shakily and took 2 quick steps. I can go. The door was suddenly opened, and a clear female voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Song Shursan was wearing a hospital gown, holding the door handle with one hand, and leaning against the wall with the other hand, looking at the two people in front of him. Military Academy League, I can go. What fame and exposure, these are not important, mainly for the development of disciplines. The funds allocated by the federal government would be a waste if you don't grab them. This is a competition of the entire interstellar level. She is too greedy for the 50% reward funds. Although Song Shursan is not short of money now, and does not mind donating his own small treasury. But money is, who would complain about too much? The school did not say how to allocate this money before. According to previous years, most of it was given to those popular majors. In addition, Song Shursan had to take care of laboratory work, so she did not think of participating in the league. Now the school has changed to divide according to the contribution to the game, so she is interested. Anyway, her new weapon has been made, and she can try it out. It is really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The door suddenly opened and startled the 2 people who were talking. Seeing that it was Song Shursan who came out, Chimodeo's face changed instantly. Where are you going? He had a stern face, and the previous hesitation disappeared completely, replaced by an angry look. With your current health, where else can you go? Do you know that the doctor took a lot of effort to? He suddenly stopped talking halfway, and glared at Song Shursan with a complicated expression. Song Shursan couldn't help asking, just what? Chimodeo's face was dark, and he refused to continue. His expression was too serious, and Song Shursan's hand on the wall could not help but tighten. He was very weak now. His body was light, and his brain was very drowsy. Could it be that he had a serious illness and had just walked through the gates of hell? The conversation suddenly fell into silence, and the atmosphere became inexplicably tense. After a while, he suppressed his smile, looked at the 2 people in a stalemate, and slowly took over the second half of the sentence. Doctor, it took a lot of effort to. She paused. To make us believe that you just slept too deeply. Ha ha ha. The dean is trying to scare you. Seeing Song Shursan's bewildered face, he finally laughed. You? Just overworked. Fell into a coma. I slept for 3 days. Very deep. She added. Song Shursan couldn't help but turn his head to look at Chimodeo, who snorted and turned away with a sullen face. It was obvious that he was being nervous just now. He had teased her enough. And he stepped forward and patted her shoulder. Finally, you're awake. How do you feel? Knowing that he was actually fine. Song Shursan retracted his gaze and said honestly, hungry. Uncomfortable. For 3 whole days. She didn't eat or drink. And her vital signs were all dependent on intravenous drips. She felt that this body almost didn't belong to her. Well, this is a normal reaction. You are still very weak now. You need to recuperate for 2 days first. You can only drink some nutrient solution for the time being. And don't do strenuous exercise. He took out the small notes he had made when the doctor gave him instructions, and read them one by one. He remembered the scene when he first found Song Shursan unconscious, and couldn't help complaining a few words. You, don't be so devoted to the experiment. No one will faint from exhaustion. Do you know? When I knocked on the door and no one answered, I went in and found you fainted on the ground and couldn't wake you up no matter what. I was really scared to death by you. More than being scared to death. She burst into tears on the spot. Since leaving the battlefield and coming to the Weaponry Science Academy, she has never lost her composure like this. Chimodeo even used the privileges of a general that had not been used for hundreds of years to call the best doctor in the Federation. The doctor examined Song Shursan inside and out, from the nails to the hair, and repeatedly assured them that he was just asleep. Only then did they finally feel relieved. Of course, they were also completely embarrassed. Song Shursan knew that he was worried about him. So he lowered his head guiltily, and did not dare to say anything. When he saw that familiar expression, she suddenly understood why Chimodeo would get furious every time he saw her running to the training ground. And she felt a little guilty for a moment. She secretly glanced at Chimodeo standing beside her, and saw that he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation to criticize her. So she quickly handed Song Shursan the nutrient solution that she had prepared long ago, and changed the subject. I put the new weapon in the laboratory for you. If you feel better later, we can go and have a look together. Song Shursan took it obediently, opened it, and poured it into her mouth, and wisely did not continue the topic of the Military Academy League. After waking up, Song Shursan no longer lived in the ward. She went to the laboratory to get the knife back, and chopped the mimic robot casually every day as a rehabilitation exercise. After a few days of recuperation, her body was basically recovered. During this period, she also heard about the latest progress of the Military Academy League from the students passing by. After more than a month of preliminary competition, the Military Academy League finally came to the official schedule. There are 3 official matches in total. In each match, the maximum number of players in each participating school team is 50. Students who were eliminated in the previous match are not allowed to participate again, but before each match, the school can choose new substitute members to fill the 50 players. This 50-person team is the most elite showdown between the major military academies. The first Federal Military Academy successfully won the preliminaries, entered the official match, and then made it through the second match without any danger, and is about to enter the final. At the finals, the atmosphere should be very exciting. But the morale of the first military academy was unusually low. Song Shursan walked on the campus road, and heard a sigh every few meters, which added up to more sighs than she had ever heard in her life. The reason for the sigh was not difficult to find out, and it was almost known to everyone in the entire Federation. Unlike the simulated competition field used by the schools at ordinary times, the Military Academy League was a competition within the interstellar range, which nominally involved cross-border competition, and therefore paid more attention to data privacy. Although the Imperial Military Academy did not participate in this league, the federal government still implemented its own rules. In order to protect the personal data privacy of students from various military academies, the Federation did not use a simulation cabin for the competition, but set up a real competition venue. After layers of safety inspections, the planets selected as the competition venues were safe all the way, ensuring the normal progress of the competition, until the second match of the official competition ended. Just as the participating students finished the second game, and were preparing to board the starship for the return trip, a small wave of insects suddenly attacked the competition planet. No one expected this accident to happen. The Zerd parasites attached themselves to abandoned space stations and spacecraft, and fell from the sky like meteorites, and surged out like a tide, instantly submerging the starships that had not yet ignited their thrusters. Fortunately, The starships were all elite students from various military academies, and with the joint efforts of the students and the troops, this small Zerd tide was quickly wiped out. The casualties were kept to a minimum as much as possible, but some students were still seriously injured in the initial explosion. The team of the 1st Federal Military Academy was among the unlucky ones. The main team had lost nearly half of its members, and the finals were approaching. The school administrators of the 1st Military Academy were almost worried, and the students were wailing. "It's over. The game is coming to an end. Those who have survived until now must have joined the main team. Where can we find substitutes? If we want to find substitutes, we can only choose from those students who have not registered yet. My God, those who don't even dare to sign up for the Military Academy League. A national event, what kind of people can they be? I can't even imagine how our main team members feel now. We finally made it this far, but the result is? It's not just the main team. The students who worked hard in the preliminaries also worked hard. This result is the result of everyone's hard work. God wants to destroy our #1 military academy. Principal, do you want to change your luck? This is too unlucky. How come our school lost nearly half of its people? Why is it that only our school suffered such a huge loss? Can't the organizers postpone the competition? It should be their responsibility to fail to protect the contestants. Isn't there any compensation? Postponed? Don't you see how big the competition is? This postponement will delay the course progress of hundreds of military academies. For the Military Academy League, many schools have suspended teaching and are preparing for the competition. Especially for those elite students, their schedules are full. After the league, they will immediately go to other competitions. The injured students need to rest for at least a month. For 1 or 2 unlucky students to delay everyone's schedule, other schools will definitely disagree. I'm really impressed. If this ranking drops, then I won't recruit a bunch of crooked people next time. If that happens, I transfer immediately. I worked so hard to get in. Why should my admission score be lowered to be compared with them? The final competition is coming soon. Has the school found all the people? I'm so anxious. Some students who refused to give up hope took the initiative to contact the school leaders. But the news they brought back pushed the situation to a more tense stage. In order to ensure the fairness of the competition, and to show the style of each participating school, the Military School League will be broadcast live to the entire galaxy, especially for important competitions such as the finals. Almost every participant will have a separate camera tracking the entire process. Therefore, whether you shine or embarrass yourself, it will be magnified countless times in front of all the people in the galaxy. It's okay for students with strong abilities. The competition field is their show field, and they wish all the cameras were glued to them. For those who are not strong enough, unless they are too stubborn. Otherwise, knowing that they are weak and still stand out at this critical moment, they can basically be assumed to be sacrificing themselves for the school and socially dead. This has become a vicious circle. Those who are strong and confident have already entered the main team, and those who are so weak that they dare not even sign up will not show up at this moment, even if the requirements have been infinitely relaxed, and even additional financial rewards have been given. There is still a vacancy for the substitute position. The school leaders wanted to give up. They would all be cannon fodder in the end anyway. What difference would there be between 49 cannon fodder and 50 cannon fodder? He simply closed his eyes and silently issued an ultimatum in his heart. Wait another 10 seconds. If no one signed up by the end of the countdown, then submit a team list with only 49 people. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Before the remaining numbers were read out, the system issued a clear prompt tone. Chapter 94. Song Shursan finally submitted his application. The reason was simple. The additional reward was too tempting. In order to allow those who were still eligible to participate to register, the 1st Federal Military Academy added an additional 5 to 10 million yuan to the government reward, as a reward for outstanding professional contributions. Of course, the premise was that the team could get a place in the finals. This was undoubtedly a huge pie, but Song Shursan felt that he was sure to get it, and he would get the biggest share. The application was approved almost the same second it was submitted. Song Shursan even suspected that the person in charge was blind, and did not review her information at all. As if afraid that someone would go back on their word, not long after the application was approved, the entire list of 50 players was submitted to the league officials, and was publicly announced internally. Song Shursan took a quick look and found that, except for the original main team members, there were about 20 new substitutes, many of whom were from the weapons science major. Tang Tiantian and Liu names are both on it, which is not surprising to Song Shursan. With the blessing of elemental weapons, Tang Tiantian's strength has long reached the upper level of seed soldiers. As a partner, Song Shursen knows it all too well. Liu already has A-level mental power. Even if her individual combat ability is weak, her auxiliary role in team battles cannot be underestimated, not to mention that she already has familiar partners in the main team. She can play a greater role in it. The rest of them were basically freshmen, who had transferred from the original combat department. They had not signed up before because they were worried that they could not keep up with the progress of the new major. Now that Dean Chi had suspended the class, they joined the battlefield without any worries. Only 2 of them were students of the original weapons major, who had no combat experience. Song Shisanjo took a few glances and found that they were seniors, who were about to graduate but chose to retake the course because of the new textbooks. This surprised her a little. The previous Weaponry Science Academy did not have much combat practice, and the students had almost no field combat experience. Even if the current textbooks and courses have been reformed, it will take some time to improve students' practical combat skills. Moreover, these 2 are professional old hands, who were enrolled in a period when weaponry science was not popular. Their combat qualifications are far inferior to those of the new students, who are following the trend now. There were few students in the previous major, and they could meet each other when they passed by, and they became familiar with each other over time. Song Shursen tried to recall in his memory. In his impression, these 2 seniors who came to participate in the competition did not seem to be outgoing. Perhaps they had made a good breakthrough in the new weapons, and were encouraged by the dean and teachers to try their hands at the competition, and to promote their major. Song Shursen's eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to the new weapons that his fellow students were about to use. Along with a public list, there was also a private notice to each team member. The competition was tomorrow, and all the students selected as the main team would board the starship together, and arrive at the designated planet B99 for the competition. The decision to register was too sudden. Song Shursen didn't inform the dean and the teacher at all. Worried that Chimodeo would intercept her, she arrived at the gathering starship long in advance, paying close attention to the communication of the optical computer, and preparing countless words in her heart. Strangely, until the takeoff, the optical computer was silent, and Chimodeo didn't stop her at all. Tang Tiantian, who had just boarded the ship, was surprised. Shursen, why are you here? Tang Tiantian was stunned when she saw Song Shursen in the crowd, and her expression immediately changed to surprise. Song Shursen has been living in the laboratory these days, and has not returned to the dormitory. Tang Tiantian is used to her state of concentration, so she did not disturb him. After that, as a substitute player, Tang Tiantian conducted closed training for a few days. When she heard about Song Shursen again, he had already woken up from his coma. Are you feeling well? Did Dean Chi agree to let you come? She looked around and whispered. When the substitute notice came out, she thought of Song Shursen first. But Chimodeo's attitude was very subtle. Tang Tiantian, who had been exposed to the family's social customs since childhood, figured out the dean's intention at a glance. Although she felt sorry, she actually understood. A tall tree attracts the wind. It is normal for the dean to be worried. Although in her opinion, the dean is indeed a little afraid of the rope after being bitten by a snake once. I don't know. Song Shursen was also puzzled. Maybe he was persuaded by teacher Yu. The right to register is in the hands of students, and the right to select is in the hands of the school leaders. The dean of the college does not actually have much authority in this. But if you really want to prohibit students from participating in the competition, there are still many restrictive measures. At that time, outside the ward, Song Shursen vaguely sensed Chimodeo's attitude. He didn't seem to want him to sign up for the competition. But apart from the verbal rejection, that was more like a worried refusal than a warning. Chimodeo did not take any other action. The dean's mood might be more entangled than she thought. The students arrived one after another, and after the accompanying teacher counted the number of people, the cabin door was finally closed. The space inside the starship is very large. There are about 100 participating students and staff. But the cabin is not crowded at all. The first period of time after takeoff is free activities. After the students have put away their luggage, they will be organized to change into competition uniforms. Familiar friends greeted each other in groups of 3 or 4, and whispered from time to time. It was also the first time for Tang Tiantian to participate in such a grand competition. As soon as she took off, she excitedly took Song Shursen's arm to visit the starship. On the way, she happened to meet Liu and Yun Qiming group. Since Liu transferred to the Weaponry Science Academy, she no longer stayed with her former team all day. Now that they met again, both sides had endless topics to talk about. Seeing Song Shursan again, she was even more excited. Her face flushed, as if they were going on a picnic together. Without any pre-match nervousness, Shursan, "Great. You're here too." Yun Chiming followed behind and waved. His tense mouth corners unconsciously smiled. Song Shursan looked back and saw Luoshan and Cheng Ming coming over behind him. They were all classmates who had worked with him in the holographic battle simulation class before. The only original team members selected to join the main team with Yun Chiming were Cheng Ming and Luoshan. The three of them were lucky and were not affected by the explosion. Only Luoshan was slightly injured. But the pressure on these surviving team members was also particularly heavy. What's more, they were all freshmen, and their experience and mentality were put to the test. The days of waiting for the latest list were particularly tormenting. Until he found Song Shursan's name among the substitutes, Yun Chiming's nervous mood was slightly relaxed. Seeing Song Shursan really standing together in the gathering starship, his heart was finally at ease, and he smiled with relief. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere of the substitute players, the original main team members were sitting more seriously, and many people were secretly looking at the new substitute players. Song Shursan won the first place in the previous battle class, and her name had already spread in the battle department. The students who had fought with her in person instantly gained confidence, and their emotions jumped from great sorrow to great joy, and their eyes were shining, and they screamed with excitement, scare the people around them. Others were skeptical, looking at their crazy companions in silence, trying to judge the truth of the rumors by their words and deeds. Although everyone knew little about weapon science, Song Shursan and Tang Tiantian's previous record in the battle class was solid, and many of the substitutes had a foundation in combat. The overall strength of the substitutes was much better than they expected. The team's low morale was finally encouraged. The students wandered around for a while, and the teacher in charge of logistics sent a new optical computer instruction, requiring everyone to change into the combat uniforms specified for the competition. The military school league adopts offline field competitions in order to prevent serious casualties among the players in the arena. The government has spent a lot of effort to develop a set of expensive new combat uniforms. There are different styles of combat uniforms. Students can choose pants of different lengths according to their combat habits, which is very user-friendly. There is a special chip in the interlayer of each training suit. When attacked by an element strength exceeding the threshold, the chip will automatically deploy a shield to resist a fatal injury. Once the shield is deployed, it means that the student is eliminated. After changing into combat uniforms, the students gathered in the lobby of the most central cabin, waiting for the person in charge to read out the rules of the competition. In addition to the freshmen, who were also freshmen, Song Shursan also saw many familiar faces. Among the sophomores, Tang Yura chose a combat uniform with a long trouser skirt style. Her hair was still tied on one side, and she stood in the front row. Tang Jian and his group, who were little followers, did not see it. I don't know if they were eliminated before or injured in the explosion. Shinshin was not among them. The news that this third-year leader was seriously injured had spread widely before. Song Shursan had already known the situation from various sides along the way. However, there were still familiar faces in the third year. Lu Qingtiao and others were standing near Tang Yiru. Obviously, they replaced Shinshin after he was injured and became one of the core members of the team. No instructions or order maintenance were required. The unique discipline of military school students made the students consciously line up in a square formation. The entire cabin was silent. The school director coughed twice with satisfaction and began to introduce the rules. The theme of this competition is the battle for resources. The story takes place after an interstellar war. The supply warship carrying the secret documents and core resources of the Federation Army was destroyed and crashed on the planet B-99. The planet B-99 is full of poisonous swamps, and the warship crashed in a poisonous swamp. Your mission is to recover the abandoned base, cross the swamp area, and rescue the core energy within a limited time. He finished reading the background setting of the game, and with a wave of his hand, a huge map screen appeared in front of all the students. At the same time, the map file was also synchronously transferred to the students' optical computers. The upper left corner of the map is the stronghold area, with a total of 25 strongholds, and the lower right corner is the supply area. There is a swamp forest between the two. Only when the supplies are delivered to the stronghold can you score. There are two types of scoring. One is the stronghold score, and the other is the supply score. If a stronghold is occupied for more than 3 hours, you can get stronghold points. Each time, 500 points are awarded. The map on the screen is enlarged, showing the specific location of each abandoned stronghold in detail. Then, the screen changes, and the camera moves to the damaged warship at the other end of the swamp. This is the material you need to transport, which is the core energy of the warship. Each piece of material will be awarded 10 points. The warship is extremely large, with several decks. Even if it is just a wreckage, it looks several times larger than the current starship. The core energy was contained in strange containers, scattered all over the deck in batches. This energy is quite special, and it is extremely difficult to preserve. It requires special containers to transfer. Each of you has a container carrying port on your combat uniform, which means that you can only transport one item of supplies each round trip, which is 10 points, regardless of whether it is the base points or the supplies points. As long as the points of a school team reach 5,000 points, the game will automatically end, and then all schools will be ranked according to the points. As soon as this was said, everyone frowned. It takes 5,000 points to finish the game. 10 points for each delivery of supplies. If all teams choose to deliver supplies, each team will need to make 10 round trips, let alone whether the supplies can be successfully brought to the base. The long distance and the swamp full of poisonous gas are as difficult as a difficult rally training. If you focus on the base points, it is even more impossible. Although the base points are high in a single time, they take too long. To successfully get these 500 points, you must defend the base for at least 3 hours. To get 5,000 points, it means that you must occupy 10 bases and defend each for at least 3 hours, which is less cost-effective. Besides, there are only 25 bases, but there are 26 teams in the finals. There will definitely be a school team competing for the base. In addition to carrying by manpower, there is another way to transport core energy. Looking at the students' eagerness to discuss, the person in charge deliberately kept it a secret. There are special transport vehicles for transporting energy in the warship. Each transport vehicle has a capacity of 300. As long as the transport vehicle is driven into the base, you can directly get 3,000 points. 3,000 points. The students were excited. But the transport vehicle is slow to drive, and the target is large, and it is not very convenient to wade through the swamp. You may be besieged and paralyzed by other teams before you go far. So you should be cautious when considering using the transport vehicle. If you really choose a transport vehicle, you will definitely need an escort team to ensure the safety of the road, which will also be a big squeeze on human resources. By the way, the materials must be delivered to the base to count as points, so when transporting materials, you must ensure that at least one base is occupied by you. The person in charge reminded again. Okay, these are the general rules. More details have been sent to your light brains along with the map. If you don't remember them, hurry up and take a look. There is still some time before we arrive at the competition venue. You can discuss freely and come up with a few plans. After reading the rules, the students gradually calmed down and showed a thoughtful expression. As a team competition that emphasizes cooperation and coordination, someone in the team must play the role of commander. Before the substitutes joined, the main team had already played the first 2 team matches and had formed their own command group. The students standing in the front row of the square formation were probably the default members of the command group. As expected, Tang Yiru, who was standing in the most central position in the front row, spoke first. She turned around. Her voice was soft, but it was just loud enough for everyone in the square formation to hear. She said slowly, in case some students didn't hear clearly, before proposing a plan, I will sort out the rules for everyone. In simple terms, our goal is to achieve 5,000 points by transporting supplies from the other side of the poisonous swamp to the base, while having at least one base. Defending the base for 3 hours can earn 500 points. 10 points for a single person transporting supplies, and 3,000 points for a transport vehicle transporting supplies. Although the single-person transport method has the lowest efficiency in terms of points, it is the most effective in terms of success rate. When the person in charge read out the rules, everyone was still complaining about the inefficiency of single-person transport. But after reading the entire rule, everyone found that the least efficient method was also the most likely to succeed. Lu Qingqiu also agreed with Tang Yiru's opinion. Indeed, the transport vehicle is too big a target. It's 3,000 points at one time. Other military academies will definitely not let us succeed. Instead, we will be easily besieged by a strong alliance. Combat power is not our strong point. Now that the team is reorganized, it is even more difficult to say how strong it is. In fact, I think the stronghold points can also be given up. As long as we can take advantage of the situation to occupy a stronghold, it will be fine for us to get the material points. It doesn't matter how long we occupy it. What we need is to preserve our strength and stamina. Everything is based on the successful score of a single person's transportation. There are only 50 people in a team. The more manpower is spent on defending the stronghold, the greater the pressure on other single people to transport supplies. Lu Qingqiu's strategy does have a certain rationality. Everyone voted anonymously. No one had any opinions on the strategic direction formulated by the command group. After all, there were not many strategies for them to choose from. Thousands of words can only be summed up in one sentence. Staying alive is victory. Tang Yiro looked at the almost unanimous vote and smiled. Since everyone agrees, let's start assigning specific combat tasks. Combat teams can be divided into two categories. For ease of marking, we will distinguish them as Group A and Group B. Group A is responsible for occupying the stronghold, and Group B is responsible for transporting supplies. Tang Yiro turned on the light brain and looked through the personal information of the full list one by one. When her eyes fell on a few familiar names, her eyes flashed. It seems that many of the new partners are from the weapons science major. I heard that there are almost no practical courses and physical training in the curriculum of the Weapons Science Academy. Considering the physical strength required for single-person transportation, I suggest that all students of weapons science be arranged in Group A to be responsible for occupying the stronghold. Lu Qingqiu also saw the information on the list, recalling Song Shur's and hair-raising moves in the battle class. He pulled the corner of his mouth speechlessly. Poor mobility? Poor physical strength? I think she can run the distance required by 50 people by herself. But he did not refute it. In Lu Qingqiu's eyes, letting the Weaponry Science Academy enter Group A might bring some unexpected gains. Just look at Song Shur's enthusiasm for breaking through the Source nuclear fortress from the sky. He didn't think it was surprising that she occupied all 25 strongholds on the field. After Tang Yiro arranged the Weaponry Science Academy, she skipped the content of Group A and began to divide the routes of Group B in more detail. A student raised his hand. Commander, don't we need to arrange other people for Group A? Although occupying a stronghold is not impressive, having a more stable stronghold should improve efficiency more. Right? The battle for the stronghold is a tough battle, with a long front and few confrontations, and there have never been many shots on the field, compared with a live broadcast of the two teams that are almost motionless. The commentator prefers the transportation battlefield where the battle situation and confrontation are changing rapidly. In addition to fighting for the honor of the school, the students who come to participate in the Military Academy League also have some intention to make a name for themselves. The league will be broadcast live across the entire galaxy. If there are more shots before the live broadcast, more opportunities to show yourself, it will be of great benefit to your future development. Therefore, most people are actually not very happy to be assigned to the boring stronghold group, and for the guerrilla strategy currently formulated by the First Federal Military Academy. The role of Group A in occupying the stronghold is actually not that critical. They were transporting alone, with different routes, mainly to avoid being seen, and because there was no pressure to carry heavy loads, rather than going to a designated stronghold to transport supplies. It was better to improvise, gathering groups of 3 or 2 to temporarily capture the nearest weakly defended stronghold. The student who raised his hand obviously did not have a deep understanding of this strategy, and was also skeptical about the strength of the Academy of Ordnance Science, which was why he raised such a question. Someone in the crowd sneered. Tang Yiro lowered her eyes, as if she was seriously thinking about the other party's proposal. After a moment, she raised her eyes and said gently, "Well, that makes sense. Although I am more confident in the strength of the students in weapon science. After all, this is a serious matter, and we should indeed add another insurance." She glanced at the list on the optical computer again. Then Yun Qiming, Cheng Meng and Luo Shen will come together. These few are all outstanding juniors in the combat department. Qiming is also a rising star in the first year of the Seed Single Soldier. With them, there will be no problem. Then she assigned several students majoring in Star Defense to join Group A, and suddenly expanded Group A to nearly 20 members. She smiled and looked at the back of the square. Now it's safe. The students in Group A will definitely become our most solid rear force, and capture the most suitable transportation base for us in time. The students who raised their hands originally just suggested that there should be a more stable base, hoping to enhance the combat power of Group A and defend their own base for a while. Now that Tang Yiro is put on this compliment, It means that Group A will attack wherever she points. From occupying a fixed base, it has become a matter of attacking and cooperating with the transportation team to capture the base wherever there is a transport team member. The difficulty has directly increased by several levels. Not to mention the 1st Military Academy, whose main team has not been destroyed, even the 6th Federal Military Academy, which has the strongest combat power at present, dare not make such a guarantee and request to its own players. But at this moment, no one in the 1st Military Academy questioned it. Tang Yi's words greatly boosted the morale of the players. As for whether Group A can do it, that is another matter. Yuan Qiming frowned slightly, feeling that this strategy was too big and too risky. Just when he was about to refute, he saw Song Shursen's calm expression and silently shut his mouth. For some reason, a similar idea as Lu Qingqiu suddenly popped up in his mind. With Song Shursen here, let alone hitting wherever he points, it might be possible to get full points and advance directly. Thinking of this, being assigned to Group A makes people more eager. No one objects. Tang Yi continues to arrange the remaining combat tasks. Time passes by, and all 50 people are assigned. Outside the glass window, the planet covered with light purple mist is getting closer and closer, and the complex terrain can be vaguely seen. With all the combat team members of the 1st Federal Military Academy ready to go, the starship finally landed slowly and landed on the B-99 planet, the final venue of the finals. Chapter 95. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are broadcasting the last match of the official Interstellar League for you. There are less than 2 hours before the game starts, and the contestants of this competition are entering one after another. In the Interstellar Federation, from major military departments to local colleges and universities, from soldiers and students to civilians, countless display screens light up the same picture at the same time, and the commentary with the same tone comes out from the screen. On the camera, the starships are lined up neatly, and the contestants from major military academies walk out of the starships wearing combat uniforms of similar styles, but different patterns, and politely gesture to the ubiquitous camera. The combat uniforms are uniformly provided by the federal government, and are printed with the school flags of different schools for identification. At a glance, there are 26 different styles of logos. The commentator's voice sounded passionately. After fierce competition, the game finally came to the last game, and 26 colleges and universities stood out and came to the final competition. It is in this match that the champion of this league will be welcomed. The camera swept across, and cheers broke out in the audience. And the bullet screen in the live broadcast room was full of the screen, covering the entire screen tightly. I saw my son. Over there. Look. Oops, why was there only a half-second shot? Wow. The quality of the freshmen this year is very high. I saw several handsome boys. I can't wait to see them crying on the court. Hee. Where are the girls? Are there any pretty girls? Wow, the students in the military academy are so handsome. I must get into the military academy too. To be honest, does anyone know who is the designer of the combat uniforms this year? The style is so trendy, I want to get one too. Hurry. Hurry. The contestants are entering the venue. Big shot. Big shot. Close up. Close up. According to the points and rankings of the previous game, the military academies entered the venue in order accompanied by a high-pitched march, and the 6th Federal Military Academy was at the front. The director quickly cut to a close-up, and the profile of a girl with golden hair appeared on the screen. The girl's long hair was meticulously tied behind her head. The soft golden color made her face more delicate, her back was straight, her steps were steady and elegant, and her every move was full of royal nobility. The commentator's voice sounded at the right time. The 6th Federal Military Academy is now entering the arena, and the commander Ling Qiong is walking in the front. Ling Qiong should not need me to introduce too much. She is the leader of the 6th Military Academy, a person with S+ mental power, and has both strength and wisdom. She is a very threatening opponent. Another commentator added, this is Ling Qiong's second time to participate in the league. Friends who are familiar with her should still remember her wonderful performance in the last competition. Not only is she a commander who can accurately control the battle situation, her longbow can take people's heads from 1,000 miles away, which is a crucial decisive point for the 6th Military Academy to win the championship last time. The lineup of the 6th Military Academy of the Federation has not changed much in this competition. From the results so far, it is still the favorite to win the championship. If you want to defeat the 6th Military Academy of the Federation, Commander Ling Qiong is definitely a strong enemy that cannot be bypassed. In the close-up shot, Ling Qiong glanced over here lightly, A pair of eyes like deep lake water, cold and clear, and a calm demeanor, which makes people feel awe at a glance. A new audience member quickly posted a comment. Wow, does anyone think her temperament is very special? She has the elegance and luxury of a court lady, and the perseverance and courage of a warrior. She is simply the perfect combination of gentleness and strength. What is that big golden bow behind her? It looks so heavy and gorgeous. Is it an elemental weapon? I think I saw her use it in a previous game. It seems to be just a sight, used to increase accuracy. It's so exquisite, I feel like it can be put in a museum for display. What is her identity? Does our Federation have such a rich and aesthetic family? All kinds of questions came out one after another, and the live broadcast room was filled with comments. No way, is there anyone who doesn't know the identity of Ling Qiong? The 6th Military Academy of the Federation? The village just got the internet? She is the eldest princess of the neighboring empire, and her temperament is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Add me on WeChat. I will take you to understand the unknown secrets of the imperial family. As soon as this comment passed by, the system administrator's eyelids jumped, and immediately blocked the account. Immediately, only rows of love comments were left on the screen, with a few discordant voices in between. The most beautiful, coolest and noblest princess Ling Qiong. I am willing to be your most loyal guard. I want to be Ling Qiong dog for life. Stop licking. Isn't it embarrassing? Ling Qiong is the biggest stain on the 6th Federal Military Academy. A dignified Federal Military Academy, and it actually let an Imperial become a leader? Does she still have any shame? Trash. Waste. What I'm saying is, do you want to change to another stain? The 6th Military Academy is currently ranked first among all the major military academies. According to your calculation, then the entire Federation is suppressed by Ling Qiong? Why don't you just say that the federal government is a vassal of the neighboring empire? That's right, just being a commander, how can you become a leader? Some people's vision is just that big. The barrage was noisy, until it was finally quieted down by the surging cheering color barrage. The pink barrage instantly occupied the screens of all the live broadcast rooms, which was enough to show that the popularity of the visitor was outstanding. Love. Love Jiobao. 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 Love. Love. Welcome to the world's #1. His Highness Qianjiu. Qianjiu. We love you forever. Ah, Jiujiu Mom loves you. The words seem to have sound, and the fans' enthusiastic screams can be heard across the screen. In the dense pink barrage, a sweet-looking girl can be vaguely seen waving to the main camera. The girl has 2 buns on her head, a combat uniform with short sleeves and long pants, and looks very solid in martial arts. A pair of sweet dimples on her cheeks, and her eyes are curved. She can make people feel motherly pity even if she does nothing. Even though she just kicked a 1.85-meter tall A+ level strongman in the preliminaries not long ago. This time the comments were very neat and uniform. Even if there were a few harsh remarks, they were immediately drowned in the pink wave, and could not cause any waves. The commentator followed the camera and introduced, now the contestant Lu Qianjiu from the 6th Federal Military Academy is on the stage. Oh! Although I'm not in the audience. I seem to have heard the cheers from below. Another commentator sang along and said, yes, Lu Qianjiu has always been very popular. She has been voted as the most popular player in the league for 2 consecutive years. But don't be fooled by her cute appearance. Audiences who have watched previous competitions should know that our soft and cute Lu will not let any opponent go with her iron fists. Song Shersan stood in the team of the 1st Federal Military Academy. He couldn't see the scene in front of him clearly, but the giant screens on both sides of the entrance road were also broadcasting the situation at the home court. The commentator's voice and the shots of each player entering the field were clearly visible. She looked up at the pair of buns bouncing on the screen, and felt a strange sense of familiarity. This look, this temperament, and this terrifying affinity. It seemed that they had seen each other somewhere before. She thought about it, but couldn't remember it. Her thoughts followed the commentary to the next shot. The time for admission was tight, and not every player would be introduced in detail. The camera flashed past quickly, and it was soon the turn of the 1st Federal Military Academy. The 1st Federal Military Academy ranked 16th in the last game, and was in the middle and lower positions, and was basically excluded from the candidates for the championship. However, due to the accident at the end of the last game, the commentator still introduced the key points in 2 more sentences. Now entering the field is the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. We can see that the 1st Military Academy has made major changes to its lineup compared to the last game. Unfortunately, In the previous insect attack, the first military academy was injured by nearly half of its members and had to replace them with substitutes. Let us wish them to withstand the pressure in the next match and perform at their best level. This was said very tactfully. The first military academy originally had little chance of winning against these strong enemies, and now half of its main players have been lost, which is like adding insult to injury. There was a lot of regret in the comments. The word Zerg tide alerted many people. Why is there a small Zerg tide? Aren't the Zerg active in the parity star cluster? I heard that it was affected by the second nuclear explosion of the desolate star K9. The Zerg in the surrounding star clusters were forced to migrate everywhere, which led to the small Zerg tide. I was scared to death. I thought the Zerg had already fought inside. It should be fine now. Right? It's fine a long time ago. The federal government even specially dispatched a part of the team from Parity to come for inspection. Don't worry, we are very safe. The discussion gradually faded away. Among the scattered comments, a line of large font suddenly appeared. Isn't the first Federal Military Academy working on some elemental weapons recently? What's it called? Weapon Science Major? Why haven't we seen it in the main team before? Won't we show it to everyone? That's just a gimmick. The enrollment plan was a hot topic. I heard there was a legendary weapon, but there hasn't been any splash so far. It's not a gimmick. Don't you know? I heard that people from their Weapon Science Academy defeated Shuenya in the underground black market. The last comment was deleted by the system administrator instantly. But the administrator also keenly captured this hot spot and pulled back the camera that was originally preparing to evacuate, and stayed at the team of the first Federal Military Academy for a few more seconds. The commentator immediately understood, and quickly looked through the list of players uploaded before, and found students from the Weapons Science Department. He cleared his throat. Let's take a look at the substitute members of the first Federal Military Academy. Huh? There are actually 8 students from the Weapons Science Department in this team, almost occupying half of the substitute positions. Weaponry Science is a unique department of the first Military Academy of the Federation. It mainly studies elemental weapons. It has hardly appeared on the field before. Another commentator quickly followed up, some time ago. The first Military Academy showed the entire galaxy its historic breakthrough in elemental weapons, which set off a wave of weapons fever. I wonder if they will bring us a different surprise today. The live camera was circulating in the team of the first Military Academy of the Federation, and it happened to stop in front of Song Shursan's heroic eyebrows. The commentator quickly swiped his light brain and called up the profile of the face match. The contestant who is playing now is Song Shursan from the Academy of Weaponry Science. Song is a freshman. Wow! He dared to participate in the Military Academy League with so many strong players in his first year. He is really brave and has a promising future. Let's continue to look at the detailed information of Song Shursan. Huh? 5-element all-rounder. Song Shursan is actually a 5-element all-rounder. A genius who can resonate with 5 energy elements at the same time. The commentator's eyes widened with excitement, and he couldn't control his voice for a moment. The second 5-element all-rounder in the Federation has appeared. You know, the other one is the famous god of war Shuenya. Oh my god! A miracle has happened again. I wonder what the mental power level of this genius is. He shouted in ecstasy, completely forgetting that he was reading the information of a student of the Academy of Weapons Science, not a seed soldier who had been screened by mental power level. The audience in the live broadcast room was also infected by his high emotions, and they were swiping exclamation marks on the barrage. On the big screen, all the main cameras were pointed at Song Shursan without blind spots, waiting for the commentator to give the exciting answer. The commentator took a deep breath, ready to read out the 3S levels. Oh my god! Song Shursan's mental power level is. He kept it a secret. After all, in his eyes, to be able to achieve such a harmonious compatibility with elemental energy, the mental power could not be only C level? The excited male voice stopped awkwardly. All the camera broadcasts seemed to have been paused, and fell into an eerie silence. Song Shursan listened to the commentator's self-climaxing speech with interest, as if he was watching an exaggerated drama performance. Seeing that he finally read out the answer, he raised his eyebrows provocatively at the camera group that was capturing his expression, leaving the main camera with a distant back of his head. The barrage was already exploding. What the hell? What the hell? Did I hear it right? Mental level C. Is the first military academy of the Federation completely in a mess? When did a loser with a C-level mental power come to participate in the Interstellar Military Academy League? The first military academy is really a pioneer, ha ha ha. Oh my god, this is the final of the military academy league. What the hell is going on? Has the first military academy of the Federation fallen to the point where even C-level mental power can enroll? I remember that its admission standard for the past 2 years was stuck at B level. No matter what major, only those with B level can enroll. Is it a backdoor deal? Or is this what the major of weapons science is like? A bunch of mentally useless people are banding together? I don't dare to switch to the camera of the first military academy. The first military academy was my dream school back then. It's only been a short time. I feel like the moonlight has turned into mosquito blood. Who knows? What is there to discuss? We know whether it's a mule or a horse when the competition starts later. If it's really useless, he'd be killed in one move. Doesn't anyone think that Song Shursen mocking look just now is particularly handsome? She is so cool. I love her so much. I feel like she really has something in her. I really want to spoil the story, but I hold back, because the good stuff should be saved for last. I can't wait to see you. The arrogant spiritual power supremacists get slapped in the face like clowns, ha ha. The commentator, who was shocked and speechless for a long time, wiped his sweat, saw the last comment, finally came to his senses, took the microphone and continued to explain. It's really shocking. Song Shursen's spiritual power level is only C level. But please don't forget, student Song is studying weapons science, a major that does not require any mental strength. He let out a long breath, leaving a controversial suspense. I am really looking forward to it. How can students from the weapons science school, who only rely on elemental weapons to fight their way out in this place where heroes gather? Let's leave everything to the battlefield. The music stopped, and the camera turned. All 26 teams had entered the venue, and were transported to their designated locations to be on standby, waiting for the countdown gun to start the game. In a rolling hilly area, there is no shadow of the enemy team in the field of vision of each team. Only the mark on the light brain map in their hand shows the coordinates of the abandoned base, which is the target they are about to fight for. From the perspective of the audience, the team movements of each military academy can be clearly seen. The map is divided into 3 parts: rolling hills, the wreckage of the warship, and the large area of toxic gas swamp lying between the two. To obtain supplies, you must go to the wreckage of the warship to pick up the core energy, and then cross the toxic gas swamp again, and go ashore from the hilly area and bring it back to the base. The hills are vast. For the convenience of display, the large map in the live broadcast room was later synchronized with the military academy flags to show the locations of the major military academies. The initial positions of these teams are scattered from each other, but they are intertwined with each other. It is difficult to detect the positions of other teams within the general tactical reconnaissance range, but they will definitely meet and fight after walking for dozens of minutes. It is obvious that the layout was carefully designed before the game. With the rise of a signal flare like a firework, the game officially began. On the big map in the audience seats, almost all the teams of the military academies were divided into 2. One team was heading towards the nearest stronghold, and the other team was running towards the poisonous swamp area. According to Tang Yiru's previous strategy, Group A and Group B of the 1st Federal Military Academy split into 2 groups when the signal gun was raised. Without wasting any time on communication, Group B, which was responsible for transportation, was naturally commanded by Tang Yiru. But she did not assign anyone to manage Group A. Everyone came from different majors, and was not familiar with each other. The people of the Weapon Science Academy consciously stood beside Song Shursen, while the others were a little confused and subconsciously looked at Yun Qiming, the seed soldier who was specially assigned. Song Shursen had just appeared on the screen, and revealed the fact that her mental power level was C in front of all the interstellar people. People who were not familiar with her would have some hesitation. Yun Qiming pursed his lips slightly, stepped back, and came to Song Shursen's side, the meaning of which was self-evident. Invisibly, Song Shursen was pushed to the position of leader. Song Shursen was not very good at socializing, but she did not hesitate, and naturally opened the optical brain to count the list. Group A had 8 people from the Weapon Science Academy, 3 people from Yun Qiming team, 4 Star Defense Engineers, 1 Information Communication and 1 Battlefield Medical student. A total of 17 members, except for the students of the Combat Department and some Weapons Science Academy. The rest of the members were carrying large and small bags, especially the students of the Star Defense Engineering. The bags on their backs were almost as big as 2 large suitcases put together, which made them stand out in the crowd. Song Shursen began to call out names. She had never paid attention to the familiar, but somewhat popular name before. But now she saw the familiar major on the information board. And her eyelids twitched. Wang Lai. Here. Boss. A strong voice came from the back of the team. And a figure squeezed in from the crowd with a hunched back. And saluted in high spirits. Wang Lai's appearance has changed a lot. I don't know what he has experienced in the past few months. His face has become thinner, his eyebrows and eyes look more resolute, and there are a few scars on his face. Song Shursen almost didn't recognize him at first sight. Besides, they were all wearing the same combat uniform, so it's no wonder that they recognized each other only now. But when he opened his mouth, the familiar sense of detachment remained unchanged. Hee, boss, are you surprised to see me? I found you early in the morning, and deliberately hid from you, just to give you a surprise of reunion. Before Song Shursen could ask, he took the initiative to say, all the medical soldiers in the main team have fallen. I won the 3rd place in the recent medical qualification competition, so I was asked to be the substitute. After saying that, his eyes sparkled and he looked up, looking like he was asking for praise. Song Shursen was silent for a moment. She originally thought that Wang Lai's personality was not suitable for being a medical soldier. But she didn't expect that he actually won a prize in the qualification competition. You can't judge a person by his appearance. She continued to call the roll. And after confirming that all the members of Group A had gathered, she didn't rush to fight for the nearest stronghold, but sat down on the spot and opened the map to study it. Seeing that Song Shursen was not in a hurry and had not given any marching orders for a long time, several students of Star Defense Engineering became anxious. The tallest boy stood up and said patiently, Song Xueme, there are only 25 strongholds, but there are 26 participating teams. If we don't set off, others may seize the opportunity. At that time, the battle will change from defending to attacking, and the time wasted will only increase. Whether it is the timing of the stronghold points or the transportation of the material points, they are all racing against time. The faster the stronghold is occupied, the more chances of getting the stronghold points will be, and the coordinates can be transmitted to the members of the transportation team in time. He zoomed in on the map and pointed to the nearest base in the southwest. I think Base 9 is a good choice. It is located on the top of the mountain, has a wide view, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and is only 10 minutes away from us. As long as we hold this place, it can become a stable base for Team B. Song Shursen looked at the boy who spoke and searched for his information in his mind. The boy's name is Zhang Ruiz, a 3rd-year student of Star Defense Engineering. He wears a pair of thick black frame glasses, speaks slowly and logically, and is a standard image of a science and engineering student. She took over Zhang Rui's projection interface and connected several strongholds on the map like connecting a star map. Drawing an inverted character line, Zhang Ruiz enlarged the entire stronghold area. The stronghold area was in the upper left corner of the map. The bulge of the 3 characters was right next to the swamp area, and it was facing the material area in the lower right corner. She pointed at the bulge. The 5 strongholds in this area are the shortest distance for material transportation, occupying the most advantageous golden position, and will definitely be fought over by several military academies with high strength rankings. We can call it the golden area. Then she pointed to the 2 sides of the line connecting the Chinese character. The strongholds in these 2 areas, although the distance is not optimal, have a wide field of vision, and can observe the movement of the landing line, and also form a double-sided siege on the gold area, which is a suboptimal location choice. We can call the upper part the Silver A area, and the lower part the Silver B area. The number 9 stronghold selected by Zhang Ruiz is in the Silver B area. Yes. Zhang Ruiz nodded, and quickly accepted Song Shursen naming method. The competition in the gold area is too fierce, and there is also the threat of siege in the Silver area. We can't take it down with our strength. Although the Silver Zone requires Team B to take a detour, at least it has a visual advantage. Yun Qiming is a combat student, and has participated in the previous battles, so he has a clearer understanding of the strength of other schools. He frowned slightly and disagreed. Point 9 requires too many defensive areas. The high terrain has defensive advantages, but the risk of exposure for the transport team members when climbing the hill is also higher, and they are easily affected by the battle in the gold zone. He pointed to a point at the northernmost end of the Silver Zone A, and suggested more conservatively, I think point 13 is more suitable. Although it is farther from the shore, there are no other points behind it, so only one side needs to be defended. With Song Shursen around, Yun Qiming wasn't really worried about the defense problem. but it would take 3 hours to get the base points, rather than spending time in the base. He hoped that the other side would go out and kill everyone. Therefore, the difficulty of defense was actually evaluated based on his own strength. Song Shursen scanned the 2 bases they marked, without commenting, and gently dragged the enlarged map to the end of the shaped line, the edge of the upper left corner of the map. She continued, "The view of this area is blocked by the gold and silver areas, and the movement of the landing line is completely invisible. At the same time, there is a buffer low hill between the yellow and white areas, which poses no threat to the strongholds in front. We can call it the Stone Age area. This is so remote that even the naming of the bronze level is skipped, which is enough to show how useless the strongholds here are." Zhang Rui's pursed his lips with amusement, and did not think about the significance of Song Shursen's separation of them. But Song Shursen suddenly raised his hand, and circled out the number 21 and number 22 strongholds in the Stone Age area, and said seriously, "Our target is these 2 strongholds." This time, even Tang Tiantian was surprised and said, "Huh?" Zhang Rui's and Yuan Qiming plans were more conservative than each other. She originally thought that Song Shursen rejected it, and wanted to go directly to the golden area. But she didn't expect that he would jump out of the battlefield circle. Zhang Rui's was a little helpless, thinking that Song Shursen didn't believe in his ability. "Junior sister, you can actually trust the strength of our star defense project appropriately. And you don't have to be so cautious. Almost every military academy league has a stronghold competition. But because the stronghold competition often occurs in the final match, the school did not arrange the students majoring in star defense into the main team in the first 2 games. And Zhang Rui's also escaped the accident of the small insect tide. Among the 4 students majoring in star defense, only 1 is a substitute member, and the other 3 are top 3rd-year students, who already have the strength of the main team. Moreover, the stone area is too far from the shore, which doubles the distance for the members of Group B. Others transport supplies twice, while we can only run 1 trip. The longer the distance, the greater the transportation risk. Even if we get 500 points of stronghold points, we can't compete with them. An S-level seed soldier like Tang Yiru, maybe he can form a team of 4 or 5 to seize a silver zone stronghold, but there may be members who are separated from the main force to avoid pursuit. At least they should be given a fixed stronghold to register the distribution of supplies. Right? Zhang Rui sighed, looked at his companions who were carrying huge bags like him, and continued to persuade. "I know that the loss of the main team is a big blow to everyone's confidence, so we brought the most professional and advanced equipment this time, in the hope of getting more points for the school in the stronghold competition. With these equipment, as long as we work together to defend it, we may be able to fight for the base in the golden zone. There is no need to be so self-deprecating. Even the substitute members, who signed up professionally, not because of their outstanding performance or courage, but because of their strong bodies and great strength, they can carry more star defense equipment into the competition venue, which only serves as a suitcase." "Is that so? That's great," Song Shursen said happily, and circled the base number 20 next to it. "Then we want all these 3 bases, should be no problem." "Right?" "Ah?" Zhang Rui's blinked. "What do you mean? These 3 strongholds are just close to each other, and can detect each other." Song Shursen drew a horizontal line, connecting the number 20, number 21 and number 22 strongholds in the Stone Age area. "We will occupy these 3 strongholds at the same time, and the defenders will support each other, try to hold out for 3 hours with the least manpower, and get 1,500 stronghold points." Wait a minute, guard 3 strongholds." Zhang Rui struggled to keep up with Song Shursen's speech, his mind still a little confused. At the same time, he really felt that Song Shursen was too conservative. It was a waste of talent to have so many advanced equipment, but only occupy a corner of the stone area. But now it has changed from 1 to 3. The span is too big. Song Shursen actually only planned to take number 21 and number 22. Number 20 was a bit far away. Even if they could reinforce each other, she was not sure whether the team members could hold it. After Zhang Rui's self-recommendation, she suddenly felt that it was not hopeless to take them all. She explained, "As you said, no one looks down on such a useless place. The combat strength of the teams that come here to seize these strongholds is estimated to be not very high. Moreover, this place is far away from the battlefield. It is not cost-effective to leave too many people behind. It should be easy to capture. But, Zhang Rui's was a little entangled. There are only 25 strongholds. But there are 26 teams. We have also occupied 3 places. We will definitely be attacked by more teams. Even if they are a weak team, there will definitely be a battle. And they may even unite to attack us. There are already too many people and too few porridge. And they occupy 3 strongholds at the same time? Which team dares to be so arrogant? Besides, there are not even a few combat students among them. And it is not certain who is weaker than who. It doesn't matter, Song Shersan said calmly. I will eliminate them all. Zhang Rui's was blocked by her arrogant tone. But he heard Song Shersan continue to arrange. Let's go and occupy these 3 strongholds together first. And then, the 4 students of Star Defense Engineering, plus 3 students who transferred from the Combat Department to the Ordnance Science Academy. A total of 7 people will be responsible for defending the strongholds for 3 hours. Which stronghold? Someone asked. Song Shersan looked at the person who asked the question. The other party was a girl from the Star Defense Engineering, named Qin Simin. She had a queen-like appearance, but she didn't have the slightest mature and charming style. Instead, she had dark circles under her eyes, and looked like she had no interest in anything after working overtime all night. All of them, Song Shersan answered. Number 20, Number 21 and Number 22. 3 strongholds. Each stronghold is equipped with a Star Defense Engineer and a combatant. And another student from the Star Defense Engineering is responsible for the maintenance of the connection lines of the 3 strongholds to ensure mutual support. All? Zhang Rui's couldn't help but break his voice. Only 2 people in each base? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Song Shersan turned his head in confusion, as if he didn't understand why the other party suddenly got emotional. Is there a problem? There is a problem. Of course there is a problem. It's a big problem. Who would only send 2 people to defend the base? Even among these 2 people, only one is a combat major, and he is just a first-year combat freshman who has changed his major. Who is this junior from the Academy of Weapons looking down on? What does she think of the military academies that entered the finals? Zhang Rui's was mad, took a deep breath, and asked, what about the others? After occupying the stronghold, we will stay where we are. What are the other 11 members of Group A going to do? They can't be going to steal the work of the transport team members. Others, come with me to seize the stronghold in the golden area, Song Shersan said calmly. The competition over there is too fierce. There is no need to defend it deliberately. We just need to control it for a period of time, so that the members of Group B can register the materials. Her expression was so serious that it was a matter of course. It made people wonder who was confused. Finally, she brought the topic back, turned her head and asked, 7 people, defend 3 stone area strongholds. Can't you do it? If you really can't do it, it doesn't matter. At worst, you can only occupy 2. Anyway, the original plan was only 2 strongholds, so I wasn't that obsessed with 1,500 stronghold points. However, in the eyes of the person involved, this question was full of ridicule. Zhang Rui's was silent for a moment, completely ignited with fighting spirit, and the voice was almost squeezed out from his teeth. Huh? Can't do it? How is it possible? This junior high school girl surnamed Song had the guts to say that she could seize the golden area. Why can't they? A group of third-year veterans defend the base with 2 people? Who are they looking down on? That's good. Song Shersan was relieved, completely unaware of what kind of provocation he had inadvertently promoted, and smiled sincerely. Then let's go now. The thumbnail map in the upper right corner of the live broadcast screen, a hilly area. The school flag representing the 1st Federal Military Academy team parted ways with the other military academy teams, running all the way to the most remote corner of the stadium. This unique route is particularly eye-catching on the map, and the audience, who noticed it, became curious, whispering in the barrage. Look at the small map in the upper right corner. What's going on? Why does it feel like there's something wrong with the route of one team? It seems to be the flag of the 1st Federal Military Academy. Hey, why are they running to the back of the stadium? Are they planning to be deserters? Where are you going? Ha ha, it's so funny. This is the first time in all these years that I've seen a military academy give up resistance right at the beginning. There are a few unwanted strongholds in the back. Are they planning to pick up some bargains? No way. What about the members of their transport team? Are they going to run from the lower right corner of the map to the upper left corner? The distance has doubled. Right? There are more and more discussions in the barrage, even overshadowing the topic of the main camera content. More and more viewers are noticing this anomaly. So what if we run to the rear? There may be fewer people fighting for the base. but the transport team has to travel a longer distance. They have to cross the defense lines of so many bases in front. Don't you think the success rate of material delivery is lower? Who came up with this route? Don't they plan to share the materials? Do they want to defend the base to the death? Then why do they need to send a team to transport materials? If I were the commander, I would let the entire 50-man team go to the rear base at the beginning, stay there for 3 hours to get the base points, and then go out together to transport materials. Brother in front, you should apply for the 1st Federal Military Academy. You are much smarter than their commander. The commander of the 1st Federal Military Academy's Stronghold competition field is a big idiot. I have never seen such a person in my life. I fucked him. The comments that violated the rules were deleted immediately. The discussion in the comments became more and more intense. The audience was so curious that they wanted to know what the 1st Federal Military Academy was doing. Some people simply left the main channel and went to the sub-channels that broadcast live broadcasts of various schools to watch the 1st Military Academy's movements. The number of viewers on the main channel dropped sharply. The director originally gave the main camera to the 6th Military Academy in the transportation battlefield, but seeing that the attention of the live broadcast room barrage had been completely diverted, he quickly switched the camera to the 1st Federal Military Academy in the Stronghold battlefield. The screen just lit up, a black chain flashed in front of the camera, and a scream came from the bushes without a trace of anyone. Chapter 96. Zhang Ruiz. Come on. Here I come. Zhang Ruiz took 2 quick steps forward reflexively, wiped his face, and recovered from the shock. 3 minutes ago, the attack and defense were still in a stalemate, but just now, the black chain flashed, and the last attacker fell in the bushes. On the observation tower of the number 22 stronghold, the students of Mingyuan Military Academy also recovered from the shock. Just now, they were still struggling whether to hold on or retreat, and in the blink of an eye, the opponent under the tower was knocked down by a team that came out of nowhere in 2 moves. To be more precise, he was eliminated instantly by the girl in the team, who was so fast that his figure was almost invisible. It seems to be someone from the 1st Military Academy. The boy with permed curly hair looked around for a while, saw the school flag on the other party's combat uniform, and said TSK, looking at his companion, who was still surprised and had not closed his jaw. Captain, what do you say? Although the 1st Military Academy is not a favorite to win, judging from the body movements of the person who just attacked, he is at least a seated single-soldier combat system, and he doesn't look easy to mess with. The boy who was called the captain retracted his chin. His teeth made a knocking sound when closing, and frowned. Let's retreat first. There are too many people on the opposite side, in the field of vision. In addition to the few leading the way, there were also many students carrying huge bags. The flags on their combat uniforms were uniform. They were all from the 1st Military Academy of the Federation. A rough count showed that there were more than a dozen people. Mingyuan Military Academy's target was not point 22, but because the initial drop point was too remote, they happened to pass by the unoccupied point 22 when rushing to the Silver District, and they took advantage of the opportunity. Who would have thought that before they could even sit down and relax, they would run into the team of the Chi Nan Military Academy? The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a while. There were only 5 of them. They might have been able to resist the 7-man Chi Nan team. Now there were more than a dozen people from the 1st Military Academy. They just patted their butts and left. There was no need to worry about it. Okay. I notified the students in the control room right away. The curly-haired man lowered his head and opened the optical brain communication. He couldn't help but complain. The 1st Military Academy of the Federation? I'm so bored. It's just a base that no one wants. Why send so many people here? Although they were just picking up the spoils, the duck that was in their hands flew away, still making people feel a little unwilling. Wait a minute. The captain, who was still observing the movement under the observation tower, suddenly interrupted him. Where is the seed soldier before? The one with terrifyingly fast skills. What? The curly-haired man stopped calling the communication and also poked his head to look down. Isn't he in the bush below? Before he finished speaking, a cold light flashed from the corner of his eyes, and the captain beside him was suddenly covered by a huge translucent blue light barrier. It was a defensive shield that was automatically deployed when it was hit by a fatal attack. Once the shield was deployed, it meant elimination. Captain, the curly-haired man turned around in surprise, unable to understand how a third person could appear in this dozens of meters high watchtower, but heard a cold and indifferent female voice behind him. It's not a seed soldier. It's weapon science. Then, his neck felt cold. The same blue barrier lit up around him, and he lost consciousness after the shield was deployed, in order to prevent the eliminated players from interfering with the game. The combat suit would automatically paralyze the players' neck nerves, putting them into a forced coma until the staff came to retrieve them. Song Shursan retracted his knife, glanced at the two motionless corpses at his feet, and replied okay to the team communication. In the control room, Tang Tian, Yun Qiming and others also dealt with the remaining 3 people from Mingyuan Military Academy and successfully seized the authority of the base. 60 seconds after the core authority was transferred, the occupation time of Base 22 began to count down. When Zhang Ruiz and his companions arrived at the tower, they saw that Base 22 had been labeled with the flag of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation on their brain map. Zhang Ruiz wiped his sweat, took a breath, took out tools from the bag behind him, and started working. When the live broadcaster cut over, he happened to see Song Shursan killing a player from the Qinan Military Academy who was squatting in the bushes. The blue light shield lit up, and the next moment, Song Shursan did not stop at all. The long knife in his hand turned into a grappling hook. In a few blinks, he climbed up the 90-degree vertical tower wall like a flying eaves in walls, and easily climbed into the windowsill of the watchtower. There was no unnecessary movement during the whole process. When the audience reacted, all the students of Mingyuan Military Academy who were guarding the tower collapsed on the ground. Point 22 had changed hands. Ahem. The commentator coughed to cover up his heavy breathing due to holding his breath for too long. Everything that happened just now was too unexpected. He almost forgot to breathe. He praised without hesitation. Great skill. The 1st Military Academy took Point 22 without any effort. Let's take a look. Oh, this team actually has 17 people. It's really a huge team. 7 students from the Qinan Military Academy were lying on the ground. Tari had dealt with 5 students from the Mingyuan Military Academy. 12 people were defeated in a short period of time, which was a good record. What's more, 9 of them were defeated by the same person. But the main live broadcast room didn't have time to see the whole thing. From the audience's perspective, the attacking and defending teams were fighting, and suddenly a team with several times more people broke in. The 1st Federal Military Academy just reaped the benefits. There was nothing to be surprised about. Their focus was the same as the commentators. In such a remote corner far from the battlefield, the 1st Federal Military Academy actually dispatched a team of 17 people. It was really ridiculous. Due to his professional ethics, the commentator commented very tactfully, but the audience below was merciless. Ah, they are really here to occupy the stronghold here. I can't stand it. Too embarrassing. Mingyuan Military Academy probably didn't expect to encounter such a large group of cowards. Oh my god. 17 people? There's not enough space in this stronghold. I think they're pretty good. Why did they come all the way from such a good location to here? The initial drop point of the 1st Federal Military Academy is in the center of the stronghold area, not far from the 2 silver and gold areas, compared to Mingyuan Military Academy, which was thrown into the corner at the beginning. Its luck is much better. This is a lack of blood. Once the main team is gone, the whole team has lost its momentum. How can they fight against the wind if they really go to the battlefield? That one with C mental strength. Is her name Song Shursan? What's that thing in her hand? A hook? A knife? Is she very powerful? Whether she's powerful or not depends on who the opponent is. The people here are obviously not Mingyuan and Qinan's fighters. Do you really want her to fight against those monsters in the transport team? Before the barrage of comments started to quarrel, the commentator changed the topic in time. The stronghold battlefield is still in a tense situation. Currently, only 15 colleges and universities have successfully occupied the stronghold. To some extent, the 1st Military Academy can be regarded as one of the top. They only need to hold on for the remaining 2 hours and 53 minutes. And they will get 500 points. Of course, the 1st Military Academy of the Federation has invested a lot of manpower in this operation. And I believe that these 500 points are not difficult for them. That's right. After all, no other college is like the 1st Military Academy, which has deployed nearly 1/3 of the entire team in such a remote place. Everyone was about to continue to mock, but suddenly heard the commentator confusedly. Huh? After hearing a sound, the attention could not help but return to the field again. On the field, the students of the 1st Military Academy who took over the control room authority did not stay at the observation tower like the Mingyuan Military Academy, but retreated to the outside of the number 22 stronghold and dug trenches nearby. The trenches in the interstellar era are not the kind of trenches dug in the traditional battlefield, but the arrangement of mine net defense lines, which are used to force back the enemy who uses the terrain to hide on the ground and ambush. Zhang Ruiz took out several bundles of measuring tape-like props from the luggage behind him, distributed them to his teammates, and instructed everyone to lay mine lines on the surface according to the plan. These mine lines intertwine with each other, blocking the road ahead on the ground. Because they are hidden underground, the enemy can easily fall into an ambush. If you want to cross the mine nets everywhere, you can only travel in the air. To be able to stably control your body in the air, you need at least a plus level mental power, and you also need to resonate with the wind element. These two items alone exclude many people. Even if someone really chooses the air road, in the air without any cover, they are just sitting ducks. On the windowsill inside the base, Qin Simin and others had already set up the artillery. The commentator was stunned. He watched the camera start to work without saying a word. And only the students of the first military academy with sharp heads popped up from time to time. His voice was stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. Not only did they spend a lot of manpower, but they also took out the high-pointed mine lines. This is also a lot of material costs. But the key is, this base number 22 is in the middle of nowhere, and you may not see anyone for a long time after the game is over. What is it worth spending so much effort on it? The commentator was puzzled. He struggled for a while, and decided to give the first military academy some face. Although the number 22 stronghold is located in a remote area, there are only 25 strongholds in the whole game, and there are 26 teams. Under fierce competition, any stronghold may be a fierce battle. The students of the First Federal Military Academy are very rigorous. Since they are doing it, they must do their best. They have sufficient personnel and strict star defense arrangements to not give the attackers any chance. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face. In the camera, after the students of the First Military Academy arranged the defense line, they quickly lined up and stood in line. They still did not step into the number 22 stronghold, but ran away with their bags without looking back. The commentator, the audience, the barrage exploded again. What are you doing? You made such a big fuss. But you don't want to give up the stronghold? You don't think you can stop the enemy by setting up some mine nets underground? Do you? What about inside the stronghold? There must be 1 or 2 people left to guard it. Right? Hey, don't tell me, if you zoom in, they really did leave 2 people. But they only left 2 people. Just 2 people? What's the use of 2 people? This first military academy is really mentally ill. The comments that just now were overwhelmingly mocking the Federal First Military Academy for being too cautious suddenly changed their direction collectively. All kinds of punctuation marks expressing emotions flew around, crazily complaining about the weak defense of the number 22 stronghold. The commentator had just been slapped in the face, and now he didn't dare to say anything. He watched silently as the director cut the movement of the number 22 stronghold into a small window, and the main camera followed the large force that continued to move forward. In the main camera, the remaining 15 members of the A team of the First Federal Military Academy rustled through the undulating bushes, and in a few steps, they arrived at the location of the number 21 stronghold. The number 21 stronghold was very quiet. The maps of the players in the arena only showed the location of the stronghold, not the occupation situation, unless the base has been occupied by the enemy. No one knows whether there are any living people in the base at this moment. However, the audience outside the venue can clearly see from the screen that the flag of Tuna Military Academy is marked on the base number 21. With the experience of cooperation at the base number 22, the A team of the First Military Academy was much more tacit in this operation, even before the combatants entered the base to investigate the situation. The students of the Star Defense Engineering had already consciously distributed tools and led their teammates to work in the trenches outside the number 22 stronghold. Team A was busy as if no one was around, which stunned the audience. The students of Tuna Military Academy guarding the stronghold naturally noticed the movement outside. They gathered in groups of 3 or 4 in front of the observation tower, looking at each other, watching the students of the First Military Academy, who inexplicably set up star defense for them. They were also confused and forgot to attack for a moment. In this moment of pause, a black hook rope climbed up the edge of the observation tower unknowingly. Chapter 97. What are you doing? Why are you setting up defenses without taking control? Does the First Military Academy know that there are other military academy students in the base? This is their territory. Damn! Look at that woman. She doesn't go through the main gate. She climbed up again. She has no moral integrity. Hey! You from Tuna Military Academy. Don't just stand there and watch the fun. Ouch! The familiar sword flashed. And the familiar blue light shield lit up. Amid the anxious shouts of the audience, several more figures fell beside Song Shursen's feet. The defense of the observation tower was easily breached. Although the garrison of Tuna Military Academy was more than that of Mingyuan Military Academy, but at this moment, the students in the control room could not imagine that. The defense force of their team was completely wiped out so quietly. When Tang Tiantian and others broke into the control room, the students of Tuna Military Academy stood up from the monitoring screen belatedly and resisted in panic. After a few moves, the students in the control room were also eliminated. The control of the number 21 stronghold was easily changed. This time, everyone who was watching the main camera witnessed the whole process. The commentator's lips moved, and he stuttered, "This is really an unexpected attack, which is really shocking." In just 5 minutes, the 10-man team of the Tuna Military Academy lost the number 21 stronghold. On the screen, Song Shursen's action still showed no intention of stopping. She supported the windowsill with one hand, swung the wrist hook, and jumped down from the observation tower dozens of meters high. The wind whistled, blowing her flying hair, and a figure in black combat uniform flashed past the camera, leaving a deep impression in the minds of every viewer. The figure, as agile as a cheetah, landed lightly in the bushes, and disappeared in front of the road after a few jumps. Behind him, the students of the 1st Federal Military Academy also arranged the mine line and lined up again to follow. The same formation, the same scene. The commentator's eyelids jumped violently, and the answer in the audience's mind was about to come out. Fuck. Are they planning to occupy 2 strongholds at the same time? There are only 2 people left in stronghold number 21? Is there anyone to take care of it? Isn't this too crazy? No, did their main force suffer losses, or did they bring in new reinforcements? Why can't I understand this operation? Wait a minute. Look at the direction they are heading. It seems that they are heading towards stronghold number 20. Right? Still coming? In the stunned eyes of everyone, the A-team of the 1st Federal Military Academy marched forward in the direction of stronghold number 20. The 20th stronghold was a little far from the first 2 strongholds, which was why Song Shursen did not include this stronghold in his plan at the beginning. Therefore, in order to set up a reinforcement line along the way, they were slightly delayed on the way. Despite this, the goal of advancing did not change at all. About 20 minutes later, the team arrived below the 20th stronghold. This time, the students of the Star Defense Engineering did not even need to take the initiative to assign tasks. The team members automatically took over their own tasks and came to the stronghold without saying a word and started digging, looking at the innocent and curious eyes that peeked out of the watchtower. The audience's thousands of words converged into one sentence on the bullet screen. Silly children. Run! However, the shouts outside the venue could not reach the ears of the defenders of the number 20 stronghold. The same scene was played again, and without any suspense. The number 20 stronghold was successfully incorporated into the 1st Federal Military Academy. 3 strongholds. The 1st Federal Military Academy actually wants to occupy 3 strongholds at the same time. In the live broadcast room, the commentator's eyes widened. His voice became hoarse. They have reduced the manpower cost to the minimum. There is only 1 star defense personnel and 1 combat personnel in each base. This is incredible in the fiercely competitive base competition. After taking over the authority of base number 20, Song Shursen led the remaining 9 members of the team and said goodbye to Zhang Ruiz, Qin Simin, and others temporarily. The commentator quickly turned the map and seemed to have determined that the 1st Federal Military Academy was going to take a different approach by relying on base points. He wanted to predict their next goal in advance, so as to save some face in front of the audience for the previous prediction error. He observed the routes of other strongholds near the 20th stronghold, and cleared his throat. There are 2 strongholds left in this area, number 24 and number 25. According to the thinking of the 1st Military Academy, it is not difficult to infer that their next goal is to take these 2 strongholds. However, compared with the first 3 strongholds, these 2 strongholds are more dispersed, and the possibility of mutual reinforcement is not great. There are still 10 people left in the stronghold competition team of the 1st Military Academy. It is likely that they will be more cautious in the allocation of personnel in the remaining 2 strongholds. On the map, Song Shursen and his team lined up again. But their advancing direction was no longer the two corners, but they were speeding up madly along the golden zone in the southeast. The members of the Star Defense Engineering team had all stayed in the base in the Stone Age zone, and the heavy bags were left with them. Without the burden of logistical equipment, the team's pace was much faster, and the marching speed was greatly improved. The audience was dumbfounded again. This is different from what the commentator inferred. The commentator also didn't understand. What are you guys doing? When Song Shursan led Team A to leave the stoneware area, where the view was completely blocked, and then passed through the silver area with wide sight lines, some viewers finally reacted. I have a bold guess. Are they going to rob those strongholds near the landing line? The junction of the poisonous swamp and the hilly area is called the landing line. Near the landing line, the shortest place to the supply area is the golden area mentioned by Song Shursan. There are 5 strongholds in total. These 5 strongholds are number 1, number 2, number 3, number 5 and number 7, which are in extremely fierce and chaotic competition. The 7 favored military academies for this league all gathered here, watching each other's transport team members eagerly. When Song Shursan led the team into this strategically located area, the commentators and the audience finally died of their worries. Here they are really here, when the main team was still alive. The first military academy of the Federation did not dare to enter this place, but a group of substitutes actually rushed over without caring about their lives. I think the first military academy is not completely in a bad state. They are completely crazy. The more careful audience looked at the location of the transport team of the 1st Federal Military Academy, and were even more speechless about the ignorant team in front of them. I am really impressed. The main force of their transport team is still wandering in the north and south ends. Why are they joining in the fun here at the shoreline? Tang Yiru and Lu Qingqiu did split into 2 groups. One team went to the northern Silver A area, and the other team went to the southern Silver B area. Tang Yiru's own strength is S level, and she is the leader of the 2nd grade. She has a certain prestige in the team. Although she encountered some setbacks along the way, she also successfully seized a stronghold in the Silver A area and registered the team members' supplies. Lu Qingqiu was in trouble. His mental power was only A+, which was not the best. He was promoted to the command position only because of his close relationship with Shinshin. When everything went well, no one would find fault with him. But once they encountered difficulties, people would disperse. When facing the 2nd-year juniors, he could still use his status as a senior to suppress them. But he could not control his colleagues, who were also in the 3rd year. There were many strongholds in the Silver B area. Several people were frustrated when they first landed, so they discussed changing the target of seizing. No one could convince anyone, and a lot of time was wasted. The team was still spinning in the same place, seeing Tang Yiru's supplies increasing little by little. Lu Qingqiu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He had recognized Tang Yiru as a woman in the previous holographic simulation battle class. The so-called sense of collective honor was almost meaningless to Tang Yiru. She didn't care whether the 1st Federal Military Academy won or lost in the end, or what ranking it got. Naturally, she didn't care whether the team arrangement was reasonable or whether it could unite the internal members to the greatest extent. Can Song Shursan defend the base? What does it have to do with her? Can Lu Qingqiu control his teammates? What does it have to do with her? The mission has been sent out. If it cannot be completed, it is the ability of their leaders. She, Tang Yiru, only needs to do her part to the best of her ability. So even though she knew that Lu Qingqiu might not be able to suppress the 3rd-year students, Tang Yiru still put more 2nd-year students in her team. Even if the 1st Military Academy of the Federation lost because of this, it was not her, Tang Yiru, who was held accountable. On the contrary, with the contrast of her teammates, she became the only hero who turned the tide but lost to her teammates. Lu Qingqiu was very anxious now. Anxious and frustrated. He didn't want to be the pig teammate used to set off Tang Yiru. Therefore, when Song Shursan's message popped up in the team communication group, he jumped up excitedly, as if he saw a life-saving straw. Song Shursan, we are going to seize the number 7 base within 5 minutes, and we will hold on to the number 7 base for 20 minutes. Team members who have not registered for the distribution of supplies can come here to register. Her tone did not sound like a discussion, but more like a notification. For a moment, the eyes of all the transport team members of the 1st Federal Military Academy were focused on this message. On the battlefield, a difference of 1 minute or 1 second can lead to missed opportunities, not to mention the competition mechanism of the points race. which is a race against time. Almost immediately after this message, an hourglass popped up on the communication interface, and the 5-minute countdown officially began. The commentary desk and the audience seats could only see the actions of the military academies under the camera, but could not see their internal communications. Therefore, everyone did not know what happened inside the First Federal Military Academy. They only saw from the map that the transport team in Silver Zone B and other scattered transport team members suddenly seemed to have discussed it and moved towards the direction of Point 7 at an accelerated speed. The audience breathed a sigh of relief, and the comments became lively again. Sure enough, I said it. The First Military Academy can't rely on just a few substitute players in the stronghold competition to seize the stronghold on the shore line. Look, they are going to gather a large force to besiege. That's right. And I understand that they took down the first few strongholds, actually relying on the sneak attack of that person named Song Shur-san. The grappling hook in her hand is really a master at sneaking and assassinating. However, it might be useful to deal with the logistics personnel of several middle and lower-level military academies in Mingyuan-tuna. But the number 7 base is now firmly occupied by the Asina Military Academy. Her trick of climbing over the wall is bound to fail here. This Song Shur-san, is he from the Academy of Weaponry? I was expecting to see their elemental weapons that were widely rumored and fooled many people. But after all this time, it turned out to be a grappling hook that can be thrown very far. That's it. It's good enough to be able to do this. She's just a waste of mental power. See. Do you expect her to have the courage to confront head-on? Waiting to be beaten. In the First Military Academy of the Federation, on campus, the students of the combat department sitting around the live broadcast screen also saw these insulting comments, but none of them said anything, not because of shame and anger, but out of sympathy. Sympathy for these viewers, or gloating over their misfortunes. Once upon a time, they also naively speculated on Song Shur-san's strength, ridiculed the seemingly insignificant elemental weapon in her hand, but reality taught them how to behave. The more arrogant the tone of these comments is now, the more painful their faces will be later. Of the 5 strongholds in the Golden Zone, except for number 7 Asina and number 3 6th Military Academy, which are relatively stable for the time being, the other 3 are in full swing. Asina Military Academy ranked 2nd in the points ranking of the last game, second only to the 6th Federal Military Academy, and is famous for its fierce and unreasonable fighting style like a cannon. Every time they meet the enemy, they never judge the situation. Even if it is a 2-for-1 exchange, they will definitely bite off a piece of meat from the enemy team. The winning standard in this game is points. And points are obtained by transporting supplies or occupying strongholds. Human resources are extremely important and precious. Even a 1-for-1 exchange is not worth the deal, let alone a 2-for-1 exchange. Although the number 7 stronghold is in the golden area, it is relatively remote. After being occupied by Arsina with an offensive that did not distinguish between friend and foe, no other military academy dared to go to it for a while. Therefore, in the chaotic arena, only the number 7 stronghold looked relatively peaceful, temporarily avoiding the eyes and ears of other military academies. Song Shur-san saw this point and chose number 7 as the primary target. Now there are still many transport team members in the First Military Academy whose supplies have not been registered. The most urgent task is to create a base for them and release the labor force to transport the next batch of supplies. She sneaked to the vicinity of the base, signaled Tang Tiantian and others not to act first, and then swung the grappling rope in her hand and climbed up to the observation tower with ease. The battle officially started, and the commentator instantly became energetic and took the microphone to join the battle. He was originally a battle commentator, not a tactical commentator. He had made many mistakes in tactical judgment before. Song Shur-san's battle in the stone area was often over in a few seconds. He had no chance to speak. He was so frustrated. Now he met the second strongest Asina Military Academy. The commentator's eyes lit up, and he was looking forward to the meeting between the two teams. Same moves. Song Shur-san climbed up the windowsill, but this time she had to face Chang Kai, the tower guard of Asina Military Academy, who was known as the Iron Wall and Copper Wall, and almost unbreakable by anyone. His mental strength was enough to reach S level. Oh, Chang Kai seems to have noticed the movement on the windowsill. Chang Kai has taken action. The barrage area was bustling. Some people were gloating. Some people were worried about Song Shur-san. In the camera, a large palm with enough weight slammed towards the window of the observation tower, causing the iron bricks and stones on the windowsill to collapse one after another. The originally square window suddenly had a big hole, and the incomplete vision revealed half of a person's figure inside. This palm really didn't distinguish between friend and foe. It would rather destroy the windowsill than knock down Song Shursan's claws. The platform was dozens of meters high, and Song Shursan lost his fulcrum. He fell rapidly in the air. A person without the protection of the A+ wind element would surely die if he fell from such a high place. Chan Kai, who was standing at the broken window of the observation tower, did not seem to have any intention of stopping. He held the stick with both hands in front and behind. His mental power almost condensed into substance in the air. The giant long stick made of lightning and thunder accelerated vertically, and the acceleration became greater and greater, even far exceeding the speed of Song Shursan's fall. With the momentum of not giving up until he crushed him into a pulp, he smashed towards Song Shursan fiercely. "Shursan!" Tang Tian couldn't help but cry out in a low voice. The willow leaf double crossbows in her hands were already aimed at the giant long stick. The next second, they would fire simultaneously. Although she knew that the special chip in the combat uniform would deploy a shield, she still couldn't help but feel worried. Yun Qiming was also ready to lift her up from behind. Song Shursan didn't have A+ grade mental power, but he did. At such a long distance, although he couldn't help her stabilize her body completely, he could still act as a buffer. However, Song Shursan didn't show any panic on her face. She turned sideways lightly, retracted the hook, and disappeared in an instant. At the same second when the hook disappeared, a huge airflow rose into the sky with a momentum that could split the sky and the earth. Although Song Shursan's hands were empty, everyone could feel the powerful sword energy. This sword energy was unstoppable, from bottom to top, splitting the long columnar stick that was pressing on her face without any hindrance, and rushed straight into the sky. The giant stick that was so powerful just now, in everyone's eyes, was like a tender bamboo stick falling vertically from the sky, which happened to hit a sharp hatchet at the wrong time, and was chopped smoothly in midair. Song Shursan passed through the split thunder stick unscathed, watching them fall to the ground and turn into countless broken thunder. But her action was not over yet. She raised her wrist, and the hook appeared again 1 second before falling into the minefield. This time, the hook was aimed at Chan Kai, who was standing at the window and looking out with half of his body. The hook was so obedient that it seemed to have a spirit. As Song Shursan raised his wrist lightly, it firmly embedded itself into Chan Kai's shoulder. The acceleration of gravity caught Chan Kai off guard. He hurriedly stabilized his lower body, and barely avoided being taken away by the hook. But the next moment, an explosive force came from nowhere and lifted him up and threw him out. This force was tyrannical and overbearing. It took him to break through the half-broken window with an attitude that could not be refused, and flew out of the number 7 base. As the claw exerted force, the chain had already tightly wrapped around Chan Kai. With the centrifugal force of his body, Song Shursan at the other end of the chain also flew into the air, and climbed into the windowsill in a few steps. This incident happened too quickly. When Song Shursan successfully jumped into the observation tower of the number 7 stronghold, people realized that the hook had returned to her hand intact. In the sky outside the tower, a small black shadow gradually disappeared into the sky with a lingering scream. Commentator, ? Barrage, ? No. Where is Chan Kai? Where is the duel they have been looking forward to for so long? Arsina's iron wall, the invincible tower keeper Chan Kai, were thrown out just like that? Chapter 98. The commentator wanted to say something to introduce the battle at this moment. As an experienced and brilliant commentator, he should use an impassioned tone, wonderful metaphors, and accurate descriptions to describe the scene on the field. But he only moved his lips twice. His voice and his brain were stuck, and he stared blankly at the screen in front of him. Now, the commentator has resigned himself to the fact that his brain cannot understand Song Shursan's circuit in terms of tactics, and his brain cannot keep up with Song Shursan's actions in terms of combat. If punctuation marks could be expressed with sounds, he would also like to slowly type out a row of question marks, just like the bullet comments that filled the screen at this moment. Song Shursan's battle had not stopped yet. The movement just now had delayed her 40 seconds. Excluding the 60 seconds required for the transfer of authority, she only had 2.5 minutes left to deal with the remaining personnel. She pointed out her coordinates in the team communication, which was the horn for launching the attack. At once, the team members who were ambushing near the number 7 stronghold all rushed out. Yun Qiming and Cheng Meng, Luoshan worked together to roll up the wind and thunder cannon and blasted the door open directly. Liu spread out her mental power to sense the fluctuations, accurately searched for the location of the people in the tower, Tang Tian fired with 2 crossbows, hit the target with 1 shot. The students of Information Communication and Battlefield Medical were protected in the middle. The seniors and seniors of the Weapon Science Academy were responsible for the rear guard, and by the way, they killed the fish that slipped through the net in front. A team of people broke through the first layer of guards at the number 7 stronghold at lightning speed, and directly killed the second-floor control room. After Song Shursan threw Chong Kai out, the remaining students on the observation tower had not even reacted yet, and saw a girl with a high ponytail flipping into the tower with a very neat movement, and stepped in front of them in 2 steps. Song Shursan raised his sword, and the integrated circuit covering the blade mobilized the energy of the wind element, wrapping several layers of wind that was almost solid, covering the horizontal sword with a layer of thorn-like wind blades, and also changing the refractive index of light, hiding the shape of the horizontal sword. Therefore, the students of Asina Military Academy, at this moment, only saw the girl sword-raising action in front of them, and the wind in her hand that condensed into an air barrier, but could not see what kind of weapon she had in her hand, how long it was, and what kind of attack range and attack method it had. However, before they could ask any questions, a horizontal slash of air passed through his chest. And then, like fireworks, blue shields lit up one after another on the chests of his teammates in the order of their standing, and were reflected in the eyes of the last person. After a moment of silence, someone in the audience finally commented on the first comment. Good boy. She got to play dominoes. Sorry. I almost thought it was the world-destroying villain who was slaughtering the novice village. The person who posted the comment didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment, but just instinctively expressed his most intuitive feelings about the scene in front of him. In that moment just now, he almost forgot that the person in the camera was a student of the second-ranked Asina Military Academy, and mistook Song Shursan as the villain who bullied the defenseless. Under the extreme disparity in combat power, people often subconsciously feel pity and sympathy for the weak, even if this sympathy is a shame for the students of Asina Military Academy. The commentator finally came online from shock, and keenly grasped the key to this confrontation. It's unbelievable. Song Shursan eliminated all the students stationed at the observation tower of Asina Military Academy with just 1 strike. And we didn't even see what kind of weapon she was using. Song Shursan was a student majoring in weapons, and her mental power level was only C. This was information known to everyone during the entrance ceremony. Therefore, the strike just now could not have been caused by a mental attack. The key to all the answers lies in the weapon in her hand, whose shape cannot be seen clearly. After replaying and investigating, we are now certain that the weapon held by Song Shursan is a transformation from the previous Black Hook. While the audience was still stunned, the commentator had already slowed down the footage and reviewed the relevant introduction of weapon science. The Weapon Science Academy announced the news of form transformation several months ago, but I have never heard that they have the technology to hide the weapon form. It seems that the development of elemental weapons has far exceeded our imagination. The comments were filled with disbelief. Yeah, why can't we see the weapon in her hand? Is this a scientific world or a magical world? Are there any students from the First Federal Military Academy who can come out to explain? Is it a whip? The chain was transformed into a whip, which makes sense, and the whip has a wide attack range. 1 whip can knock down a group, which also makes sense. Fuck, what kind of whip can cause fatal injuries to a whole row of A-level mental powers in 1 go? Why don't you try it in the military camp? Are you going to give us a chance to live? It can't be a whip. Can't she see where the weapon is? The whip can't be swung in a controlled range, and it's so powerful. What if it hits her? No matter what it is, doesn't anyone find it strange? That's the Asina Military Academy, which is known as a cannon. How could it be eliminated with just 1 strike? The comment was right. If a random strike could cause fatal injuries to several people with at least A-level mental power, then this weapon is really destructive and chilling. But Song Shursan didn't just strike casually. She tilted the tip of her knife forward and swept it horizontally, aiming at the heart of her chest. Coupled with the elemental strength that far exceeded the 3S level, it would definitely be judged as a fatal injury by the system. If the students of Asina Military Academy saw her knife edge and movements, they would focus on defense, and perhaps it would not cause such a large number of casualties. But the shape of the weapon was hidden. They knew nothing about the weapon used by Song Shursan, and had no way to judge the range and offensive. They also couldn't imagine that she would lock all of them in the first move without giving them any reaction time. This was a complete first kill. Outside the stadium, Chimodeo and you were also watching the game. Chimodeo touched the stubble that had just appeared after he was shaved, and was quite interested in the so-called hidden form technology. Tell me, how did she achieve this effect? The wind element, I guess. He carefully observed the screenshotted the battle scene, and watched it several times. I don't know how much the pressure was added, which requires extremely high element strength, and also very high requirements for the material of the weapon itself. If the material cannot withstand such a strong elemental energy, the weapon itself will be torn into pieces, while being entangled by the pressurized wind element. Anyway, I can't tinker with it now. He was amazed. Whether it is the integrated circuit design of this level, or the control of material details, I can't figure it out even if I stay in the laboratory for a month without sleep. Chimodeo knew that he was using the fact that Song Shur-sen was so tired that he fell asleep to criticize him, and changed the subject. What do you think the true form of her weapon is? The horizontal sword. This time he didn't need to look closely, and answered without thinking. Unless both of her hands are broken, she will never give up the horizontal sword form. Chimodeo laughed out loud, and his eyes were a little soft. It seems that you get along well. He was stunned for a moment, and didn't say anything. Ever since he retired from the battlefield due to mineralogy, he has been living in a twisted obsession with the past. Even when he came to the Ordnance Science Academy, he only went from despair without a ray of light to a drowning state grasping at a life-saving straw. She numbly avoided rumors, no longer contacted her former comrades, was unwilling to contact her relatives, and had no concern for the lives and care of others. Even when she taught at the Ordnance Science Academy, she was cold to her students and colleagues, and only maintained relatively frequent communication with Dean Chimodeo. Of course, most of this communication was Chimodeo helpless control and reprimand for her unauthorized use of mental power. However, I don't know when it started. Perhaps it was when Song Shur-sen came to the Ordnance Science Academy to show his talent. Her heart, which was as desperate as a deep cave, really shone with sunlight, and it was no longer a life-saving straw like duckweed, but a real sun that could see the rising hope. Even she herself did not realize the changes that had occurred unconsciously during this period. She discussed teaching plans with colleagues, tested equipment with students, and had more like-minded friends around her. She had new aspirations and goals every day. Yeah, he smiled, and her eyes returned to Song Shur-sen on the field. Now, I am getting along well with this world. On the field, Song Shur-sen went down the internal passage of the observation tower and directly entered the control room of the number 7 base. Leave him alive. She quickly glanced at the battle situation. All the members of the Asina Military Academy in the control room had been eliminated. Only the last girl was still resisting. This girl took advantage of the fact that no one dared to attack the control console. She walked around the console like an eagle catching chickens, and barely managed not to be eliminated. She was startled when she heard the sound from behind. Only then did she realize that the observation tower had been breached. She cursed Chong Kai for being unreliable in her heart. The next second, she was entangled by a chain and pulled out from behind the control console. Song Shur-sen's movements were very gentle. The girl was not injured. Knowing that the opponent did not want to eliminate her for the time being, she glared at her fiercely and said, "What do you want to do?" Song Shur-sen ignored her and went straight to the console to start the authority transfer. Then he looked at the information and communication students of the team. Crack her optical computer communication. On the battlefield, the cracking and disruption of information are very important tactics, and this point is also fully retained in the Military Academy League. The information and communication team member is a girl named O-Ran. O-Ran stepped forward and skillfully took the captive. She took off the optical computer from her wrist and immersed herself in research. At this moment, the encryption skills of the technical students on both sides were competing. O-Ran's professional skills were obviously very strong. Before the 60-second base authority transfer was even over, she broke the authority encryption of the Asina Military Academy on the optical computer. The speed was so fast that even she was surprised. "Didn't your school bring anyone from the communication team?" The captured girl rolled her eyes, a little angrily. "Just fight. Why do you have to play so many tricks?" O-Ran, well, how should I put it? As expected of the Asina Military Academy, which is famous for its ferocity and brutality, there is really no need for any tactics. 60 seconds are up. The authority of the number 7 base has been completely transferred to the 1st Federal Military Academy, and the countdown hourglass in the team communication has just reached the bottom at this moment. The transport team members of Group B exchanged glances with each other, seeing the excitement and shock in each other's eyes. At this moment, all the members of the 1st Military Academy saw that, on their map, the number 7 base in the Golden Zone was clearly marked with the school flag of the 1st Military Academy. Charge! Comrades! Our time has come! Lu Qingqiao howled excitedly, completely forgetting the old grudges between him and Song Shisan, and ran with the squad to the number 7 stronghold. 20 minutes. Run! Carry as much as you can. Give me the supplies and charge. The team members behind him had a common goal, and were infected by Lu Qingqiao emotions. They united again, running and roaring among the rolling hills, rushing forward desperately. The base in the Gold Zone has a unique location advantage. If there are no enemies blocking the way, running at full speed under the acceleration of the wind element, it will take 10 minutes to go back and forth between the supply area and the base. In the base in the Silver Zone, the travel time is likely to double. The transport team members of the 1st Federal Military Academy will naturally not miss this rare opportunity. The team members scattered in the Silver Zone cover each other, decisively abandon the Silver Zone, and rush to the number 7 base to register supplies. Then he tried his best to summon his mental power, and rushed to the supply area where the wreckage of the warship was. On the points list, the ranking of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation soared at an astonishing speed. The commentator waved his arms excitedly. He didn't know the time limit set by Song Shisan for this occupation, but the outstanding performance of this 10-man team was eye-opening. He was amazed. Oh my god! They did it! 10 people. 5 minutes. A miracle! The 1st Military Academy of the Federation, which has been hovering outside the ranking list of the Military Academy League for many years, actually used a 10-man substitute team to easily defeat the guards of the Asina Military Academy. They took over the number 7 stronghold, which has one of the shortest landing lines. This is a milestone for the 1st Military Academy. Can the 1st Federal Military Academy turn the tide? Go! Soldiers! Hold on! Warriors! The game had just started for less than an hour, and the battle became turbulent and confusing due to the strong entry of Song Shi's Team 3, and ushered in the first climax. Many people in the audience area were inspired by the 1st Military Academy's strong counterattack momentum, and cheered crazily in the barrage. Most of them are still waiting and watching, and even making sarcastic remarks without hesitation. Is this a counterattack? This is just the beginning. Do you think the transport team of the Asina Military Academy is a vegetarian? The real combat power of Asina lies in their transport team members. If you take out their hideout, they will be found in a few minutes. Then we will see whether the 1st Military Academy can hold on. There are several S-level mental powers in the Asina Military Academy. Right? I heard that their commander's mental power is also S+. To be honest, although Song Shisan looks intimidating, this is a team battle after all. No matter how strong she is, she can't resist so many spiritual masters. In fact, Song Shisan may not be that strong. Have you noticed that the main reason why the defenders of Arson were defeated was because they were too unexpected? If Song Shisan had made a few more moves, someone would have predicted the form of her weapon and the range of her attack, and they would have been able to defend against her. I bet the 1st Military Academy can't hold out for more than 10 minutes. The first to discover that their base on the map suddenly changed hands was the transport team of the Asina Military Academy. In addition to being shocked, they immediately became angry, and their tempers flared up like firecrackers. They stopped transporting the goods and immediately gathered a team nearby, determined to take back the base. Song Shisan had already anticipated the reaction of the Asina Military Academy, and commanded his companions in Group A to stay at the observation tower. The purpose of the observation tower is to survey the enemy situation and stop the enemies who want to occupy the base under the tower. Students who were selected to be stationed in the lookout tower are often better at controlling the range of mental power. Liu volunteered, untied the sniper rifle that had been on her back, and placed it on the windowsill. It seems like a task tailor-made for me. Before Song Shisan could answer, the student from the Weaponry Science Academy, who had been following the team silently all the way, suddenly came up, bowed apologetically and asked, "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you, but a sniper rifle is such a hidden and delicate weapon, and it's placed on this broken windowsill with a big hole in it. Isn't it a bit of a waste of talent?" Song Shisan looked at the person who was speaking. He was a senior in the school, named Wang Yihua. and happened to be the one who showed him and Tang Tianti the way on the first day of school. Wang Yihua bowed his head again and apologized. He took out a bunch of parts from the backpack that looked quite heavy behind him, and quickly put them together. It turned out to be a small catapult. Look at this window. It's just right for me to put this catapult in. Your sniper rifle can be used everywhere. Why don't you give me this treasure first? He rubbed his hands, looking at Liu hopefully. What do you think? Ju, your sister? Liu was amused by his strange-looking weapon, glanced at Song Shersan, and was also curious about the effect of the catapult, retracted the gun and stepped back, and readily agreed. Okay, then I leave this place to you. Senior. Wang Yihua was originally tortured by the graduation project, and scolded himself countless times for choosing the major of weapons science, but he couldn't swallow this breath, so he gritted his teeth and moved into the laboratory. I don't know what kind of torture he went through. He went further and further off the track in weapon design, and finally he even visited the Star Defense Project, and came up with a catapult. After the new textbook reform, he had an epiphany, but he was reluctant to discard the design he had worked hard on for 2 years, so he improved it a little, making it portable and quick disassembled. In ancient times, there were mages standing enchanting, and now there is Wang Yihua who reads CDs and assembles weapons in 5 seconds. Well, how can a catapult not be considered a weapon? After countless experiments and improvements, this catapult has reached the A+ level. And no matter how far the range is, it will not affect the power intensity. It is more powerful than the most commonly used elemental rocket launcher on the current starships of the Federation. Wang Yihua was very excited. He felt that he had pointed out a new employment direction for the weapons science major, and competed with the Star Defense Engineering. He took the initiative to participate in the league this time. And to a large extent, he also wanted to bring the catapult out to show his face, which would facilitate the expansion of sales in the future. The catapult was set up and started. A huge fireball condensed at the mouth of the bowl, and was thrown out in an unstoppable arc. The way it was fired was no different from that of a normal cannon, except that there was almost no recoil, and the caliber of the muzzle was much larger. The fireball flew over the heads of the aggressive Asina students, over the hills, over the shoreline, and finally slammed into the poisonous gas swamp. The swamp, filled with dark green and dark purple mud, was suddenly smashed into a huge pit, and the poisonous liquid splashed high in the sky, like a mud rain, falling indiscriminately on every unlucky person who happened to pass by. There were shouts and wails one after another. Fuck. What the hell? So disgusting. Who plotted against me? My legs. My legs are paralyzed. The venom has paralysis and weakening effects. Severe cases can even cause temporary paralysis. This is a fatal blow to the transport team members, who prioritize mobility. The commentator and the audience were stunned. Is this possible? New ideas. Several members of the First Federal Military Academy were also unfortunately infected. They angrily cursed this despicable villain, who had no martial ethics in the team communication. Wang Yihua scratched his neck embarrassedly, and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, the distance parameters are not adjusted properly. I try again, there will be no problem this time. Chapter 99. The second fireball was fired. This time it was really accurate, and it hit the top of the head of the Asina student, who was still craning his neck to watch the excitement. The students from the Asina Military Academy, who came to retake the base, did not expect the second shot to come so quickly. Their attention was completely attracted by the 1,000-foot-high poisonous mud rain behind them. When they turned their heads, the huge burning shadow had already fallen in front of them. Fuck. It's coming again. Run. Who is it? Is there any aim? The students with faster reaction speed quickly deployed defense around them, and those who were a little slower were caught off guard by the falling sparks. Some were burned, and some were eliminated. All kinds of water and shields flew in the sky, and the team was in chaos. But it was not over yet. The third fireball came whistling, and appeared above their heads again. The students of Arsina Military Academy finally realized that something was wrong. It turned out that the fireball that was fired at the poisonous swamp was accidentally deflected, and the target of the fireball was originally themselves. After figuring out what was going on, the anger in their hearts burned even more fiercely. The anger actually made some students rational. In the chaos, someone shouted, "Run! Go straight to the number 7 stronghold. They don't dare to bomb the doorstep. Only Asina has the confidence to do something that will hurt both sides. Most other military academies are cautious and cautious. It is precisely because of this that Asina's fierce and barbaric style was created. Anyway, the strategy cannot be compared, so it is better to make a fight to the death. This command brought the Asina Military Academy, whose order had just been broken, together again. They rushed faster, and all rushed to the number 7 stronghold. Asina's team gathered at the entrance of the stronghold. After no longer having to distract themselves from defending against the fireballs falling from the sky, they were ready to fight, condensing their mental power into offensive moves, preparing to break through the gate in one fell swoop, and to intimidate the opponent with brute force. The gate of the number 7 stronghold had originally been violently blasted open by Tang Tiantian and her team, and now it was only half closed. Precariously, Song Shursen was waiting for them on the first floor. Just as they rushed forward, the half-closed door suddenly opened by itself, allowing them to rush in without any hindrance. All kinds of violent moves hit in vain. The expressions of the students of Asina were blank for a moment. Their brains could not keep up with this inexplicable development, and forgot to do the subsequent moves for a while. Some students rushed too fast, one of them failed to break, and even rushed directly into the lobby on the first floor. Catch him! Without waiting for their reaction, Song Shursen's cold voice sounded behind the Asina students. The students looked back in surprise, only to find that the door they had just opened was quietly closed again at some point. The students of the First Military Academy were standing on both sides of the door looking at them. It was like a planned trap. The black chain swung, and Tang Tiantian and Yun Qiming, who had been prepared, also took action at the same time. In a few moments, the Asina students who broke into the number 7 base were tied up, and the light computers were also taken aside. The commentator excitedly explained the current situation. After the previous fireball weakening, the Asina counterattack team seemed to be a little confused, and they were all captured so easily. However, the First Military Academy did not seem to have any intention of eliminating them. It is not a wise decision to detain dangerous enemy troops in key military facilities. What is the First Military Academy planning? The audience was in an uproar. I have only seen strict defense, but I have never seen a trap. What on earth is the First Military Academy trying to do? Wouldn't it be better to eliminate them earlier? Why do we need to arrest them? What's the benefit? I used to think that Arson was the type of person who used violence to break through all the schemes and calculations. How come today he suddenly became the old man next door, who has been stupid for many years? My Arson, what's wrong with you? Stand up. Is there a possibility that, even if it's a brute force competition, Arson can't beat the First Military Academy? In Silver A District, Tang Yuru was lurking with her team next to the number 11 stronghold, patiently observing the 3 teams fighting in front. Among the 25 strongholds, not every stronghold is suitable for long-term occupation to accumulate stronghold points. Some strongholds are too strategically located, almost the only way for marching teams in the area, and are definitely a must-fight place for military strategists. Therefore, smarter military school commanders will not occupy such strongholds, but treat them as a public registration point. The so-called public registration point is a place where everyone scrambles to register the materials in their hands. Once the materials are registered, they will leave the team. There will usually be multiple teams competing for this kind of stronghold, and there is no need to send people to guard it. The transport team members will seize it and register it. Although everyone uses it as they go, they don't pay attention to etiquette and order. After all, disrupting other people's registration time means reducing other people's chances of scoring, which is also beneficial to their own side to some extent. So when everyone is fighting, they often use delaying and diversionary tactics. It takes 60 seconds to get the permission, and if you are fast, you only need to hold on for 2 minutes to complete the registration of a batch of materials. Tang Yuru is waiting for this opportunity. While the snipe and the clam are fighting, they fish in troubled waters, and the fishermen benefit. She has grasped the timing very well, and has led the team to success many times with this trick. But the situation in front of her is a bit complicated. The 3 teams fighting for the number 11 stronghold, although fighting each other, have tacitly deployed military defenses around them, and they seem to want to take over this stronghold together, turning the chaos into internal fighting. The team has been waiting for more than 10 minutes, and there is still no chance to take advantage of. Ro, do you want to change the target? The companion beside him was a little anxious. He glanced at the optical brain communication on his wrist. How about we go directly to the number 7 base? It seemed that there was no hope for the number 11 base, and it would be more time-consuming to find a new suitable target. It would be better to pick up the ready-made one in the team. Someone agreed. I think number 7 seems to be going very smoothly. Lu Qingtio and others are already registering the next batch. The team members discussed quietly, and all agreed. Tang Yuru's eyes flashed, and her tone was soft and slow, but very steady. She shook her head and said, "It's not feasible. We are located in the north, and the number 7 base is in the south. The journey is a bit far. Even if we go there now, we may not be able to catch up." She turned back, her eyes still fixed on the number 11 base in front of her. "And we may be affected by the battles of other military academies on the way. The risk is too great. Let's patiently look for the opportunity in front of us." Tang Yuru's decision seemed reasonable, but she didn't say the most important thing. She didn't want to run more with her almost paralyzed legs, nor did she want to rely on Tang Tian. Affected by mineralism, Tang Yuru's legs had almost lost their ability to move. Fortunately, she had S-level mental power, and could resonate with the wind element, so she could walk with the wind element's entanglement and thrust. She actually didn't like long-distance running, and transporting supplies was not suitable for her. But there is no way. The transportation battlefield is the most eye-catching part of the competition. She must consolidate her position and show her value. For the sake of interests, in order to climb higher, Tang Yuru is very good at endurance, and has to get used to accepting things that she is obviously unwilling to do. This is a skill she has practiced since she was a child in the Tang family. However, when there is still room for maneuver, she will also try her best to fight for herself. For example, at this moment, the companion pursed his lips, accepted this decision, and did not mention it again. Time passed by minute, and the 20 minutes were about to run out. At the number 7 base, Song Shursan A team picked up the students of the Asina Military Academy, who were tied up like dumplings, and took them to the second-floor control room, and lined them up with the girls, who were also tied up before. At a glance, the combat uniforms with the Asina school flag were neatly arranged, and even the height, weight and thinness were arranged in order. The students who were suddenly taken into the control room looked at each other, and they couldn't figure out what the first military academy was up to. Why didn't they just eliminate them? Instead, they were all locked up in the most important core area of the base. The leading student was furious. "You can kill us, chop us up, or eliminate us. What's the point of tying us up like this?" Song Shursan ignored him, and lowered his head to read the clock. After the 20-minute countdown, she suddenly picked up the girl laptop and attached it to the console, and took the initiative to hand over the control of the number 7 base. All the members of the Asina Military Academy, audience, on the map. The flag of the Asina Military Academy lit up again at the number 7 base. Song Shursan ignored the shock of the captives, turned his head to look at Yun Qiming. "Arsina's transport team will arrive here soon. You should act according to the situation. If you see that you can't beat them, then stay put, and if you can beat them, capture them, and throw them into the control room to hide them. The transport team members are in a hurry. If there is no obvious abnormality, they will not come to the control room to check the situation. They will only submit the supplies in the lobby on the first floor and leave. Wait for our transport team members to arrive nearby, then exchange permissions, and switch back to Arsina after registration. Most transport team members work in small groups. It only takes 2 or 3 minutes to register at the base. As long as they coordinate their time well and move in an interlaced manner with the students of Asina Military Academy, they will basically not be found to be abnormal, assuming that the base belongs to them. Few people will frequently check the ownership of the base during the journey. Even if some Asina students notice abnormalities based on the length of time they have occupied the base, they generally will not think too much about it. After all, it is normal for the base to change its ownership during the competition. As long as their own school regains the dominant position in the end, it will be fine. The commentator raised the microphone with great interest. This time Song Shursan gave a lot of information. He could easily guess the other party's intention. Oh, things are getting interesting. The first Federal Military Academy actually took the initiative to return the base authority to the Arsina Military Academy. I have to say, this move is really very clever. The audience who were originally betting on how long the first military academy could hold the base were also stunned. What kind of play is this? Are these substitutes serious? The scene in front of them was simply unbelievable, unheard of. After the audience's appetite was whetted, the commentator continued. According to the style of the Arsina Military Academy, if the base was taken away, they would definitely fight to the death with the first military academy. Now the first military academy urgently needs to increase the material points. It will not benefit them to get involved in the battle for the base. Even if the first military academy really defeated the Arsina Military Academy, Other schools would not let go of this piece of fat meat, and the 1st Military Academy would only be trapped in an endless bitter battle. You have to know that the reason why the number 7 base is relatively peaceful is all due to Asena's vicious reputation. Other military academies will not want to provoke this mad dog. The 1st Military Academy is using Asena as a shield. The barrage was shocked. The topic was as focused on the 1st Military Academy as the commentator. The director waited for a long time and wanted to cut the camera to the transportation battlefield several times. But the barrage discussion on the screen was still on the substitutes of the 1st Military Academy. He simply changed the main camera to the special show of the 1st Military Academy. So exciting! Is this the God's perspective? Watching the contestants being kept in the dark, but I have seen the whole game. This feeling is really great. Am I the only one who feels that the Arson Military Academy is so pitiful? They are just played around by applause. Which sister said it before? Is it really like the idiot of the landlord next door? Where did you call the commander of the stronghold field an idiot before? Where did you go? Does it hurt? I am the clown. I want to share this with you all. The commentator's guess was indeed correct. This was exactly what Song Shur-san intended. She looked at Yan Qiming and continued. You need to use your optical computers to fool around with Arsena's internal communications. If you are accidentally discovered by their commander, then give up the base and leave directly. Okay. Yan Qiming nodded, understanding that he was going to hand over the Arsena base to himself, and asked curiously, What about you? Where are you going next? Song Shur-san was briefly explaining the situation of the number 7 base in the team communication of the 1st Military Academy. After synchronizing the information, she did not look up, and then clicked on the field map. She slid the map to the Silver A area and looked at Tang Yuri team, which was wandering in the same place for a long time without moving or any increase in score. I go to the north to have a look. When leaving the number 7 base, the number of people in Song Shur-san team was almost half. Yan Qiming, Cheng Ming, Lu Ocean, Wang Yihua and O Ram were left in the base, under the command of Yan Qiming. And Song Shur-san took Tang Tiantian, Li Yu, Wang Lai and the senior sister of the Ordnance Science Academy to the north of the Gold area. There are 2 strongholds in the north of the Golden Zone. Number 1 and number 3. They are temporarily occupied by the Western Union Military Academy and the Federal 9th Military Academy respectively. After weighing the pros and cons for a while, Song Shur-san chose the number 1 stronghold marked with the flag of the Western Union Military Academy. Number 1 is not a good location. Its vision is completely exposed to the Silver Zone A, and it is located below the terrain of the next door number 3 stronghold, which is at a disadvantage in defense. The Western Union Military Academy was originally ranked 4th in the strength ranking, but it was smart enough to send several generals to the preliminaries to bully the weak, which aroused public anger, and it also happened to run into the Federal 6th Military Academy, which was also wandering in the preliminaries, and lost a lot of combat power. This loss may not be a big deal in the first few rounds of the official competition, but in the finals where the strengths are equal and the success or failure is determined by the details, the Western Union Military Academy is somewhat stretched. As a result, although it should be among the top, its score is now far behind the front row, and it is at risk of a Waterloo. Among the 5 strongholds in the Golden Zone, number 7 has been occupied by Asena, and number 2 is guarded by the 6th Military Academy. These 2 military academies are notoriously difficult to mess with, and other military academies with some strength can only focus on the remaining 3 strongholds. Too many people, too little porridge. Even temporarily seizing control of base number 1 took a lot of effort from the Western Union Military Academy. However, Song Shur-san chose base number 1 for another important reason. Due to the conflict in the preliminaries, the Western Union Military Academy had a grudge against the 6th Federal Military Academy. Different from the situation at base number 7. The control of base number 1 was already in turmoil. In addition, Yan Qiming had another mission, so the students of information communication stayed at base number 7. Neither manpower nor the environment allowed Song Shur-san to replicate the strategy used on the Arsena Military Academy. But defending the number 1 stronghold alone was not worth the loss. Song Shur-san chose to find a breakthrough from the Western Alliance Military Academy itself. She used the same trick again, and climbed up to the observation tower of the number 1 stronghold without anyone noticing, and eliminated the threat of the defenders in a few moves, and followed the vines to the first floor to open the door, and let Tang Tiantian and the others in. The 5-member team broke in silently, and entered the second floor control room as if they were in an empty space, and locked the door by the way. The students of the Western Union Military Academy looked at the enemy, who suddenly appeared in front of them in horror. Just as they were about to resist, they were knocked to the ground by Song Shur-san with a knife. After tying up the students guarding the number 1 stronghold one by one, Song Shur-san swept his eyes over them and said, "Who is the commander of your stronghold?" The girl who was forced to squat in the corner looked up, confused and angry, and said angrily, "It's me." After several battles for the number 1 stronghold, it was not the first time that they were attacked into the control room, but it was the first time that they were tied up in a row like this. According to the normal process, the students in the observation tower should have given the first warning, and discovered that a large number of transport team members from other military academies had gathered with the base team members to attack together. Then they retreated, giving control to the other side, and waited for the other side's transport team members to leave, and then counterattacked the enemy. But now there was no movement in the observation tower upstairs, and there were only 5 people from the 1st Military Academy on the opposite side. There was no time for a fight during the whole process. They were captured like this? Captured? I've never heard of a way to capture prisoners in a military academy league. What's your name? Song Shur-san bent down and untied the ropes for the girl. These ropes were originally used by students in the Star Defense Engineering to set up defense lines. Song Shur-san saw that the quality was good, so he asked for them. Unexpectedly, they were really useful. Zhang Mei. After the restrictions on movement were lifted, Zhang Mei did not resist, but she did not stand up either. She still squatted in the same place, looking at the girl in front of her with a suspicious look. What do you want to do? Let's talk about cooperation. Song Shur-san smiled sincerely. How about we work together to take over the number 1 stronghold? Without waiting for Zhang Mei to answer, she continued, it seems that you are not obsessed with the points of the stronghold. We will help you defend the stronghold, so that you can allocate more manpower to transport supplies or deal with the 6th Military Academy. You only need to give us some time in the gaps between occupying the stronghold, so that our members can register for the points of supplies. The Western Union Military Academy was not able to regain control of the stronghold every time it counterattacked. If they encountered a particularly difficult defender, they might not be able to take back the stronghold in half an hour, and lose combatants in vain. Rather than getting involved in an uncertain melee, it might be a good idea to cooperate with the 1st Federal Military Academy. The premise is that the 1st Military Academy really has the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with them to defend the stronghold together. Why should I believe in your strength? Zhang Mei still did not move. Of course, it would be best if you can help. It's always good to have more helpers. Song Shur-san kept smiling. We don't need much. When the transport team arrives, we just need to briefly hand over control to us to register the materials. The whole process only takes 2 or 3 minutes, and it won't affect you. As she said that, as if to prove the strength of her team, she patted Liu, motioning him to take out the sniper rifle behind him, and introduced him calmly. This is the top-ranked sniper in our school, the only disciple of General Chimodeo, one of the 5 great generals of the Federation, and an A+ tactical scout. He never misses a shot. Liu, who was suddenly praised by someone, said, how come I didn't know I was so amazing? Song Shur-san then patted Tang Tiantian, and continued to introduce. This one, she beat the entire school combat department in the simulated battle class of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation, even Tang Yu. You should know her, the commander of our team, the S-level spiritual power rookie. Everyone calls her sister when they see her. Tang Tiantian, It seems that everything he said is right, but it seems that something is wrong. Song Shur-san continued to walk towards Wan Lai. Before she could speak, Wan Lai had already understood and took over the conversation. I don't need to introduce it in detail. The battlefield medical department. Let me put it this way. Even if you fight against an S-level alien species, like the vertebral whole shrimp, I can ensure that you come out alive. Song Shur-san. She looked at the senior sister standing at the end of the Weaponry Science Academy. This senior sister's name was Fang Yu. She didn't talk much and had never had a chance to show herself. So Song Shur-san didn't really know what weapon the other party used. She smiled mysteriously, standing beside Fang Jing, without any embarrassment. This one is our secret weapon. If there is an emergency, she will take action. Fang Yu, if there is an emergency, it is probably because the people in front of her have missed their chances before she finally got a chance to take action. After introducing all the team members, Song Shursan looked at Zhang Mei again. You know, the main team of the 1st Federal Military Academy has lost nearly half of its strength. So we had to send some substitute players with varying qualifications to make up the number. Some of them even have a C-level mental strength, which greatly reduces their strength. We are currently ranked very low in the rankings, and we cannot threaten your ranking. We just hope that we don't lose too badly in the league, which will affect the next year's enrollment and resources. This is a win-win cooperation. The 1st Federal Military Academy currently has only over 600 points, while the Western Union Military Academy has a full 1,300 points, with both sides guarding the same stronghold. It is indeed unrealistic to want to surpass the Western Union Military Academy's score. After Song Shursan finished speaking, he raised his head, his expression sincere and impeccable. Zhang Mei. Commenters. It is true that half of the main team was lost. It is true that a group of substitutes were recruited to make up the number. And it is true that the mental power is C-level. However, the strength is greatly reduced. Do you want to see what nonsense you are talking about? Moreover, isn't it you who has the mental power of C-level? Did you think that there were no viewers during the live broadcast of the entrance ceremony? Zhang Mei was silent for a moment. She didn't really doubt the true strength of the team in front of her. Just the fact that they could capture all of them without noticing. The ability of this team is extraordinary. Her question was just an excuse to find out more information about the group of people in front of her. Why did you choose us to cooperate? After a pause, Zhang Mei changed to a question that she was really curious about. The strength and help provided by Song Shursan and his team, and the conditions they asked for were too unbalanced. No matter how you look at it, it is the cooperation party that benefits. No matter which school you choose, there should be no reason to be completely rejected. So why did you choose the Western Union Military Academy? After asking this question, Song Shursan knew that there was a 90% chance that the cooperation had been negotiated. She smiled and gave the answer she had prepared long ago, because we now have a common enemy. The 6th Federal Military Academy. In the previous preliminaries, the team of the 1st Military Academy suffered at their hands. We didn't want to let them have an easy time either. So we chose the Western Union Military Academy. When the time comes for the confrontation, I hope we can join forces to deal with them. The reason was of course made up. During the preliminaries, Song Shursan was busy with his new weapons and had no time to pay attention. She guessed that there was a conflict between the Western Union Military Academy and the 6th Military Academy because of the game they watched together when they met Liu. However, there were too many events in the preliminaries. Even if she made it up, Zhang Mei couldn't really verify it now. Okay. Zhang Mei took a deep breath and asked the last question. What if we refuse? That's a pity. Song Shursan pointed his sword at the ground. I have no choice but to eliminate all of you. The entangled wind element still concealed the shape of the sword. But no one could ignore the fierce murderous aura overflowing from it. She looked directly at Zhang Mei. And this time, there was no smile in her eyes. Cooperation was reached. Chapter 100. Tang Yura team finally registered the supplies at the number 11 stronghold. But this time, the score was not easy to get. They waited and fought, and took advantage of every opportunity. It took more than 40 minutes to deal with them, and they lost several teammates. What made people frown even more was that, after this battle, the defense of the number 11 stronghold became more strict. If they continued to choose number 11 as their target, the next time they would face a battle that was several times more difficult. During this time, Lu Qingqiu team has been catching up. At the number 7 stronghold, the flag of the 1st Federal Military Academy appeared and disappeared regularly, and Lu Qingqiu contribution points rose steadily and continuously. Everything was running in an orderly manner under Song Shursan's plan. If there was no improvement on her side, Tang Yura would be the one to hold them back. The atmosphere in the team was a bit dull, and no one dared to speak much, and they quietly waited for Tang Yura's next instructions. Tang Yura was studying the map, thinking that this game was being broadcast live to the entire galaxy, thinking that her father and mother might be watching her performance at home. The gentle smile that always hung on her lips gradually froze, and her fingertips were tightly clasped in her palms. The more she looked at the map, the tighter her brows locked. Number 13? No, it's too easy to be focused. Number 12? The road is too steep, and it might be intercepted by other strongholds halfway. It's not good here, it's not good there, and it seems that no place is suitable. Especially since they lost several team members, each trip's transportation points suddenly decreased by dozens, and the combat effectiveness of seizing the base was also weakened. She urgently needed a better place than number 11 to help her reverse the current situation and make up for the losses. Ro, relax a little, don't be so stressed. Seeing Tang Yuri's grim expression, someone spoke up to break the deadlock. If there is really no suitable place, we can still go to base number 7. Although it's a bit far. And there are some dangers on the road. At least the score is guaranteed. Set off now. Be careful. And nothing will go wrong. Tang Yuri dug her fingertips deeper. The last thing she wanted to go to was the number 7 stronghold. Especially since she had already refused it before. Not to mention that there must be many people in the team who were blaming her in their hearts. Thinking, it doesn't matter if you go early or late. You have to go through so much trouble in the end. But they didn't get angry with her because of their feelings. Lu Qingtian might ridicule her, thinking that she was a loser for rushing over with a damaged team. The most important thing was Tang Tiantian's attitude. Song Shersan and Tang Tiantian were in the same group. She went to the number 7 base. Wasn't she asking for help from Tang Tiantian? Since she was brought to the Tang family, she had always been far better than this mediocre sister. Tang Tiantian was bullied and crushed so badly by her. Such a weird and vindictive person. Would she really not take this opportunity to be proud and humiliate her? Will she really get points like other students? What will the people of the Tang family think when they see her in such a state of disgrace in front of Tang Tiantian? But she has been unable to make any progress. If she does not go to the number 7 base, and the first military academy ranks last in the league, wouldn't she be the culprit? Tang Yuru exhaled a breath and tried her best to free herself from the panic of all kinds of negative emotions. Calm down, things are not irreversible yet. The main team of the 1st Federal Military Academy has been damaged long ago, and it is impossible for them to win this league. Although she was one of the commanders, it was her first time to play such an important role in the finals. So it was normal that she was powerless to turn the tide. Therefore, she only needed to get herself out of this farce that was doomed to fail before the collapse of the building. Tang Yuru had long been accustomed to sacrificing others to fight for her own interests. She had seen enough lessons from her foolish and weak mother. And the Tang family's upbringing environment was also like this. When necessary, she could even sacrifice a part of herself. For example, in order to frame Tang Tian, she did not hesitate to put herself in danger. For example, she knew that the mental power enhancement liquid might bring unpredictable side effects. But she used it without hesitation when she was young. The enhancement liquid was still in the experimental stage, and naturally did not have any effect on the growth of mental power. However, the side effects were actually realized in her. Her chance of contracting mineralogy became several times higher than that of other people. These legs were the result of her own actions. Obviously, her mental power was not low. It was S-level mental power. And she was a favored child of heaven, who was held in the palm of her hand no matter where she was. Why did she do such a thing that was not worth the loss? Tang Yuri knew the answer very well. Because of panic. Because the more she fought with Tang Tiantian, the more she saw that Tang Tiantian's mental power was mediocre. And no matter how hard she tried, she could not change the fact that she was defeated. The more she was afraid, the more panicked she became. Mental power is determined by talent. And once it is destined, it cannot be surpassed. So what if one day, her promiscuous father brought back an illegitimate child who was more talented, stronger and more obedient than her? What should she and her mother, who had no background or power to use, do? In great panic, the young Tang Yuru secretly drank the enhancement liquid. This was also the decision she regretted the most. Let's go to the supply area first. Tang Yuru's expression returned to calm. Her eyes swept across her teammates, thinking about which scapegoat to choose to help her get out of this farce. If there is still no closer suitable target on the return journey, we will go to the number 7 base. Don't panic. Don't lose your composure. She warned herself again. To get to the number 7 stronghold from their location, they had to pass through several territories guarded by other military academies. At that time, they could just create a little chaos in secret, and then be eliminated in the name of protecting their teammates, and they could get themselves out of the accountability. It was all their fault that they proposed to go to the number 7 stronghold. And it was all their fault that Group A didn't consider their situation at all, and chose the remote number 7. After a few thoughts, Tang Yuru had a complete plan in her mind. Just as she was about to leave, her companion suddenly said, "Huh?" with an irrepressible joy in his tone. "Ro, check out the new news in the team communication." Tang Yuru clicked on the information on the light brain, and saw the familiar name again. Song Shersan, We have reached an alliance with the Western Alliance Military Academy to jointly occupy the number 1 stronghold. Students from the north can now come to number 1 to register for the distribution of supplies. Song Shur-san, come on. Tang Yura's eyes quietly moved to the coordinates of the number 1 stronghold on the map. It was very far north, and was one of the 2 closest strongholds to them. It was obviously specially selected after considering the situation on their side. The team was excited and kept talking. Alliance? And the Western Alliance Military Academy? How did they do it? Number 1 stronghold? Isn't it right next to us? Fortunately, Ruri didn't move before, otherwise she would have missed such a good location. Wait a minute, so now there are 5 strongholds near the shoreline, and we have occupied 2 of them. Damn, now that you put it that way. It's true. Who said we would be at the bottom? With such a big advantage, it would be unreasonable if we didn't get a place. Right? Song Shur-san. My Superman. Team A is so reliable. Come on. Brothers and sisters. Don't let the efforts of Team A go to waste. Let's go! The occupation of Point 1 was also equivalent to giving Tang Yuru a step. If they crossed the shaped raised line and crossed from the north to Point 7 in the south, it might look like a defeated team going there for help, but going to Point 1, which was originally closer to them, and in the Golden Zone, would be very logical. Besides, the mission of Group A was to cooperate with the transport team of Group B to seize the stronghold. They occupied one in the south for Lu Qingqiu team, and another in the north for Tang Yuru team. This was very reasonable in terms of mission planning and execution. Although when Tang Yuru issued such a mission, she did not expect Group A to achieve it. The sentence, "The students of Group A will definitely become our most solid rear force, and capture the most suitable transport stronghold for us in time," was originally a flattering sentence with a hidden knife in it, but it really became the glory of Song Shur-san. Because of the occupation of the number 1 stronghold, her previous insistence on not leaving the Silver A zone can also be explained as a part of the plan. More importantly, they occupied 2 Golden Zone strongholds at once, which greatly improved the chances of the 1st Federal Military Academy to win. And the points will at least not be at the bottom. When losing the game, any person and any behavior will be magnified and criticized, becoming the eternal center of this defeat. But if they win, even if it is a mistake, it will be explained as designed this way and be sought after by everyone. When the defeat of the 1st Federal Military Academy was broken, Tang Yuru's predicament was naturally resolved. This is the right of the winner to speak. The 2 pieces of news that suddenly appeared swept away the haze in the team. The morale of the companions around her was high. No one noticed the shock and relief that flashed across Tang Yuru's face. After sorting out her emotions, Tang Yuru looked back at her teammates and put on a gentle smile. The students in Group A lived up to everyone's expectations and took down the base. "We can't give up easily," everyone shouted, with high morale. Tang Yuru turned around, properly, naturally led the team to change direction, and ran to the supply area. Under her calmness, no one knew that her brain was completely filled with shock and confusion, 2 emotions intertwined and bounced. Why did Song Shur-san help her? Song Shur-san actually led the members of Group A to complete the task. A bold and strong premonition surged into Tang Yuru's heart. She was used to guessing people's hearts. At this moment, she rarely had absurd emotions about her guess, but she uncontrollably thought that this was the correct answer. Song Shur-san, she actually wanted to win. She really wanted the 1st Military Academy of the Federation to break through the siege and stand on the podium. At present, at least 2 military academies are headed for our base, and they will be in sight in about 4 minutes. Base number 1. Zhang Mei looked down at the information sent back by her own transport team on the wrist computer, and synchronized it with the classmates of the 1st Military Academy of the Federation without reservation. She had figured it out. The current situation was more like being held hostage than cooperating. The other party kept their team, just because they didn't want to cause more trouble. They had given enough face to the Western Union Military Academy in the name of cooperation. Not to mention that they had voluntarily given up most of the benefits. If they still refused in this situation, it would be too ungrateful. Got it. Liu half closed one eye, pressed her cheek against the butt of the sniper rifle, squeezed her bulging cheek flesh, and looked very cute. But the unlucky guy she was aiming at didn't think the sniper who shot him in the head was cute at all. A stream of green light flashed past the muzzle of the gun, traveled straight across several thousand meters, and accurately hit the forehead of a moving player. The player who was hit didn't even have time to react to what happened. A blue light shield lit up in front of him, and his brain instantly lost consciousness. Good shooting. Zhang Mei moved her eyes away from the telescope, looked at Li Yu who was shooting on the windowsill, and then moved her eyes to the sniper rifle in her hand. According to the observation from the telescope just now, the range and strength of Li Yu bullet even exceeded the limit of what an S-level psychic can do. Just expanding the range to several thousand meters away, it is already a rare achievement for a strong spiritual power person, and maintaining the elemental attack for thousands of miles without any reduction in intensity requires a higher level of control over spiritual power. Are you a tactical reconnaissance major? Recalling Song Shersan's introduction before, Zhang Mei couldn't help but ask. Yes, I used to be, but this semester I have switched to weapons science. Li Yu answered, but the action in his hand did not stop. The direction of the gun muzzle slightly moved, and another contestant was eliminated. It's only been a short while since the semester started. Right? Zhang Mei was shocked. You are so good at weapons science? You can make weapons of this level after only studying for less than 2 months? This is too incredible. What about the mental power rating? What about the seed soldiers? No, how is it possible? Li Yu smiled embarrassedly. I'm just a rookie who has just started. This gun belongs to our dean. He heard that I was going to participate in the league, so he specially lent it to me. Li Yu stroked the gun in his hand. His eyes revealed a longing. My goal is to make a sniper rifle that can rival it. You won't know until you try it. You just can't let it go. Elemental weapons are too good to use. I heard that a perfect elemental weapon should be tailored according to the user's own combat habits and resonant elements. This sniper rifle was borrowed. And it can be so powerful even when it doesn't match its own data. Li Yu couldn't imagine how powerful it would be to have an elemental weapon that was completely customized for himself. Besides studying at the Weaponry Academy, is there any other way to get an elemental weapon? Zhang Mei's words revealed a hint of envy. Her own mental power is A+. It's not that she wants to pursue a higher mental power, but she has had a dull pain in her heart recently. She is worried that it is a precursor to mineralogy. If mineralogy really occurs in the heart, there is really no cure. But if she gives up her future in the military academy, she will regret it for the rest of her life. I don't need something as powerful as the one you have. I just want something that is more ordinary and can be used on the battlefield. Seeing that Li Yu did not answer for a while, Zhang Mei blushed slightly and lowered her voice. The Weaponry Science Academy is a unique major in the first military academy of the Federation. It is not available in the Western Union Military Academy or other military academies. If she wants to study weapons science, she can only drop out of the Western Union Military Academy and reapply for the first military academy of the Federation. The premise is that her heart really has mineralogy. Zhang Mei was actually relieved. Before this, elemental weapons were either considered useless or out of reach. Only the powerful and wealthy could afford the weapons that were really useful. Before this, she actually didn't care much about the development of elemental weapons. After all, she was still young, and her mental talent was sufficient. She didn't need to spend as much effort as others to catch up with the seed soldiers. Nor did she think that mineral sickness would really befall her so early, when this haze might really befall her. She finally felt the fear after realizing it. Fortunately, elemental weapons ushered in a real breakthrough, and became her last savior. Li Yu aimed again, pulled the trigger and eliminated a contestant, and then, seeing that the enemy had entered the attack range of the melee defenders, she put away her gun and began to seriously think about Zhang Mei's question. There should be some of them on sale in the market. Right? She rolled her eyes, recalling for a moment. Some seniors in our college are selling their experimental products. The college has also made teaching materials and design drawings public before. Many weapon masters should have made some breakthroughs. Right? Zhang Mei had never really thought about this question. According to her impression, most weapon masters were unwilling to sell their works publicly. I rarely heard of selling elemental weapons before. There were some in the past, but the good weapon masters were monopolized, and the remaining ones were useless elemental weapons. People were unwilling to buy them, so there was no market. Li Yu smiled. Now that the core technologies have been made public by our college, there is actually no meaning in monopolizing talents, and there are more high-quality works. After the curriculum reform of the Weaponry Academy, the dean encouraged students to sell their previous works while the limelight was on, to recover funds, and to replenish the market inventory. With the students of the Weaponry Academy taking the lead, other weapon masters also became bolder. In addition, some businessmen who smelled business opportunities took advantage of the situation. Even if someone wanted to control the development of elemental weapons in the market, they could not stop it. Maybe there are not so many on the market now, but you can go to the underground black market to look for them. I heard that some people even customize their favorite weapons there. Liu continued to add. Can it be customized? Zhang Mei's eyes widened in surprise. It's still a little expensive now, but when the talent pool expands, it will gradually become cheaper. Liu answered very cheerfully. She winked playfully. If you are interested in sniping, when I learn it, maybe you can ask me to customize it. Zhang Mei was also amused by her, and was about to say a few more words to win over the relationship. The light brain on her wrist suddenly vibrated twice, and when she saw the news from her team members, she frowned slightly, and couldn't help but, Huh? Where's Song Shersan? At this moment, Zhang Mei subconsciously looked for the person who could solve all the problems in her mind. Liu leaned over. He's in the observation tower upstairs. What's wrong? Liu's sniper rifle has a small caliber, and her own sensing range for mental fluctuations is also large, so she can easily aim at the small windowsill on the second floor. So Song Shersan left her in the control room, and went up to the observation tower, turning around to observe the movements of Zhang Rui's in the Stone Age area through the field of vision. Something went wrong. Zhang Mei frowned. She was a little hesitant before whether to really treat the 1st Federal Military Academy as an ally. After all, the two teams were only nominally cooperating. In fact, in the league, they were also in a competitive relationship. But from the conversation with Liu just now, she had already determined in her heart that it would be more beneficial to build a good relationship with the people of the 1st Federal Weapons Science Academy than to fight for the league. Therefore, even if the news that her transport team casually brought at this moment had nothing to do with their cooperation in defending the base, she still chose to inform Song Shersan without any hesitation. Can you contact her as soon as possible? Zhang Mei's expression became serious. Your transport team was blocked by the 6th Military Academy on the way here.